Night. A thunderclap roared, startling the little girl so much that the porcelain bowl in her hands slipped and shattered on the ground. Daddy, Daddy, where are you? Xiao Xiao is scared. The little girl groped forward, tears streaming down her face, as if searching for something. Finally, she touched a man's body. The man lay on the bed, about 30 years old, handsome and resolute, but with an unshakable pain etched between his brows. Daddy, Xiao Xiao was wrong. I won't make you angry anymore. Please wake up. Xiao Xiao is scared. Daddy, I know I was wrong. Daddy. The little girl hugged the man's body as if it were her only comfort and refuge, but her small frame still trembled from the thunder outside. Heavenly Emperor, how Ian, I treated you like a brother. Why did you want me dead? Suddenly the man on the bed opened his eyes and 2 beams of blood-red light shot from his pupils. Immediately a terrifying aura almost materialized as killing intent swept outward from him. All the furnishings in the room shattered simultaneously. The little girl hugging him screamed in fright. Daddy, I know I was wrong. Don't scare me. Who are you? The man looked down at the little girl clinging to him, and for a rare moment he was stunned. Daddy, I am Xiao Xiao. You won't abandon me like Mommy did, will you? If you don't want me either, then I'm truly a nobody's child, boo-hoo. The little girl sobbed. Xiao Xiao, the man murmured. Suddenly a torrent of memories not his own surged into his mind. Ye Feng, the Wolf King of the Northern Territory, had won glory at just 25. Before retiring, he married Shun Qingshuang, the eldest daughter of the Shun family, and the most beautiful woman in the capital. Shun Qingshuang gave birth to a daughter, Yi Xiao Xiao, who was diagnosed with congenital blindness. She could never see since birth. The scene shifts to 3 years later. An accident occurred during a mission. Yi Feng's bones were shattered, his life hanging by a thread. He was saved, but became a useless cripple. I Shun Qingshuang dislike trash. Take your crippled daughter and get out of the Shun family. A woman's voice like 1,000 crashing mountains rumbled over him. That cold, icy voice lingered in his ears, never fading. So you're as miserable as I am. The man's eyes gradually sharpened. But you're also useless. He saw the subsequent memories. Yi Feng, heartbroken, took his daughter to a remote village where no one knew him, drowning himself in alcohol daily and often beating his blind daughter in drunken rages. The 5-year-old blind daughter had to endure beatings and take care of her useless father. How pitiful she was. Xiao Xiao, are you my daughter? The man reached out his hand to touch Xiaoxiao's face. Yi Xiao Xiao flinched back, her face pale. I didn't break the bowl on purpose. I wanted to make rice soup for Daddy, but then the thunder came. I was scared and dropped the bowl. I'm sorry, Daddy, please don't hit me, okay? The man turned and looked at the shattered bowl, and the rice soup spilled on the floor, his face frozen. Then he looked down at the little girl's hands clutching his clothes. They were covered in bloodstains and burn marks with blisters forming. One could imagine how a blind 5-year-old girl found the rice in the dark, cooked the porridge, and brought it over. The process must have been extremely difficult. Suddenly, the mortal heart of the man sitting on the bed, sealed for 10,000 years, stirred. Xiao Xiao knows she was wrong. Daddy, please don't be angry, okay? The little girl carefully grabbed the corner of the man's clothes, looking very frightened. Xiao Xiao did nothing wrong. It was Daddy's fault. Daddy will never drink again, never hit you again. From now on, I will spoil you and treat you like my little princess. The man hugged Yi Xiao Xiao tightly. He thought to himself, Yi Feng, Shun Qingshuang, you two don't want this daughter, but I do. She will be the most precious daughter of me, Wu Chun Zuns, in this life. That's right. This man named Wu Chun was a war god in the cultivation world. He conquered territories for his good brother, Heavenly Emperor Hao Yin, expanding the realm across the 3 worlds. Yet because of his overwhelming achievements, he was betrayed by his own brother and fell at the Duanxin platform. Wu Chun never expected to be alive, reincarnated on Blue Star, and with a daughter by his side. Since I'm here, I'll call myself Yi Feng from now on, and Yi Xiao Xiao is my daughter. As for you, you can go wherever you belong. Wu Chun said in his heart. The remaining trace of Yi Feng's consciousness in his body dissipated, but as it faded, it seemed to plead urgently for something. Wu Chun ignored it. From now on, he was Yi Feng, a brand new Yi Feng. Is Daddy really not going to hit Xiao Xiao anymore? Xiao Xiao asked timidly. Daddy will only dote on Xiao Xiao from now on. Yi Feng gently held Xiao Xiao's small hand. Xiao Xiao, it must hurt a lot, right? Xiao Xiao doesn't hurt, Xiao Xiao said, shaking her head. Wait here, Xiao Xiao. Daddy will go find some medicine for you. Yi Feng stood up and began searching through the messy room. Suddenly, he remembered that there was no medicine in his home at all. Forget medicine, it seemed there wasn't even any food left except for what the kind-hearted villagers had brought. The previous Yi Feng, whenever he had any money, would spend it all on alcohol. What a waste of a man. Daddy, Xiao Xiao is fine. Xiao Xiao doesn't hurt. Xiao Xiao was clearly lying. Her hands were blistered, how could they not hurt? But she was being very understanding. Xiao Xiao, look at this. In an instant, a stream of energy coalesced in the palm of Yi Feng's hand. This power was divine and inviolable, emitting a faint luminous glow. What is it? Xiao Xiao can't see. Xiao Xiao shook her head. Yi Feng slapped his forehead. He had almost forgotten that his precious daughter had been blind from birth. How could she possibly see the light in his palm? This light was in fact the last trace of divine power remaining in Yi Feng's body after his rebirth. But he felt no regret in using it for Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, how about Daddy shows you a magic trick? One that will make your hands better right away. Really? Of course it's true. Yi Feng enveloped Xiao Xiao's hands with his last wisp of divine power. Soon the bloodstains, burns, and blisters on her small hands vanished completely. Wow, Daddy, Xiao Xiao's hands are healed. Daddy really can do magic. Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise. See, Daddy didn't lie to you. Isn't it amazing? Daddy is so amazing. Yi Xiao Xiao hugged Yi Feng. Yi Feng's heart was melting. Xiao Xiao, Daddy will be able to make your eyes better too one day. Yi Feng said. Really? Can Xiao Xiao's eyes really be healed? Xiao Xiao asked with a hint of anticipation. Of course it's true. You have to trust Daddy. Daddy is a great magician. Yi Feng said with a smile. You have to understand he was a cultivator. Xiao Xiao believes in Daddy. Suddenly a loud gurgle came from Xiao Xiao's stomach. Is Xiao Xiao hungry? Daddy will go make you something to eat. Daddy, Xiao Xiao isn't hungry. Xiao Xiao's tummy is growling like crazy, but you say you're not hungry. How could Daddy let our little princess starve? You sit here and wait for Daddy obediently. With that, Yi Feng went to the kitchen. But after searching for a long time, he only found a few grains of rice. There was nothing else. Our home is truly destitute. Yi Feng shook his head. He glanced outside. It was already late at night. He could go out to find food, but he was uneasy about leaving Xiao Xiao home alone. Finding no other option, Yi Feng went back into the room. He first lulled Xiao Xiao to sleep, and only then did he carefully sneak out of the house. This place was Qingshan Village. Behind it was the great Qingshan Mountain. The mountain was abundant with wild game. Many villagers made a living by hunting in the mountains. Taking advantage of the dense night, Yi Feng ventured alone into the vast, boundless mountains. After walking for a bit, he heard a rustling sound nearby. Swoosh! Yi Feng threw a stone he had picked up from the ground. A dull thud was heard, followed by a pained cry. Yi Feng walked over to take a look. It was a pheasant, its head hit by the stone. It lay on the ground already at its last gasp. Lucky caught a pheasant as soon as I entered. Yi Feng picked up the pheasant and laughed joyfully. He continued walking forward. Along the way, he caught another pheasant and also killed a venomous snake. A whoa! A whoa! Suddenly the sound of wolves howling came from up ahead. Yi Feng stopped in his tracks. A wolf pack. Sure enough, within a few seconds, a dozen pairs of yellow-brown eyes appeared in the forest ahead, chilling the heart with fear. The wolves had already spotted Yi Feng. His expression did not change, but a fierce aura began to emanate from his body. Scram! The wolves, which had been approaching, all stopped in their tracks. They seemed to sense the danger. But they were predators. How could they be so easily intimidated by Yi Feng? They began to move again, stepping closer towards him. You won't leave. Then die. Swoosh! The stone in Yi Feng's hand shot out, hitting a wolf squarely in the eye. The wolf let out a pained howl. Its cry acted like a signal, provoking the rest of the pack to lunge at Yi, looking for death. Swoosh! 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 Yi Feng shot out all the stones in his hand. Every shot hit its mark. Each stone struck a wolf's eye. In an instant, over a dozen wolves had all become one-eyed. Unfortunately, Yi Feng had no spiritual energy now, or else the stones he threw would have pierced their skulls. A whoa! More than a dozen wolves were all injured. They cast a terrified glance at Yi Feng before turning and fleeing. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief and did not pursue them. He was just a mortal now, his body full of metal pins. If he had really fought those wolves, he might have come out worse for wear. Huh, is that a wild ginseng? Yi Feng continued forward and caught a few more pheasants. Feeling that he had enough, he was about to turn back when he noticed a few leaves beneath his feet. If he wasn't mistaken, these were definitely the leaves of a wild ginseng plant. I didn't expect to be this lucky. Yi Feng quickly crouched down and carefully began to dig up the soil. Soon a complete intact wild ginseng root was unearthed. This root was plump and looked to be at least 100 years old. Yi Feng let out a sigh of admiration. His luck was truly remarkable, but it was also thanks to his extensive knowledge. If anyone else had seen an unremarkable leaf, they probably wouldn't have been able to tell that a wild ginseng root was growing beneath it. With the harvest of this century-old wild ginseng, Yi Feng was overjoyed. Since one wild ginseng grew here, there must be more nearby. Yi Feng carefully searched the vicinity, and sure enough, he found two more. One of them was even larger than the first, its age reaching about 150 years. The other one was about 50 years old, but it was still worth a pretty penny. Overjoyed, Yi Feng continued his search a bit more. Finding nothing, he finally headed down the mountain. When Yi Feng returned to the village, the sky was already bright. Xiao Xiao, Daddy is back. Look at what Daddy has brought back for you. Yi Feng happily pushed open the door and walked in only to find an extra person in the house. You actually know how to come back. I thought you had run away. This was a simple-looking woman, but she was quite beautiful with a very proud figure. Yi Feng recognized her. Her name was Chen Su Su, the village's pretty widow. It was said that her husband had been gored to death by a wild boar in the mountains just a month after they got married. Chen Su Su was kind-hearted and had always taken care of Xiao Xiao. Moreover, many of the food in Yi Feng's house had been brought by her. However, she really disliked Yi Feng, even to the point of loathing him. Daddy is back. I knew Daddy wouldn't abandon Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao ran over and hugged Yi Feng's leg tightly. What's wrong, Xiao Xiao? Why are you still crying? You still dare to ask? You left Xiao Xiao all alone at home, making her so worried. If I hadn't come this morning to deliver something, Xiao Xiao might have gone out to look for you herself. Chen Su Su said. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng hurriedly crouched down, saying, Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry. It's Daddy's fault. Daddy doesn't need to apologize to Xiao Xiao. A Daddy must have had something important to do. As long as Daddy can come back, that's enough. Xiao Xiao is the best. Daddy just went into the mountains and brought back a lot of wild game. Xiao Xiao will have meat to eat soon. Wow, Daddy actually went hunting in the mountains. Xiao Xiao can eat meat now. It's been so long since Xiao Xiao had meat. Xiao Xiao's words were truly heart-wrenching. Incredible. You actually know how to go hunting in the mountains. In Chen Su Su's perception, Yi Feng was just a drunken fool who only knew how to drink all day. Did you bring all these back from hunting in the mountains? I set a few traps and didn't expect to have such a big haul. Yi Feng handed 2 mountain chickens to Chen Su Su, saying, Sister Chen, thank you for taking care of Xiao Xiao. Please take these 2 mountain chickens back and have a meal. No need keep them for Xiao Xiao. I hope you can take good care of her. Sister Chen is right. Oh, I was wrong before. I've realized my mistakes and will take good care of Xiao Xiao. Then you'd better remember what you just said. Chen Su Su was taken aback. Such words didn't seem like something Yi Feng would say. It felt as if he had become a different person. However, if Yi Feng could truly turn over a new leaf, that would be the best. Chen Su Su didn't linger and said a few words to Xiao Xiao before leaving. Xiao Xiao, Daddy is going to kill the chicken and make you chicken soup. Daddy, can Xiao Xiao go with you? Xiao Xiao clutched the hem of Yi Feng's pants. Yi Feng crouched down, rubbed Xiao Xiao's little nose, and said, Is Xiao Xiao afraid that Daddy will leave? Xiao Xiao replied, Mama doesn't want Xiao Xiao anymore. If Daddy also doesn't want Xiao Xiao, then Xiao Xiao will really become a wild child. Yi Feng immediately picked Xiao Xiao up, saying, Xiao Xiao, don't worry. Daddy will never leave you, not in. Xiao Xiao's face broke into a joyful smile. She looked very beautiful. If she were dressed up a bit, she would definitely be a little princess. It was hard to understand why Shen Qingxuang and the others didn't want her. Well, if you don't want her, I do. While making chicken soup, Yi Feng took out 150-year-old wild ginseng and sliced several pieces into it. Xiao Xiao was too thin and needed proper nourishment. Once the meal was ready, Yi Feng held Xiao Xiao and sat at the dining table, saying, Xiao Xiao, come have a big chicken leg. Let Daddy eat it instead of Daddy has worked the hardest. Xiao Xiao can eat something else. Xiao Xiao's thoughtfulness made one want to cry. Yi Feng said, Xiao Xiao, there are 2 chicken legs, you have 1 and Daddy has 1. In the future, whatever you want to eat, Daddy will be able to get it for you. Thank you, Daddy. Xiao Xiao swallowed her saliva, already unable to wait. She took a bite of the chicken leg meat and said with a face full of happiness, Daddy, the chicken leg is really delicious. If it's delicious, then eat more. Yi Feng didn't touch his chopsticks, just sitting beside Xiao Xiao quietly watching her eat. He watched as Xiao Xiao ate with oil all over her mouth, and he gently wiped her mouth with his hand, his face full of a warm smile. Xiao Xiao, after we finish eating, let's go to the county town together. What are we going to the county town for? Of course, to earn money. Once Daddy makes money, I can buy Xiao Xiao a lot. Yi Feng was thinking of selling the wild ginseng for some money and then buying some clothes for Xiao Xiao. Will it be inconvenient for Xiao Xiao to follow Daddy? Should I just leave Xiao Xiao alone at home? Xiao Xiao felt that it would be inconvenient for Daddy to bring her along. How could that be? Daddy will be gone for a long time. I can't leave Xiao Xiao all alone. Yi Feng could easily see through Xiao Xiao's little thoughts. He tenderly patted her head and said, then Xiao Xiao will go with Daddy. Xiao Xiao's face revealed a joyful smile. After finishing the meal, Yi Feng carried Xiao Xiao and left Qingshan village. The journey from Qingshan village to Qingshui County spanned several miles. With no means of transportation available, Yi Feng could only walk. Daddy, are you tired? Why not let Xiao Xiao walk on her own? Daddy is fine. Oh, I'm not tired. Yi Feng was already drenched in sweat. His body was too weak. However, he had been a soldier king in his previous life, despite the many steel nails in his body, his foundation remained. Carrying Xiao Xiao for several miles was still within his limit. It took Yi Feng a full 2 hours to walk from Qingshan village to Qingshui County thanks to taking a shortcut. Along the way, Xiao Xiao kept wiping the sweat from Yi Feng's forehead, feeling distressed for him. Daddy, it's Xiao Xiao's fault. I should have stayed at home. Who said that? Our Xiao Xiao is the best. Yi Feng smiled. Xiao Xiao, we have arrived at the county town. Did you hear the sounds? I heard it. It's so lively, Xiao Xiao said excitedly. Unfortunately, she couldn't see it. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao, a daddy will make you see it soon. Yi Feng took a deep breath. It wouldn't take long now. He asked a passerby for directions and soon found the largest herbal medicine wholesale market in the county. After wandering around, he directly entered a relatively upscale herbal medicine store, girl.Ye. Sir, what do you need? The polite salesgirl asked. Yi Feng got straight to the point. I dug up a wild ginseng in the mountains, or I wonder if you would buy it. Wild ginseng. I wonder how old it is. The salesgirl was surprised. 50 years. Can you take it out so we can take a look? Sure. Yi Feng took out the 50-year-old wild ginseng. It really is 50 years old. The salesgirl looked at Yi Feng in astonishment. Please wait here, I'll go get my boss. Okay. Yi Feng sat down holding Xiao Xiao, and another salesgirl politely brought them a cup of water. Yi Feng thanked her. Shortly after, the salesgirl who had just left returned with a plump man. I am the owner here, my name is Han Fuhai. The plump man looked at Yi Feng. So you are the one selling wild ginseng? Yes, that's me. Let me see the wild ginseng. Alright. Yi Feng took out the 50-year-old wild ginseng again for Han Fuhai to identify. After confirming that the wild ginseng was genuine, Han Fuhai raised his head and asked, how much do you want for this wild ginseng? You name a price. 20,000. Yi Feng shook his head, clearly feeling it was too little. Then how much do you want? Han Fuhai asked Yi Feng to name his price. 150,000. Brother, are you a Leo? Coming in with such a high price right away, that's too expensive. Boss Han, I'm not selling round ginseng or forest ginseng, but wild ginseng. I've done my homework. 150,000 is already quite low. Han Fuhai frowned. Since you understand the trade, I won't deceive you. 150,000 is too much. How about 100,000? Yi Feng shook his head. If Boss Han is so insincere, then he'll look for another place. I see that store across the street is quite big too. Alright, 150,000 it is. He'll take this wild ginseng. Han Fuhai, upon hearing Yi Feng's words, hurriedly grabbed his arm. Then it's cash on delivery. Sure, do you want cash or a bank transfer? Bank transfer. Han Fuhai wasted no time and directly transferred 150,000 to Yi Feng. After the money was received, Yi Feng handed the 50-year-old wild ginseng to Han Fuhai. Boss Han, wishing you prosperous business. Wait a moment, brother, I wonder if you have any other wild ginseng. If you do, I can also buy it. Yi Feng looked at Han Fuhai, pondered for a moment, and said, I do, but it's a bit older. How many years? Over 100 years. Han Fuhai was surprised. Brother, are you really telling me this? Aren't you afraid I'll rob you? If I were afraid, I wouldn't be telling you. Yi Feng remained surprisingly calm. This made Han Fuhai feel that Yi Feng was quite remarkable. Then how much are you planning to sell it for? Less than $1 million I want sell. Han Fuhai was wealthy, but he couldn't just pull out a few million at once. Could you show me the 100-year-old wild ginseng? I'm sorry, I left it at home. I see. Han Fuhai looked at Yi Feng. Would you mind leaving a contact number? Maybe we can work together again next time. Of course. Yi Feng left his phone number and then walked out of girl.Ye with Xiao Xiao. Not long after coming out, Yi Feng noticed that someone seemed to be following him. Yi Feng's eyes turned cold as he headed toward a less crowded area. As he passed an alley, a tattooed man appeared ahead. Friend, my buddies and I are short on cash. Could you lend us some? The tattooed man was playing with a fruit knife in his hand, grinning maliciously. Yi Feng glanced back and saw 4 or 5 people behind him. They were likely with the tattooed man. I have no money. Haha, stop pretending. I saw you making a deal with the owner of girl.Ye. You sold a measly ginseng for 150,000. Your luck is truly remarkable. The tattooed man looked at Yi Feng. If you give us money now, we won't do anything to you. If you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being impolite. I really have no money. Fine, looks like I need to show you who I am. Get him. The tattooed man and his accomplices rushed forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Feng flicked his fingers, and stones shot out, striking the knees of the tattooed men. Thud, thud. The tattooed men screamed in agony, collapsing to their knees before Yi Feng. Their legs went numb, and they couldn't stand up. Yi Feng walked over and snatched the fruit knife from the tattooed man. What do you want to do? Thud. Without saying a word, Yi Feng stabbed the knife into the tattooed man's thigh. The tattooed man screamed. Then Yi Feng pulled the knife out and stabbed it back in. Don't scream. If you do, we'll give you 2 more stabs. A big brother, I know I was wrong. Please let me go. Remember, next time you run into me, stay far away. Yes, yes, we understand. The tattooed men looked at Yi Feng with terror on their faces. The ferocity of Yi Feng frightened them. Daddy Xiao Xiao is scared. Though Xiao Xiao couldn't see, she could hear, and she knew what had happened. So when the tattooed men appeared, she clung tightly to Yi Feng's neck, visibly tense and frightened. Xiao Xiao, it's all right now. Daddy scared all the bad guys away. Yi Feng patted her back. Are you okay, Daddy? Xiao Xiao asked worriedly. Of course I'm fine. Remember, Daddy's a magician, a very powerful one. Daddy is the best. Xiao Xiao, Daddy made some money. Tell me what you want and I'll buy it for you. I don't want anything, Daddy. You should save the money. There'll be many things we need it for later. Xiao Xiao spoke with a somewhat grown-up air. Little girl, you're already trying to save money for Daddy. But money is meant to be spent and Daddy can earn plenty more in the future. Yi Feng tapped her little nose. He took her to buy several new outfits and a large teddy bear, which made Xiao Xiao overjoyed. But soon Xiao Xiao pouted and said, Daddy, just this once. Please don't waste money next time. All right, Daddy promises. No more wasting money. Yi Feng said with a smile. Daddy is the best. Xiao Xiao gave him a loud kiss on the cheek. On their way back, Yi Feng hired a car. Near the village entrance, he ran into Chen Susu, who seemed to be returning from the fields. Yi Feng asked the driver to stop. Sister Chen, get in. Let's go back together. Chen Susu, under the scorching sun, noticed a black sedan passing by. She glanced at it curiously, but didn't think much of it. To her surprise, the car stopped, and the person who stepped out was Yi Feng. Yi Feng, what are you doing here? Aunt Chen, Daddy took me to the county town and bought me lots of things. Xiao Xiao poked her head out. Where did you get so much money? Chen Susu looked at Yi Feng with suspicion, then a thought struck her. You didn't sell Xiao Xiao, did you? She didn't finish, but Yi Feng knew what she meant. Sister Chen, I went up the mountain yesterday and caught some game. I took it to the county town and sold it for a good sum. Yi Feng explained. I see. You nearly scared me to death. Chen Susu looked at him. But you should be thrifty. Don't tell me you've already spent it all. No, I still have plenty left. Yi Feng said with a smile. Since you earned some money, be careful with it. Don't forget you have Xiao Xiao to take care of. Chen Susu continued to scold him. And hiring a car for the trip back. Isn't that a waste of money? As she spoke, she winced inwardly. She felt Yi Feng was too free with his money, splurging as soon as he had a little cash. How would he ever take care of Xiao Xiao? Poor little girl to have a father like him. That morning she had thought Yi Feng had changed for the better. Now she felt that a leopard never changes its spots. She pitied Xiao Xiao, who would likely suffer with him. Aunt Chen, don't blame Daddy. He earned a lot of money, like 150,000. 150,000. Chen Susu stared at Yi Feng, eyes wide. The driver also pricked up his ears. Xiao Xiao is joking. How could I earn that much? It's only 1,500. Yi Feng discreetly poked Xiao Xiao. She seemed to understand and pouted. Aunt Chen, I made a mistake. It's 1,500, that's right. You scared me. I really thought you'd earn that much. Chen Susu looked at Xiao Xiao. Don't talk nonsense from now on, Xiao Xiao. But I wasn't lying. The little girl muttered under her breath, though no one heard. Sister Chen, the car's already hired. Come on, let's go back together. Yi Feng helped Chen Susu into the car. The back seat was spacious enough for two, but Yi Feng had bought so many things for Xiao Xiao that they piled up on the seat. So once Chen Susu sat down, she had to squeeze next to Yi Feng, while Xiao Xiao moved from his lap to hers. Xiao Xiao kept telling Chen Susu about everything Yi Feng had bought her. Children, after all, have a bit of a show-off mentality. Chen Susu noticed that Yi Feng had only bought things for Xiao Xiao, nothing for himself. That made her look at him more favorably. What are you looking at? Chen Susu noticed Yi Feng's gaze fixed downward on her. She realized that her collar was hanging open. Because of the heat, she habitually wore nothing underneath, and a faint, deep cleavage was visible. Chen Susu's face flushed. She quickly pulled her collar together and shot Yi Feng a glare. Yi Feng smiled wryly. He hadn't meant to look, the back seat was just too cramped. Still, Chen Susu's figure was truly admirable. Despite her rough work, her skin remained well cared for, like a ripe peach that would ooze juice at the slightest squeeze. Moreover, she had no unpleasant odor. Instead, a faint, refreshing fragrance emanated from her, likely from frequent bathing. Soon they reached the village entrance. Yi Feng paid the driver. When he turned around, Chen Susu had already left. Perhaps she was angry. But Yi Feng didn't dwell on it. He picked up Xiao Xiao and headed home. Hey drunkard, you've struck it rich, huh? Bought so many things, and even hired a car to come back to the village. A group of elderly folks sitting at the village entrance watched him carrying bags, and Xiao Xiao, curiosity evident in their eyes. Made a little money, that's all. Yi Feng replied with a smile, and walked away with Xiao Xiao. Well, wonders never cease. This drunkard's been in our village for months, and every time he had a bit of cash, he'd spend it all on booze. Now he's actually not buying wine. Strange indeed. Back home, Yi Feng prepared dinner for Xiao Xiao, mushroom and chicken soup left over from yesterday. After eating, Xiao Xiao was tired. Feng held her as she fell asleep on the bed. Once she was asleep, he opened his eyes, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. He didn't choose any profound cultivation method. Instead, he opted for a very basic qi absorption technique. In cultivation, suitability is what matters most. Moreover, in his previous life as an immortal venerable, Feng had long stopped blindly pursuing esoteric scriptures or supreme arts. In truth, all such methods were derived from fundamental techniques. The truly formidable immortal arts lie in the essence of all things. Once you comprehend that a single leaf or a twig can become your ultimate Tao, with each exhalation and inhalation, Feng drew the surrounding spiritual energy toward him. He absorbed it slowly, nourishing his body. Just before dawn, he opened his eyes. The spiritual energy on Earth is too thin. Breaking through to the first layer of qi refining will take some time, and my body seems to be in poor shape. Feng closed his eyes and examined his body internally. His bones were riddled with cracks and held numerous steel pins. His meridians were blocked. To advance his cultivation, he would first have to resolve these issues. However, after a night of cultivation, he had absorbed a faint wisp of spiritual energy, which had begun to repair the bones that held the steel pins. For a full recovery, Feng estimated it would take several months. Too slow. If only he could obtain some heavenly treasures or spiritual herbs to aid him. But where could he find such treasures? He thought of wild ginseng. It counted as a spiritual herb, but the ones he had were not old enough. A specimen over 500 years would be ideal. He decided to save the ginseng for Xiao Xiao to nourish her body. After a moment's thought, he resolved to go into the mountains again to see if he could find something useful. Though Earth's spiritual energy was sparse, there might still be hidden treasures in remote, untouched areas. The wild ginseng he had discovered in the mountains was proof enough. But first he needed to settle Xiao Xiao and prepare some supplies. For the next 2 days, Feng stayed home, keeping Xiao Xiao company. Whenever he had free time, he sharpened a long arm-length woodcutter's knife and also prepared a dozen throwing knives. Stones were, after all, no match for blades. On that day, Feng finally finished sharpening the machete. After confirming it was sharp enough, he noticed Xiao Xiao was not by his side and spotted the little girl sitting by the door. He walked over and sat beside Xiao Xiao, discovering she was using a stone to draw something. "Xiao Xiao, what are you drawing?" Feng asked. "Daddy, Xiao Xiao didn't draw anything." Xiao Xiao shook her head and threw the stone away. Feng smiled as he picked Xiao Xiao up, looking at the circular pattern on the ground, and said, "Are you craving watermelon, Xiao Xiao?" No, I don't want to eat anything." Xiao Xiao lied. "You're lying, Xiao Xiao. Last night while you were sleeping you talked in your dreams about wanting to eat watermelon." "Daddy, it's my fault. I actually don't want to eat it. It's Peng who keeps coming to tell me how sweet watermelons are." So Xiao Xiao stammered. "Silly girl, just tell Daddy what you want to eat, and I will go buy it for you right now." "No, it's a waste of money. I heard from Peng that watermelons are very expensive, and he said we can't afford them." "Don't listen to their nonsense. Watermelons are very cheap. Moreover, whatever you want to eat, Daddy will buy for you. Just wait at home, I'll go buy watermelons now." Feng carried Xiao Xiao back into the house, and then walked out. There was a large watermelon field in Qingshan village planted by the villagers themselves. Not only was there a watermelon field, but there was also a fish farm. Both industries belonged to girl.Ye. He was the richest man in Qingshan village and very wealthy. As Feng approached the watermelon field, he pondered about something. He still had quite a bit of money left, and it seemed useless to keep it, so he thought it would be better to use it to set up an orchard. That way Xiao Xiao would have whatever she wanted, and it would be homegrown naturally better than buying from outside. Not just an orchard, but he could also raise some aquatic life. After all, Xiao Xiao was still growing, and he couldn't let her eat wild game every day. This matter could wait until he came down from the mountains. One must take things step by step. One cannot become fat by trying to eat it all at once. Moreover, the most pressing issue for Feng right now was to resolve his own health problems. "Help! Help! Shout all you want to, no one will care. Su, I've had my eyes on you for a long time. Ooh, just give in to me." "No." As Feng approached the watermelon shed, he heard a cry for help. That voice was familiar to him. It was Qin Susu's. The other person seemed to be Xiao. He was the brother of the rich girl.Ye who ran amok in Qingshan village, relying on his brother's wealth, having done many bad deeds. An infamous bully. Feng's expression changed as he rushed to the watermelon shed and kicked the door open with a bang. The two people inside were stunned. At that moment, Xiao was gripping Qin Susu's wrist, trying to force himself on her, not expecting anyone to meddle. "So it's you, the drunkard. Can't you see I'm busy? Get out of here." Xiao, with dark skin and a lanky frame, looked particularly sleazy. Feng replied, "I came to buy watermelons." Xiao said, "There are plenty of watermelons outside. Oh, just take one and get out." But Feng stood still. "Didn't I tell you to leave?" Didn't you hear? Yes, I heard, but I have to take Sister Chen with me. Yi Feng pointed at Chen Susu, who was already disheveled. You want to die, huh? Then let me show you some colors. Zhao Erei grabbed a hoe that was placed nearby and swung it at Yi Feng. Yi Feng dodged. Chen Susu screamed. But in the next second, she widened her eyes as she saw Yi Feng extend his hand and grab the hoe. Then, with a forceful pull, he yanked it towards himself, causing Zhao Erei to lose his balance and stumble towards Yi Feng. Before Zhao Erei could fall, Yi Feng raised his foot and kicked him away. Zhao Erei hit the ground and felt as if his hand was crushed by a heavy stone, nearly splitting. Damn drunkard, if you dare to fight me, you'll go all out. Zhao Erei picked up a stone from the side and charged, but he was no match for Yi Feng. As soon as he approached, he was kicked away again. This time Zhao Erei fell even worse than the first, hitting his forehead on a stone, causing blood to flow. Damn drunkard, wait for it. He'll make you pay. Covering his head, Zhao Erei glared at Yi Feng viciously before running off. Yi Feng did not chase after him, but found a piece of clothing in the shed and draped it over Chen Susu, saying, Sister Chen, are you okay? I'm fine, thank you, Yi Feng. Luckily you came in time. Chen Susu said gratefully. Yes, you just happened to— Yi Feng, hurry and take Xiao Xiao and run. Since you beat Zhao Erei like that, he will definitely come looking for trouble. Last time Dog Dan was beaten by Zhao Erei to the point of having a leg broken for provoking him. Sister Chen, don't worry, nothing will happen. Yi Feng smiled, not taking Zhao Erei's matter to heart at all. He walked out of the shed, picked 2 watermelons from the field, casually tossed down 10 yuan, and then took Chen Susu back. Xiao Xiao, Daddy brought back watermelons. Wow, Daddy really brought back watermelons. Xiao Xiao joyfully ran out, almost tripping over the doorframe, because she couldn't see, but fortunately Yi Feng was quick to catch her. Yi Feng smiled, not taking Zhao Erei's matter to heart at all. He walked out of the shed, picked 2 watermelons from the field, casually tossed down 10 yuan. Daddy, the watermelon is really sweet. If you like it, eat more. Yi Feng handed a piece of watermelon to Chen Susu, saying, Sister Chen, you have one too. Chen Susu was beginning to feel anxious. Yi Feng, why aren't you worried at all? What's there to worry about? There will always be a way when the cart gets to the mountain. Besides, Sister Chen, you don't need to worry. Aunt Chen is here too. Xiao Xiao said. Aunt Chen, what are you talking about with Daddy? Xiao Xiao doesn't understand. It's nothing, Xiao Xiao. Daddy just came to find Aunt Chen for some watermelon. Oh, I see. Aunt Chen, hurry and eat some watermelon. It's very sweet. Okay, Xiao Xiao is so good. Just then there was a sudden banging sound at the door. Yi Feng, it seems to be Zhao Erei. Chen Susu immediately became nervous. Sister Chen, stay inside with Xiao Xiao. I'll go take a look. Yi Feng said without hesitation as he walked out of the house. Damn drunkard, get out here. Zhao Erei brought 7 or 8 people with him. They were all Zhao Erei's cronies who rushed over upon hearing Zhao Erei was beaten up. So it's Erei. Haven't you learned your lesson yet to dare come to my door? Yi Feng said coldly as he stepped out. Damn drunkard, today if I don't take you down, I'll write my name backwards. Get him. The people following Zhao Erei rushed toward Yi Feng. Yi Feng's expression turned icy as he swung a punch and sent one flying, followed by a kick that sent another crashing down. In no time, the 7 or 8 people who charged up were all lying on the ground groaning in pain, while Yi Feng was completely unharmed apart from his shirt being half torn by a little thug revealing his strong abs. Although Yi Feng had been in a slump for a long time, his physical condition was still excellent. After all, he was once the king of single combat. However, aside from his strong muscles, he was covered in ghastly scars and bullet holes. Seeing this, Zhao Erei was frightened to the point of being dumbstruck. Meanwhile, Chen Susu, who had stayed in the house, was worried about Yi Feng and came out with Xiao Xiao just in time to see the horrifying scars on Yi Feng's body, looking exceptionally terrifying. Chen Susu covered her mouth. Oh my, what kind of experiences must one go through to have such scars on their— You don't come any closer. Yi Feng walked towards Zhao Erei. Zhao Erei, frightened, plopped down onto the ground, staring at the scars on Yi Feng's body, swallowing hard, filled with terror. Get lost, don't let me see you again, or I'll hit you every time I do. Yes, yes, yes. Zhao Erei, as if granted amnesty, ran away faster than a rabbit. Ouch! Suddenly, it seemed he tripped over a stone and fell to the ground in a position resembling a dog eating excrement, losing a front tooth. However, he dared not linger and scrambled back up to continue running. It seemed that he was truly frightened by Yi Feng. The villagers around who were watching felt particularly satisfied. After all, Zhao Erei, relying on his wealthy brother, had done many bad things in the village. Now that he was taught a lesson by Yi Feng, they naturally felt pleased. However, their gazes towards Yi Feng changed, especially when they saw the scars on his body. One by one they swallowed hard, just like Zhao Erei. Yi Feng covered himself up with the torn clothes again, and turned around only to discover Chen Susu standing at the door, holding Xiao Xiao. Sister Chun, it's all fine now, let's go inside. Oh, okay. Chen Susu finally snapped out of her daze. Yifeng went back inside to change clothes, and when he came out he saw Chen Susu playing with Xiao Xiao. He walked over and said, Sister Chun, can I ask you for a favor? What is it? Chen Susu looked at Yifeng, her gaze slightly evasive, and for some reason her face even turned a bit rosy. Yifeng said, could you help me take care of Xiao Xiao for a few days? Chen Susu replied, what are you going to do? Yifeng said, I need to go into the mountains for a while, I might be gone for a few days. You're going into the mountains to hunt again? Yes. Alright, I can help take care of Xiao Xiao, but you must— Then thank you, Sister Chun. I should be the one thanking you, you helped me drive away Zhao Arii. It was the right thing to do. Yifeng picked up Xiao Xiao and told her to stay with Chen Susu for now. He had already mentioned to Xiao Xiao that he would be going into the mountains and could not bring her along. Xiao Xiao agreed, and now Yifeng asked her to stay with Chen Susu, so she naturally agreed. However, Xiao Xiao worriedly said, Daddy, come back early, or Xiao Xiao will miss Daddy. Daddy will— Yifeng spoke a few more words to Xiao Xiao, prepared his things, and then directly headed into the mountains. This time the purpose of going into the mountains was clear: to find rare herbs, so along the way, whenever he discovered wild game, he barely glanced at it. The Green Mountains were vast, connecting with a mountain range resembling a giant dragon in deep slumber. Many elderly villagers from Qingshan village had never ventured into the depths and had heard that it was very dangerous there. However, Yifeng headed straight towards the depths. He encountered no danger along the way. Suddenly something rushed out from ahead. It turned out to be a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds and looking fierce. It spotted Yifeng and charged directly at him. The force of its charge was comparable to that of a truck speeding down the highway. Yifeng remained unperturbed, dodging swiftly, while the wild boar, unable to stop, crashed into a large tree. The wild boar shook its head and charged at Yifeng again. Beast, die. With a thud, the wild boar, tough-skinned and meaty, was still cleaved in half by Yifeng's blade. If the people from Qingshan village saw this, they would surely be shocked. Let's rest here for the night. Yifeng found a natural cave and dragged the boar's carcass inside. He made a fire and roasted some wild boar meat. After eating his fill, he sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the spiritual energy around him. Indeed, the spiritual energy in the deep mountains is denser than that in the village. After a night of cultivation, Yifeng absorbed a fist-sized amount of spiritual energy. However, he was still far from breaking through. He stood up and continued deeper into the mountains. He discovered many valuable herbs, but not a single rare treasure. 2 days later, Yifeng sat cross-legged on the summit of the Great Green Mountain. The spiritual energy here was much denser than below. After practicing for a while, Yifeng opened his eyes and said, It seems I can't find anything helpful. I've been out for almost 3 days, or I need to go back, or Xiao Xiao will be worried. After making up his mind, Yifeng grabbed his axe and headed down the mountain. However, on the way back, he suddenly felt a chill emanating from not far away. Something's there. Yifeng was sensitive to this chill and hurriedly walked over to check. It turned out to be a cold pool. However, the spiritual energy here. Yifeng closed his eyes to feel it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within. Without a second thought, with a splash, he jumped into the cold pool. The water in the cold pool was extremely cold, something a normal person could hardly endure. However, Yifeng paid no mind, swimming straight to the bottom of the pool. The deeper he went, the heavier the chill became. Suddenly, the water stirred, and Yifeng saw a tentacle coming at him like a long whip. Yifeng swung his blade, but it felt like striking steel, causing little damage to the tentacle. Instead, he was flung backward. Yifeng stabilized his body and focused ahead, where a dark squid-like creature appeared, sporting numerous tentacles. It seems there really are good things down here. Even you beasts are close to evolving into a ferocious beast, Yifeng said with a stern face. The squid-like creature moved its tentacles, sweeping towards Yifeng. If a normal person encountered this, they would be terrified. But Yifeng remained unfazed, spreading his palm, a ball of spiritual energy appearing in his hand. This was the spiritual energy he had absorbed over the past 2 days. Fearing any accidents, he had kept it in his body and hadn't used it until now, which was just the right moment. Yifeng waved his hand, the spiritual energy transforming into a sharp sword, and with a swoosh it pierced towards the squid-like monster. This sword of spiritual energy was incredibly sharp, charging forward, relentlessly piercing through all the creature's tentacles, yet it still couldn't stop its approach. Soon the sword of spiritual energy was in front of the creature. The creature emitted a sharp, piercing scream, seemingly sensing danger and trying to evade, but the sword of spiritual energy tracked it down, piercing through its body. A stream of dark green blood oozed from the creature's wound, and it lost all signs of life. Yi Feng approached using his axe to cleave open the creature's carcass from which he extracted a dark green. You were about to evolve into a ferocious beast. It's a pity you encountered me. This pearl was the essence of the creature and might be of some use to Yi Feng. He stored the pearl and continued swimming towards the bottom. This cold pool was indeed quite deep. Fortunately, Yi Feng had the support of spiritual energy, or he would have been out of breath long ago. Moreover, the bottom of the cold pool grew increasingly cold, capable of freezing a person solid. What is this? Following the direction of the emanating chill, Yi Feng cleared away the mud below, quickly revealing a pearl the size of a longan in his sight. 3 words flashed through Yi Feng's mind: Ice Soul Pearl. He didn't expect such a good thing could be formed in the Great Green Mountain. He had struck it rich. Yi Feng initially thought he would return empty-handed from this trip into the mountains, but unexpectedly on the way back, he found a spiritual object like the Ice Soul Pearl. This Ice Soul Pearl, also known as the Spirit Spring Eye, is undoubtedly a treasure in the world of cultivation, as it can automatically absorb spiritual energy and continuously release cold energy equivalent to a spirit stone. Once used up, it can recover on its own. Yi Feng grinned widely, extending his hand to grasp the Ice Soul Pearl, and immediately rushed out of the cold pool. He sat by the shore to rest for a while before starting to absorb the spiritual energy from the Ice Soul Pearl. As he cultivated, he wasn't sure how long had passed. One day, Yi Feng opened his eyes, his whole body crackling with sounds, and his skin surface was covered with a layer of dark brown substance emitting a foul smell. With the spiritual energy from the Ice Soul Pearl, he had already reconnected the fractured bones in his body, and the steel nails had also melted away. His body had completely returned to its original state. Not only that, but his blocked meridians had all. Of course, this process naturally depleted the spiritual energy in the Ice Soul Pearl, but the Ice Soul Pearl should take some time to fully recover. What a good thing. Yi Feng smiled, joyfully jumped into the cold pool, and took a bath. Due to the absence of the Ice Soul Pearl, the water in the cold pool had returned to normal. After bathing, Yi Feng dashed down the mountain. A woo! A woo! Suddenly the sound of wolves howling came from ahead. Yi Feng stopped in his tracks as a pack of wolves appeared before him. Indeed, it was a pack, and there were more behind him as well. He had accidentally stumbled into a wolf den. Yi Feng noticed that among these wild wolves, several had only one eye, reminiscent of those he had encountered during his last venture into the mountains. These wild wolves seemed to recognize Yi Feng, baring their teeth and revealing thick, foul-smelling saliva, their eyes radiating a fierce coldness. A woo! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wild wolves charged towards Yi Feng. You seek death. Yi Feng's gaze turned icy. This was a different time. He was no longer the Yi Feng who had entered the mountains a few days ago. With a swift motion, Yi Feng swung his blade, instantly killing 2 wolves that had leaped towards him. Without retreating, he advanced, instead charging at the remaining wolves. Moments later, the scent of blood filled the air, and over a dozen wolves lay dead on the ground, while Yi Feng remained unscathed, albeit smeared with blood. The remaining wolves seemed to be intimidated, refusing to charge forward again. Just then, an angered wolf, the pack of wolves parted, revealing a black wolf that was significantly larger than the others. It appeared to be the Wolf King. This Wolf King gazed at the corpses on the ground, its eyes filled with rage as it looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng met its gaze for a moment, his expression calm. Roar! The Wolf King lunged forward with incredible speed, like a bolt of black lightning. Yi Feng sidestepped to evade the Wolf King. Failing to land a hit, the Wolf King let out an angry growl and continued its attack. Die! With a decisive thrust, Yi Feng found the perfect moment and drove his blade into the Wolf King's body. The Wolf King let out a mournful cry and immediately perished. The Wolf King was merely a wild beast. Had it been a ferocious beast, it might have posed a real challenge for Yi Feng. Holding the Wolf King's corpse aloft, Yi Feng intimidated the surrounding wild wolves, which scurried away into the forest without looking back, swiftly disappearing from sight. Yi Feng did not pursue them, but dragged the Wolf King's corpse forward. He discovered a cave, likely the wolves. He peered inside, where a nauseating odor wafted out. Suddenly, a small grass resembling a wolf's tail caught Yi Feng's attention. This is Tianlang grass. I didn't expect to stumble upon such a treasure again. A look of delight appeared on Yi Feng's face. This Tianlang grass belonged to the 9th rank of yellow-grade heavenly materials, but this particular one was still immature. Eating it now would be of no use. I should take it back first. Saying this, Yi Feng dug it out, roots and all, preparing to nurture it himself. Now that he had the Ice Spirit Pearl, he might soon be able to cultivate this Tianlang grass to maturity. After searching a bit more and confirming there was nothing else, he was about to leave when he suddenly heard a very faint sound. Yi Feng walked over, brushed aside some weeds, and found a wolf cub that seemed to have just been born, its eyes still closed. Since I've found you, come with me. Yi Feng picked up the wolf cub and placed it in his arms. The cub appeared to sense the warmth and nuzzled against Yi Feng's chest. These wolf pelts were valuable enough to make several blankets for Xiao Xiao, especially that of the Wolf King. These wolf pelts were valuable enough to make several blankets for Xiao Xiao, especially that of the Wolf King. Upon returning to the village, Yi Feng's arrival drew the attention of the entire village. He was back with over a dozen wolves, and on his shoulder, he carried the Wolf King. Where is Papa? Why hasn't he returned yet? Xiao Xiao sat on the threshold, resting her chin in her small hands, seemingly anxiously awaiting his return. Chen Susu appeared beside Xiao Xiao, letting out a sigh. Yi Feng had been gone for nearly 7 days with no news at all. She began to wonder if something had happened to Yi Feng, or if he had abandoned Xiao Xiao. It was not surprising she thought this way, as so many days had passed. A person could not possibly stay in the mountains for such a long time. Just then raucous noises erupted from the village entrance. Papa, it must be Papa returning. Xiao Xiao slowed down. Don't run. Chen Susu hurriedly chased after her, believing that such a ruckus at the village entrance could not possibly be caused by Yi Feng. Yet when she caught up to Xiao Xiao and held her, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, standing frozen. Aunt Chen, did Papa come back? Xiao Xiao asked Chen Susu, unable to see. She asked several times, but received no response from the dazed Chen Susu. Xiao Xiao, it's Papa returning. Did you miss him? A familiar voice reached Xiao Xiao's ears. Papa, Papa, I want a hug. Yi Feng smiled as he lifted Xiao Xiao from Chen Susu's arms. Xiao Xiao sniffed. Papa, why do you smell so bad? Because Papa has been in the mountains for a long time without a bath, of course I smell bad. Yi Feng replied with a laugh. Do you dislike Papa now, eh? Of course not. Xiao Xiao likes Papa even if he smells bad. Xiao Xiao said, hugging Yi Feng's neck. A joyful smile spread across Yi Feng's face. Yi Feng, what about these wolves? Chen Susu stared in shock at the wolf corpses Yi Feng was dragging, including a massive wild boar weighing 200 pounds at the end. Not just her, countless villagers emerged, all staring in astonishment. Did the drunkard clear out the... It must be so. Didn't you see that one is the Wolf King? Heavens, how did he do it? Sister Chen, don't ask so many questions, let's just head back. Oh, alright. Holding Xiao Xiao in one arm and dragging a dozen wolf corpses with the other, Yi Feng headed straight home. He first took a shower. Yi Feng, I've prepared hot water for you. Do you need it? Chen Susu walked over with a basin of hot water just in time to see Yi Feng undressing. His strong physique made her face turn red, and she quickly turned away to ask. No need, Sister Chen. He'll take a cold shower instead. All right then. Chen Susu went back, sitting on a chair with Xiao Xiao staring blankly at the corpses of the dozen wolves outside. Xiao Xiao. At that moment, Yi Feng finished his shower and came in. Upon hearing Papa's voice, Xiao Xiao quickly jumped down from Chen Susu's lap and hugged Yi Feng's leg. Xiao Xiao, I brought you a gift back. Can you guess what it is? What? Look! Yi Feng placed the wolf cub he had brought back from the mountains in front of Xiao Xiao. While Yi Feng was showering, he had also washed the wolf cub and infused it with a hint of spiritual energy. The cub had opened its eyes, its fur clean and soft, resembling a little ball of meat, more like a puppy. Wow, it's so soft. Papa, is this a puppy? Xiao Xiao, unable to see, could only feel it, and yes, it's a puppy. From now on it will be Xiao Xiao's pet. Do you like it? I like it so much. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, hugging the little wolf cub. The little wolf cub seemed a bit reluctant, but after Yi Feng shot it a glare, it finally settled down. Yi Feng was somewhat surprised. It seemed the little wolf cub had a decent level of intelligence, likely due to the spiritual energy he had infused. Papa, can I give it a name? Of course. Let's call it Huang. Oh, woo. The little wolf cub seemed a bit hesitant, but it had no choice. All right, we will call it Huang. Huang, come on, let's go play inside. Xiao Xiao hugged Huang and cautiously returned indoors. Seeing Xiao Xiao so happy, Yi Feng was naturally pleased. It seemed bringing back this little wolf cub was worth it. Yi Feng, is what you brought back for Xiao Xiao a wolf? Chen Susu asked. Yes, it's a little wolf cub. Yi Feng nodded. Aren't you afraid it might be dangerous for Xiao Xiao? Chen Susu expressed her concern. Don't worry, that little wolf cub won't dare. Yi Feng replied with a smile. Sister Chen, lend me a hand. I'll skin these wolf pelts, and as for the meat, see if anyone in the village wants it. If they do, let them take it to share. All right. While skinning, Chen Susu couldn't help but ask, Yi Feng, how did you kill these wild wolves? I was lucky and set a few traps. Who knew there would be such a big haul? Yi Feng answered with a grin. However, Chen Susu was not entirely convinced, as she noticed the wolves all bore shocking knife wounds. Could this man really have killed them all with a single blow? Chen Susu gazed at Yi Feng, who was diligently skinning the pelts, lost in thought. By the time the wolves' carcasses were disposed of, evening had already fallen. Yi Feng naturally kept the wolf pelts while he distributed the wolf meat among the villagers. Of course, he did not give away the wild boar. Instead, he planned to cure it into jerky for his own consumption. Sister Chen, I've troubled you all day. Why don't you stay at my place tonight? Said Yi Feng. I'll stay at your place. Chen Susu was startled. Don't misunderstand, Sister Chen. It's just that it's getting quite late, so I thought you could stay. You can sleep with Xiao Xiao, and he'll sleep outside. Better not. If the villagers find out I spent the night at your house, they'd gossip me to death. After all, Chen Susu was a widow. If she stayed overnight at Yi Feng's place, a word would spread through the entire village by the next day. Alright, I'll walk you home. This time Chen Susu did not refuse. Yi Feng escorted her to her door, then returned home, where he held Xiao Xiao and slept soundly through the night. The next day Chen Susu came again, at Yi Feng's invitation. Sister Chen, I've just made breakfast. Sit down and eat with me. No need, I've already eaten. Chen Susu looked at Yi Feng. Is there something you need from me? I wanted to ask Sister Chen, do you know if there's any vacant land in the village? Asked Yi Feng. What do you need vacant land for? Chen Susu inquired with curiosity. I want to plant a watermelon patch, Yi Feng replied. Watermelons? Chen Susu frowned. You'd better not. You should know the big farming family in our village is girl.Ye. If you plant watermelons, you'd be competing with him. You can't beat him. You'll lose money. Don't worry about that, Sister Chen. Even if I don't plant watermelons, I can grow something else, Yi Feng said. That's a good way to think. A man can't just stay cooped up at home all day. Chen Susu pondered for a moment. Most of the land in our village has been leased by girl.Ye. There doesn't seem to be any other plots. That's not right. What about that empty lot at the eastern edge of the village? Said Yi Feng. You mean Lu Laosan's plot? Chen Susu shook her head. That land won't work. I've heard that nothing grows there. It's a dead plot. Really? That land looks perfectly fine to me, and it's huge. How could nothing grow there? I'm not lying to you. Not only did Lu Laosan try planting there, but girl.Ye did too. Every seed they sowed never sprouted. How strange. Let's go take a look. Without waiting for a reply, Yi Feng headed out. Yi Feng, wait for me. Chen Susu hurried after him. Soon they arrived at the plot at the eastern edge of the village. The land was indeed vast. Yi Feng grabbed a handful of soil and examined it closely. It looked no different from the soil elsewhere, so why wouldn't anything grow? Since Chen Susu had said so, she certainly wasn't lying to him. But if nothing grew, there had to be a reason. Yi Feng looked around carefully. Suddenly his gaze fixed on a large black stone in the middle of the field. It stood out prominently. He walked over and touched it. In an instant he felt a sharp, piercing aura. This is a heavenly firmament stone. Yi Feng barely suppressed a gasp. What stone? Chen Susu didn't catch it and looked at him suspiciously. Nothing. I was just wondering. How did such a huge stone end up in this field? I'm not sure either. According to the elders, it fell from the sky. Well, that explains it. Yi Feng nodded, his heart racing with excitement. He had been searching everywhere for heavenly treasures, and here one was right in his own backyard. If he wasn't mistaken, this stone was a heavenly firmament stone. What was a heavenly firmament stone? It was a special material even more valuable than the heavenly wolf grass, a Zuing grade, third-rank treasure. It was mainly used for forging weapons, but also for cultivation. A piece of heavenly firmament stone this large. He was about to become rich. So this is why nothing grows here. It's because of this stone. The heavenly firmament stone belonged to the metal element, containing a sharp, fierce, spiritual energy. With this thing sitting here, how could anything grow? Sister Chen, go fetch Lu Laosan. I want this land. What? You want this plot? No. Didn't I tell you nothing grows here? Sister Chen, just let me. The earnest look on Yi Feng's face touched Chen Susu. She didn't want to discourage him, so she nodded reluctantly. Alright, I'll go find him for you. Chen Susu left. After a short while, she returned with a dark-skinned man in his 40s. Lu Laosan. Yi Feng, I hear from Widow Chen that you want to lease my land. Lu Laosan asked. No, not lease. I want to buy it. I want to purchase this entire plot. Buy the land. Chen Susu and Lu Laosan were both stunned. Chen Susu quickly pulled Yi Feng aside. Yi Feng, do you have a fever? If you lease it, even if nothing grows, you'll lose less. But if you buy it, you'll be throwing money away. Don't worry about that, Sister Chen. I have my own plans. Yi Feng turned to Lu Laosan. Just tell me, are you selling this land or not? Sell, of course I'll sell. But how much are you willing to pay? Lu Laosan looked at Yi Feng as if he were a fool ripe for the taking. Name your price. Let me name it. Lu Laosan pondered for a moment. 100,000. Give me 100,000 and the land is yours. Lu Laosan, you're asking for the moon. You know this dead plot of yours is a money pit. Even if it could grow something, it wouldn't be worth 100,000. Chen Susu exclaimed. Widow Chen, this is a deal between Yi Feng and me. What's it to you? Don't tell me you're sleeping with him. Lu Laosan leered at her. What nonsense. There's nothing between Yi Feng and me. Oh, I don't think so. Lu Laosan seemed convinced that Chen Susu and Yi Feng were involved. Lu Laosan, I came here to discuss buying the land, not to listen to your gossip. Right. Yi Feng, this land, 50,000. Lu Laosan, I won't pay 50,000. If you insist on that, I'll walk away right now. Lu Laosan quickly stopped him. Then you name a price. How much do you think is fair? 5,000. Take it or leave it. That's way too little. This is a whole plot of land. What if you manage to grow something on it? You'd hit the jackpot. 5,000. Take it or leave it. Yi Feng took Chen Susu's arm. Sister Chen, let's go. Wait, 10,000. Give me 10,000 and I'll sell it to you. Forget it. Let's go. All right, fine, 5,000. It's yours. Lu Laosan thought to himself, after all, it's a dead plot. Getting 5,000 for it was not bad. Yi Feng stopped and a smile spread across his face. That's more like it. We can sign the papers right now. Fine. After signing, Yi Feng directly took out 5,000 yuan and handed it to Lu Laosan. Yi Feng, where did you get so much money? That's none of your business. Take the money and go. All right, I hope you strike gold on this land. Lu Laosan's tone was clearly mocking. Yi Feng wasn't angered. Maybe I really will strike gold for you. Yi Feng, where did this money come from? That's none of your concern. Haha. Even if you have money, you can't squander it like this. Why not settle down and live a peaceful life with Xiao Xiao? Chen Susu felt Yi Feng had just thrown away 5,000 yuan. Yet she was powerless to stop him or persuade him. Sister Chen, rest assured. I will grow something here. Yi Feng gazed at Chen Susu. Sister Chen, would you consider helping me? I'll pay you wages. Wages aren't necessary. I'll work for you freely just to support Xiao Xiao. Sister Chen, you're truly kind-hearted. Yi Feng sincerely admired Chen Susu. Her beauty matched her virtue. Yi Feng took Xiao Xiao back to the county town and purchased numerous watermelon seeds along with seedlings of honey peaches and apples. He kept the honey peach seeds in reserve for now, intending to cultivate watermelons first. By the time they returned, night had fallen. After lulling Xiao Xiao to sleep, Yi Feng slipped out to the field. He needed to resolve the matter of the Tiangang stone first. If left unattended, no crop could ever take root on that land. Heaven and earth, boundless, seal. Yi Feng bit open his index finger and inscribed a blood talisman upon the Tiangang stone with his spiritual blood. In an instant, the talisman flared with light before dissolving entirely into the stone. Yi Feng dusted off his hands. The task was complete. Once finished, he hurried home and cradled Xiao Xiao back to sleep. Dawn arrived. At first light, Yi Feng busied himself sowing seeds. After finishing, he returned once more to the county town and came back escorted by several cargo trucks. What are you doing, Yi Feng? Chen Susu rushed over upon hearing the commotion. I've hired them to build a melon greenhouse. You haven't even grown a single fruit yet, and already you're mobilizing such a grand effort. If this fails, you'll lose everything. Sister Chen, please leave it be. Chen Susu couldn't dissuade him. She shook her head, already foreseeing his utter financial ruin. Poor Xiao Xiao, your father is a profligate. And where did he get all this money? Chen Susu puzzled over it. But even vast wealth couldn't sustain such reckless spending. Yi Feng paid no mind to Chen Susu's doubts. Once the watermelons sprouted, her skepticism would vanish. He erected the watermelon greenhouse. It took 3 days to complete. During those days, the entire village mocked Yi Feng, calling him a fool. First buying barren land, then spending lavishly on an extravagant greenhouse. What else could such folly be? Yet like Chen Susu, they too wondered where had Yi Feng acquired so much money. Daddy, why do people call? At lunchtime, Xiao Xiao tilted her head puzzled. Who says Daddy's a fool? Yi Feng asked. Second Fat and the others, and everyone in the village. Xiao Xiao, listen carefully, don't believe their nonsense. How could Daddy possibly be a fool? He's accepting. Silence reigned through the night. The next morning, Yi Feng inspected his watermelon plot and smiled with quiet satisfaction. Still something felt missing. Perhaps he should dig a fish pond too. After all, he still possessed the ice essence pearl, as such a treasure ought not go to waste. The ice essence pearl continuously absorbed spiritual energy. Submerged in water, it would nurture plump succulent fish and shrimp. Delicacies Xiao Xiao would surely adore. Yi Feng's plan was sound, but it demanded funds. He'd need to earn more money. Next, Yi Feng watered the melon field. Yet this was no ordinary water. It was spirit-infused water purified by the ice essence pearl. With this pearl, he commanded an endless supply of spirit water. Growing watermelons would be effortless. After irrigating the field, Yi Feng returned home to sleep. Another day passed. Then suddenly Chen Susu burst and seized Yi Feng's hand and dragged him away. Sister Chen, where are we going? Hurry, follow me. She led him straight to the melon field. Yi Feng, look. Sprouts. They've sprouted. She pointed excitedly at the field. What's so extraordinary? Sprouting is perfectly natural, Yi Feng replied, utterly unruffled. Natural? You must understand. This plot owned by old Lu Sen hasn't yielded anything in decades. Now sprouts appear. This means you won't suffer losses. Truth be told, Chen Susu had been deeply anxious these past days, terrified Yi Feng would lose everything given how much he'd invested. She couldn't bear seeing him ruined. Sister Chen, you're worried about me. Chen Susu, of course I am. If you go broke, Xiao Xiao will have to endure hardship alongside you. No matter. If I truly run out of rice, I'll bring Xiao Xiao to your house for meals. You'd eat at my home. Do you want the whole village gossiping you to death behind your back? No matter. If I truly run out of rice, I'll bring Xiao Xiao to your house for meals. You'd eat at my home. Do you want the whole village gossiping you to death behind your back? Yi Feng laughed heartily. In his previous life, he'd spent all his years forging an empire for the heavenly sovereign Hao Tian, never once pondering matters of love and family. Now reborn, blessed with a beloved daughter, he saw no harm in finding a woman to become Xiao Xiao's stepmother. Yet Chen Susu was exceptional, graceful in form, radiant in appearance, and profoundly kind-hearted, especially devoted to Xiao. Yet Chen Susu was exceptional, graceful in form, radiant in appearance, and profoundly kind-hearted, especially devoted to Xiao Xiao. Taking her as wife held no objection. Though Chen Susu was a widow, Yi Feng, keen-eyed as ever, saw clearly she remained untouched. Her late husband, it seemed, had never consummated their marriage before being gored to death by a wild boar, a tragic fate. In the days that followed, Yi Feng stayed in the melon patch. Every day, he watered the patch with spiritual water. The newly sprouted watermelon seedlings transformed remarkably each day. On the first day, only sprouts emerged. By the second day, they had become vines. On the third day, fruits began to form. This astonished Chen Susu. Yi Feng, how did these watermelons grow so fast? It might be related to the melon patch. Don't tell anyone about this. I know. Chen Susu felt that Yi Feng had truly stumbled upon a treasure trove of land, for the watermelons grew too quickly. It defied all logic. On the seventh day, the first batch of watermelons in Yi Feng's patch had already ripened. Each one was exceptionally large, every single one a true king among melons. Come on, Sister Chen, let's go eat some watermelon. Yi Feng picked a watermelon from the field and brought Chen Susu back home. When he cut it open, a fragrant aroma wafted out. How can a watermelon have such a fragrance? Chen Susu exclaimed in surprise. Here, Sister Chen, have a piece. This watermelon looks so perfect, it doesn't even have a single seed. How is it like a Chilean melon? I remember we planted Black Beauty, didn't we? Chen Susu was puzzled. Sister Chen, don't overthink it. Just take a bite and see how it tastes. Chen Susu took a bite, her face lighting up as she looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, it's delicious, incredibly delicious. Not only sweet and juicy, but the lingering aftertaste is endless. Chen Susu even used the phrase lingering aftertaste, which showed just how delicious the watermelon was. No wonder. It was watered with spiritual water by Yi Feng, making it almost a minor spiritual fruit. How could it not be tasty? Yi Feng also took a bite. It tasted good, but compared to a true spiritual fruit, it was still far behind. A real spiritual fruit, when eaten, could not only beautify the skin, but also prolong life. However, with his limited conditions, Yi Feng could only produce something akin to a half-spiritual fruit, which was already quite an achievement. Sister Chen, what do you think about taking the watermelons to the county town to sell? Great, of course. Business, Chen Susu exclaimed with excitement. Then let's do it. Our family will go to the county town this afternoon to sell watermelons. Yi Feng, don't talk nonsense. What, our family? It sounds bad if others hear. Yes, Sister Chen is right. In the afternoon, Yi Feng found a truck, loaded it with watermelons, and brought Xiao Xiao and Chen Susu to set up a stall in the county town. Yi Feng directly cut open a watermelon for people to sample. If they didn't taste it and find it good, how? Not long after Yi Feng cut open the watermelon, a crowd gathered around, drawn by the natural fragrance of the melon. Moreover, the watermelons he grew were all exceptionally large, which was enough to catch anyone's eye. Wow, man, your melon smells so good, and it's huge. They're all homegrown. Have a taste. Yi Feng handed out pieces of the cut watermelon to the passers-by. After taking a bite, their expressions were just as vivid as Chen Susu's had been earlier. Damn, this melon is incredible. I've never tasted such a delicious watermelon in my life. Yet, bro, how much for this melon? Yi Feng replied without hesitation, 100 yuan each. What? Is it a golden melon? 100 yuan each. That's too expensive, man. You make it cheaper, and he'll buy one. Everyone, am not overpricing it. These melons are grown using my family's ancestral cultivation method. They're rare and hard to come by. I really didn't set the price too high. Alright, give me one. 100 yuan is fine. Give me one too to try something new. Deal. In no time, Yi Feng had sold 5 melons. The others, hearing the price of 100 yuan each, were somewhat hesitant. Ye Feng, your melons are too expensive. Why not lower the price a bit? Sister Chun, it's already cheap. You know, some imported premium Chilean melons cost 50 or 60 yuan each, or even more. And look at ours. They're all king-sized melons. Selling them at 100 yuan is already a bargain. When you put it that way, you're right. Chen Susu nodded. She had heard that Chilean melons were expensive. Ordinary ones cost 30 to 40 yuan, and premium ones 50 to 60 or more. Compared to those, the watermelons Ye Feng grew were indeed impressive. But she still worried. However, Qingshui County isn't big. If we sell them so expensively, no matter how tasty they are, there might not be many buyers. Don't worry about that. Once word spreads, there will be no shortage of customers. Ye Feng was quite calm. A mere 100 yuan was nothing. You know, in some high-end supermarkets, a bunch of rose grapes can cost several hundred, or even 1,000 yuan. This was still modest. After a while, a few more people bought watermelons. Ye Feng remained unhurried, holding Xiao Xiao, and patiently waiting. Soon the man who had just bought a melon came running back, accompanied by an imposing older man. Boss Zheng, this is the watermelon I just bought. Boss Zheng nodded. Brother, could you cut open another melon and let me taste it? Sure. Ye Feng cut another watermelon without hesitation and handed a piece to Boss Zheng. Boss Zheng took a bite, then a second and third. After finishing the slice, he seemed unsatisfied. Delicious, delicious. Brother, I'll take the whole truckload of your watermelons. Oh, all of them. Chen Susu was stunned. Yes, all of them. All right, let me count the melons for you, boss. No need. I see there are about 30 or 40 melons here. They'll give you 5,000 yuan and take the whole lot. Boss Zheng, with his deep pockets, had his bodyguard hand over 5,000 yuan to Ye Feng. Deal, the whole truckload is yours. Ye Feng didn't bother counting the money and stuffed it into his pocket. Brother, let's get acquainted. My name is Zheng Kaifeng. I'm a fruit wholesaler. May I ask your name? I'm Ye Feng. So it's Brother Ye. Zheng Kaifeng looked at Ye Feng. I heard you grow melons, and these are all grown using your family's ancestral method. Yes, that's right. Ye Feng nodded. Do you still have more of these melons? Zheng Kaifeng asked. Plenty. I have a whole melon patch. Ye Feng said. Great. Take me to see your melon patch. I want to buy all your watermelons. Of course. When do you want to go? Why not today? I'm free right now. That's fine, but what about this truckload of melons? Don't worry about that. He'll have someone move them. And brother, come in my car, and we'll go together. Ye Feng, holding Xiao Xiao, brought Chen Susu and got into Boss Zheng's car. Brother Ye, I forgot to ask, where is your home? So I can tell the driver. Zheng Kaifeng asked from the passenger seat. Qingshan Village. Ye Feng said. Qingshan Village. Zheng Kaifeng was stunned. What's wrong, Boss Zheng? Any problem? Ye Feng asked. No. Is there a man named girl.Ye in your village? Zheng Kaifeng said. Yes, there is. He's the richest man in the village. That must be him. He also grows melons, and I buy all his harvest. Oh, so Boss Zheng is also a customer of girl.Ye. Ye Feng was surprised by the coincidence. I've been to Qingshan Village before. Why don't I remember you being a melon grower? Zheng Kaifeng wondered. I only started growing recently, and I've only lived in Qingshan Village for a few months. Oh, I see. Zheng Kaifeng nodded and didn't ask further. Soon they arrived at Qingshan Village. Ye Feng led Zheng Kaifeng to the melon shed. Seeing the melon shed Ye Feng had built, Zheng Kaifeng nodded approvingly. This at least looked like a real melon farm. He was now more inclined to believe Ye Feng's claim of using an ancestral cultivation method. Boss Zheng, these are my watermelons. Zheng Kaifeng looked at the melons covering the ground and said happily, Good. These melons are all excellent. He'll take them all. But Boss Ye, since I'm buying in bulk, shouldn't you give me a discount? He no longer called Ye Feng Brother Ye, but addressed him as Boss Ye. This was business after all, and money talked, so he had to be more formal. It won't be any cheaper, and if you want to buy it, can't be just 100, it has to be 200 each. Ye Feng's words were astonishing. Zheng Kaifeng was left dumbfounded. Even Chen Susu felt the same way. She wished she could reach out and touch Ye Feng's forehead to see if he had a fever. He must have gone crazy. When someone collects melons, they surely want a lower price. But you, on the other hand, actually raised the price. Ha, Boss Ye, are you joking with me? Zheng, I'm not joking. I sold a truckload of watermelons for 100 just to test the waters. Now I'm offering you 200 each, which is already a bargain. If it weren't for my watermelons just starting out, I would have wanted to sell them for 500 or even 1,000. Ye Feng said this very seriously. Boss Ye, it seems you don't want to cooperate with me anymore. If that's the case, let your watermelons rot in your hands. Zheng Kaifeng said angrily. If Boss Zheng wants to leave, I won't stop you. After all, you're not the only one collecting watermelons. There are plenty of people out there. Once my melons sell well, many will come to collect them, and I won't give them even 200. Ye Feng remained unperturbed, clearing the way for Zheng Kaifeng to leave. Although Yi Feng said this, Chinsusu was anxious. She felt that Yi Feng was truly insane. It's just a watermelon, why sell it for such a high price? But Yi Feng pulled her along, urging her to keep quiet. Zheng Kaifeng suddenly stopped after taking a few steps. Boss Yi, can't you lower the price a bit? No, alright then, 200 it is. However, I can only take a small portion for now to see how the market reacts. If it's good, it'll come back for all your melons. Okay, but if you come back for more melons, it won't just be 200. Boss Yi, you really know how to raise prices with me. Zheng Kaifeng shook his head in speechlessness. This was the first time he encountered someone like Yi Feng in business. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Feng's watermelons were indeed delicious, he would have left long ago and wouldn't have wasted so much time talking. In the end, Zheng Kaifeng only called people to take away 500 watermelons to test the waters. If it worked out, he would come back to collect all of Yi Feng's melons. If he lost, he wouldn't lose much. 500 watermelons at 200 each totaled 100,000. Together with the previous 5,000 in less than 8 days, Yi Tian had earned 105,000, which could be considered a tremendous profit. After Zheng Kaifeng left, Chinsusu finally couldn't hold back. Yi Feng, I just don't understand why you raised the price with Boss Zheng. Sister Chin, let me ask you, are our watermelons delicious or not? They are delicious, but they are too expensive. Sister Chin, you must know that a few mangoes and apples imported from abroad could cost several hundred or even over 1,000. Our watermelons are not inferior to them, so they are truly not expensive. Chinsusu was speechless, sighed, and said, Boss Zheng will definitely not cooperate with you again. A good opportunity is wasted like this. Who said that? Sister Chun, do you believe that Boss Zheng will come back soon? Yi Feng said with confidence. How could he come back? He's not a fool. Let's make a bet. Sister Chun, if Boss Zheng comes back, you will wash my feet. If I lose, he'll wash your feet. Alright, as long as Boss Zheng comes back, he'll wash your feet for a lifetime, no problem. As soon as Chinsusu finished speaking, she realized her words were inappropriate. In her moment of urgency, she blurted out such a statement, and after saying it, she felt a bit embarrassed and regretted it. Sister Chin, you said it yourself? Just wait to wash my feet for a lifetime, haha. Yi Feng laughed hard. I don't believe that Boss Zheng will come back again, Chinsusu said. Of course, deep down she still hoped Boss Zheng would return, as it concerned whether Yi Feng could make money. She naturally hoped that Yi Feng could earn a lot of money to live well with Xiao Xiao. In the following 2 days, Yi Feng had nothing to do, so he just accompanied Xiao Xiao to play. Daddy, why doesn't this big yellow dog bark like Wong Wong? Is it mute? Xiao Xiao said, patting the big yellow dog's head. Did you hear that? Xiao Xiao wants to hear you bark. Yi Feng said to the big yellow dog. This little wolf cub drank Yi Feng's spiritual water every day and had grown quite a bit, showing some wolfish traits, but still looked more like a wolf dog. Owl! The little wolf cub immediately howled at the sky. It was a wolf howl, but sounded quite childish. Big Yellow, why do you howl so badly? It should be Wong Wong. Did you hear that? Yi Feng said. The little wolf cub, having consumed the spiritual water, had developed a fair bit of intelligence, so it understood what Yi Feng was saying. It was almost suffocating. It was a wolf, not a dog. I told you to bark, why aren't you listening to Xiao Xiao? Yi Feng glared at the little wolf cub. The little wolf cub was nearly scared to pee. Animals are more sensitive than humans, especially when facing danger. The big yellow dog looked at Yi Feng as if it were gazing at a deity. It could feel that Yi Feng was formidable. How long? The big yellow dog began to bark in a distressed manner, tears welling up in its eyes. It felt too wrong. I am a wolf, not a dog. Daddy, don't scare Big Yellow. Big Yellow is my good friend. Xiao Xiao said, hugging Big Yellow. The big yellow dog licked Xiao Xiao a couple of times, thinking that the little master was good to it. Alright, I won't scare it anymore. Yi Feng shook his head. Little cub, I'll let you off easy this time. He took out the inner pill of a creature similar to a squid that he had killed in the cold pool and stuffed it into Big Yellow's mouth. Big Yellow's eyes widened, looking at Yi Feng with a face full of gratitude. It could naturally sense that Yi Feng was giving it a good thing to eat. Indeed, the owner treats me the best. Big Yellow cried, tears of joy. On this day and age, even wolf cubs have learned to go with the 3 days had passed, and Yi Feng still had nothing to do. However, Chinsusu was quite anxious as 5 days had gone by, and Zheng Kaifeng seemed to have no intention of returning. One day, Chinsusu came to Yi Feng's house. She looked at Yi Feng and said, just wait to serve me foot bath water. Don't rush, Sister Chun. It's only been a few days. Yi Feng remained calm. Just then, the sound of many cars approaching from the village entrance could be heard. Qingshan village was quite remote, and there were not many families who could afford cars. The sudden arrival of so many vehicles naturally attracted the attention of the entire village. Chinsusu also ran out to take a look. After a short while, she rushed back and said, Yi Feng, Zheng Boss Zheng is here, and he brought a convoy with him. Are they here to collect melons? Oh, he came back so soon. That's quicker than I expected. Yi Feng remained composed for he knew Zheng Kaifeng would return. Yi Feng, what are you waiting for? Go out and take a look. Sister Chen, don't be anxious. Have a sip of water first. If he's here to collect melons, he will naturally come to find me. We can just wait here. Yi Feng poured a bowl of water for Chen Susu and said, why are you not anxious at all? What if he is here to collect Zhao Dahe's melons? Susu was still very anxious. Have you ever seen him come to collect Zhao Dahe's melons with such a big show? It seems not. Then there's no problem. Just wait. Yi Feng sat there as steady as Mount Tai. After a while a group of people arrived at the door. Boss Yi, I'm here again. The person who entered was none other than Zheng Kaifeng. Boss Zheng, how are my melons? The melons from Boss Yi are truly exceptional. I collected 500 melons and sold out in no time. Zheng Kaifeng praised enthusiastically. I'm here this time to collect all of Boss Yi's melons at 200 each. Look, I brought the people with me. Yi Feng shook his head and said, Boss Zheng, as I told you before, for the first melon collection I can give you 200, but now it's 300 each. Boss Yi, you can't raise the price like this. It's only been a few days, and you already want to increase it by 100. Zheng Kaifeng said with a mournful expression. Boss Yi, you can't raise the price like this. It's only been a few days, and you already want to increase it by 100. Zheng Kaifeng said with a mournful. Yi Feng smiled without saying a word. Seeing Yi Feng's expression, Zheng Kaifeng was sure of it. He became even more anxious. Boss Yi, I'm the first one to come to collect melons from you. You can't sell them to others. They'll give you 300, no, 350 each. They'll take all your melons. All right, then it's 350. Yi Feng decisively agreed. Chen Susu, who was standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. Originally, she thought 100 each for the watermelons was expensive. Then it was 200 each, which left her a bit dazed. Who would have thought Yi Feng would raise the price again? Now not only was Yi Feng raising the price himself, but even Zheng Kaifeng was helping him to increase it. This was something she had never heard of or seen before. They had all gone mad. The next step was to pick the melons and pack them. Yi Feng didn't need to manage the entire process because Zheng Kaifeng had brought the people clearly well prepared. Yi Feng, holding Xiao Xiao along with Chen Susu, just watched and counted the number of watermelons. Of course, there were also the villagers from Qingshan village watching the excitement. When they saw that Zheng Kaifeng was here to collect melons, and it was Yi Feng's melons, they were all left dumbfounded as no one knew that Yi Feng had grown watermelons. Among them, the most astonished was Lu Laosan, whose eyes looked like they were about to pop out. After all, it hadn't been long since Yi Feng bought the land from him, and he had already grown watermelons. And he even sold the watermelons. This was faster than having a baby. Even using labor-inducing drugs wouldn't be this quick. Meanwhile, a person hurried to the center of the village running towards a villa. This villa was quite grand, and a luxurious car was parked outside. Only Zhao Dahe could build such a villa in Qingshan village. Dahe, go, it's not good, it's not good. Something happened. Guzi, what are you panicking about? What happened? A person came out of the villa. If Yi Feng were here, he would definitely recognize this person as Zhao Arai. Arai, Guz, something big has happened. Guzi, don't worry, what happened? Did someone steal the watermelons? No. It's the drunkard at the east end of the village. He bought Lu Laosan's land and has grown watermelons. What? Yi Feng used Lu Laosan's land to grow watermelons. Upon hearing it was about Yi Feng, Zhao Ari's expression darkened. Yes, Arai, not only did he grow watermelons, but now someone is here to collect them. I just saw that the person collecting the melons seems to be Boss Zheng. Boss Zheng? Which Boss Zheng? The one who collects our melons, Boss Zheng. What? Zhao Arai looked at Guzi. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Arai, Gu, I really didn't see it wrong. I'm going to find my brother. No need, I heard everything you said. Let's go take a look. A big black fat man in his 40s with a face full of wealth came out of the villa. He was Zhao Dahe, the wealthiest man in Qingshan village. Bro, should I gather more people to go with us? Zhao Arai was still quite afraid of this older brother because his brother was a tough character. He was indeed a bully in the village, but compared to Zhao Dahe, he was far behind. No need, we are not going to cause trouble. Let's see what's going on first. Alright, big brother. Zhao Dahe led Zhao Arai and the others to the east end of the village, observing from a distance. It really is Boss Zheng. Why is he here to collect Yi Feng's melons? Zhao Dahe frowned. Go ask how much Yi Feng's melons are selling for per gene. Yes, Dahe, go. Not long after, Guzi returned, his face full of uncertainty. Did you find out? Dahe, go, it seems to be 350 each. Guzi swallowed hard. Oh, 350. Each. Zhao Dahe looked at Guzi in shock. Say it again. He thought he had heard wrong. Dahe, Gu, you didn't hear wrong, it's 350 each. Damn, Guzi, do you think I'm an idiot? How can a watermelon be 350 each? Zhao Dahe couldn't believe it. Not only him, but Zhao Arai also couldn't believe it. It's true, Dahe, Gu, I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, you'll go find more people to ask. Guzi went to find a few more people. As a result, without exception, what they found out was indeed 350 each. This time, both girl.Ye and girl.Ye could no longer remain calm. How can it be 350 each? Are you crazy? Do you think watermelons are made of gold? Regardless of whether they believed it or not, the transaction between Ye Feng and Zheng Kaifeng had already been made. Boss, all 2,972 watermelons have been loaded. One of Zheng Kaifeng's subordinates rushed over and reported. No issues, Ye Feng replied. Then I'll transfer the payment to you right away, Zheng Kaifeng said. Go ahead. Ye Feng recited his bank account number. Shortly afterward, 1,100,000 yuan was deposited into Ye Feng's account. He glanced at the SMS notification and frowned. Mr. Zheng, why did you transfer several thousand yuan more than agreed? Consider it rounding off the sum, Mr. Ye. If your next batch of watermelons ripens, I'd like to reserve them in advance. Please don't sell them to anyone else. A few thousand yuan meant little to Zheng Kaifeng. He simply sought to cultivate goodwill with Ye Feng for future collaboration. Ye Feng's watermelons were exceptional. Zheng Kaifeng had earned a substantial profit from the 500 he'd taken last time. Confident in their market potential, he saw great promise in Ye Feng's produce, and thus nurturing this relationship was undoubtedly wise. Agreed. I'll contact you first when the next harvest matures. Then it's settled. Zheng Kaifeng glanced toward the villagers gathered nearby, and drawing Ye Feng aside, cautioned softly, Mr. Ye, be wary. Earning so much so quickly in this village may stir envy. Should any trouble arise, just let me know, who I'll lend my support without hesitation. Thank you for the warning, Mr. Zheng. But should any difficulty emerge, I'm confident I can handle it myself. Ye Feng replied with a smile. Very well, then I'll take my leave. Safe travels, Mr. Zheng. No need to see you off. Zheng Kaifeng waved farewell, climbed into his vehicle, and departed Qingshan village in grand procession, several trucks laden with watermelons rumbling down the road. Sister Qin, do you know how much we've earned? Qin Susu had been absent during Ye Feng's transaction with Zheng Kaifeng, and thus remained unaware of the sum. How much? Not much, just 1.2 million yuan. What a 1.2 million. Gasp. Qin Susu drew a sharp breath. She'd known the deal would yield a handsome profit, but never imagined such an astronomical figure. To her, a rural widow, it was nothing short of unimaginable wealth. Let's go home, Sister Qin. We'll celebrate properly. Ye Feng took Qin Susu's hand as they walked home. Ye Feng, don't hold my hand like that. Everyone's watching. Qin Susu gently pulled her hand free. What's there to fear, Sister Qin? Gossip has long swirled behind our backs. What matters is clarity within our own hearts. Qin Susu remained silent, but followed Ye Feng home nonetheless. That evening, Ye Feng lit the stove and prepared a delicious meal himself. He could hardly contain his joy, yet before dinner began, a firm knocking echoed at the door. Ye Feng opened it to find Guzi standing outside. Ye Feng, brother Dahe invites you to dine at his home. You mean Zhao Dahe? Yes, the very same brother Dahe. Ye Feng's brow furrowed. He hadn't expected trouble to arrive so swiftly. Barely had he sold the watermelons when Zhao Dahe appeared at his threshold. Ye Feng needed no intuition to guess Zhao Dahe's intentions. Nothing good could come of it. I won't go. Can't you see I'm about to eat? If he wants me, let him come here himself. With that, Ye Feng shut the door. Who was that Ye Feng? No one worth mentioning, Sister Qin. Let's not dwell on it. You must be hungry. Let's eat. Here, Xiao have a chicken leg. And you too, Sister Qin. Ye Feng, you eat yours. I'll have something else. Don't be so modest, Sister Qin. Your contribution was indispensable. The watermelons fetched such a fortune thanks to you. Not at all. I didn't lift a finger. Truth be told, Qin Susu truly had done nothing. Since Ye Feng planted the watermelons, the vines grew visibly each day, requiring no assistance from her. Nonsense. You're my lucky star, my greatest blessing. Without you, these melons wouldn't have flourished so magnificently. You always know just what to say. Qin Susu cast Ye Feng a playful, knowing glance, graceful, even alluring. Ye Feng burst into laughter. They dined together, while three people, or rather for the young wolf pup, lay beneath the table waiting eagerly for scraps from its master. Lately the pup had been lethargic, sleeping constantly, a sign of imminent evolution triggered by consuming half the core essence of a ferocious beast gifted by Ye Feng. It grew perceptibly each day, now the size of a small dog, its fur soft and snow-white, its voice still tender and childish, though its appetite was astonishingly voracious. Da Huang, here, have some chicken. Aowo. Da Huang yelped with delight. Da Huang, that's not how you bark. It's supposed to be woof. Woof. Da Huang looked crestfallen, but obediently barked woof. Woof. For a wolf to bark thus was undeniably humiliating. The quartet finished their joyful meal. As Chin Susu rose to clear the dishes, knocking resounded once more at the door. Sister Chin, someone's likely here to see me. I'll step out for a moment. Yi Feng excused himself and opened the door. Standing outside were 3 men, girl.Ye and his companions. Brother Yi, what a rare privilege to finally meet you. Girl.Ye greeted with polished courtesy. Ah, Mr. Zhao, the village's wealthiest man. What brings you here? Yi Feng stepped outside, making no gesture to invite them in. Girl.Ye showed no offense, grinning broadly, revealing gleaming white teeth. I heard you've cultivated watermelons. And since we're both in agriculture, I thought it only fitting to introduce myself. I see. Well, now we've met. Anything else? Brother, you don't rush off yet. Truth be told, I came for another reason. I wish to purchase your melon field. Girl.Ye broached the matter directly. Buying land. How much do you propose to pay me? Yi Feng asked, amused. I understand you bought it from old Lu San for 5,000 yuan. Very well, I'll offer 50,000. Sell me the field. Indeed, Mr. Zhao, you're quite wealthy to offer 10 times the original price. So, do you find my offer sincere enough? Sincere, yes, but my melon field is now a treasure trove. 50,000. Far too little. Then what would you accept? 1 billion yuan. If you can pay me 1 billion, I'll gladly hand over the field. You're mocking me. Girl.Ye's face darkened instantly. Mr. Zhao, who's mocking whom? If there's nothing further, I'll return inside. Wait, Yi Feng. Remember, this is Qingshan village. And in Qingshan village, I hold sway. Refuse to sell, and consequences will follow. Mr. Zhao, threats are unnecessary. Others may fear you, but I do not. With that, Yi Feng turned and closed the door firmly behind him. Crunch, crunch. Girl.Ye ground his teeth, fists clenched, fury blazing in his eyes. Brother, I'll gather men and drag that bastard out for a brutal beating until he surrenders. Hold on. Brother, what else do you command? That fellow's formidable. Last time 7 or 8 men couldn't subdue him. Go to the county town, not the village, to find stronger hands. Brother, your foresight is unmatched. I'll depart at once. Girl.Ye's gaze flickered, calculating, inscrutable, already weaving his next move. Yi Feng, who is looking for you outside. It's just a few villagers. They said they want to help in the melon fields and asked if I need anyone. Yi Feng, not wanting to worry Chin Susu, didn't tell her the truth. Well, it's fine to recruit a few people, preferably young and strong ones, so they can guard the fields and prevent any vandalism. Sister Chun is right. We should indeed find some people to guard the melon fields. Yi Feng nodded. But now he wasn't at ease with anyone he could find, as the villagers could easily be bribed by Girl.Ye. Moreover, the matter of growing melons could be handled by Yi Feng alone. He didn't really need help. However, he still had to keep an eye on the fields since someone was already eyeing him. Girl.Ye, you better not come looking for trouble, or it will be you who ends up unlucky. What are you thinking about? So lost in thought? Come over and sit down. Sister Chin, what are you doing? I'm washing your feet. Isn't this what I promised you? Chin Susu said a bit unhappily. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Then Sister Chin, you must wash my feet for a lifetime. Yi Feng laughed heartily. You wish. I'm a widow. Aren't you afraid of what the villagers will say about you? If I were afraid of what they say, I wouldn't be so close to Sister Chun. Yi Feng pulled Chin Susu up, making her sit on his lap. What are you doing? Chin Susu exclaimed. Sister Chin, you look really beautiful. Are you trying to die? Chin Susu's face turned bright red as she tried to push Yi Feng away. But her strength was no match for Yi Feng's. Seeing Yi Feng getting closer, Chin Susu panicked, her face turning even redder. Baba and Chin, what are you? Xiao is here, let go of me. Chin Susu slapped Yi Feng. Yi Feng released her, saying Baba and Aunt Chun are just playing around. The little girl said oh and hugged the little wolf cub, running back into the house. Don't move around or I won't wash your feet. Chin Susu, with her heart racing, squatted on the ground to wash Yi Feng's feet. Yi Feng smiled at Chin Susu, no longer teasing her. He just wanted to amuse her, nothing more. Of course, having Chin Susu around was fine, but the time wasn't right yet. Yi Feng wanted to reach the foundation establishment stage first. If he broke through before that, his foundation would be damaged, and the spiritual platform he would condense would be greatly affected. Sister Chin, don't leave tonight, just sleep with Xiao. No way, I have to go back. Sister Chin, listen to me. Recently Xiao has been having nightmares, and I don't know how to comfort her. You big man, how can you not even comfort a child? So it has to be Sister Chun who does it. Do you really want me to stay? Well then I'll sleep with Xiao, but you can't come in. Don't worry, Sister Chin, I'm not that kind of person. Chin Susu poured out the foot washing water and went to sleep with Xiao. Yi Feng didn't go inside. Instead, he laid out a mat outside. Actually, Yi Feng wanted Chin Susu to stay for her safety because Girl.Ye had already set his sights on him, and he was afraid Girl.Ye would trouble Chin Susu. Chin Susu managed to lull Xiao to sleep. She lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. One reason was the mosquitoes and the other was that it was her first night staying at another man's house. Sister Chen, let me help you with the mosquitoes. Seeing Chen Susu getting up to swat mosquitoes, Yi Feng hurried over to say, there are too many mosquitoes in summer, I'm afraid they'll bite Xiao Xiao. Emma, let me do it. Yi Feng was good at swatting mosquitoes. After a round in the room, he had nearly killed all the mosquitoes. But there was still one left. Yi Feng's gaze was fixed on Chen Susu's curves. In the hot summer, Chen Susu was wearing very thin clothing, and when she went to sleep, she had taken off her inner clothes, which would make anyone who saw it thirsty. Where are your eyes looking? Chen Susu noticed Yi Feng's gaze and set her face full of shame and anger. Don't move, Sister Chen, there's a mosquito on you. Yi Feng pointed at Chen Susu's cleavage. Chen Susu looked down and realized there was indeed a mosquito resting on her breast. Her face flushed as she felt she had wronged Yi Feng. Damn mosquito. Slap. Chen Susu slapped it. The mosquito was crushed to bits. But the scene was still shocking. Whoever saw this would be dumbfounded. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward. Yi Feng cleared his throat. Well, Sister Chen, you should sleep. I'll head out for now. Chen Susu remained silent. Yi Feng turned and walked out. After Yi Feng left, Chen Susu stood up and closed the door. It hurt so much. Chen Susu rubbed her chest. If someone saw her here, they would definitely have a nosebleed. Thinking of what just happened, her face turned even redder. Time to sleep. Yi Feng rubbed his nose and lay down on the bed to sleep. The night passed without incident, and early the next morning Yi Feng hadn't even gotten up when there was a loud knocking on the door. Who is it? Yi Feng, it's me. Open the door quickly. Yi Feng walked over to open the door. Outside stood several strong and young men. Who are you? Yi Feng didn't recognize them. I'm Li Pingfong. Yi Feng, the house you're living in belongs to my third uncle's grandfather. I'm here to tell you to move out. The young man at the front said, this is your house. I heard this house was supposed to be abandoned. Yi Feng frowned. He wasn't from Qingshan village, so he naturally didn't have a house. However, there were plenty of old houses in Qingshan village that were abandoned, and the one he lived in was one of them. Who said it was abandoned? This is my third uncle's grandfather's house. Li Pingfong said. Well, I can pay you rent. Who wants your rent? Just get out right now? Fine, but you have to give me some time to move. I'll give you 5 minutes. Hurry up and pack your things and get out. Yi Feng's expression darkened. He wasn't an idiot, and could see that Li Pingfong was clearly looking for trouble. It must be Go Sheng. Chen Susu walked out of the house. I say, Go Sheng, when did this become your house? This clearly belongs to Aunt Xiao. After Aunt Xiao died, no one wanted it. I say it's my house, then it's my house. Li Pingfong couldn't see Chen Susu, and said, by the way, Chen the widow, why are you here? You didn't stay here all night, did you? Chen Susu lied. I just arrived in the morning. Do you take me for an idiot? Who visits this early? I saw you stayed here last night. Well, everyone come and see Chen the widow is with Yi Feng. How shameless. Chen Susu couldn't keep her composure. Go Sheng, don't talk nonsense. Even if you've done it, can't people talk about it? Everyone come and take a look. Li Pingfong continued to shout, seemingly determined to gather the entire village. Go Sheng, shut up. Chen Susu was anxious and rushed to cover Li Pingfong's mouth. You shameless woman, get away. Li Pingfong kicked out. He intended to kick Chen Susu away. But before his foot could touch her, it was caught by Yi Feng. Who told you to make a move? Yi Feng pushed Li Pingfong away. Li Pingfong lost his balance and fell to the ground. You dog thing, how dare you fight back, get him. The men who came with Li Pingfong all lunged at Yi Feng. However, they were no match for Yi Feng. In a matter of moments, they were all knocked to the ground by him. Someone's fighting, quick, come here. Li Pingfong shouted. Russell. Villagers who heard the commotion all, what's going on? Yi Feng is trying to take over a house, and he's with Chen the widow. I saw it with my own eyes. Chen the widow stayed at Yi Feng's house the whole time. What? Chen the widow is actually with Yi Feng. How shameless. Loose woman. How disgusting. The air was filled with insults. Chen Susu was now in no position to explain. She was on the verge of tears. Everyone shut up. Boom. Yi Feng punched the wall. The wall crumbled down. In an instant, everyone was stunned by Yi Feng's punch. What the hell is he even? I have a clean relationship with Sister Chen. Even if there were something, it's none of your business. Yi Feng turned his gaze to Li Pingfong. And you? What are you trying to do? There are so many people watching. Are you going to hit me? Li Pingfong stared at the collapsed wall, frightened out of his wits. Yi Feng walked over, grabbed Li Pingfong, and slapped him several times. If your mouth is so foul again, I'll pull out your tongue. Oh, he's hitting me. Is there no justice? Are you all just going to watch? Yi Feng, what are you doing? Scram. If anyone dares say another word, I'll beat them too. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent. Yi Feng slapped Li Pingfang's face again. Shout. Go ahead and shout again. If you shout once more, I'll slap you to death. Damn. Li Pingfong dared not shout anymore. Since this is your house, I won't stay. He'll move out with shout. If you ever cause me trouble again, I'll kill you. Li Pingfong cowered, his face full of terror, not daring to say anything. Yifeng went back, packed his things, picked up Xiao Xiao, and pulled Chen Susu outside. The villagers tried to block them. "Get out of my way." Yifeng's glare alone intimidated the villagers, and then he pulled Chen Susu away. "What a fucking useless piece of trash. I sent him to cause trouble for Yifeng, and this is all he's got." Not far away, two men stood, girl.Ye and his brother. Actually, this Li Pingfong was brought by girl.Ye. They had intended to teach Yifeng a lesson, but who knew it would turn out like this? He was furious. But seeing the wall Yifeng had collapsed with a single punch, girl.Ye's face darkened. "This guy is a tough nut, but I'm not easy to mess with either. If you dare cut off my income, it'll take your life." Actually, Yifeng growing watermelons didn't cut off his income. They each had their own business. But girl.Ye was jealous. "Yifeng, I'm sorry I've ruined you," Chen Susu said tearfully. She felt that Li Pingfang's sudden trouble was because of her. "Sister Chen, don't cry. It's not your fault. I know who did it." Yifeng's eyes turned cold. He had lived here for a few months. Why did Li Pingfang choose to come now? Was it really a coincidence? Yifeng didn't think so. There must be someone behind this. And that someone was definitely girl.Ye. "girl.Ye, you want to mess with me, do you? Then I'll play with you. Yifeng, you have nowhere to stay now. How about staying at my place?" Chen Susu said. "Aren't you afraid of the villagers' gossip?" "As long as you're not afraid, it's fine. Things have already come to this. Even if I explain to them, it's useless." "Alright, then I'll trouble Sister Chen from now on." Staying at Chen Susu's place was also good, as it would allow him to protect her. "It's no trouble, I'm more than happy to have you." Chen Susu held Xiao Xiao. "Xiao Xiao, do you want to stay at Aunt Chen's house?" Yes. I like Aunt Chen." Aunt Chen likes Xiao Xiao too. Originally Chen Susu was somewhat unhappy, but soon she was amused by Xiao Xiao. "Sister Chen, please take care of Xiao Xiao for a while. I'm going to the county town." "What are you going to the county town for?" "You'll find out later." Yifeng said that and left. About 2 hours later, a convoy of vehicles hurriedly arrived at Qingshi. "Wow, so many cars. What are they doing?" The one leading seems to be Yifeng. "What is he up to?" The villagers were puzzled, and all ran over to watch the commotion. Yifeng led a group of workers to the plot of land east of the village. This land was large. When Yifeng had planted melons earlier, he only used a part of it. The rest he left untouched. He said something to the foreman, and the foreman directly had someone drive a bulldozer to excavate the soil. "Yifeng, what are you doing?" Chen Susu heard the noise and came running with Xiao Xiao in her arms. "Yifeng, nothing much. I want to build a fish pond to raise fish." "Raise fish?" Chen Susu said anxiously. "You've just planted the watermelons. Why are you thinking about raising fish? And fish fry are hard to raise. What if you lose money?" Yifeng said, "Sister Chen, don't you trust me? Since I'm doing it, I won't lose money." Chen Susu worried, "But girl.Ye also raises fish. Aren't you going against him?" Going against him was exactly the point. Since girl.Ye didn't want him to have a good time, Yifeng wouldn't let him be smug either. Seeing Yifeng's persistence, Chen Susu said nothing more. Even if he really lost money, she thought it wouldn't be much. After all, Yifeng's melon field was still there. As long as the melon field remained, everything would be fine. Brother.Ye, Yifeng is crazy. He's building a fish pond to raise fish. This guy is going against me. Fine. Let's see if you can even buy any fish fry. girl.Ye sneered. 3 days later, Yifeng's fish pond was completely finished. It cost Yifeng over 100,000 yuan in total. Despite the high cost, the money was well spent. The fish pond Yifeng built was luxurious. Yifeng was very satisfied with it. Besides that, Yifeng also planned to build a house. A villa. He acted on it immediately and hired people again. The 1.2 million yuan he had just earned flowed out like water. Money really doesn't last. Yifeng shook his head. "Yifeng, why are you building a house? You can stay at my place for now." Chen Susu felt sorry for the money. "Sister Chen, I can't let Xiao Xiao stay at your place forever. I need to build a big house for Xiao Xiao. Then you can also leave your old house and live together with Xiao Xiao." Yifeng said. "Chen Susu, alright, even if you want to build a house, there's no need to build such a good one. Sister Chen, money is meant to be spent. Besides, we still have the melon field. As long as the melon field is there, we won't worry about making money. Alright, I can't argue with you." After dinner, Yifeng said a few words to Chen Susu and ran to the melon shed. He was not here to water the plants, but for the Tiangang stone. Yifeng had discovered this item, but had not used it yet. He sat beside the Tiangang stone and placed his hand on it. Suddenly, he felt a sharp surge of spiritual energy like blades cutting through. The Tiangang stone contained Tiangang's spiritual energy. This energy was not something an ordinary person could absorb. Even true cultivators would not dare to consume it recklessly. Previously, Yifeng had neglected the Tiangang stone for this very reason. However, in the past few days, he had accumulated a fair amount of spiritual energy within him, and he felt it was time. Breath absorption technique absorb for me. Buzz. The Tian Gang's stone trembled. The Tian Gang's spiritual energy within it surged towards Yi Feng's body, as if it had found its target. This force threatened to tear apart Yi Feng's meridians and bones, and at the same time it seemed as though his body was about to burst. Suppress it. Yi Feng mobilized the spiritual energy he had stored over the past few days like two armies clashing, battling fiercely with the Tian Gang's spiritual energy. It was a chaotic fight, and in the end Yi Feng emerged victorious. Of course he had not absorbed too much Tian Gang's spiritual energy, otherwise he might have been in trouble. After suppressing the Tian Gang's spiritual energy, Yi Feng sat cross-legged, slowly absorbing it. Yi Feng's body underwent a tremendous transformation. The most significant change was in his dantian. It had previously been dull and gray, but now it was suffused with spiritual energy, seemingly on the verge of condensing into a liquid state. I just need a little more to break through the first layer of the refinement stage. I can already consider myself on the threshold, it's just a matter of time before I break through. Yi Feng glanced at the Tian Gang stone, shaking his head. He could not absorb any more. Although the Tian Gang's spiritual energy was excellent, it was too violent for him to handle at this moment. However, he was still thrilled to be close to breaking through the first layer of the refinement stage. The next day, Yi Feng went to the county town early and returned only in the afternoon. What happened? You were all cheerful in the morning, but why do you look grim now? Did you run into some trouble? Chen Susu looked at Yi Feng in confusion. No one was willing to sell me fish fry. Yi Feng replied. I remember there were quite a few places selling fish fry in the county town. How come none of them would sell to you? Chen Susu furrowed her brow. Exactly, not a single one would sell to me. Someone must be sabotaging me. Yi Feng squinted his eyes and said, You aren't talking about girl.Ye, are you? Chen Susu's expression changed. It must be him. Otherwise no one would be trying to trip you up. This could become a big problem. There's always a way out. Even if I can't get fish fry in the county town, I can go to the city. There will always be a solution. But if you go to the city, the prices will definitely be higher and transportation costs will be quite considerable. Sister Chen, you don't need to worry about this. I have my ways to resolve it. Yi Feng did not expect girl.Ye to be so ruthless, directly bribing all the fish fry sellers in the county town, refusing to sell him a single fry. But did he think that this would stop him from raising fish? After eating, Yi Feng left Qingshan village. He remembered that next to Qingshan village there was another village called Hatong village, and nearby was a crescent bay. The larger fish in this crescent bay had mostly been caught by the villagers of Hatong village, but there were surely plenty of small fry left. Yi Feng's goal was to catch fish fry in the crescent bay. Of course, he had to be careful not to let the people of Hatong village see him, or he would inevitably run into trouble, as the relationship between Qingshan village and Hatong village seemed quite tense, a matter stemming from the older generation, and Yi Feng didn't know much about it. He quickly arrived at the crescent bay without being noticed. Splash! Yi Feng jumped directly into the crescent bay. There were indeed quite a few small fish, and he saw many as soon as he entered. You all follow me. Yi Feng formed a hand seal, and spiritual energy spread out from him. In an instant the surrounding small fish seemed to be drawn to him, all swimming towards him. Yi Feng guided these fry with his spiritual energy, and they all swam into the plastic bucket he had brought. In less than 10 minutes, he filled the feed bucket, conservatively estimating there were 400 to 500 fry inside. girl.Ye, oh girl.Ye, did you not expect this? Yi Feng chuckled coldly. Just as he was about to leave, a shadow suddenly appeared above his head. It was a wooden raft. There seemed to be two people sitting on it, one man and one woman, based on their voices. Ligu, do you think we'll get caught having an affair here in broad daylight? Don't worry, no one comes here. Look at how anxious you are. Yi Feng was speechless. He did not expect them to be two people having an affair, but judging by their appearance, they seemed to be from Hatong village. Ligu, I heard that the Crescent Bay has been haunted lately. Shouldn't we leave? Yi Feng made some noise underwater, startling the woman. Don't listen to the nonsense from the villagers. I know this Crescent Bay well. Every year at this time it produces white mist. The villagers say it's haunted, but it's just a natural phenomenon. Besides, in broad daylight, even if there were ghosts, they wouldn't dare to show themselves. But I heard there are ghostly figures in that white mist. What ghostly figures? That's just a rumor. The man embraced the woman. Xiaowan, just forget about it. I miss you so much. You bad ghost. The woman teased. Suddenly, an ancient laugh echoed from somewhere. Kiki, you two have such good taste. Would you like me to join you? This voice startled the two on the raft. Who's there? Show yourself. The man scanned the surroundings, but saw no one. I'm right here, can't you see? The ancient voice echoed again. What the hell, a ghost? The man was so startled that he jumped into the water and fled. Ligu, don't run. I'm still here. The woman turned pale with fright and nearly cried. Great Lord, please don't kill me. I didn't mean to disturb your rest. I'll leave now, I swear. The woman paddled the raft towards the shore. You bad ghost. How dare you abandon me? Just wait until I get back and I'll settle this with you. After reaching the shore, the woman finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to curse as she ran towards Hatong village. Once they left, Yifeng surfaced and thought to himself, with such little courage they dare to come here to have an affair. However, what they mentioned about the white mist and ghostly figures was rather peculiar. Yifeng squinted his eyes. Could there be some treasure? He immediately dove under the water, searching the entire Crescent Bay, but found nothing. Could it really just be a natural phenomenon? Yifeng frowned. Should I come back at night? Didn't that man say that the white mist would appear here at night? After making up his mind, Yifeng carried the plastic bucket back to Qingshan village, and the entire process went unnoticed. Yifeng, what are you carrying in your hand? Of course it's something good. Yifeng unscrewed the lid of the plastic bucket and poured all the fish fry into the fish pond. Where did you find these fish fry? Chen Susu looked at Yifeng in astonishment. Yifeng leaned in close to Chen Susu's ear and whispered something. Chen Susu exclaimed in disbelief. You actually went to the Crescent Bay? You have some guts. You know that's Hatong village's territory. If they find out, they will definitely come looking for trouble. But they didn't find out. Yifeng chuckled. However, Yifeng, these fish fry are a bit few. 400 to 500 fry is indeed few. You know, fish farmers like girl.Ye usually buy them in thousands or tens of thousands because many small fry are weak and die easily, and the ones that survive are not many. It's not too bad. I can raise more next time. Then it's up to you. Yifeng looked at Chen Susu. Sister Chen, you seem to be getting a bit too cozy with me. Who's getting cozy? Nonsense. Chen Susu flushed and glared at Yifeng. Yifeng burst into laughter, tossing the ice soul pearl into the fish pond right in front of her. What did you just throw in? Of course it's something good that can help the fish fry grow quickly. The ice soul pearl was too cold, but Yifeng had placed a seal on it to reduce its chilling effect in the water, otherwise the small fry couldn't withstand such cold. Nighttime. While Chen Susu and Xiao Xiao were asleep, Yifeng quietly slipped out. After a few minutes he appeared at Crescent Bay. The calm surface of the lake was devoid of any movement. Yifeng was puzzled. There was no fog. Could it be that he came at the wrong time? Never mind, I'll wait. Yifeng was very patient, sitting cross-legged on the ground, and began to cultivate. He didn't know how much time had passed, when suddenly he felt the surrounding spiritual energy becoming denser. He opened his eyes and found that a mist had inexplicably spread over Crescent Bay, quickly enveloping the entire area in white fog. Yifeng's gaze flickered as he stood up and dashed into the white mist. If anyone were here, they would surely exclaim in surprise, for Yifeng was walking on the surface of the lake as if it were solid ground. Once Yifeng plunged into the white fog, visibility shrank to within 10 meters, illustrating just how dense the mist was. As if sensing something, he continued forward. Suddenly figures appeared before him. Initially, it was a scholar with a backpack sitting under a tree eating a hard biscuit, while glancing up at the full moon, with a hint of homesickness in his eyes, looking just like a real person. However, Yifeng recognized at a glance that this scholar was merely an illusion. Following that, the scholar vanished, replaced by a group of ancient soldiers, discarded weapons in hand, seemingly fleeing from somewhere, with expressions of confusion, making them appear even more lifelike. If an ordinary person were to see this, they might have been scared to death. However, when Yifeng saw these figures, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes, as if he had thought of something. Scatter! Yifeng waved his hand, sending a wave of spiritual energy that blew away the scene before him. Suddenly a green tree appeared before him out of nowhere. This tree was real, but when Yifeng had come during the day, it hadn't existed. Upon seeing this tree, the excitement in Yifeng's eyes intensified. Indeed, it is the 9-pattern Xingyang tree. No wonder I didn't notice it during the day. This 9-pattern Xingyang tree is a grade 1 spiritual tree. In the world of cultivation, it is also a remarkably precious treasure. The 9-pattern Xingyang tree, also known as the mist shadow tree, usually hides in the void, making it hard to detect, only revealing itself during surges of spiritual energy, which explains why Crescent Bay is shrouded in white mist once a year. Additionally, the 9-pattern Xingyang tree has a unique feature. It sometimes captures projections like the scholar and the fleeing soldiers he had just encountered, which are indeed real. They coincidentally encountered the 9-pattern Xingyang tree, so their projections were recorded, and every time the tree reappears, their projections are released, which is why the villagers of Hatong often see ghostly figures in Crescent Bay. I didn't expect that a 9-pattern Xingyang tree of such age would grow here. This is a huge gain. Yifeng looked up at the dense foliage where several blue fruits were hidden. Those were Xingyang fruits, also known as enlightenment fruits, truly valuable items. However, these Xingyang fruits were not yet ripe, but they were close. Yifeng's eyes burned with excitement. Come with me. It was just right. Yi Feng's melon field and fish pond needed something to stabilize them, and this 9-pattern Xingyang tree was just suitable. As he reached out to touch the 9-pattern Xingyang tree, its branches seemed to possess sentience and struck at Yi Feng. It actually has a hint of spiritual awareness. Well, you've been alive for nearly 1,000 years, haven't you? Yi Feng brushed aside the branch, smiling as he continued. You should be able to understand my words. If you come with me, I guarantee that 100 years later you will transform into a human. The branches and leaves of the 9-pattern Xingyang tree trembled, as if mocking Yi Feng. You can tell if what I'm saying is true with just one look. Yi Feng pressed his finger against his forehead, and suddenly a point of light condensed between his brows. He shot this light directly at the 9-pattern Xingyang tree. Think it over. I will give you 3 minutes. If after 3 minutes you still decide not to come with me, I have ways to take you away, but I won't help you transform then. After saying this, Yi Feng stood before the 9-pattern Xingyang tree, waiting quietly. After a moment, the green tree trembled again, but this time it bent slightly, as if bowing to Yi Feng. Yi Feng was overjoyed. It seemed this 9-pattern Xingyang tree was quite sensible. In fact, just now Yi Feng had done nothing special. He merely captured a scene from his past life, where he witnessed a spiritual tree transforming into a deity and showed it to the 9-pattern Xingyang tree. In the world of cultivation, this might not be anything unusual, but one must remember that this is Earth. Such spiritual trees transforming into deities should be an exceedingly rare occurrence. The image Yi Feng provided clearly shocked the 9-pattern Xingyang tree. Then come with me. Yi Feng turned and walked away. Not long after he left, Crescent Bay began to tremble. If anyone were present, they would be dumbfounded as a green tree actually pulled itself out of the water and followed Yi Feng. Fortunately, it was night. If it were broad daylight, it would likely scare people to death, or at least faint. Yi Feng looked back amazed. This spiritual tree had received a significant fortune. Its spiritual awareness had become anthropomorphized, and coupled with its ability to autonomously slip into the void, it's no wonder it had survived in Crescent Lake for so many years without being discovered. Had it not been for Yi Feng's accidental discovery, it would likely have remained hidden, unknown when it would be detected, perhaps even until it could transform into a deity. However, for a spiritual tree to transform into a deity is as perilous as a dragon transforming into a true dragon. Among hundreds of thousands of spiritual beings, it is already remarkable to get one to transform. If the transformation fails, the only fate awaiting them is death. Like ordinary people, there is naturally life, aging, sickness, and death, but the lifespan of a tree is simply a bit longer. Yi Feng led the 9-pattern Xingyang tree to his melon field and fish pond. This place is mine, I see where you want to settle down. The 9-pattern Xingyang tree unhesitatingly chose to stay beside the fish pond. You are quite clever, Yi Feng teased. This 9-pattern Xingyang tree had surely noticed the ice soul pearl hidden in the fish pond. However, if it wanted to use the ice soul pearl for cultivation, so be it. As long as it stayed here, Yi Feng was still waiting for the Xingyang fruits on the tree to ripen. After a busy night, Yi Feng didn't feel tired. Instead, he was extremely happy. Discovering a grade 1 9-pattern Xingyang tree and having subdued it, how could he not be delighted? When he returned home, Chen Susu and Xiao Xiao were still deep in slumber. He lay down on the mat and closed his eyes for a moment. The next day, Yi Feng went to the construction site. The workers were busily at work, and they didn't pay much attention to the new green tree nearby, only finding it a bit strange. However, in the luxurious 2-story villa at the village center, Zhao was in a fit of rage. Big brother, what happened? Zhao Eri walked in and saw several porcelain teacups shattered on the floor, looking puzzled at his elder brother, unsure who had angered him. Isn't it because of that guy Yi Feng? Zhao Dahe growled. What did he do now? Zhao Eri asked. The melons in the field are ripe, so I called Boss Zheng to come pick them up, but guess what? Boss Zheng said, damn it, should I find someone to kill that Boss Zheng? Zhao Eri exclaimed, also infuriated. Are you stupid? Boss Zheng is not like Yi Feng, he's a big boss, a fruit tycoon. Can we afford to offend him? Zhao Dahe shot back. Then what should we do? We can sell the melons to other bosses, and after all, Boss Zheng isn't the only one who buys melons. Zhao Eri suggested. I've already called several bosses, they all said they wouldn't buy them. This batch of melons might rot in our hands. So how is this related to Yi Feng? Zhao Dahe asked. Are you out of your mind? It's obvious that Yi Feng made Boss Zheng do this. I cut off his fish fry, and he cut off our melons. Zhao Dahe gritted his teeth, saying, damn it, Yi Feng, I want to kill him. Zhao Eri's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. This enmity is set in stone. But weren't they also blocking Yi Feng's path to wealth? Don't worry, killing him is just a matter of time, but it can't be us who does it. Have you found the person I asked you to look for in the county? Don't worry, big brother, I'm already in contact, and there will be news soon, Zhao replied. Then let's wait for the news. Zhao clenched his fists. Just then someone rushed in from outside. It was Guzzi. Big brother Dahe, it's bad. Big Zhuang has been bullied. What? Who the hell dares to bully my son? Big Zhuang was Zhao Dahe's son, 7 years old, a little tyrant in the village who dared to bully anyone, yet no one dared to bully him. After all, he had a wealthy father. Upon hearing that his son was bullied, Zhao Dahe became furious and rushed out. In fact, it was not Big Zhuang who was bullied out, rather he was the one doing the bullying. Just 5 minutes ago, Big Zhuang had taken his family's mastiff out to play. This mastiff was huge and fierce, baring its teeth at anyone it saw, making it clear it was not to be trifled with. Woof woof woof. All the villagers saw it, and quickly moved aside. This made Big Zhuang, who was holding the leash, even prouder, walking with his nose in the air. That's Zhao Dahe's son Xiao Xiao, let's hurry and avoid him. Suddenly a chubby boy, a thin boy, and a little girl appeared ahead. The first two were children from the village, while the little girl was Yi Xiao Xiao, who was playing with De Huang. Since De Huang was with her, Yi Feng and the others weren't worried about Xiao Xiao getting lost. De Huang was now quite clever, able to understand human speech, and even lead Xiao Xiao around. So in recent days, she often played with De Huang, and Peng boasting about De Huang's intelligence. Big Zhuang noticed Xiao Xiao, and said, "You are that drunkard's daughter, that blind girl." Big Zhuang, what are you doing? Get away. Peng, showing some bravery, stood in front of Xiao Xiao. Peng, this is none of your business. Step aside, I'm looking for that blind girl. Big Zhuang, you can't hurt Xiao Xiao, she is my friend. Chubby boy, if you don't leave, don't blame me for being. Big Zhuang loosened the leash he was holding, shouting to, "Hey, go get them, kill them." Woof woof woof. The mastiff dashed towards Peng and the others at its master's command. The thin boy next to Peng was so scared he started to cry. Peng's face turned pale, but he still stood in front of Xiao Xiao. However, how could he withstand the mastiff? He was knocked aside with a single slap from the mastiff. Peng began to wail. After all, he was just a child. The surrounding villagers grew anxious, wanting to help, but the mastiff was too fast. By the time they reached it was too late. Although Xiao Xiao couldn't see, her hearing was excellent, and she naturally understood what was happening. "Daddy, daddy." She cried out for Yi Feng. But how could Yi Feng know what was happening? Thus he could not appear by Xiao Xiao's side in an instant. However, just as the mastiff reached Xiao Xiao, De Huang, who was being held in her arms, suddenly barked, "You dog, you dare to bully my little master. You're asking for death." De Huang broke free from Xiao Xiao's grasp and stood in front of her like a small white dog, its yellow-brown eyes coldly staring at the mastiff. In an instant, the little wolf cub looked a bit like a wolf. The mastiff seemed to sense the danger, hitting the brakes and stopping in front of De Huang. "Hey, what are you standing there for? Go bite it. Are you afraid of a little white dog?" Big Zhuang shouted. Woof woof woof. The mastiff began to bark at the little wolf cub. The little wolf cub seemed to ignore the mastiff, licking its small paw with its tongue. The mastiff, feeling belittled, grew angry, barking several more times before lunging at De Huang. "Get lost." De Huang swiped its paw. With a loud smack, the adult mastiff was sent flying, leaving a bloody gash on its face, looking quite pitiful. "Whoa." De Huang felt exhilarated. This was how a wolf should behave. It strutted toward the mastiff with a victorious gait. The villagers around were left dumbfounded. This little white dog was surprisingly powerful, knocking the mastiff away with a single slap. This mastiff was known as the fiercest dog in the village, purchased by Zhao Dahe for a high price. It could even hold its own against Tibetan mastiffs. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? Woo woo woo. Seeing De Huang approach, the mastiff's legs grew weak with fear, and in front of everyone's astonished gaze, it turned tail and fled, its leash swinging around to hit Big Zhuang. With a loud thud, Big Zhuang fell to the ground, bursting into tears. Seeing the mastiff run away, De Huang curled its lip, showing a look of disdain before walking over to Big Zhuang. "Don't come over here, woo woo woo, don't come over." Big Zhuang was so scared when he saw De Huang coming toward him that he peed himself. De Huang, somewhat disgusted, avoided Big Zhuang's liquid, circling around him several times, contemplating something. "Should I bite him to death for bullying my little master? Who dares to bully my son?" Finally, Zhao Dahe has arrived. Da Zhuang, seeing his father, cried even harder, saying, "Dad, that little white dog bullied me, and it even scared away Dahe woo woo." Zhao Dahe lifted Da Zhuang up and saw that he had wet his pants, cursing useless in his heart. Immediately after, he heard his son's words and looked towards the big yellow dog that had returned to Xiaoxiao's side. He felt a bit puzzled. Could this little white dog really have scared away his mastiff? No way. Zhao Dahe was confused. In his hand, he held the leash of the mastiff that had run home in fear, but now he had dragged it back. "Dahe, go bite that little white dog to death," he commanded, patting the mastiff's head. However, the mastiff refused to approach. Instead, it retreated, continuously whimpering. Just by looking at it, one could tell it was scared out of its wits, let alone biting the big yellow dog. Damn it, you are useless too. girl.Ye kicked the mastiff away. Whose dog is this? Step forward. The people around exchanged glances, not daring to make a sound. Since no one claims it, I might as well kill it. girl.Ye was in a foul mood. His son and his mastiff were both bullied by a little white dog. How could he control the volcanic rage building up inside him? Don't bully the big yellow dog, it is my friend. Xiao Xiao said, hugging the big yellow dog. The big yellow dog was speechless. It wanted to push Xiao Xiao away with its paw, thinking that it was not certain who was bullying whom. There were just a few people who it could handle them. In fact, one should not underestimate the big yellow dog. Despite its small size, it drank spiritual water every day and had eaten a half inner core of a fierce beast. Even though it was not yet an adult, it could easily handle 2 or 3 grown men. If it could speak, it would definitely curse girl.Ye and his family, saying, "You are the dogs, your whole family are dogs, I am a wolf." Whose child is this? girl.Ye thought Xiao Xiao looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. Big brother, don't you remember? This is Ye Feng's blind daughter. Zhao Irius' reminder made girl.Ye suddenly recall. So it is Ye Feng's child. Damn it, not only did Ye Feng cut off my source of income, but now his daughter dares to bully my son. This is unacceptable. girl.Ye angrily walked toward Xiao Xiao. You little girl, come here. The big yellow dog bared its teeth. If girl.Ye dared to lay a finger on its little master, it would definitely bite off the hand of this human. But at that moment it saw a familiar figure appear in front of it. The fierce aura of the big yellow dog instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. It returned to its dog-like demeanor, allowing Xiao Xiao to hug it. What are you doing, girl.Ye? At your age, do you still want to bully my daughter? Don't you have any shame? The person appearing was none other than Ye Feng. He had also heard that Xiao Xiao was being bullied, so he rushed over. Ye Feng, open your eyes and see clearly, it was your daughter who bullied my son. Seeing Ye Feng, girl.Ye's anger flared up even more. Huh, my Xiao Xiao has been blind since childhood, and even she can't stand up to your daughter. Your son deserves to be bullied. Ye Feng said disdainfully. girl.Ye's face darkened, immediately feeling a breath of anger stuck in his chest, unable to vent. He knew Ye Feng was formidable. If he acted out, it would likely be him who ended up in trouble. Ye Feng, look at what your dog did to my Dahe's face. Do you know how much my brother paid when he bought this dog? You must compensate. Dog fights and loses, and you still want compensation. How about this? Let your dog take a shot at the big yellow dog, and that will settle it for you. Dahe, go bite it to death. Zhao Eri kicked the mastiff. However, the mastiff would rather be kicked than take a step forward. If it weren't for the leash, it might have run away already. You see, your dog doesn't even dare to go up. So don't blame others. Ye Feng said with disdain. Damn it, Ye Feng, don't be so arrogant. The good show is yet to come. I will see how your fish pond goes bankrupt. Mutual. I suppose, Zhao, the rich's melons aren't selling well now, are they? Ye Feng retorted. Damn it, Ye Feng, we'll see. After saying that, Zhao Dahe grabbed Dazhuang and left. Dad, why are you leaving? Why not buy that little white dog? I want that little white dog. Useless, shut your mouth. If you dare to yell at me, I'll tell my mom, woo-woo. Dazhuang started crying again. Zhao Dahe's face was as dark as a black-faced judge, thinking about how he ended up with such a useless child. Ye Feng squinted, watching Zhao Dahe and the others leave. After they were gone, he squatted down and hugged Xiao Xiao, saying, Xiao Xiao, are you okay? It's Daddy's fault for coming late. Dad, I'm fine. Peng just got hurt while protecting me, Xiao Xiao said anxiously. Only then did Ye Feng's gaze turn to the little chubby boy beside him, who had a bloodstain from a dog paw on him and was still bleeding. It looked painful. However, this little chubby boy had only cried for a while and was now looking quite strong. You are Peng, right? Thank you for protecting Xiao Xiao. It's nothing. Xiao Xiao is my friend. Ooh, I should do it. Peng, let's go home with Dad. At this moment, a burly man suddenly appeared. He was Peng's father, whose name was unknown. Others seemed to call him Lu Dapeng. It was said that he used to be a butcher and now worked on the farm. Lu Dapeng, this is the ointment I made for wounds. Go apply some on Peng. No need, we have our own. Lu Dapeng was quite cold towards Ye Feng, hugging Peng and walking away. Seeing Lu Dapeng being ungrateful, Ye Feng naturally took back the ointment. However, he was not angry. He knew that Lu Dapeng might be afraid that talking too much would bring Zhao Dahe's revenge. After all, anyone with clear eyes could see that Ye Feng and Zhao Dahe were in a deadly feud, and they would likely cause trouble in the future. They were just ordinary people and did not want to be implicated. Let's go home, Xiao Xiao. Dad, thanks to the big yellow dog today. Even though I can't see, it was very brave and protected me. It will certainly bring benefits in the future. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, the big yellow dog happily wagged its wolf-like tail, thinking that its master should give it a few more inner cores. If Yi Feng knew what the big yellow dog was thinking, he would definitely slap it to death, thinking this was a cultivation world where fierce beast inner cores could be eaten every day. Upon returning to Chinsusu's house, it seemed she also knew what had happened and hurriedly comforted Xiao Xiao. Of course, she also expressed her gratitude to the big yellow dog. Originally, she was afraid that Yi Feng giving Xiao Xiao a little wolf cub would pose a danger to her, but now it seemed she had overthought it. "Xiao-Da-He, your melons won't sell anymore. I will ensure that not a single fish from your fish farm sells." Today's incident with Xiao Xiao thoroughly angered Yi Feng. For several days, Yi Feng exhaled a breath of spiritual energy into the fish pond each day. These newly acquired fingerlings grew astonishingly fast, like melons planted in fertile soil. Within mere days, each had lengthened to the size of a human hand, and not a single one had perished. Chinsusu watched in astonishment, utterly baffled by how Yi Feng achieved such miraculous growth. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had not neglected his melon field, daily nourished with spirit-infused water. The second batch of melons was already nearing maturity. In addition, Yi Feng's cultivation was on the verge of breakthrough, likely tonight. After the others had fallen asleep, he slipped alone into the melon field and drew in a deep breath of celestial yang qi. With a thunderous surge, the spiritual energy within his dantian coalesced instantly into a single, glistening droplet, deceptively small, yet containing hundreds of times more spiritual energy than before. He had successfully broken through to the first layer of the qi refining realm. "At last, I've broken through." Yi Feng opened his eyes, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Even when he had ascended to the rank of immortal sovereign in his previous life, he had never felt such unadulterated joy. Recultivating truly offered infinite, ineffable delight. Yet since this was a second cultivation, Yi Feng resolved to refine his foundation with utmost care. After all, the qi refining realm formed the very bedrock of the Tao path. The stronger and purer that foundation, the greater the advantages it would confer upon his future advancement. He selected a body refining art, named the Blazing Fire Golden Cicada art, a Buddhist cultivation technique widely regarded as the supreme method for forging the qi refining realm. After an entire night of practice, Yi Feng's body shimmered with a faint flickering aura of crimson flame, the first flame. The Blazing Fire Golden Cicada art comprised 13 distinct layers of flame, perfectly mirroring the 13 stages of the qi refining realm. Yi Feng's rapid mastery of the first flame stemmed entirely from his memories and profound insight from his prior life, not accelerating his cultivation speed per se, yet enabling him to grasp even the most esoteric immortal arts with effortless fluency. His body had now become impervious, capable perhaps even of withstanding artillery shells, for he was indisputably a cultivator of the first layer of the qi refining realm. Another week passed. The second batch of melons ripened fully, and so too did the 400 or 500 fish swimming in his pond, plump, lustrous, and ready for market. Without hesitation, Yi Feng dialed Zheng Kaifeng's number. Upon receiving the call, Zheng Kaifeng rushed over immediately. "Master Yi, what brings you to contact me?" Zheng Kaifeng asked with a broad, deferential smile upon seeing. "Brother Zheng, my second batch of melons has ripened. Will you purchase them?" Yi Feng replied. "What? Already the second batch? So soon?" Zheng Kaifeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yi Feng. He had only collected the first harvest barely half a month ago, yet here Yi Feng claimed a second crop had matured. To anyone, such a claim would seem preposterous. "Come see for yourself, Brother Zheng." Yi Feng led him into the melon shed. Before them stretched a sea of enormous melons, each flawless, uniform, and identical in quality to the first batch. "By the heavens, it's true. Master Yi." "No, Brother Yi. You've grown these melons far faster than any mortal should." Zheng Kaifeng rubbed his eyes fiercely, finally accepting that what he beheld was real, his expression shifting to stunned, awe-edged with deep curiosity. Early maturing melons required at least a month, or longer. Yet Yi Feng had produced a second harvest in under 15 days, its appearance even more splendid than the first. Brother Zheng need not be astonished. This is an ancestral farming technique passed down through generations. Then your ancestral craft is truly extraordinary. Enough pleasantries, Brother Zheng. I'll ask plainly, will you take this batch? If not, I shall seek other buyers. Of course I'll take them, absolutely. Zheng Kaifeng exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. His previous purchase of 3,000 melons had sold out instantly, flooding every distribution channel with unprecedented demand and generating substantial revenue. Naturally, a second batch was irresistible. But Brother Yi, surely you won't raise the price again. Rest assured, Brother Zheng, the price remains unchanged, 350 coins per melon. Excellent. My deepest thanks, Master Yi. It's only fair. I owe you a debt of gratitude after all. What Yi Feng referred to was Zheng Kaifeng's earlier assistance in ensuring no buyers would collect melons from girl.Ye. Indeed, Yi Feng had enlisted Zheng Kaifeng's help. After all, as the largest fruit magnate in Qingshui, County Zheng's influence carried undeniable weight. Impatient to delay no further, Zheng Kaifeng immediately phoned his subordinates to dispatch the harvesting fleet, whose convoy once again rolled majestically into Qingshan village. The entire village stirred once more. Good heavens! Why are they harvesting melons again? It looks like they're taking them from Yi Feng's plot. Didn't he just sell a full batch? How could another be ready already? Villagers stood agape, convinced Yi Feng was destined for immense fortune. Brother Zheng, it's nearly mealtime. Would you care to join me for some simple fare? Yi Feng invited warmly. That would be terribly inconvenient. Brother Zheng, it's merely a humble meal, nothing extraordinary. Yi Feng had already instructed Chen Susu to prepare a modest spread. He gently guided Zheng Kaifeng to the table. Chen Susu had prepared nothing elaborate, just everyday staples. But the large carp placed prominently at the center captivated attention, its rich, savory aroma irresistibly stimulating the appetite. Yi Feng, beaming, lifted a tender morsel of fish and placed it delicately into Zheng Kaifeng's bowl. Brother Zheng, please taste this. It's from my own pond. Ah, so this fish is yours. Then that pond beside the melon field must be yours too. Indeed, Zheng Kaifeng had noticed the pond during the morning's harvest. It hadn't existed before, but had said nothing. Now hearing the fish came from Yi Feng's own waters, comprehension dawned instantly. Yes, that pond is newly excavated. Brother Zheng, do try the fish, and tell me what you think. Yi Feng smiled warmly. Very well, I shall savor it carefully. Zheng Kaifeng placed the morsel in his mouth, and his eyes flew wide open. After 2 slow chews, he closed them, lost in lingering, exquisite delight. Ah, Brother Yi, this fish is extraordinarily fresh, and your preparation is simply sublime. It tastes like a dish worthy of the world's finest palates. This has little to do with me. The excellence lies entirely in the fish itself. If you doubt me, try this steamed fish. I added not a single condiment. Yi Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Susu, who promptly vanished into the kitchen and returned moments later bearing a freshly steamed fish. True to her word, she had used no seasonings, not even ginger or scallions. Only pure unadorned steam to reveal the fish's intrinsic essence. Yet as the dish was set upon the table, an intoxicating aroma burst forth, arousing every taste bud. How fragrant! Can a fish truly smell this divine without any seasoning? Zheng Kaifeng asked, incredulous. Try it yourself, Brother Zheng, and you'll know. Yi Feng smiled. Very well, I shall. Zheng Kaifeng lifted a piece with his chopsticks, placed it in his mouth, and swallowed, then moistened his lips. Brother Yi, this fish is nothing short of miraculous. Brother Zheng is a man of keen perception, Yi Feng remarked with a gentle smile. I needn't spell it out. You've surely divined why I invited you to dine. Of course, I understand perfectly. Brother Yi wishes me to introduce you to a reputable fish merchant who'll buy your entire harvest. Zheng Kaifeng, far from foolish, was shrewd and quick-witted, and instantly grasped Yi Feng's intent. Actually, Brother Yi, there's no need to go through all this trouble. He'll take all your fish. If Boss Zheng wants them, that's fine. It saves me the hassle. Yi Feng said cheerfully. They'll give Boss Zheng a discount on these fish, 500 per piece. 500 per piece. Chen Susu, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. Zheng Kaifeng remarked, Brother Yi, that's too high a price. Oh, I can barely afford that. Boss Zheng, you pay 350 for a watermelon. How can you say that you can't afford a fish at 500? Yi Feng looked at Zheng Kaifeng. How about this? If you can't sell the fish, he'll refund you fully. Brother Yi, you said it, so it's settled. Zheng Kaifeng seemed to have been waiting for Yi Feng to say this, although he was unsure if he could sell the fish at 500 each, or after all, while Yi Feng's fish were delicious, they were just ordinary Christian carp. If you're still worried, should I write a contract for you? No, I definitely trust Brother Yi. You'll take them all at 500. Boss Zheng is straightforward. Oh, let's put these matters aside and eat first. All right, let's eat first. During the meal, Zheng Kaifeng ate the most, especially enjoying the 2 fish, which he found utterly delicious. Afterward, he made another call, ordering another batch and taking all the fish from Yi Feng's pond. Brother Yi, I've transferred the money to you already. Yes, I've received it. Wishing Boss Zheng prosperous business. Thanks to Brother. Yes, good luck. I'll take my leave now. Yi Feng saw Zheng Kaifeng off and checked his phone, noticing over 1 million had been added to his account. He smiled. Damn, how come this guy just sold a batch of watermelons less than half a month ago, and now he has another batch? Upon hearing the news, girl.Ye angrily smashed his cup. Zhao Erei and Guzi, standing nearby, dared not say a word. Tell me, how much did he sell those watermelons for? I heard it was 350 each. Damn it, is Zheng Kaifeng an idiot? How can he buy such expensive watermelons? Zhao Dahe angrily smashed several more cups. Big brother, I heard Yi Feng use some ancestral farming technique to grow these watermelons. They're not only the best, but also particularly delicious. That's why I specially went out to buy one for you to try. What ancestral farming technique? I didn't know there was such a thing. It must be a scam, right? Zhao Dahe skeptically looked at the watermelon bought by Guzi, which indeed looked appealing. He had Guzi cut it open, revealing bright red watermelon flesh that looked particularly enticing, and the aroma wafted out, making his throat involuntarily swallow. I'll do it myself. Zhao Dahe took a knife and cut a piece to taste. After one bite, he widened his eye. By the second bite, his face darkened. By the third bite, his whole body trembled. Big brother, how is it? Zhao Erei asked, swallowing hard. You can try it for yourself and see. Zhao Erei acted quickly, cutting himself a piece and eagerly putting it in his mouth. Wow, how can this watermelon be so delicious? Zhao Erei exclaimed quickly, realizing he had misspoken, and hurriedly corrected himself, saying, Big brother, actually our watermelons in the field aren't bad either. You don't need to be so insincere. Yi Feng's watermelons are indeed delicious. Zhao Dahe pondered for a moment and said, Do you think this might have something to do with Lu Laosan's land? Big brother, now that you mention it, it might really be the case. Lu Laosan's land was previously barren. Whatever was planted it would die. But after Yi Feng bought it, suddenly it can produce crops. Zhao Erei slapped his thigh and speculated, Big brother, that must be a treasure land. I think so too. Go find Lu Laosan for me. Big brother, what are you thinking? Yi Feng made so much money with his land. I estimate Lu Laosan should be even more anxious than we are. Big brother has a good plan. I'll go right away. In the evening, Yi Feng celebrated with Xiao Xiao and Chen Susu as he had earned money again, and this time it was even more than last time. Sister Chen, are there any larger plots of land around Qingshan village? Yi Feng had thoughts of expansion in his mind. Yi Feng, what are you planning? You aren't thinking of continuing to grow watermelons, are you? Yes, I definitely plan to grow them, and besides watermelons, I also intend to plant some peach and apple trees. Daddy, I support you planting peach trees, because Xiao Xiao wants to eat peaches. Xiao Xiao raised her small hand and said, Planting peaches might be a bit difficult. Others have tried before, but they said our soil and climate here don't seem suitable for growing peaches. If others can't grow them, that's their problem, but I can definitely grow them. I believe you, but there's no more space in the village to plant watermelons. Wait a minute, I remember there's a large patch of wasteland behind the mountain in the village. This was something Yi Feng had discovered recently while wandering around the village. He was naturally fixated on that plot of land because it was indeed very large. Are you talking about the wasteland on the back slope? No, that was already bought by Zhao Dahe. Bought by Zhao Dahe. What does he want that land for? I don't know. Aside from that piece of land, there isn't any other vacant land in our village. That's troublesome. Of course, if he wanted to expand, there was another way. Blasting the mountain to create more land, but that would be too costly, and was indeed a last resort. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. Let's eat first. After dinner, Chen Susu cleaned the dishes while Yi Feng played with Xiao Xiao. The next morning, Yi Feng went to inspect the situation again, and just as Chen Susu said, their Qingshan village truly had no land left to plant. Yi Feng, the village head wants to see you. Suddenly someone ran up to Yi Feng and said, What does the village head want with me? Yi Feng asked, puzzled. The village chief of Qingshan village was Wang Tian, whom everyone called Chief Wang. Though he bore the title of village chief, few truly heeded his words. Instead, Zhao Dahe commanded greater authority in the village. At this moment, a crowd had gathered at the village chief's home, including the village party secretary, the village accountant, and Zhao Dahe himself. When Yi Feng entered, he naturally saw Zhao Dahe, and he also noticed a man standing beside Zhao Dahe. It was Lu Laosan. Upon seeing Lu Laosan, Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. Lu Laosan, of course, noticed Yi Feng's gaze fixed on him, but he felt no fear. Instead, he glared back with anger and envy. Yi Feng seemed to understand something. Yi Feng, you're here. Come have a seat. Wang Tian spoke to Yi Feng quite politely. He'll pass on sitting. May I ask what the village chief wants with me? Yi Feng asked. Well, it's like this. Wang Tian began, but was cut off by Zhao Dahe. Let me speak. Yi Feng, that melon patch and fish pond of yours, they were originally Lu Laosan's land, weren't they? Zhao Dahe demanded. Although Wang Tian's words were interrupted, he dared not show anger, for Zhao Dahe wielded more power than he did. Yes, that's right. The land did belong to Lu Laosan, but I've bought it now. Yi Feng said. But I heard from Lu Laosan that he never intended to sell you the land. You forced the deal upon. Zhao Dahe said. Forced. He was practically begging me to buy his land. And everyone knows that piece of land was a dead patch. Yi Feng said. I don't care about that. Now Lu Laosan demands you return the land to him. Yi Feng was not surprised at all. Lu Laosan, I gave you 5,000 yuan for the land, and you signed and sealed the deal. Yifeng, that signature and seal don't count. Even if the village chief acknowledges the land deed as yours, it must be submitted to the county, then to the city government, and only with the city's approval does the land truly belong to you. Girl.Ye produced the document Lu Laosan had signed and sealed and tore it up right in front of Yifeng. Wang Tian wanted to say something, but seeing Girl.Ye's menacing posture, he could only sigh helplessly. Girl.Ye, this is between Lu Laosan and me. What business is it of yours? Yifeng said. Of course it's my business. Lu Laosan said he's selling that land to me. Girl.Ye patted Lu Laosan. Isn't that right, Lu Laosan? Yes, exactly as Zhao the rich man says. Yifeng, you'd better return the land to me. It's mine. Lu Laosan chimed in. If you want your land, then you have to pay me back first. It's only 5,000 yuan. He'll give it to you. Hold on. Before it was 5,000 because Lu Laosan's land was a dead patch. Now that I've brought it back to life, it's worth more than just 5,000. And I've built a melon shed, dug a fish pond, and even planned to build a house in front. All of that costs money. So how much do you want? Girl.Ye asked. If Yifeng asked for too much, he wouldn't give it. But if money could solve the problem, that would be ideal. I could forego the money I've spent, but Girl.Ye, if you want my land, you'll have to trade something for it. Yifeng said. Just tell me. What do you want? Girl.Ye asked. I recall that the hillside behind the village is yours. Give me that, and I'll return Lu Laosan's land to you. The land on the hillside behind the village. Girl.Ye frowned. That piece of land was indeed Girl.Ye's. He had bought it a long time ago, intending to develop an orchard, but fearing losses, he had left it untouched. Now that Yifeng wanted it, Girl.Ye couldn't help but feel suspicious. Still, he didn't dwell on it. Even if he gave that land to Yifeng, what did it matter? As long as he got Lu Laosan's valuable land. After all, that was a piece of land where a single watermelon could sell for 350 yuan. Girl.Ye's mind was set on seizing Yifeng's treasure. Fine, I'll give you that land. Words are not enough. Write me a statement and give me the land deed as well. No problem. Girl.Ye immediately had Eri bring the land deed for that plot and handed it to Yifeng. He also wrote a statement signing and sealing it. After confirming everything was in order, Yifeng nodded and said, from today on, Lu Laosan, your land is returned to you. If there's nothing else, Village Chief Wang will take my leave. Yifeng, why not stay for a meal? Wang Tian felt guilty toward Yifeng. As village chief, he could only stand by and watch Yifeng suffer. No need. With that, Yifeng turned and left. Brother, you gave Yifeng such a large plot of land on the back hill. Could something go wrong? What's there to fear? I had professionals survey that land before. It's far inferior to other areas. Even if he gets it, he won't be able to do anything with it. He might even lose money. As long as I get Lu Laosan's land, everything else is secondary. Girl.Ye said with a sneer. You're so thoughtful, brother. Now that we have the treasure land, we're going to get rich. Eri rubbed his hands together, leering. That's right, we're going to get rich, ha ha ha. Girl.Ye burst into laughter. He had thought Yifeng was a shrewd man, but now it seemed he was just a fool, giving up a treasure land for a barren hillside. What else could he be but a fool? Zhao the rich man, now that the land is back, shouldn't you give me the money we agreed on? Lu Laosan said. What money? Girl.Ye pretended to be clueless. Didn't we agree that once I got the land back and sold it to you, you'd give me 200,000? Lu Laosan, are you out of your mind? You already sold that land to Yifeng. Now Yifeng sold it to me. What does it have to do with you? Girl.Ye, you're turning your back on me. I can sue you. Sue. Go ahead. It's not your land anymore. Why the hell would I pay you? Even if you sue, it's useless. Girl.Ye kicked Lu Laosan aside, ignored Wang Tian and the others, and strode out with his men. Village Chief Wang, you must do justice for me. They've stolen my land. Lu Laosan wailed to Wang Tian and the others. Wang Tian had Lu Laosan thrown out. He thought to himself, this is what you get for courting a tiger. Did you think Girl.Ye was any different? And even if he wanted to help, he had neither the power nor the will. Girl.Ye scolded Yifeng, calling him a fool. Wang Tian and the others also thought Yifeng was too foolish. Little did they know Yifeng was already overjoyed inside. He had been considering the expansion, but Qingshan village had no land left to cultivate, which was quite troublesome for him. But who would have thought Girl.Ye would deliver the cushions to him? Yifeng had lost a sesame seed in exchange for a watermelon. He went to take a look at the land on the back mountain. Good heavens, this was not just a watermelon, it was clearly a future blueprint. Because this piece of land on the back mountain was simply too vast. Yifeng returned home. Chen Susu stepped forward and asked Yifeng, I just heard the village chief called for you. What did he want? Oh, it was nothing much. Girl.Ye called Lu Laosan over and wants to reclaim the land. Yifeng, that Girl.Ye is truly despicable. He just can't stand to see anyone doing well. As soon as he saw you making money, he thought of taking over your land. Chen Susu was furious. You didn't agree, did you? I did. What? You agreed. Chen Susu thought she must have misheard. Yes, I agreed to return the land to Lu Laosan. Yi Feng nodded and said, Yi Feng, are you crazy? After all the effort to set up the watermelon shed and fish pond, how can you just give it back? Chen Susu was nearly fainted with anger. Sister Chen, don't be anxious. Let me finish talking. I did return the land to them, but I took the area on the back slope from girl.Ye. No matter how you look at it, we still made a profit. What profit? The land on the back slope is indeed large, but Yi Feng, we sell our watermelons for 350 each. You're throwing away a treasure in exchange for a pile of scrap metal. Chen Susu was filled with frustration. Come with me. We are going to get the land back right now. If that doesn't work, well, sue them. You can't be confused at this time. Sister Chen, I know what you're worried about. Giving the land to them is useless. You have to understand, Lu Laosan's land was a dead land. It only became valuable in my hands. What do you mean by that? Chen Susu looked at Yi Feng suspiciously. Sister Chen, didn't I tell you? I can grow watermelons because I have an ancestral recipe. Without this recipe, even if the land were given to them, they wouldn't be able to grow watermelons like us. Yi Feng said with a smile. Is there really such an ancestral recipe? Chen Susu was somewhat uncertain. In fact, she had always thought Yi Feng could grow such good watermelons because of Lu Laosan's land. After all, watermelons grow from the soil, and she hadn't seen Yi Feng doing much work in the field. He just watered a bit more. Of course, otherwise how could Lu Laosan's dead land possibly produce watermelons? So I used a dead land to exchange for a large piece of fertile land, and that piece of land is huge, huh? Yi Feng finally couldn't help but laugh heartily. If that's the case, then I can rest assured. But you spent a lot of money on that piece of land, and now that money has gone down the drain. Chen Susu said painfully. Don't worry, that piece of land will eventually be mine again. Yi Feng said with a cold laugh. girl.Ye, oh girl.Ye, when you go bankrupt, don't say anything about Lu Laosan's land. By then your watermelon fields and fishing grounds will also belong to me. The next day, Yi Feng got up early and contacted the workers who built the watermelon shed last time, asking them to come over and set up on the back slope. At the same time, he also opened up a large fishing ground nearby. This time it wasn't just a fish pond, it was a genuine fishing ground capable of raising tens of thousands of fish, or even more. Of course, doing all this naturally required spending money. The 130,000 Yi Feng had just earned quickly went down the drain like a stream. There was no way around it, and whether it was materials or labor, he wanted nothing but the best. He wanted to get everything done in one go. The people of Qingmu village found out that Yi Feng was up to something big again and became quite curious. Soon a piece of news spread throughout the village. This news was about how Yi Feng exchanged Lu Laosan's land for the land on the back mountain with girl.Ye. When everyone learned of this news, they all came to watch the fun. This Yi Feng is indeed a fool. He actually exchanged a treasure for a pile of scrap metal. Who can argue with that? He can make money, but it is truly all luck. Zhao, the richest man, is impressive. He did nothing and got a piece of treasure instead. But girl.Ye is quite shameless. There's nothing you can do about it. In today's society, if you're a bit soft-hearted, you won't have anything to eat. It's a pity for Yi Feng. He's working for others for nothing. Everyone laughed at Yi Feng, but he didn't take it to heart. After the watermelon shed was built, Yi Feng began to cultivate. In fact, it wasn't hard work. It was just a matter of planting watermelon seeds and watering them with spiritual water. As for that 9-pattern Xingyang tree, it was also transplanted over, because Yi Feng threw the ice crystal pearl into the newly built fishing ground, and it stayed beside the fishing ground. Yi Feng was busy while girl.Ye was also busy looking for people to fertilize the watermelon shed on Lu Laosan's land. The watermelon vines Yi Feng grows are really big. No wonder they can bear such large watermelons. girl.Ye looked at the watermelon shed, quite satisfied. Big brother, look, many leaves on these watermelon vines have withered. Zhao pointed at the watermelon field and said, It's fine, just have someone pick them off. Alright, I'm going back to rest now. Arai, keep an eye on the watermelon field. Don't worry, big brother, I know. Zhao walked with his hands behind his back, humming an unknown tune, showing a good demeanor to everyone in the village. It was clear he was in a very good mood. While wandering around, he arrived at the land on the back mountain of the village. He saw Yi Feng's newly built watermelon shed and the fishing ground that was being developed, not caring at all. Without the treasure land, Yi Feng was nothing. In the next 2 days, Yi Feng was busy with the watermelon field and fishing ground. One day, Zheng Kaifeng suddenly rushed over in a car. Yi Laodi, you scare me to death. A boss, Zheng, what brought you here? Zheng Kaifeng gasped and asked, I heard you gave the original land to girl.Ye. Is that true? Yes, how did you know? Yi Feng asked in confusion. How else would I know? That dog called me and said that the watermelons you previously grew are now only available from him, and he even raised the price on the spot, saying that next time he collects watermelons, it will be 500 each, not a cent less. Zheng Kaifeng said angrily. Oh, so it was girl.Ye who called you. I didn't expect this guy to be so angry. Ye Laodi, you're still laughing. I don't even know how to tell you. You had a good watermelon field, why did you give it to girl.Ye? Aren't you cutting off your own financial path? Zheng Kaifeng was truly speechless at Yi Feng. And that girl.Ye actually raising the price on him really upset him, otherwise he wouldn't have rushed over to find Yi Feng so urgently. Boss Zheng, don't worry, and rest assured my watermelons will still be supplied to you as usual. Haven't you seen my newly built melon shed? It's already completed. Yi Feng said with a smile. Brother Yi, without the original melon field, will the watermelons you grow still be the same as the ones I collected before? Zheng Kaifeng asked. Of course, Boss Zheng, don't forget I told you before my watermelons are grown using a family heirloom cultivation method. I can grow them anywhere, but others, well, not necessarily. Yi Feng said very calmly. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Zheng Kaifeng looked at Yi Feng. But you gave the original melon field to girl.Ye. Can he also grow the watermelons I collected before? Boss Zheng, I just told you these watermelons are grown using my family's heirloom cultivation method. Right, I forgot. Zheng Kaifeng seemed finally relieved. But Brother Yi, if you encounter trouble, you can tell me. I can help you solve it. Why did you have to give in to that girl.Ye? I didn't give in to him, ha ha ha. Yi Feng looked at the melon shed and the fishery in front of him, laughing heartily. Zheng Kaifeng didn't understand what Yi Feng was laughing at. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to laugh. Boss Zheng, I actually do have something I'd like to ask for your help with. What is it, brother? Just say it. You see, my fishery is also completed, but the problem of fish fry is hard to solve. That girl.Ye afraid I'd steal his business, cut off my supply of fish fry. Yi Feng could also go to Crescent Bay to catch some, but that would be just a drop in the bucket. You see, it was no longer a fish pond, but a fish pool. He needed to scale up, so he had to have a fish fry supplier. Zheng Kaifeng said, this is simple. I happen to have a friend who wholesales fish fry and seafood. Whatever fish fry you need, I can call him right now and have him deliver it. That would be great. Yi Feng was delighted, but then he became a bit hesitant. But I need quite a lot, and I have no money right now. I might have to get it on credit. I wonder if your friend would agree. It's just credit. If my friend doesn't agree, then he'll cover the money for you, Brother Yi, Zheng Kaifeng said very generously. Then thank you so much, Boss Zheng. Yi Feng expressed his gratitude. Brother, you don't thank me yet. Actually, I also have something I'd like to ask of you. Zheng Kaifeng said. What is it? Yi Feng asked. It's nothing major. It's just that in the future, when you raise fish, could you let me be the first to collect them, just like with the watermelons? If I really can't handle the volume, you can sell to others. I thought it was something serious. Is that all? Of course, no problem. From now on, Boss Zheng, you are my biggest customer, and he'll take good care of you. That's great. Zheng Kaifeng laughed heartily. He felt that befriending Yi Feng was absolutely the right move. Because the watermelons he had collected earlier had already brought him sweet profits. Also, the fish he had collected sold very quickly. He probably wouldn't need to return them to Yi Feng. In fact, he might even need Yi Feng to supply him. So helping Yi Feng was actually helping himself. Zheng Kaifeng was a man of his word. Soon someone delivered fish fry to Yi Feng, and even lobster juveniles, which Yi Feng had specifically requested. Generally, artificial breeding of lobsters is very difficult. Crayfish might be a bit easier, but as for Boston lobsters, it's not that they absolutely cannot be raised, but it's not something ordinary fisheries can manage. It requires a professional and large-scale artificial aquaculture farm. But for Yi Feng, these were all minor issues. With the ice soul pearl continuously emitting spiritual energy, let alone lobsters, even if he were given a shark, he could raise it to be plump and healthy. Everything was ready, just waiting for the watermelons and fish to mature. But in the melon field on Lu Laosan's land, bad news came. Because all the melon vines that Yi Feng had cultivated before had withered, not a single one left. What did you say? All the vines are dead. girl.Ye, upon hearing the bad news, nearly fainted. Yes, big brother, go take a look. girl.Ye said anxiously. They'll go see. girl.Ye led his men to the melon field. Sure enough, just as girl.Ye had said, all the melon vines in the field were dead. How could this happen, Ye? I left you in charge of this field. What did you do to it? girl.Ye grabbed girl.Ye by the collar and interrogated him. Big brother, I did nothing. If you don't believe me, ask Guzi. He's been watching the whole time. girl.Ye said in a wrong tone. girl.Ye turned his gaze to Guzi. Guzi stammered. Gu really didn't do anything. It's just that these vines got worse day by day. Yesterday they still had some life, but this morning, when we got up, we found they were all dead. Then did someone sabotage them? girl.Ye suspected Yi Feng. Gu probably not. These past few days we've been taking turns guarding here, not letting anyone near. Guzi said. Then what's going on? girl.Ye released girl.Ye and stared at the dead field, his face dark as thunder. Big brother, I remember Ye Feng harvested twice before. Could it be that the vines can't produce after 2 harvests? That shouldn't be, but it's possible. Have someone replant and grow the melons again. Yes, big brother. For the next while girl.Ye guarded the field. He stayed during the day and switched shifts at night. After half a month, not even a single sprout grew from the ground. girl.Ye pulled at his hair, his eyes bloodshot. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Could this be a dead land? Big brother, something terrible has happened. At that moment girl.Ye came running over in a panic, flustered and hurried. What happened? Ye Feng, he's grown watermelons again. And Feng, he's come to collect them. What? girl.Ye nearly spat blood. Even after changing locations, Ye Feng could still grow watermelons. How could that be? girl.Ye immediately led his men to go see. Sure enough, the back hillside was bustling with activity, surrounded by villagers watching. Ye Feng and Feng were chatting and laughing, while Feng's men were picking and loading watermelons. And those watermelons were each as big as the previous ones, no different at all. How is that possible? It's only been half a month, and he has watermelons again. girl.Ye was full of confusion, completely bewildered, as if he had no idea what was happening. Big brother, I think it's not about the land at all. I heard before that Ye Feng has a family heirloom method for growing watermelons that can produce top-quality melons. This might be true. girl.Ye said, burning with jealousy. Damn it, it really seems to be the case. girl.Ye had naturally heard about this before. At first he didn't believe it, but now he had no choice but to believe, because Ye Feng had grown such big watermelons in a different place. What did this mean? It meant Ye Feng truly had the skill. Big brother, what do we do now? Now that he can grow watermelons again, our melons won't sell at all. And more importantly, you gave him such a large piece of land. girl.Ye didn't say it, but just mentioning it made girl.Ye almost unable to hold back his blood. Originally, he thought that swapping this piece of land on the back hillside for a treasure land would help him, but who knew it was actually helping Ye Feng? How could he not be angry? He was about to be infuriated to death. Don't rush, damn it. Let me think. girl.Ye stared at Ye Feng, gnashing his teeth, scheming something in his mind again. On the other side, Feng's people had finished counting the watermelons. This time there were nearly 6,000. There was no choice. After all, Ye Feng had ample land and could plant more, but he chose not to. In the remaining vacant space, he planned to plant peaches and apples with watermelons, just being the beginning. Ye, my younger brother, as expected of you. I never thought you would quickly produce another batch of watermelons. When you said you had an ancestral skill, I didn't quite believe it, but now I am truly convinced. Feng exclaimed with admiration, also feeling a bit envious. With such an ancestral skill, how could one not thrive? Ye Feng smiled and said nothing. Ye, my younger brother, are you interested in starting a fruit company with me? We could specialize in selling your ancestral watermelons worldwide, and we would definitely make a fortune. Feng said. Forget it, boss Zheng. I can't grow too many watermelons with my ancestral skill, and I don't want to start a company. Ye Feng shook his head. His initial goal was just for Xiao. It remains the same. Moreover, his primary focus was still on his cultivation. No amount of money could replace his lifetime of cultivation. Of course, even if he were to start a company, he would go solo and would never consider collaborating with others. That's a shame. Feng said with some disappointment. But you can rest assured, boss Zheng, my watermelons can guarantee you have enough to buy, and there will also be seafood. In a while you can come to collect. Ye Feng said. Then you, my younger brother, must work harder. The fish I collected last time has long been sold out, and now many people are asking me for fish. Feng's hope was reignited. It didn't matter if Ye Feng didn't want to collaborate on a company, as long as Ye Feng could continuously supply him with watermelons and seafood, he would have something to profit from. In any case, Feng was determined to hold on to Ye Feng. He chatted with Ye Feng a bit more, and wanted to invite him to dinner in the county to curry favor, but Ye Feng declined, saying he had matters to attend to. With no alternative, Feng had to take his leave. Of course, the payment for the watermelons had also been transferred. 6,000 watermelons, regardless of size, were still 350 each, totaling 2,100,000. This was just the small amount. The larger portion was yet to come, as the fish in Ye Feng's fishery were nearly mature along with the lobsters. If he could sell these, it would be another significant sum of money. Come on, Xiao, eat a big lobster. During lunch in the afternoon, Ye Feng boiled several lobsters, peeling one and offering the succulent meat to Xiao. Daddy, I heard from Aunt Chen that lobsters are very expensive, so you shouldn't catch them for me anymore, Xiao said sensibly. Who said that? As long as Xiao likes to eat, it's not expensive at all. Plus Daddy is making money now, Ye Feng said while patting Xiao's head. Hurry and eat. Thank you, Daddy. Xiao enjoyed the lobster meat, saying, Daddy, the lobster is so delicious. It's good, so eat more. Ye Feng laughed. Daddy, I heard from Aunt Chun that lobsters have two big pincers. Is that true? Yes, they do have two big pincers. I want to see what lobsters look like. Xiao Xiao said eagerly, her voice soft, but Yi Feng still heard her. Xiao Xiao, don't worry, you'll definitely get to see them in the future. Yi Feng stroked Xiao Xiao's head. Actually, after he broke through to the first level of the Qi refining stage, he had already checked Xiao Xiao's eyes. Xiao Xiao was congenitally blind, and it would be very difficult to cure her. He currently lacked the strength. He assessed that he might need to reach the third level of the Qi refining stage to accomplish it, so Xiao Xiao might need some more time before she could see light. However, Yi Feng would not let her wait too long because he had been diligently cultivating. Once I have completely resolved the matters of the orchard and fishery, I will go find some rare materials for cultivation, hoping to reach the third level of the Qi refining stage soon. Yi Feng quietly decided. Daddy, you should eat too. Okay, let's eat. Come on, Sister Chun, have a big— Yi Feng, I heard this stuff is very expensive. Ill pass, let Xiao Xiao eat it as she needs to nourish her body right now. Chen Susu said somewhat shyly. What's expensive? If Xiao Xiao wants to eat, there's plenty in the fishery. Sister Chen, you are a great contributor, you must eat. To be honest, after Yi Feng started growing watermelons and setting up the fishery, Chen Susu had been busy helping out, taking care of Xiao Xiao with utmost attention, even more than a biological mother. Yi Feng felt he had no way to repay her and could only dedicate himself. Cough, cough. Well then, Chen Susu took the lobster from Yi Feng's hand and started eating. I didn't expect this lobster to be quite delicious. Isn't it? If it's good, eat more. Of course the lobster was delicious. After all, it was cultivated with spiritual energy. If it weren't tasty, that would be strange. Oh, brother Yi, you are having a meal, and you even have big lobsters. You are really enjoying yourselves. Just then a few people walked in from outside, and the one speaking was none other than girl.Ye. What are you doing here? Chen Susu immediately stood up, looking at girl.Ye and the others with a wariness that was icy cold. She felt that girl.Ye's visit could not be anything good. Sister-in-law, don't be nervous. I'm here to have a word with brother Yi, girl.Ye said politely, smiling. Who is your sister-in-law? Don't call me that. I have a clear relationship with Yi Feng. Chen Susu said, her face flushed with anger. If you have a clear relationship, then why are you living in his house? Sister-in-law, you don't need to hide it, it's nothing really. After all, brother Yi has a family, and you two together, I think it's quite promising. Girl.Ye's words were somewhat sarcastic and rather unpleasant to hear. Girl.Ye, just say what you want. What do you need me for? Yi Feng asked. Brother Yi, since I'm here and haven't had a meal, won't you invite me to sit down and have a meal? A dog does not deserve to sit with me. Girl.Ye's face darkened as if ink were about to drip from it. However, he quickly broke into a smile, seeming not angry at all. Brother Yi certainly has a sense of humor. Why don't you let sister-in-law and the others eat first, and we can go talk outside? All right. Yi Feng stood up. Yi Feng. Chen Susu pulled at Yi Feng, seeming hesitant. It's fine, you and Xiao Xiao eat first. He'll just step outside to talk with him. Don't worry. Yi Feng patted Chen Susu's hand to reassure her, then walked out with girl.Ye and the others. So what do you want from me? I want to cooperate with brother Yi. Girl.Ye stated directly. Brother Yi, it's not a solution for us to keep fighting like this. Eventually we would only end up hurting each other. So I thought of a compromise. You provide the effort, I provide the money, and we can grow watermelons together. Isn't that better for everyone? Haha, girl.Ye, do you think I'm an idiot? Why would I cooperate with you? You earn your share and I earn mine, and that's enough for me. Yi Feng mocked. Yi Feng, don't think just because you have some skills you can speak to me like that. I'm here to give you a chance. If you refuse, I'll make sure you can't survive in Qingshan village. Girl.Ye lowered his voice, seeming to growl. Then I would like to see how you can make me unable to live in Qingshan village. Yi Feng snorted coldly. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back to eat. With that, he returned to his house. Crack, crack. Girl.Ye's face turned green with anger, his teeth grinding loudly, his fists clenched tightly. Damn, this guy really doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Brother, how about you think of a way to reclaim the land on the back hill? Just like last time with Lu Laosan's land, that piece was originally bought by you. Get lost. Do you think people are as foolish as you? After suffering a loss once, who would fall for the same trick again? I've already had someone check. The land certificate for the back hill is in someone else's name. Girl.Ye kicked Girl.Ye away in anger. Girl.Ye cried out in pain, but dared not say anything. So brother, what do we do now? Do you know what the emperors of past dynasties relied on to conquer the world? Girl.Ye asked. What do they rely on? You fool, of course it's having the numbers. So now I'll find people and make sure to take this guy down. Who told you to find people to teach Yi Feng a lesson? But brother, didn't you just say having the numbers? Useless. Before I kicked the bucket, I wanted you to read more. The things you read before were all for nothing. When I said having the numbers, I meant it in the sense of winning the hearts of the people. Dahe kicked Zhao again in frustration. Zhao with a long face said, "Brother, stop beating around the bush. Just tell me what to do. Come here, do this, do that. That's all." Zhao Dahe whispered something into Zhao ear. After hearing this, Zhao eyes lit up. He gave a thumbs up saying, "Brilliant. Brother, you truly deserve to be the big brother. If you had been born in ancient times, you would definitely be a general or a noble. No, you must be an emperor. Stop with the nonsense and hurry up." "All right, brother, I'll go now." Zhao Dahe turned back and glanced at the door of Chen Susu's house, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "Stop with the nonsense and hurry up." "All right, brother, I'll go now." Zhao Dahe turned back and glanced at the door of Chen Susu's house, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "Did you agree?" Chen Susu asked. "No way. How could I agree to him? That would just let him take advantage of me." Feng said. "Not agreeing is fine, but this means Zhao Dahe will definitely find a way to continue troubling us." Chen Susu expressed her concern. "Sister Chen, don't worry, I've got this." With Feng around, Chen Susu felt inexplicably safe. However, after a while, she began to worry again. She knew very well what kind of person Zhao Dahe was. Anyone who caught Zhao Dahe's attention never ended up well. For example, there was someone who offended Zhao Dahe before, and not only did he end up with a broken leg. Feng didn't have much to worry about, let alone one Zhao Dahe. He wouldn't be afraid, even if there were 10. A night passed without incident. The next day, before Feng could step out, loud noises erupted outside. Feng, come out here. Many people were shouting Feng's name outside. What's going on? Chen Susu came out holding Xiao. Sister Chen, stay inside with Xiao and don't go out. I'll check what's happening. Feng said, then stepped out from Chen Susu's house. A large crowd stood outside. It seemed that at least half of the villagers from Qingshan village had come. "Everyone, what's the matter?" Feng asked, puzzled about why so many people were looking for him so early in the morning. "Feng, we've all heard that you've made a fortune growing melons, and you've earned a lot." An old man standing in front spoke. This old man had a repulsive face, thin and wiry. His name was Lu Quanzhen, and he was one of the older generation in Qingshan village. "What I earn has nothing to do with you." Feng frowned. "It does have something to do with us, of course it does." Lu Quanzhen looked at Feng. "You're not one of us in Qingshan village, but you've made money using our land, so part of what you've earned surely belongs to us." "Yes, Uncle Quanzhen is right. You've made money using our land, so part of it belongs to us. Feng, you need to share the profits with everyone in the village." Exactly. When Lu Quanzhen said this, everyone began to join in the uproar. Feng instantly understood that they were here to demand a share of the profits. "Zhao Dahe sent you here, didn't he?" Feng didn't need to think hard. He knew someone was stirring the pot behind the scenes. Feng, regardless of whether this has anything to do with Zhao Dahe, you still have to take out a portion of the money and distribute it to everyone in the village because you earned it using our land. Ha, this is truly laughable. Am I living off you or drinking your water that you want me to share my earnings? Feng, how can you say that? In the county, when land is acquired for development, there are compensation payments. So using our land is the same principle. Exactly. Get lost. If you think I'm going to share my money with you, dream on. Feng could give money to anyone, but he absolutely wouldn't give it to these people in front of him. These guys were like vampires coveting a taste of someone else's blood. Feng, if you keep this up, do you believe we can make it impossible for you to stay in the village? Lu Quanzhen and the others said. How are you planning to take action against me? You can certainly give it a try. Feng stomped his foot and the ground around him trembled with cracks appearing beneath his feet instantly. This frightened Lu Quanzhen and the others greatly. Those who had thought of taking action swallowed hard and dared not approach another step. They almost forgot that Feng was not someone easy to bully. Last time Zhao brought 7 or 8 people to trouble him, and what happened? They were all thrown down while Feng remained unscathed. Moreover, there was the scene of Feng dragging a dozen wild wolves down the mountain alone, which was still fresh in their minds. So who would dare to fight Feng? They must be crazy. Feng, don't be arrogant. If you don't take out some money to share the profits with us, we will make trouble for you, and don't expect to sell your melons again. Lu Quanzhen said. All right, then I want to see how you will prevent my melons from being sold. If you dare to dismantle my melon shed, I will tear down your homes as well. Let's see who can outlast whom. After all, I have plenty of money. As the saying goes, the common people do not fight with the rich, and the rich do not contend with officials. If this battle truly breaks out, the ones who will suffer will definitely be Zhao Quan and his group, because they do not have as much money as Feng. Then we shall see. Lu Quanzhen and the others scattered in a hurry. They came quickly and left. Feng, what should we do? Now the whole village is targeting you, and that Lu Chuangan, I know him. He is nothing but a rogue who plays dirty tricks. Shinsusu, while holding Xiao Xiao in the house, could hear everything happening outside clearly, so she became, "Oh, you know Lu Quanjin. What do you think he will do?" Yi Feng asked. Previously, Lu Quanjin caused trouble with the villagers, and he blocked the road, not allowing anyone to leave. Shinsusu said, "Are you saying they will block the road into the village and prevent us from selling our melons?" "Yes, I think they will definitely do that," Shinsusu said with absolute certainty. Yi Feng frowned. This was indeed a bit troublesome. He didn't expect girl.Ye to be quite clever. Unable to deal with him himself, he sought help from the entire village. However, it seemed it wasn't the whole village. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. "Yi Feng, what should we do? Why don't you take out some money to share with everyone? If everyone gets money, they shouldn't make things difficult for you," Shinsusu suggested. "No way. If I set this precedent, there will be a first time, and there will definitely be a second time. You have to understand that people's hearts are never satisfied, and even if I give them money, they might still complain it's too little." Yi Feng shook his head. "Then what should we do?" Shinsusu's worry deepened even more. "Sister Chin, don't worry. I have a way to resolve this. If girl.Ye can find help, why can't I?" Shinsusu looked at Yi Feng in confusion, not understanding what he meant. However, Yi Feng didn't explain much to her, but asked her to watch Xiao Xiao for him while he ran out the door. Yi Feng walked around near the village entrance. Sure enough, just as Shinsusu said, Lu Quanjin and the others had somehow found a pile of dirt to block the road into the village, preventing any vehicles from entering. If Yi Feng were to have Zheng Kaifeng come to collect the melons, they would definitely cause trouble. Actually, teaching Lu Quanjin and his group a lesson was quite easy, but it would only address the symptoms and not the root cause. Yi Feng needed to tackle the problem fundamentally. If he wanted to live peacefully in Qingshan village, he had to resolve the villagers' issues. This girl.Ye had indeed given Yi Feng a difficult problem and trouble. However, he had seen such schemes and conspiracies many times. He already had a plan in mind. Yi Feng walked into the village, and the villagers who saw him all kept their distance, as if avoiding a plague. Yi Feng pretended not to see and quickly arrived at the home of Wang Tian, the village chief. "Village Chief Wang, are you home?" "Oh, it's Yi Feng. Old Wang has gone out to run errands. He's not home." The one speaking was Aunt Zhang, Wang Tian's wife. "That's fine. I'll just sit here and wait. When Village Chief Wang comes back, I will leave." Yi Feng didn't mind and sat down on the doorstep to wait. "Yi Feng, do you have something to say? You can tell me, and when old Wang comes back, I will inform him. It's the same," Aunt Zhang said. "No need, Aunt Zhang. I'll just wait for Village Chief Wang to return," Yi Feng replied with a smile. Aunt Zhang opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Just then a person walked out from inside the house. Who else could it be but Wang Tian? In fact, Wang Tian had seen Yi Feng coming and wanted to avoid him. However, since Yi Feng refused to leave, he had no choice but to let him stay. After all, it wouldn't be proper to let Yi Feng sit at his door indefinitely. "Oh, it's Yi Feng. My wife didn't know I was back. Do you have something to discuss? Come in and talk." So it turns out Village Chief Wang is home. Yi Feng smiled, patted his backside, stood up, and followed Wang Tian into the house. He could see very clearly that Wang Tian was clearly avoiding him on purpose. "Yi Feng, what do you need to discuss with me?" Wang Tian asked, though he wasn't foolish and could naturally guess something. "It's nothing serious, just that Lu Quanjin brought a group of people to cause trouble for me. Village Chief Wang, you must take care of this." Sure enough, it was for this matter. Wang Tian smiled bitterly and said, "Yi Feng, let's be honest. You've been in Qingshan village for some time now, and you should know that although I am the village chief, my power is limited. I can't control those people. They all listen to girl.Ye." Yi Feng said, "Then what should we do? Are you just going to let them keep causing trouble for me?" Wang Tian shook his head. "Yi Feng, I really can't help you with this." "All right, then I won't put you in a difficult position, Village Chief Wang. Just tell me who can deal with Lu Quanjin." "How would I know that?" "Village Chief, you might not have understood what I meant. What I want to know is who does Lu Quanjin fear the most in the village." "That would definitely be girl.Ye," Wang Tian said instinctively, but after saying it, he felt something was off. It seemed he thought of something, looked at Yi Feng for a moment, and after pondering for a while mentioned another name. "There's also Lu Depang." "Lu Depang?" Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. "Village Chief Wang, can you tell me in detail why Lu Quanjin fears Lu Depang?" "Actually, it's nothing much. Lu Depang used to be a butcher, and Lu Quanjin is a rogue who eats meat every day but refuses to pay. Over time, he owes Lu Depang quite a bit of money. Originally, everyone thought Lu Depang was an honest man, but who knew that when pushed to his limits, he would act like a mad dog. It was precisely because of this small amount of meat money that he chased Lu Quanjin with a kitchen knife for half the village. If it weren't for the villagers intervening, Lu Quanjin might have been chopped up by him. Ever since then, it seemed Lu Quanjin avoided Lu Depang, and it said that he still hasn't paid off the debt he owes to Lu Depang for the meat. After hearing Wang Tan's words, Yi Feng slapped his thigh, thinking to himself, this Lu Depang is quite a talent. Thank you, Village Chief Wang, for sharing this with me. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Village Chief Wang politely replied, why not stay for a meal before you go? I'll ask your aunt to prepare some more food. What does this have to do with Lu Panzai? Aunt Zhang asked curiously. This Li Feng is a clever one. I suspect he is planning to challenge Zhao Dahe, Village Chief Wang said, taking a puff from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. What do you mean? I don't understand. What would you know, woman? Just go about your business. You old man, don't act innocent with me. Aunt Zhang glared at Village Chief Wang. Li Feng's every move was actually being monitored by Zhao Dahe. Upon learning that Li Feng visited Village Chief Wang, Zhao Dahe couldn't help but sneer. Do you think visiting Village Chief Wang will help you? If you don't cooperate with me, no one will have it easy. After leaving Village Chief Wang's house, Li Feng went to the melon field, picked up a large watermelon, and arrived outside a house at the west end of the village. Is Lu Ashui here? Who is it? A voice came from inside the house, and the door opened to reveal Lu Panzai. Brother Lu, it's me, Li Feng. What are you doing here? Lu Panzai looked at Li Feng with a hint of indifference. I heard from Xiao that Air Pao likes watermelons, so I came to bring you one, Li Feng stated. Wow, a big watermelon. Daddy, I want to eat a big watermelon. I heard from Xiao that Uncle Feng's watermelons are especially delicious and quite expensive. Air Pao, who had suddenly appeared, saw the big watermelon in Li Feng's hands and drool instantly started to flow. Yes, Uncle's watermelons are especially delicious. Wait, who let you in? And we don't want your watermelon, hurry up and get out. Lu Panzai tried to shoo Li Feng. Daddy, what are you doing? I want to eat watermelon. Air Pao shouted. What do you want to eat? There's no food for you at home. Go back inside. Lu Panzai scolded Air Pao. The little chubby boy glanced fearfully at his father, then reluctantly looked at the watermelon in Li Feng's hands before retreating back inside. Brother Lu, what are you doing? The child wants to eat, you just let him. Plus, I'm here to deliver the watermelon without expecting any payment from you. I know you don't want money, but there's no such thing as a free meal. Where did you come from? You should go back there. Lu Panzai replied coldly. Li Feng frowned, sensing that this guy before him was somewhat difficult to deal with. Brother Shui, is that guy named Li Feng here? Why are you blocking him? Let him in. Suddenly a woman's voice came from inside the room. Lu Ashui furrowed his brows, but still Li Feng hurried inside, where a woman of slightly plump stature sat in a wheelchair. Air Pao stood beside her, and it was clear that this woman was likely Air Pao's mother because they looked very alike. So it turns out sister-in-law is at home. Li Feng glanced at the woman's legs and smiled. You must be Li Feng. I've been hearing others mention your name lately, especially Air Pao, who says you are very skilled at growing watermelons. Sister Song Xiaojun said with a friendly smile. Air Pao is right, though I indeed have a knack for growing watermelons. I brought one today to let you all taste it. Li Feng wasn't at all polite with Lu Ashui and took out a knife to cut open the watermelon. The sweet aroma wafted through the air, causing Air Pao to drool all over, while Sister Song Xiaojun and Lu Ashui looked on in surprise. They didn't expect that Li Feng's watermelon would have such a delightful fragrance. Here, sister-in-law, have a taste, and you too, Air Pao. As for Lu Ashui, he remained indifferent, as if he couldn't see the watermelon. However, Air Pao was not at all polite, and dove into the watermelon, exclaiming, delicious, delicious. This is the best watermelon I've ever had, mommy. Is it really that good? Sister Song Xiaojun also took a bite. While she widened her eyes, it truly was delicious. Li Feng, I didn't expect your watermelons to be this tasty. No wonder people in the village say your watermelons are expensive, and those who harvest them are eager to pick them up. If sister-in-law likes them, eat as much as you want. Li Feng said with a smile. All right, you've delivered the watermelon. Now tell me, what are you here for? Lu Ashui asked. I'm here to find you for two reasons. The first is to thank you for Air Pao protecting Xiao Xiao last time. No need for thanks, and what's the other reason? The other matter is related to Lu Chuangan, and I would like your help. Lu Ashui shook his head and said, if that's why you're here, then I'm sorry, I can't help you with anything. You should leave quickly, I have things to do. Without further ado, Lu Ashui pushed Li Feng out the door. Once outside, he took out a few hundred yuan from his pocket, exactly 350 yuan both in small and large bills, and handed it to Li Feng. Don't come back again, this is for the watermelon. After saying that, Lu Ashui closed the door. Lu Ashui, you might want to reconsider. Li Feng called out, but no one responded. He shook his head, looking at the 350 yuan in his hands, thinking to himself that Lu Ashui was a person of principle. Since he wouldn't help himself, he would have to think of other ways. The following days were calm and uneventful. Lu Quanzhen and his gang did not come to trouble Yi Feng again, but the road into the village remained blocked. They were clearly determined to wear Yi Feng down. Once his watermelons ripened, if he tried to have Zheng Kaifeng come to collect them, they would never let Zheng Kaifeng enter. Chen Susu had been racking her brains for Yi Feng these past few days, scurrying about like a cat on a hot tin roof, frantic and lost. But Yi Feng seemed utterly unperturbed. He ate and drank as usual, and when he had nothing to do, he took Xiao Xiao out to walk the little wolf cub, living a life of ease and contentment. Yi Feng, why aren't you the least bit anxious? I just went out and had a fight with Lu Quanjin and his lot. I can see it now. If you don't give them a cut of the profits, they'll likely camp at the village entrance and never budge. Chen Susu came in, her face pale with anger. Sister Chen, don't let them get to you. I have a way to deal with them. Besides, the aquatic products and watermelons aren't ripe yet. Let them block the road if they want. When the time comes, they'll drive them all away. Yi Feng said with a smile. What good idea do you have? You're not going to beat them up, are you? Chen Susu looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, don't do that. Lu Quanjin is a shameless scoundrel. If you hurt him, he'll cling to you like a leech, and things will get even messier. In fact, Chen Susu was right. As the saying goes, it's easier to deal with a king than a petty demon. And Lu Quanjin was exactly that kind of petty demon, even more disgusting than one. Don't worry, Sister Chen. I won't stoop to Lu Quanjin's level. Beating him would be a foolish move. Is Yi Feng here? At that moment, a familiar voice called from outside. Yi Feng perked up at the sound. Sister Chen, look, the solution has come knocking on our door. Your solution isn't that fatty Lu, is it? Chen Susu wasn't stupid. She saw the burly figure outside, Lu Ashui. He wasn't exactly fat, more stocky and muscular. You'll know soon enough. Yi Feng didn't think Lu Ashui, that blockhead, would come to him without reason. Since he had come, it must be about the matter Yi Feng had brought up last time. Brother Lu, you need something? I can help you get rid of Lu Chuangan, but you have to give me 100,000 yuan. Lu Ashui didn't beat around the bush. He came straight to the point. What do you need 100,000 for? Don't ask. Just tell me if you'll give it. If yes, I'll clear the road for you. Fine, I can give you 100,000. Yi Feng agreed without hesitation. Then it's settled. Come to my place for dinner. With that, Lu Ashui turned and walked away. Dinner at his place. Yi Feng was puzzled. He didn't understand why Lu Ashui wanted him to come for a meal. But he didn't dwell on it. He went to tell Chen Susu not to wait for him for lunch, then headed to Lu Ashui's home. Lu Ashui's house already had a meal prepared. Pang sat obediently beside Song Xiaojuan, his eyes nearly popping out at the sight of the food-laden table, yet he didn't dare to pick up his chopsticks. When Yi Feng arrived, Pang was the most excited. Uncle Feng, you're finally here. If you delayed any longer, I'd starve to death. Kid, you talk too much. Lu Ashui glared at Pang, and the chubby boy lowered his head in fear. Brother Lu's sister-in-law, you're too kind. Why did you wait for me to eat? It's only right. Yi Feng, sit down. Actually, I asked Lu Ashui to invite you for dinner. Song Xiao. Yi Feng suddenly understood. No wonder Lu Ashui had invited him to eat. It was because of Song Xiaowan. It seemed Lu Ashui listened to her. Ashui, there's a fish in the kitchen. Go bring it out, and also get a bowl of fish soup for Yi Feng. Okay. Dad, I want fish soup too. Lu Ashui silently walked to the kitchen. Once Lu Ashui was out of earshot, Song Xiaowan looked at Yi Feng and said, Yi Feng, I'm sorry. Ashui doesn't mean to be cold to you. Don't be angry with him. It's actually my fault. Yi Feng looked at her questioningly, not understanding what she meant. You've seen my leg, right? It used to be fine, but once when I went to the county town, a rich man hit me with his car. Since we were easy to bully, he didn't even pay compensation and insulted us. After that, Ashui began to hate rich people. Yi Feng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. So being rich is a crime now. But hearing Song Zaijuan's explanation, he finally understood why Lu Ashui acted the way he did toward him. He probably felt the same way about Zhao Dai. Also, ever since you came to our house last time, I noticed Ashui was absent-minded. He even sharpened his knife behind my back. I knew he had something on his mind. I guessed he wanted to ask you for money, right? Song Xiaowan looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng was a little surprised by her insight. This woman was quite sharp. Yes, Brother Lu did come to ask for money. Yi Feng admitted. He asked for 100,000, didn't he? Song Xiaowan sighed. You even guessed that, sister-in-law. Yi Feng was even more astonished. It's not a guess. The doctors in the provincial capital said if my leg isn't treated soon, it might become paralyzed. The medical expenses happen to be 100,000 yuan. Song Zaijuan's eyes reddened as she spoke. So that's how it is. So Lu Ashui was truly a man of deep loyalty. No wonder he had come to ask for money. Exactly 100,000, not a penny less, not a penny more. When I married Ashui, I was a bit reluctant. I thought he was ugly and thick-headed. Now I realize how lucky I am to have him. Song Xiaowan murmured as if lost in memories. Just then footsteps sounded outside. It was obviously Lu Ashui returning. Song Xiaowan quickly turned away to wipe her moist eyes. Lu Ashui caught this scene. Xiaojuan, why are you crying? Yi Feng, did you bully my wife? Bang! Lu Ashui slammed the fish he was carrying onto the table and grabbed Yi Feng by the collar. Ashui, what are you doing? Let go of Yi Feng. He didn't bully me. Song Xiaowan scolded. Then why are you crying? I said let go. Lu Ashui obediently released Yi Feng. Yi Feng wasn't angry. Instead he smiled and said, Brother Lu, I heard everything from sister-in-law. You wanted that 100,000 to treat her leg. Actually, there's no need for all that trouble. I can heal her leg. Nonsense. Even the big provincial hospitals say it's hard to treat. What can you do? Lu Ashui didn't believe him at all. Yi Feng smiled and reached out to tap Song Zaijuan's leg. What are you doing? Ignoring Lu Ashui, Yi Feng said to Song Xiaojuan, sister-in-law, feel it. Can you sense something in your right leg? Song Xiaowan looked at him in surprise, but she tried to move her right leg. To her amazement, her left leg, which had been useless for so long, actually moved. Slowly it lifted. This is impossible. Song Xiaowan was stunned. Lu Ashui also looked incredulous. Pang shouted, wow mom, your leg can move. His shout snapped Lu Ashui back to reality. He grabbed Yi Feng excitedly. Yi Feng, how did you do it? I told you I could heal sister-in-law's leg. In fact, the first time Yi Feng saw Song Xiaojuan, he had thoroughly understood the problem with her leg. It was nothing serious, just nerve necrosis. To others that was a huge incurable problem, but for Yi Feng, it was a minor issue. A period of nourishing with spiritual energy would fully restore it. Since you could cure my wife's leg, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, I would have definitely helped you with Lu Quan. Yi Feng shook his head. I never like to hold people's shortcomings to make them do things for me. If someone truly wants to help me, I need them to do it willingly. Good. As long as you cure my wife's leg, you are our family's greatest benefactor. I will definitely help you. No, I will help you willingly. From now on, whatever you say you'll do. Even my life is yours, Lu Ashui. Lu Ashui knelt down with a thud and even tried to kowtow to Yi Feng. Brother Lu, what are you doing? Pang is here. Get up. Let's eat first and talk after we finish. Look, my stomach is growling with hunger. Yes, let's eat first. Lu Ashui was so excited he could barely speak. Ever since Song Zaijuan's accident, Lu Ashui's home had been like a dark cloud hanging over it. Now finally the clouds had parted and the sun shone through. Everyone was overjoyed, especially Lu Ashui. After finishing the meal, Yi Feng expelled a breath of spiritual energy, channeling it into Song Zaijuan's legs. To his astonishment, the legs that had been completely immobile could now move slightly. This left Lu Ashui and Song Xiaowan both in shock, and soon they embraced each other, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Finally, Yi Feng advised Song Xiaowan to rest while promising to return next time to continue her treatment. He estimated that it wouldn't take long before she would fully recover. Yi Feng then stood up to take his leave. Lu Ashui respectfully escorted him out. Yi Feng, don't worry, you'll take care of Lu Quanzhen and the others. Oh, watch how I deal with them. Lu Ashui assured, patting his chest. Lu Gu, I heard from my sister-in-law that you were sharpening your knife behind her back. I never asked you to kill anyone. In fact, there are many ways to handle them without resorting to extremes. Plus, your sister-in-law will soon be able to stand again. You wouldn't want to end up in jail just as she gets back on her feet, would you? Yi Feng reminded Lu Ashui, genuinely worried that he might do something foolish which would be his fault. Lu Ashui scratched the back of his head, grinning as he replied, Don't let my demeanor fool you. I'm not stupid. I was sharpening the knife in preparation for when I go hunting, not for Lu Quanzhen. For a person like him, it's not worth it, and I have my ways of dealing with them. All right, with your word, I can relax. Ha. It was clear that Lu Ashui already had a plan regarding Lu Qiuangan, which spared Yi Feng from further trouble. That's great. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Take care. Lu Ashui watched Yi Feng leave, his happiness evident. For a while afterward, Yi Feng continued with his own affairs while Lu Quanzhen and his gang remained at the village entrance. At last, Yi Feng's aquaculture and watermelon harvest were both successful, and without hesitation, he called Zheng Kaifeng to come collect the goods. Zheng Kaifeng had been waiting for Yi Feng's call, because Yi Feng's ancestral watermelons were selling so well that he was struggling to keep up with demand. Additionally, since the last collection of 400 to 500 fish, many vendors had been urging him to continue supplying, nearly causing a riot at his home. Thus, he eagerly anticipated Yi Feng's call to quickly go collect the goods. As soon as Yi Feng called, Zheng Kaifeng hurriedly sent someone out, not even bothering to eat lunch. However, when they arrived at the entrance of Qingshan village, they had to stop, because they could not get through. What's going on? Zheng Kaifeng asked, puzzled as he looked forward. Boss, I don't know what happened, but the road ahead is blocked, and a group of people from Qingshan village is guarding it. A subordinate of Zheng Kaifeng rushed over to report. Did you ask them what's going on? I asked, and they told us to leave, and no one is allowed to enter the village, no matter who they are. What the heck is going on? Zheng Kaifeng became somewhat irritated, and immediately prepared to call Yi Feng to inquire if something had happened. However, before he could make the call, it seemed there was a commotion ahead, but it was not a confrontation between his people and those from Qingshan village, rather it appeared to be a dispute among the villagers themselves. On the other hand, after calling Zheng Kaifeng, Yi Feng took Xiao Xiao and Qin Susu to the village entrance. Yi Feng, why did you bring us here? Sit tight, there will be a good show soon. Yi Feng had even brought 2 small stools sitting at the village entrance while munching on sunflower seeds, watching the villagers blocking the road, with Lu Quanjin naturally leading the group. What kind of show? Qin Susu asked, puzzled, but she could guess it had something to do with Lu Quanjin. Just wait and see. Yi Feng's gaze scanned the horizon, and he seemed to have spotted a convoy approaching, likely Zheng Kaifeng and his group. Just then a crowd emerged from the village led by none other than Lu Ashui. The show is about to begin. Yi Feng was quite surprised to see Lu Ashui bring out so many people. He hadn't expected Lu Ashui to gather such a strong backup, but this was even better. Everyone get out of my way. Lu Fatty, what are you doing? What do you mean? You've been blocking the village entrance for days. Do you think Qingshan village belongs to you? Exactly, brother Shui is right. Upon seeing Lu Ashui, Lu Quanjin became apprehensive and instinctively stepped back, revealing his genuine fear of Lu Ashui. After all, Lu Ashui had previously chased him with a kitchen knife for half the village, and if the villagers hadn't intervened, he might have been in serious trouble. Since then, whenever he saw Lu Ashui, he would steer clear and never dared to confront him. That incident had left him with a psychological shadow. Uncle Chuangin, don't hide, come out, and say so. The villagers blocking Lu Ashui were all called by Lu Chuangin, making him their backbone. They also knew that Lu Quanjin had Zhao Dahe backing him, and without some support, they wouldn't dare to stir up trouble. Pushed forward by the crowd, Lu Quanjin cursed inwardly, thinking, "You all have mouths, why can't you speak for yourselves? Why must you push me out?" Lu Ashui coldly stared at Lu Quanjin. Under Lu Ashui's gaze, Lu Quanjin felt his scalp tingling, but he had no choice but to brace himself and say, Ashui, this matter concerns the entire village, and Yi Feng, you should stay out of it." "Ha, Lu Chuangin, when did you become the spokesperson for the whole village?" Lu Ashui mocked him. "Lu Ashui, don't look down on people. Let me tell you, this matter involves Zhao Dahe, so you'd better not meddle, otherwise you'll be the one in trouble." When mentioning Zhao Dahe, Lu Quanjin's voice dropped significantly, and he leaned closer to Lu Ashui as he spoke. Lu Ashui kicked Zhao Quan aside, snorting coldly, "I don't care who you're involved with today, I'm clearing the road. If anyone dares to stop me, don't blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, Lu Ashui pulled out a shiny kitchen knife that had been sharpened. Seeing Lu Ashui brandish the knife, Lu Quanjin was terrified, nearly losing control of himself as he hastily hid behind several people, exclaiming, "Lu Ashui, don't do anything reckless. If you dare to act out, the police won't let you off. TCH, with your cowardly demeanor, just get lost." Lu Ashui advanced forward, causing Lu Quanjin's group to retreat further. "Did you not hear me telling you to get lost?" Lu Ashui's gaze had turned even more menacing. Surprisingly, this change in Lu Ashui's demeanor was indeed frightening, and the villagers knew that despite Lu Ashui's usual silly demeanor, he could be as fierce as a rabid dog when provoked. Especially Lu Quanjin understood this well. Swish, swish. The few people blocking the front seemed to be intimidated by Lu Ashui, and all retreated, causing Lu Chuangin, who had originally hidden behind them, to be pushed back to the forefront. Without any courtesy, Lu Ashui kicked Lu Quanjin. Lu Quanjin fell to the ground, yelling, "I've been hit. My leg is broken. Someone help me." "Shut it, Lu Quanjin. Let me remind you, you still owe me money for meat which you haven't paid back. Even if I cripple you today, I'll have a reason to talk about it. If you don't leave, I won't hold back." Lu Ashui tightened his grip on the knife and continued advancing. Lu Quanjin was so frightened that he started screaming, "Mommy, Lu Ashui has gone mad. Help!" As he yelled, he crawled away, showing no signs of being injured. Seeing Lu Quanjin flee, the remaining people lost their backbone and scattered, especially since Lu Ashui wasn't alone. He had dozens of people with him. If a fight broke out, they knew that they would be the ones to suffer. Good ha! Yi Feng slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. Indeed, it was best to let the villagers handle their own matters. Had he stepped in, the situation might not have been resolved so easily. Nevertheless, he had not chosen the wrong person. Lu Ashui was indeed a talent. Once Lu Quanjin and the others had fled, no one remained to impede Lu Ashui and his group. Lu Ashui ordered the road smoothed out, allowing Zheng Kaifeng's convoy to enter unimpeded. Yi Feng, having no further reason to observe, cradled Xiao Xiao in his arms and took Qin Susu by the hand, waiting for Zheng Kaifeng atop the rear hillside. As the vehicles halted, Zheng Kaifeng rushed straight to Yi Feng and asked, "Brother Yi, did you run into trouble? Why were we barred from entering just now?" I encountered a minor complication, but as you can see it's already resolved. Go ahead and have your people harvest the melons. Understood. Zheng Kaifeng gazed upon the ground strewn with watermelons. Inside the melon shed a gleam of exhilaration lighting up his face. His market stock was replenished once more. At Zhao Dabai's villa, Zhao Arai burst in breathless and flustered. What is this frantic haste? Have you lost all decorum? Did Ye Feng assault someone? Zhao Dabai glowered as he spoke. After dispatching Lu Quanjin and a band of villagers to harass Ye Feng, Zhao Dabai had grown increasingly confident, convinced victory was assured. When Ye Feng made no move in response, Zhao Dabai presumed his triumph inevitable. Ye Feng, you will either submit and surrender your ancestral secret formula, or be driven out of Qingshan village. Thus, when Zhao Arai announced that something had happened, Zhao Dabai assumed Ye Feng, cornered and desperate, had resorted to violence, the only recourse left to him. And if so, matters would become even more convenient. No, elder brother. Everything proceeded according to plan, until an unexpected interloper appeared, Lu Ashui. No one knows what stirred him, yet he rallied a contingent of villagers and drove Lu Quanjin and his men away. What? Lu Ashui led a mob that routed Lu Chuangan's group. Then, does that mean Zheng Kaifeng's convoy has already entered? Zhao Dabai shot upright, his face dark as charred coal. Yes, elder brother. Zhao Arai replied. Damn fools, every last one of them. Enraged, Zhao Dabai overturned his writing desk. That useless old wretch Lu Quanjin. I told him plainly, simply block the village entrance. With me standing behind him, no one would dare lay a finger on him. Why wouldn't he listen? Elder brother, that old fool seems genuinely terrified of Lu Ashui. And as for Lu Ashui himself, he's always been as wooden and unyielding as a log. Since when did he align himself with Ye Feng? Zhao Arai truly could not fathom it. Worthless, utterly worthless. This is enough to make me spew 3 liters of blood. Zhao Dabai raged beyond measure, shattering every object in his study, yet still failing to quell his fury. Zhao Arai cowered like a startled bird in the corner, trembling, dreading that his elder brother's wrath might descend upon him. Only when Zhao Dabai sat motionless on the floor did Zhao Arai dare inch forward cautiously and murmur, elder brother, what do we do next? Has Zheng Kaifeng once again harvested all of Ye Feng's watermelons? Yes, he's taken them all. And he's also acquired Ye Feng's aquaculture produce. As Zhao Arai uttered the word aquaculture, he swallowed hard, his voice dropping to a near whisper, because his elder brother's most valuable enterprise was the fishery. The melon fields ranked second. Now the watermelons couldn't be sold, entirely due to Ye Feng. Yet Ye Feng had now expanded into aquaculture, delivering another devastating blow to his elder brother's fishery. Anyone would be stunned. Ye Feng, this is entirely your doing. Zhao Dabai raised his head, his small beady eyes burned with glacial malice and fanatical obsession. Zhao Arai realized, this time his elder brother meant business. Previously their schemes against Ye Feng had been mere parlor tricks. Now everything would change. Zhao Dabai whispered something to Zhao Arai, who nodded repeatedly before dashing out. Meanwhile, Ye Feng's transaction with Zheng Kaifeng concluded successfully. Zheng Kaifeng purchased not only the watermelons, but also the entire aquaculture yield. In the end, Ye Feng earned over 6 million yuan. After deducting the outstanding debt for the fish fry he'd previously procured on credit, precisely 6 million yuan remained. Adding to his earlier miscellaneous earnings, Ye Feng was now nearly a millionaire. Consider how brief this span has been. From the moment Ye Feng purchased the land and planted melons, barely 2 months had elapsed. To amass 1 million yuan net profit in just 2 months, such a feat was unheard of in Qingshan village, or even across Qingshui County, let alone the provincial capital. Yet Ye Feng remained unmoved. His purpose in accumulating wealth was solely to elevate his own and Xiao Zhao's quality of life. The rest mattered little. Brother Yi, whenever your next shipment arrives, remember to contact me first. I must depart now. I've urgent arrangements to make. Having completed the acquisition, Zheng Kaifeng prepared to take his leave. His inventory shortage was dire, and he needed to return immediately to organize distribution. Very well, I won't detain you. Ye Feng waved farewell. Once Zheng Kaifeng departed, Ye Feng turned to Lu Ashui. Brother Lu, today's success rests entirely on your shoulders. Here, these 100,000 yuan are yours. Ye Feng produced the Tintu Sandiyuan sum he'd prepared in advance and handed it to Lu Ashui. No, I cannot accept this money. I sought it originally to treat my wife's leg injury, but her recovery is nearly complete, so I no longer need it. This sum isn't intended solely for you. You brought many people. Take it and distribute it among them. Lu Ashui hesitated. After all, such a decision could not rest with him alone. Brother Lu, take it. Consider it compensation for everyone who assisted me. I cannot ask them to labor without fair recompense. Very well. If you insist, I'll accept it. Lu Ashui ceased resisting and accepted the money. By the way, Brother Lu, villagers here rarely involve themselves in others' affairs. How did you gather such a large group to stand with you? Yi Feng voiced his genuine perplexity. Lu Ashui scratched the back of his head and grinned warmly. I'd helped each of them before, so when I asked for assistance they didn't hesitate, they agreed instantly. Truth be told, even I hadn't expected to summon so many. Ah, I see. Yi Feng nodded enlightened. Indeed, he'd chosen wisely when seeking Lu Ashui. At that moment, Qingshan Village's famed simple and honest folkways revealed themselves in full force. Having received Lu Ashui's past kindness, villagers responded to his call without hesitation. This was the power of communal solidarity. girl.Ye had schemed precisely along these lines, mobilizing collective strength to drive Yi Feng out. Yet Yi Feng had masterfully mirrored the strategy, turning his opponent's own weapon against him. Brother Lu, please ask them whether they'd be willing to work for me. Should they agree, wages will be generous, no less than 5,000 yuan per person per month. What? So much? Lu Ashui stared at Yi Feng astonished. Qingshan Village was a backward, impoverished hamlet. Monthly incomes typically ranged between 1 and 3,000 yuan. The most lucrative employment available was working for girl.Ye, yet even their arduous labor yielded no more than 2,000 yuan monthly. Yi Feng's offer doubled, and more than doubled, that sum. For villagers this was unquestionably favorable. Even Lu Ashui felt tempted, let alone those he'd brought. But Brother Yi, are you certain you need all the people I brought? Dozens of workers. Surely your melon sheds and fishery don't require so many. Who said I'm limited to melon sheds and fisheries? I'll also cultivate peach and apple orchards, a vast undertaking. I simply cannot manage it alone. Yi Feng smiled as he spoke. Ah, I see. Lu Ashui hurried off to relay Yi Feng's exact words to the villagers. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing the offer of 5,000 yuan monthly, every villager erupted in jubilation and unanimously accepted. Learning of their enthusiastic agreement, Yi Feng smiled. At last he had fully integrated into Qingshan Village. Henceforth who would dare harass him? Not only would Yi Feng refuse, but Lu Ashui and his fellows would surely intervene. First, for their interests were now inextricably aligned. Yi Feng asked Chen Susu to find a list and noted down everyone's names. Then he told them to go home and wait. Whenever there was work, Yi Feng would call them over. Of course, even if they stayed at home, doing nothing, as long as their names were recorded, each person would receive 5,000 yuan every month. This was the minimum guarantee, and it wouldn't be a single cent less, as Yi Feng stated. When Yi Feng finished speaking, the villagers who had come with Lu Ashui were ecstatic. They never expected Yi Feng to offer them such generous benefits. Even in the county town, this would be considered unique. Naturally, everyone was overjoyed. Yi Feng, there are 37 people in total. If you give them 5,000 yuan each month, that totals 185,000 yuan. Isn't that too much? Chen Susu felt a pang of sympathy for Yi Feng. In her opinion, even if he were to hire people, 3,000 yuan a month would be plenty. Sister Chen, you can't think like that. You must understand it's taking from the people to give back to the people. Although I grew and raised these melons and aquaculture myself, it is still in the area of Qingshan Village. Since I've made money, helping them improve their lives is only right. Furthermore, I haven't let them sit idle. I plan to develop an orchard and expand the fishery, so they will have plenty to do, and this 5,000 yuan will not be taken for nothing. Yi Feng said with a smile. Of course, work earns wages. If everyone were like Lu Chuangan, wanting to enjoy without effort, just wait and see how Yi Feng would treat them. Since you say so, then I'll listen to you. Chen Susu nodded. Let's go, Sister Chen, let's head home and cook. Yi Feng pulled Chen Susu along. Xiao, what do you want to eat? Xiao wants to eat lobster. Alright, then we'll have lobster, ha. Although Yi Feng sold all the aquatic products, he still had some left which he reserved for himself. Moreover, the fish and lobsters were quite large. Yi Feng grabbed a few large lobsters and headed home. For the next few days, Yi Feng didn't need to worry about the melon fields and fishery. Naturally, Lu Ashui and the others would help keep an eye on them. He spent his days playing with Xiao, occasionally venturing into the deep mountains to see if he could find anything beneficial for his cultivation. After all, the vast Dakingshan was home to the ice spirit pearl and heavenly wolf grass. There must be other treasures as well. Unfortunately, during these days, he found nothing of value, but he did collect quite a bit of traditional Chinese medicine. These could be used to concoct commonly seen herbal remedies like wound medicine, flying spirit powder, and 5 tiger pills, which could be useful for emergencies. That night on the hillside of the back mountain, 2 figures suddenly appeared, sneaking about, clearly not good people. So Yi Feng's fishery and melon fields are truly unguarded. These 2 were none other than girl.Ye. They crouched on the hillside staring at the melon fields, and after a long time, they didn't see a single ghostly figure. Yi Feng was indeed quite at ease, but this suited their intentions perfectly. Zhao Arii sneered, pulling Guzi to continue their stealthy approach. Guzi hesitated, saying, Arii, are we really going to do this? If we get caught, we could be in big trouble. Are you scared? If you're scared, then get lost, and don't follow me anymore, Zhao Arii replied. But Arii, I'm just worried something might go wrong. Guzi hesitated, still quite anxious. What's there to be afraid of? Even if we get caught, I have my older brother to back me up. Don't forget, in Qingshan village my older brother calls the shots, and he knows important people in the county town. If you're still so cowardly, then hurry up and get back. Pretend you were never here today, and don't ever help my brother again, Zhao Arii said. No, Arii, just pretend I didn't say anything. Let's get to work quickly. It was clear that Guzi still wanted to stick with Zhao Arii, as over the years he had benefited greatly from being with him. That's more like it. Zhao Arii along with Guzi snuck up to the vicinity of the fishery and melon fields. He instructed Guzi to take a bottle to the fishery while he slipped into the melon shed. Yi Feng, since you didn't have anyone guarding this place, don't blame me for being rude now. Zhao Arii grinned as he pulled out a bottle, preparing to pour it into the melon field. Just then a sudden scream outside startled him. He thought someone was coming, quickly stashed the item away, and peeked outside only to see no one there. The earlier shout seemed to have come from Guzi, who stood frozen in front of the fishery like a wooden statue, muttering something. Guzi, what's wrong? Zhao Arii walked over and patted Guzi on the shoulder, causing Guzi to collapse onto the ground, his face filled with terror as he looked around frantically. Arii, it's you. This place feels like there's a ghost. Damn it, I told you to pour the pesticide. Look at you, scared out of your wits. Hand it over, I'll do it myself. Arii, I'm not lying, there really is a ghost. Something just touched my head, and it happened several times. Get lost, I don't believe in ghosts. Zhao Arii thought Guzi was just being cowardly, and after they finished their task he would deal with him. Zhao Arii took the high-concentration pesticide from Guzi's hand and was about to pour it into the fishery when suddenly something floated past above his head. Zhao Arii didn't pay it any mind, thinking he had misseen, but the next second he felt something tap on his shoulder. Guzi, what are you doing? Don't you see I'm busy here? Zhao Arii cursed under his breath. However, that thing kept tapping him. Zhao Arii became furious, but when he turned around, he discovered Guzi had fainted on the ground, seemingly scared unconscious, and he noticed a white mist had enveloped the area without him realizing it. Just then he saw a ghostly figure flash past him. What the hell, could it really be a ghost? Zhao Ari's legs felt weak, and the bottle of freshly mixed pesticide he held was almost slipping. He swallowed hard, cold sweat beading on his forehead, repeatedly muttering, "It must be an illusion. It must be. How could there be ghosts in this world?" But the next second a man dressed in ancient soldier's clothing covered in blood suddenly appeared right in front of him, mere inches away. Zhao Ari's eyes widened in terror, unable to scream, and with a thud, he collapsed on the ground. After he fainted, the surrounding white mist dissipated, and everything seemed as if nothing had happened. However, the leaves of the green tree planted beside the fishery trembled lightly, as if stirred by the wind, appearing extraordinarily lively. Early the next morning, before Yi Feng had even risen, a pounding sound echoed from outside his door. He opened his eyes, walked over, and pulled the door open. Standing there was Lu Ashui. Yi Feng, something bad has happened. Lu Ashui seemed quite anxious. Brother Lu, don't panic. What's the matter? Yi Feng asked, puzzled. Actually, nothing major happened. But, forget it, Yi Feng, come see for yourself. Lu Ashui seemed unable to explain clearly. He grabbed Yi Feng and dragged him to the back hill slope where a crowd had already gathered, the villagers who had recently come to work under Yi Feng. When they saw Yi Feng approaching, they made way and greeted him. Yi Feng nodded in acknowledgement, walked over, and found two men tied up with ropes on the ground. Let me go. I'm Zhao Arii, and girl.Ye is my brother. You dare to capture me. Don't you know I'll make you pay? The one shouting was none other than Zhao Arii, the other was naturally Guzi. What happened? Yi Feng asked, confused. We came here this morning and found the two of them lying on the ground. And we found this on him, Lu Ashui said, pulling out a bottle of highly concentrated dichlorvos. Yi Feng looked at the dichlorvos, then combined it with Lu Ashui's description, and instantly understood. Yi Feng stared at Zhao Arii and said, girl.Ye sent you, didn't he? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Let us go right now, or my brother will make you regret it, Zhao Arii replied. Caught red-handed, and you still want to deny it? Yi Feng said with a cold laugh. He had been wondering why the Zhao brothers had suddenly gone quiet after the incident with Lu Quanjin. So they had planned this little stunt. But did they really think his melon field and fish pond were unguarded, and they could do whatever they wanted? Yi Feng, what should we do now? Lu Ashui asked. Take them to village Chief Wang's house, Yi Feng said after a moment's thought. All right. Lu Ashui called a few men over, and they dragged Zhao Erei and the other one along, following Yi Feng to Wang Tian's home. Yi Feng, why are you bringing so many people here so early? Village Chief Wang, something has happened that I might need you to handle. Yi Feng grabbed Zhao Erei and Guzi, threw them in front of Wang Tian, and recounted their actions. After hearing Yi Feng's account, Wang Tian's face darkened. You two have some nerve trying to poison someone. You'll be facing a lawsuit. Village Chief Wang, don't listen to Yi Feng's nonsense. We've been framed. Zhao Erei denied it. They caught you in the act. Denying it won't help, Wang Tian said, his face turning pale. Previously he could turn a blind eye to the scuffles between Zhao Erei and Yi Feng, but poisoning was a different matter entirely. It had escalated to a criminal offense. Village Chief Wang, I brought these two here to ask what you think. How should we handle this? Yi Feng. Wang Tian was the village chief. Even if his influence in Qingshan village wasn't that great, he was still the chief, so Yi Feng had to show him respect. Besides, Yi Feng wanted to see Wang Tian's stance on the matter. Yi Feng, you've done well. No need to consult me on this. Call the police directly. Yi Feng was quite satisfied with Wang Tian's handling. If Wang Tian had suggested settling the matter internally within the village, Yi Feng would not have agreed. Then call the police. Yi Feng had Lu Ashui call the police. No, Yi Feng, we're all from the same village. You can't do this. I know I'm wrong. Give me another chance, I won't dare again. Guzi was always timid. The moment he heard Yi Feng and Wang Tian planning to call the police, he was terrified. He didn't want to end up in jail. Damn it, Chen Gui, you worthless coward. Who told you to say that? Guzi's real name was Chen Gui. Seeing that Guzi had virtually confessed, Zhao Erei's eyes blazed with fury. He kicked Guzi, sending him flying. Earlier he had told Guzi that if they were caught, they should never admit it. And now this fool had completely ignored. But Chen Gui was genuinely scared, and he couldn't care less about that. He took several kicks before Lu Ashui and the others pulled Zhao Erei away. Either way, Chen Gui was truly terrified now. Yi Feng, I'm telling you, even if you call the police, it won't do any good, Zhao Erei said, looking smug and unafraid. Yi Feng frowned, thought for a moment, and then sent a text message to someone. After a while, the sound of police sirens came from the village entrance. Police cars rarely appeared in Qingshan village. When the villagers heard the sirens, they knew something big was happening and came running to watch. 4 or 5 police officers arrived, all in plain clothes. The leader, a dark-faced man, stepped forward and asked, I'm Captain Lu Dajuan from the county police station. Who is the village chief of Qingshan village? Hello, Captain Lu. I'm Wang Tian, the village chief of Qingshan village. Sorry for the trouble, Wang Tian said, shaking hands with Lu Dajuan. What happened here? It's like this. Wang Tian didn't waste words and quickly explained the situation to Lu Dajuan. After listening, Lu Dajuan nodded and said, then the parties involved will come with us. Take these two as well. The rest of you stay behind. Many villagers were watching outside. When they saw Zhao Erei and Chen Gui being let out in handcuffs, they were shocked. They had no idea what had happened, but it was clearly serious. As the involved party, Yi Feng naturally had to go with them. To be honest, this was the first time Yi Feng had set foot in a police station since his rebirth. Once inside, the officers treated him politely. They asked about his fish pond and melon field, and whether there was any bad blood between him and Zhao Erei. Yi Feng answered honestly. After finishing, he was left alone in the interrogation room. A long time passed before the man named Lu Dajuan entered with others. Mr. Yi, we've completed our investigation. Chen Gui has confessed, saying he acted alone and that Zhao Erei had nothing to do with it. Please review the statement. If everything is correct, sign it, and you can leave. Nothing to do with Zhao Erei. Captain Lu, are you joking? Yi Feng's face darkened. Lu Dajuan said, this is the result of our investigation and Chen Gui's own confession. He claimed that Zhao Erei often bullied him, so he wanted to frame Zhao Erei. What about girl.Ye? Yi Feng asked. This matter has nothing to do with girl.Ye. It was all Chen Gui's doing, Lu Dajuan replied. Huh? Yi Feng laughed. Just as he expected, there was someone in the station working for girl.Ye, perhaps even the very man standing before him, Lu Dajuan. No wonder Zhao Erei had looked so confident when he was brought in. He must have known he wouldn't be in trouble. There was no way Chen Gui had acted alone. Even a blind man could see that the Zhao brothers had made Chen Gui their scapegoat. Captain Lu, I really think you should investigate more thoroughly. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. We will continue our investigation. If Zhao Erei is indeed involved, we won't let him off. But of course we need evidence. Final sign then. Yi Feng didn't hesitate and signed his name, then walked out of the police station. As he stepped out, he saw Zhao Erei being released as well. Zhao Erei sneered. Yi Feng, this isn't over. We'll see. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, watching Zhao Erei leave without saying a word. Brother Yi, get in. At that moment, a black Santana pulled up beside Yi Feng. The man sitting inside was none other than Yi Feng sat in the car without a second thought. Brother Yi, I'm sorry, I didn't handle this matter well, Feng said, looking at Zhao Erei, who had been released. In fact, it was Yi Feng who sought out Feng. After receiving a text from Yi Feng, Feng called some friends hoping to help, preferably to bring Zhao Erei to justice. But who would have thought that Zhao Erei was still released? It's alright, boss Zheng, I know you've done your best. I asked a friend to inquire, and it seems it was someone high up in the police department who ordered the release. This Xiao is not simple. I used to think he was just a farmer, but it turns out he has a deep network of connections in the county. Brother Yi, you should be careful. I understand. In fact, even without Feng saying it, Yi Feng could guess. He didn't expect Xiao to have such connections, which explained why he could act so unscrupulously in Qingshan village like a mountain king. Brother Yi, if you need any help, just let me know. I still have some friends in government not afraid of Xiao. If I need anything, I'll definitely call you, boss Zheng. Yi Feng nodded, exchanged a few more words with Feng, and then got out of the car. Feng offered to drive Yi Feng, but was declined. Yi Feng hailed a car and returned to Qingshan village. Yi Feng, how is it? I heard Zhao Erei and the others were caught. No, Zhao Erei was released again, Yi Feng replied. Why is that? If someone like Zhao Erei was caught, why let him go? It's fine, he'll end up back inside sooner or later. Yi Feng smiled, not taking the matter to heart, and rubbed his stomach, saying, Sister Chun, I haven't eaten breakfast yet, can you get me something to eat? What do you want to eat? He'll go make it for you. Anything is fine. While Yi Feng was having his meal at Zhao Dahe's villa, Zhao Erei stood nervously in front of Zhao Dahe, not daring to make a sound. Erei, I want to know what happened last night. Why were you and Guzi found unconscious on the hillside? Zhao Dahe asked with a serious expression. Zhao Erei swallowed hard and said, Big brother, we saw a ghost last night, a real ghost. A loud slap interrupted him. Before Zhao Erei could finish, he was slapped by Zhao Dahe, who shouted angrily, What nonsense? Why don't you go die? Obviously Zhao Dahe did not believe Zhao Erei's ghost story. Big brother, we truly encountered a ghost. I swear on my deceased mother. Otherwise, you know me, how could I possibly faint from fear? Zhao Erei covered his face, kneeling on the ground and swearing. Zhao Dahe frowned. Could it really be a... Zhao Dahe was furious. He had paid a hefty price to get Zhao Erei released. What you said is right, I'm grateful to have you, big brother. Zhao Dahe was furious. He had paid a hefty price to get Zhao Erei released. What you said is right, I'm grateful to have you, big brother. I've contacted the person you told me to reach out to in the county. Should we act now? Let them come over first, or I need to plan things out carefully. Yes, big brother. Zhao Erei left to contact. Meanwhile, Zhao Dahe sat in his study, his expression dark and brooding, lost in thought. Qingshan village seemed to have returned to its usual tranquility. The villagers had learned about Chun Gui's attempt to poison Yi Feng's fish farm and melon fields, which led to his arrest. However, they did not know that Chun Gui was merely a scapegoat, although some astute individuals could speculate on that. Since the incident with Zhao Erei and Chun Gui, there had been people taking turns to guard the hillside at night, including Lu Ashui and his group. In fact, Yi Feng had told them they did not need to guard so vigilantly. With the presence of the 9-pattern Qingyang tree, no one could harm the fish farm or melon fields. However, Lu Ashui and the others did not listen, as they each received 5,000 yuan a month, yet hardly worked at all, which made them uneasy about taking the money. Since they insisted on guarding, Yi Feng decided not to intervene. Every day, aside from cultivating, he played with Xiao, not needing to worry about the fish farm or melon fields. During lunch one day, Chen Susu suddenly brought up a matter that caught Yi Feng's attention. I heard there was a murder case in Hatong village recently. Several people died in just 3 days. How could there be deaths? Has the murderer been found? Yi Feng asked, casually, unsure of what else to say. No, I heard the deceased didn't seem to have been killed by a person. It looked more like they were bitten to death by some beast. It seemed quite terrifying. Could it be wild animals coming down from the mountains, eh? Perhaps. But if wild animals do come down, they would mostly go after livestock and rarely attack people. Also, I heard that the bodies were all blackened, their blood drained. It's particularly eerie. Blackened bodies drain blood. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows. Is there anything else unusual? I don't think so. This is just what I've heard from others, but they said this matter is related to the Dead Man's Valley in Hatong village, and some say it's the work of evil spirits, which has made the people in Hatong village quite anxious. There's a Dead Man's Valley over there. This was the first Yi Feng had heard of it. Chen Susu replied, Yes, it's quite frightening. I heard a group of Japanese expedition members disappeared in there long ago. Oh, Yi Feng said, and said no more. After finishing his meal, Yi Feng kept thinking about what Chen Susu had just told him. He felt something was off, especially the blackened corpses and the drained blood, which drew his utmost attention. He visited Lu Ashua's home. Alright, sister-in-law, your foot should be fine now. but you still need to rest for a year or two, and please don't do any heavy work. Yifeng, thank you so much. Song Xiaowan was thrilled to find she could stand up completely. Of course Lu Ashui was also thrilled. He knelt down to thank Yifeng. Yifeng, you saved my wife, so from now on my life belongs to you. Brother Lu, it's not that serious. Yifeng helped Lu Ashui up, patted his shoulder, then turned to Song Xiaowan and asked, Sister-in-law, I remember you are from Hetong village, right? Yes, why do you ask? Do you know more about the deaths in Hetong village? Song Xiaowan asked in confusion. Why are you asking this? It's nothing, just curious. Everyone in the village is talking about it. Well, among those who died, one was my... She continued, I went to the funeral yesterday. My great-uncle's appearance was terrifying. As she spoke about it, her face turned pale, indicating she had witnessed something frightening. She continued, I went to the funeral yesterday. My great-uncle's appearance was terrifying. As she spoke about it, her face turned pale, indicating she had witnessed... The deceased had white eyes, eh? Yes. Yifeng frowned as if he thought of something. I hope that harmful thing doesn't come to our Qingshan village. It shouldn't, Song Xiaowan said worriedly. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Stay for a meal before you go. No, I have things to do. After leaving Lu Ashui's house, Yifeng frowned. This matter of the dead seems related to that thing. I guess I need to visit the dead man's valley. Yifeng had already made up his mind. When he returned home, he told Chen Susu he needed to go to the county for a few days and asked her to take care of Xiao Xiao in his absence. Chen Susu naturally agreed. That night, Xiao Xiao accompanied Yifeng to sleep as he might leave for a few days. By the time Chen Susu and Xiao Xiao woke up the next morning, Yifeng had already disappeared. Chen Susu knew that Yifeng must have gone to the county, so she did not think much of it. However, she was unaware that Yifeng was heading to the Valley of the Dead. The aura of death in the Valley of the Dead is indeed heavy. It seems many people have died here in the past. Yifeng found himself standing at the valley's entrance without realizing when. He gazed into the sky above the Valley of the Dead and saw some black mist that was invisible to the naked eye. This black mist was like threads scattering in the air, creating a chilling atmosphere that made the temperature in the Valley of the Dead noticeably colder than outside, but it was not the damp cold of perpetual shade, it was a bone-chilling cold. This black mist was indeed the aura of death, but Yifeng had been to far more dangerous places. The aura of death there was overwhelming, making the Valley of the Dead seem insignificant in comparison. Yifeng withdrew his gaze and walked into the Valley of the Dead. The Valley of the Dead had not seen a soul for years, and the vegetation was lush, completely shrouding the entire valley within it. It was filled with venomous snakes and fierce beasts, making it a place that ordinary people would dare not approach. However, shortly after entering, Yifeng heard sounds ahead, as if someone was present. Why are there so many snakes here? It feels like we've stumbled into a snake's den. Be careful not to get bitten, these are all poisonous snakes. Bang! Bang! Yifeng heard gunshots. As he approached, some poisonous snakes appeared around him, but they were swiftly slain by his hand. Ahead lay a sizable basin where 9 individuals stood, 7 men and 2 women, all wearing specially made tactical jackets, forming a circle with firearms and bayonets in hand, clearly not ordinary people. Why are there soldiers here? Yifeng furrowed his brow, detecting a familiar aura of iron-blooded combat from them. As a former Wolf-Tooth King, he could easily guess their identities. Besides these people, the basin was already occupied by colorful venomous snakes, which made one's scalp tingle just to look at. These individuals had indeed entered a snake den, and with the firearms in their hands they could hardly kill so many snakes. However, their strength was considerable. Facing this situation, they remained calm and organized, managing to fend off the surrounding snakes. Yet with so many snakes, if they did not escape the basin quickly, they would not be able to hold out for long. Feng, I have some realgar in my backpack. Hurry and take it out, we need to break through, a woman in camouflage pants shouted. All right. The burly man leaning against her turned around and pulled out a bottle filled with realgar from her backpack, while the 2 people standing next to him defended against the snakes in front of him. The venomous snakes leapt up as if shot from a bow, creating a perilous scene, but they were all successfully held back by these individuals. Yifeng could tell that their strength was quite good, especially the woman with a ponytail and camouflage pants, and the 2 men in tactical jackets. He saw flashes of sharp light from their bayonets as they killed the snakes. They were likely martial artists from the mundane world, but their strength was just average. To ordinary people, they would be considered experts, but to Yifeng they were nothing, as he was a cultivator. Even if he was not a cultivator, his previous strength was not weak, having reached the level of a congenital grandmaster among mundane martial artists. Otherwise, he would not have achieved such glory at a young age and become the revered Wolf-Tooth King. Scatter the realgar, oh, let's charge out. Charge. The burly man with the bottle scattered the realgar, and the snakes seemed to know something parting to clear a path. With this, the group of 9 finally managed to break out of the basin. However, the venomous snakes continued to chase after them, but after a while they scattered and disappeared into the vast jungle. That was way too dangerous just now. Oh, thank goodness Sister Ming brought so much realgar. Who says otherwise? This group was thoroughly exhausted. But at that moment, another woman in the team suddenly collapsed to the ground, her face pale. Xiaohe, what happened to you? Suddenly, everyone surrounded her. Xiaohe, still not completely unconscious, said with a face as pale as a sheet, Sister Ming, I think I've been bitten. Sister Ming Yuechan reached out and tore open Xiaohe's calf, revealing a snake bite wound from which black blood kept flowing out. Moreover, the veins around the wound had turned completely black, looking particularly gruesome. Xiaohe, don't worry, we won't let anything happen to you. The man carrying the medical kit quickly squatted down, took out a syringe from the kit, and injected it into Xiaohe's leg, but the situation did not improve at all. In fact, it worsened. Sister Ming, the toxin from this snake is too potent. While it hasn't fully spread, we can only amputate the limb, said the man with a serious and grim expression. Is there any chance to suck out the poison? Ming Yuechan asked. It's useless, Sister Ming. This snake venom is not like ordinary snake venom. If you try to suck it out, you might harm another person instead. The man carrying the medical kit said with a grave expression. Ming Yuechan's face darkened as she looked at Xiaohe and said, Xiaohe, it can only be amputated. No, Sister Ming. If I have to amputate, I'd rather die here. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if you amputate, you can still walk with a mechanical leg. If you don't, you will truly die here. Sister Ming, please. I don't want to amputate. Oh, just let me die here. No way. When we came out, I said I would bring all of you back safely. It must be amputated. Ming Yuechan was no longer interested in arguing with Xiaohe and instructed the man with the medical kit to prepare an anesthetic and get ready to perform the amputation. Actually, she can be saved without amputation. Suddenly, a voice came from not far away. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the voice, alert, scrutinizing with a hint of hostility. The speaker was not one of their own, but a man who had suddenly appeared nearby. This man was none other than Ye Feng, who had been trailing them all along. Who are you? You don't need to be so hostile toward me. Ooh, I mean no harm. I'm a villager from Qingshan village, and I can save her. Ye Feng pointed at Xiaohe. Don't stop him, I let him come over. Meng Yuechan ordered. The people blocking Ye Feng stepped aside, but they remained on high alert, ready to act at the first sign of any suspicious movement from him. You just said you could save Xiaohe. Meng Yuechan asked Ye Feng. Yes, I can save her. Ye Feng nodded. Why are you asking so many questions? Just save them. Meng Yuechan and the others were anxious, having no time to answer Ye Feng. One teammate even pulled out a gun and pointed it at Ye Feng, saying, If you can save them, then hurry up and do it. Why all this nonsense? Ye Feng coldly stared at the man and said, I advise you to put the gun down. I dislike it when someone points a gun at me. Are you looking for death? The man with the gun angrily retorted. His name was Wang Gangming. True to his name, he was quite tough and muscular, but also had a rather impulsive temperament. At this critical moment, who could remain as calm as Ye Feng? Wang Gangming, put your gun down first. Sister Ming. I told you to put the gun down. This is an order. Wang Gangming reluctantly lowered his weapon. Meng Yuechan looked at Ye Feng and said, You save them first, we can talk after that. All right. Ye Feng took out a vial of medicine from his pocket, poured out a white pill, and held it to Xiaohe's lips, saying, If you don't want to lose your limb, take this. Without hesitation, Xiaohe swallowed the pill that Ye Feng gave her. Immediately after, Ye Feng took out another pill, crushed it, and applied it to her wound. In less than 2 minutes, Xiaohe remarkably showed signs of improvement. The dark poison in her wound gradually faded, and her complexion regained some color. So miraculous. Everyone stared in awe, finding it hard to believe what they were witnessing with Ye. They thought Ye Feng would need to do something dramatic to save Xiaohe, yet he simply pulled out a vial, gave her a pill, applied another, and that was it. What did you just give Xiaohe? The man carrying the medical kit asked in astonishment. Dragon Tiger pill. Ye Feng answered. It was merely an ordinary pill made from herbs he gathered in the mountains, considered a miraculous remedy in the eyes of ordinary people. However, to Ye Feng, it was nothing significant. Dragon Tiger pill, that's a good thing. The man carrying the medical kit inhaled deeply. Can you give me one? Sure, but how much are you willing to pay? I won't sell it for less than a few million. Ye Feng's words left the man with the medical kit speechless. Xiaohe, how are you feeling now? Sister Ming, I feel much better. Thank you for saving me. Xiaohe looked at Ye Feng and said, You still need to rest. Well, you're not fully recovered yet, Ye Feng reminded. I understand, thank you. Xiaohe expressed her gratitude again. This spot is nice, so everyone rest here. Wang Gangming, go prepare some food. Yes, Sister Ming. After confirming Xiaohe was truly fine, Wang Gangming and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Drink some water. Meng Yuechan took out a military water bottle and handed it to Yi Feng. Yi Feng declined, saying, I'm not thirsty, you drink it yourself. Meng Yuechan nodded, first giving Xiaohe a sip, then taking a sip herself. She wiped her mouth and asked, You mentioned you are from Qingshan village. I remember there is indeed a Qingshan village nearby. Yes, I am a villager from Qingshan village. Yi Feng nodded. You are probably not locals, right? I can't go into details as this matter needs to be kept confidential. We are from a special department of the state, not bad people. Meng Yuechan took out her identification to show Yi Feng. This ID belonged to Meng Yuechan herself, though it didn't have detailed ranks or military titles, but was stamped with the number 749. Personnel from the Beijing 749 Bureau. Yi Feng felt a hint of suspicion in his heart. As a former wolf-toothed soldier king, he naturally knew about the 749 Bureau, which was known for its secrecy. Even after becoming a soldier king, he learned little about this department, since there was no interaction between them. However, he did know that the 749 Bureau was directly under the jurisdiction of Beijing Zhonghai. It's known that any department under Beijing Zhonghai is not simple, especially the 749 Bureau, which seems not to be something anyone could mobilize. However, I can tell you that we are pursuing something, which is why we came here, Meng Yuechan added. Yi Feng said, What you are pursuing wouldn't be related to the deaths in Hetong village, right? Meng Yuechan looked at Yi Feng in shock. That's not something you should ask. Without her needing to answer, Yi Feng could tell from her expression that he was likely right. Alright, now it's my turn to ask you. You aren't an ordinary villager, are you? What brings you to this place? As Meng Yuechan questioned him, she stared at Yi Feng as if trying to discern something from his face. Yi Feng remained unfazed, smiling lightly. Would you believe me if I said I'm here to hunt? Do you think I would believe you? Meng Yuechan clearly did not believe Yi Feng's words. Yet Yi Feng was serious. He might indeed be here for hunting. Regardless, I still want to thank you for saving Xiaohe. After you eat something, you should leave quickly. It's very dangerous here, Meng Yuechan reminded. I understand, but I can't leave just yet. My prey hasn't been found. Once I find it, I will leave, Yi Feng. In that case, why not come with us? After we search this area, we will ensure your safe exit, but you must not interfere with our work, Meng Yuechan proposed after some thought. Alright, I will join you. Yi Feng agreed without hesitation. Perhaps what he was looking for was the same as what Meng Yuechan and the others were pursuing. Moreover, they appeared well prepared and likely knew more than Yi Feng, so joining them might save him a lot of time. Sister Ming, the food is ready. You should eat something. Wang Gangming brought over a self-heating hot pot. They were well prepared, even bringing such items along, making them seem less like a task force and more like vacationers. Give it to him first. Meng Yuechan pointed at Yi Feng. Alright, I will make another one for Sister Ming. Wang Gangming's attitude towards Yi Feng was not good. He set the self-heating hot pot down in front of Yi Feng and coldly said, Consider yourself lucky. Yi Feng smiled and did not get angry, saying, Then I won't be polite. Meng Yuechan replied, No need to be polite. Yi Feng was indeed a bit hungry, so he happily started to eat the self-heating hot pot. The self-heating hot pot had plenty of beef inside and tasted quite good. After eating and drinking, everyone took a short break. Meng Yuechan gathered everyone for a small meeting. Yi Feng leaned against a tree, closing his eyes to rest, too lazy to eavesdrop on their conversation. Sister Ming, do you really want to let this guy follow us? I strongly oppose it. The first to jump out in opposition was Wang Gangming. He had disliked Yi Feng since the first moment he saw him. Yes, Sister Ming, letting him follow us will only bring trouble, especially since we still have a mission, and this valley is very dangerous. You saw what just happened. If we encounter the same danger again, we won't have time to care for others. Almost all of Meng Yuchan's teammates disagreed with letting Yi Feng join them. However, the man with the medical kit spoke in opposition, saying, Actually, I support letting this guy come with us. What just happened was dangerous, but you all saw that he is quite mysterious. He might be helpful to us. Mysterious? He already said he is just a villager from Qingshan village. What help could he possibly offer us? Wang Gangming scoffed. Earlier, he was bitten by a poisonous snake. Can you save her? If you can, then I'll disregard everything I just said, the man with the medical kit said. His words left everyone momentarily silent. Even Wang Gangming was left speechless. Indeed, as the man with the medical kit pointed out, if Yi Feng hadn't saved Xiaohe earlier, she might have truly had to amputate her limb, and Yi Feng had indeed helped them significantly. I agree with Sister Ming. Let him come with us. Xiaohe raised her hand to vote. What about you all? Meng Yuechan asked again. This time, everyone looked at each other seemingly without anyone opposing anymore. Alright, it's decided then, Meng Yuechan decisively stated. Wang Gangming was still somewhat unwilling, but since everyone else had fallen silent, he could only accept it. However, he had already made up his mind to keep a close watch on Yi Feng, If Yi Feng dared to pull any tricks behind their backs, he would be the first to take action against him. The meeting concluded, and Meng Yuechan invited everyone to sit down and rest. After about half an hour, they stood up to regroup, preparing to set off again. Yi Feng naturally followed behind them. The man carrying the medical kit was noticeably slower than the others, and quickly stood shoulder to shoulder, with Yi Feng saying, "Brother, let me introduce myself. My name is girl.Ye. What's your name?" "Yi Feng." Yi Feng replied. "Brother Yi, I'm curious about the long hudan you have. What was it made from?" girl.Ye asked. "I don't know, it's an heirloom. There aren't many left in my family," Yi Feng replied directly. "Oh, I see. That must be something precious. You used to on Xia, aren't you feeling regretful?" girl.Ye remarked. "It's fine. Sister Meng said she would pay me once we get out," Yi Feng said. This was indeed what Meng Yuechan had told him during their break. "You want my long hudan, right? I could give you one, but you need to tell me what you're doing here." "Well, never mind." girl.Ye indeed wanted the long hudan, but there was no way he would divulge their mission to Yi Feng, so he had to abandon that thought. Yi Feng shook his head, watching girl.Ye quicken his pace, thinking to himself that the people from Bureau 749 were indeed tight-lipped. Even if they didn't speak, Yi Feng could guess something, especially when he saw Meng Yuechan, who was walking in the front, take out an incense stick and light it. The smoke drifting away seemed to guide them in search of something, which only confirmed his suspicions. If that thing was indeed causing trouble, then Meng Yuechan and her group were undoubtedly here to feed it. However, upon closer observation, they seemed to have made ample preparations before coming, yet often danger is not as simple as it appears. "Sister Meng, there's a cave ahead." Someone had discovered a very concealed cave that would have been hard to find without careful observation. "There's blood here." Yi Feng noticed traces of fresh blood on the leaves near the cave. Meng Yuechan and the others naturally spotted it too. "Let's go in and take a look, but be careful." "Yes." Yi Feng stayed at the back, touching the blood on the leaves. It was thick and did not resemble human blood at all. "Kids, some things shouldn't be touched recklessly. Don't you fear dying here?" The man named Wang Gangmeng had been glaring at Yi Feng. Seeing him touch the blood, he spoke in a sarcastic tone. Yi Feng smiled and wasn't angry, following them inside. However, based on the blood, he had already guessed. "I didn't expect it to be exactly what I thought, but it shouldn't have originated from Qingshan village. Rather, it must have come from somewhere else. Meng Yuechan and her group must have discovered it, which is why they followed it here. As for the dead in Hatong village, they were just unlucky to encounter this beast. Of course, it's also possible that after it arrived here, it came out actively to hunt." Yi Feng had roughly pieced the situation together, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. On the other side, Meng Yuechan and her group had already entered the cave. The lighting was dim, and they took out the illumination sticks from their backpacks. The woman named Xia, he also tossed one to Yi Feng. Yi Feng grabbed the illumination stick and thanked her. Even without the illumination stick, he could still see the surroundings clearly. He noticed drops of blood on the ground identical to what they had found outside. Meng Yuechan and the others naturally noticed it too. They followed the trail of blood and soon reached the depths of the cave. This cave seemed to be naturally formed, though upon closer inspection, one could also see signs of human. It seems that someone came here a long time ago. That's a bit strange. When they arrived at an open area, the blood on the ground had completely vanished. In addition, the air here seemed to be not very well circulated. Suddenly, someone seemed to have stepped on something. That person put the illumination stick on the ground to take a look and exclaimed, "Sister Meng, it's human bones. There are bones all over here." The others also made discoveries. Meng Yuechan took out a flare and shot it ahead. Instantly, a scene of skeletal ruins appeared before them, with white bones scattered everywhere and some venomous insects crawling over them, looking particularly horrifying. Everyone's expressions turned serious. Meng Yuechan, bold and skilled, directly walked over, and the others followed. "Sister Meng, the clothing these people are wearing seems to be from the island nation's military. If I'm not mistaken, it should be that a detachment of island soldiers died here last century." Someone analyzed. Indeed, these white bones were dressed in tattered clothing, and one could still vaguely see the insignia on their uniforms, unmistakably from the island nation. Soon they discovered a large cache of weapons and ammunition, and even several boxes with black skull insignias painted on them. When they opened them, they found bombs, and if they weren't mistaken, these were likely gas bombs. This detachment was well equipped. How did they all die here? Meng Yuechan instructed everyone to spread out and carefully examine how these soldiers had died. The conclusion they reached was that all these soldiers had been strangled by something. This was even more puzzling. How could so many people possibly be strangled all at once? Who did it? Or is there something terrifying here? Could there be ghosts? Xiaohe guessed, her face pale. "Don't scare yourself. These island soldiers have been dead for many years. How they died is anyone's guess, and our purpose here isn't to investigate their cause of death. We need to find that thing first." "Sister Meng is right." Sister Ming, there's another cave behind here. It seems there's a noise coming from inside. After they bypassed the mass grave of bones, they indeed discovered another cave ahead, where a crunching sound was coming from, sounding like something was gnawing on bones. Everyone swallowed hard, their scalps tingling. They were quite brave, for if it were anyone else they wouldn't dare. Everyone be quiet. Just as Meng Yuechan and the others were about to enter, Yi Feng suddenly reached out and held Meng Yuechan back. Meng Yuechan turned her head, looking at Yi Feng with some confusion, not understanding why he was stopping her. Yi Feng whispered, "If you trust me, take your people out. It's very dangerous inside." Meng Yuechan's brows furrowed slightly. Before she could speak, Wang Gongming, who was standing next to her, said, "Are you scared? If you are, you can leave first. Don't just stand here being a hindrance. We don't have time to waste on you." "Well, maybe you should listen to Wang Gongming and leave first." Meng Yuechan thought for a moment and said. Clearly she also believed that Yi Feng was scared, which was why she said that. But it was normal to be afraid. After all, in Meng Yuechan's mind, Yi Feng was still just an ordinary person. Yi Feng shook his head and released his hand. Meng Yuechan and the others ignored Yi Feng and directly entered the cave ahead. Crack, crack. Meng Yuechan and her companions drew closer to the sound. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a single noise, as if even their footsteps had vanished. Soon they saw a blood-red figure ahead. The figure was hunched over its hand, clutching something that looked like a wild boar. The crack-crack sound was coming from its mouth. The creature seemed to sense something and abruptly turned its. If an ordinary person were here, they would be scared out of their wits. This thing had a human face covered in red fur. Whether dyed by blood or natural was unclear. Upon spotting Meng Yuechan and the others, a sinister smile crept across its face. Then it let out a sharp shriek, dropped the wild boar it was holding, and with a whoosh it fled. "Chase it. We can't let it escape again," Meng Yuechan shouted. Everyone gave chase. Yi Feng followed behind, thinking to himself, so it's a blood demon beast. Come to think of it, I haven't seen this kind of demon in a few thousand years. The blood demon beast is born from bloodstains, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Unlike other spiritual creatures, once born it can wreak havoc on a region. If it were an adult blood demon beast, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophic disaster for any place. However, the one just now, if Yi Feng's judgment was correct, was only in its birth stage, having been recently conceived. Yi Feng remembered that when he was in the cultivation world, he had once encountered a blood demon beast. At that time he was only at the foundation establishment stage, and that encounter nearly cost him his life. However, the blood core within the blood demon beast was a valuable treasure. He never expected that on Earth, a place with such thin spiritual energy, such a demon could be conceived. It seemed he hadn't come to the wrong place after all. He followed Meng Yuechan and the others, chasing after the beast, and arrived at the end of the cave. It seemed they had reached a depth of several hundred meters underground. The place was like a deep well. Looking up, they could see sunlight filtering down from above. Ahead of them stood a large withered tree, which must have lived for thousands of years. Truly enormous. Where did that beast go? Meng Yuechan and the others scanned the surroundings, but saw no trace of the blood demon beast. Sister Ming, could it have escaped from above? That should be impossible. That beast isn't that fast. It must still be nearby. Meng Yuechan stared around, finally fixing her gaze on the withered tree. She walked over, producing a dagger from somewhere, as if preparing to split the tree open. "Don't move," Yi Feng suddenly shouted. But Meng Yuechan's action didn't stop despite his warning. Thud! Meng Yuechan's dagger plunged straight into the dead tree. However, to her surprise, after the dagger entered the withered tree, began oozing a green liquid like blood. Yi Feng's face darkened. "I told you not to move. Why won't you listen? This doesn't seem like a big deal, does it?" Meng Yuechan looked at him, questioningly, confused by his meaning. But the next second the ground began to shake violently, the entire earth rolling like boiling water. Everyone could barely stand. Then, with a series of pops, countless vines burst out of the ground, encircling Wang Gongming and the others. Not only them, but Meng Yuechan and Yi Feng also met the same fate. Meng Yuechan reacted swiftly, using her dagger to slice through a dozen vines, but there were too many. Even if she had 3 heads and 6 arms, she couldn't keep up. Moreover, she was completely overwhelmed by the vines. This dead tree is alive. Meng Yuechan and the others gasped. They seemed to suddenly understand something. That was how the island soldiers in the bone pit outside had died, most likely related to this tree. Hee hee. A sinister laugh echoed. It was the blood demon beast. It had crawled out from somewhere. It had been hiding behind the dead tree all along. Now that the tree had revived and trapped Meng Yuechan and the others, it no longer hid. Instead, it climbed the rocks on all 4s, seemingly preparing to escape through the opening above. As for the vines rising from the ground, they also attacked it, but they couldn't harm it in the slightest, let alone block. "You beast, Did you know the dead tree was alive all along, and that's why you lured us here? Meng Yuechan said angrily. The blood demon beast cackled, but unfortunately, it couldn't speak. However, from its expression, it seemed that Meng Yuchan's guess was correct. It had deliberately led them here. You're not getting away. Meng Yuechan produced a bronze short sword from somewhere. With a swoosh, the surrounding vines were all cut open. These vines had regenerative abilities. The ones she had cut earlier with her dagger had wriggled and regrown. But after being severed by this bronze short sword, the vines recoiled, as if in fear, all giving way. So it's a crude artifact. No wonder that blood demon beast dared not confront Meng Yuechan Hedon, and instead lured them here. Yi Feng looked at the bronze short sword in Meng Yuchan's hand with some surprise. However, the artifact was too crudely made. If it could be called an artifact at all, it was merely a top-tier cold weapon in the mortal world. Beast, where do you think you're going? Meng Yuechan tried to climb up and chase the blood demon beast. But her speed was nowhere near as fast as the beast's. Moreover, Wang Gangmeng and the others below were in imminent danger. The blood demon beast turned its head and saw Meng Yuechan breaking free. It bared its teeth in anger, yet a ghostly smile still lingered on its face. Sister Meng, watch out. Below, Wang Gangmeng was completely wrapped in vines like a zongzi, only his head exposed as he shouted loudly. Meng Yuechan immediately noticed that the withered tree had somehow moved beneath her, and countless thick vines like sinister serpents were closing in on her. These vines were probably the main roots of the dead tree. Meng Yuechan slashed at them with her sword, but it was like striking steel. Only a shallow mark was left on the roots. Meng Yuchan's face turned pale. Her ankle was already entangled and the roots were dragging her down. The top of the withered tree had also opened a black void like a giant mouth. Meng Yuechan knew that once she was pulled down she would face utter doom. She grabbed the rock with her left hand and swung the bronze short sword with her right, trying to cut the roots binding her ankle, but it was useless. The roots were unbreakable. It was over. Finally, Meng Yuechan could hold on no longer and was dragged down by the roots. At that critical moment, a figure suddenly flew in front of her. Give me the bronze short sword. Without a word, the person snatched the sword from Meng Yuchan's hand. That person was naturally Yi Feng. After taking the bronze short sword, Yi Feng swung at once. Thud, thud, thud. The main roots of the dead tree were completely severed. How can you cut through them? Meng Yuechan held in Yi Feng's arms, widened her beautiful eyes as she looked at the man before her. Of course Yi Feng could cut them, because he had infused the bronze short sword with spiritual energy, making it incredibly sharp. A few mutated tree roots were no match for it. But Yi Feng had no time to explain. After landing, he released Meng Yuechan and said, "Go help them. Leave that beast to me, it won't escape." With that, Yi Feng leaped up like a martial arts master in a movie, scaling the walls and rushing upward, soon appearing behind the blood demon beast. The blood demon beast seemed to sense something. It turned its head and let out a piercing shriek, the sound carrying some kind of sonic attack that stung the nerves. But Yi Feng's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he chuckled. "You're just a newborn beast. If you were in the infant stage, I might have to run at the sight of you. But now you'll have to die here." Yi Feng wielded the bronze short sword in his hand, and surprisingly sword flowers appeared, even shooting out sharp sword chi. The blood beast dodged quickly, but one of its arms was severed, spilling a thick stream of blood. The blood beast let out a low growl, its anthropomorphic face twisted in pain and rage. Roar! It opened its mouth and spewed out a cloud of blood mist, enveloping Yi Feng within. With a wave of his hand, Yi Feng drew the blood mist toward him, gathering it in the palm of his hand before striking it back. With a loud bang, the blood beast screamed in agony and fell directly from the sky. This scene was of course witnessed by Meng Yuechan and the others. They all gasped in shock. They never expected that Yi Feng, who had been following them, was so powerful. In the moment Yi Feng struck down the blood beast, Meng Yuechan had already rescued Xia He, but her speed was too slow, and Wang Gangmeng and Su Choyang were on the verge of collapsing. Yi Feng shook his head, leaped down, and swung the bronze short sword. The vines were sliced apart as easily as paper. Wang Gangming, who could barely breathe, suddenly felt light, and with a thud he fell to the ground, gasping, as if he had just been saved from drowning, his mind somewhat foggy. However, he shook his head and realized that it was Yi Feng who had saved him, his face filled with disbelief. Of course, Yi Feng didn't just save him. He also rescued Su Donglai and the others, who were all unharmed, but had been tied up by the numerous vines like dumplings, nearly suffocating. After rescuing them, Yi Feng turned his gaze toward the withered tree. This withered tree should have died long ago, but something must have caused it to mutate. It was quite strange. He felt there was something within the tree. "Yi Feng, what are you doing?" Under the astonished gazes of Meng Yuechan and the others, Yi Feng leaped and jumped directly into the tree hole that resembled a gaping maw. They felt that once entering this tree hole, it would be very difficult to come out again. Yi Feng didn't explain much to Meng Yuechan and the others, disappearing into the tree hole. Meng Jie, what should we do? Su Donglai and the others anxiously gathered around. What else can we do? Yi Feng must want to kill this mutated withered tree. Oh, let's hurry and help. Alright. Meng Yuechan and her group formed a circle just like when they had mistakenly entered the snake den, not allowing the vines to ensnare them again while they moved closer to the withered tree. They didn't know how Yi Feng was doing inside, but it was certainly more dangerous than their situation. Just then, with a loud bang, the vines that had been attacking Meng Yuechan and the others suddenly froze in midair, followed by a rustling sound as they all fell to the ground, wilting and turning to dust before their eyes. The loud bang had come from the withered tree, which had exploded, sending with chips flying everywhere. Naturally, along with the explosion of the withered tree, Yi Feng emerged from within. Yi Feng, are you okay? Meng Yuechan and the others hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Yes, I'm fine. Yi Feng shook his head. Thanks to you this time. I originally thought bringing you along was a burden, but now it seems we were the ones dragging you down. Meng Yuechan said, her face filled with shame. Earlier, Yi Feng had warned her not to come in, and even when she approached the withered tree, he had stopped her, but she hadn't listened. If it weren't for Yi Feng's intervention, they might have all perished here. If you want to thank me, then give me that beast. Yi Feng walked over to the blood beast, which was already on the... What do you want that for? Meng Yuechan asked in confusion. She saw Yi Feng stab the blood beast to death with her bronze short sword, and then extract a blood-colored crystal the size of a baby's fist from its body. What is that? Meng Yuechan and the others were filled with curiosity. You don't need to ask so much. This thing is useful to me. As for the corpse, if you want to take it away, go ahead, but remember to cremate it, or it will cause trouble. After saying that, Yi Feng tossed the bronze short sword back to Meng Yuechan and turned to leave. Although the bronze short sword was considered a low-level magical weapon, it was too inferior as a weapon, and Yi Feng naturally looked down on it. Let's go. Meng Yuechan instructed Wang Gangming and the others to collect the blood beast's corpse and ran out of the cave with Yi Feng. They found a place to rest for a while. After all, they had just gone through life and death, and they were physically and mentally exhausted. Yi Feng, have something to eat. Wang Gangming brought over some food, but this time, he was very polite, even showing signs of respect. Yi Feng expressed his thanks. No need to be polite. Oh, it was my fault for saying those things to you earlier. I hope you won't hold it against me. Wang Gangming apologized, bowing to Yi Feng. Yi Feng waved his hand and smiled. It's not that serious. I actually didn't take it to heart. Brother Yi has a broad mind. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just let me know, and I will definitely help you. Alright. Yi Feng smiled. After Wang Gangming walked away, Meng Yuechan approached him, poured some water, and handed it to him. I'm quite curious, are you really a villager from Qingshan village? Of course. If you don't believe me, you can go ask in Qingshan village. They should all know me. It's not an exaggeration. Yi Feng is indeed a celebrity in Qingshan village, and his fame has even spread to Hatong village. Where did you learn all these skills? Meng Yuechan asked. That doesn't seem like a question you should ask. I'm sorry, I asked the wrong question. Actually, it's just that Meng Yuechan was too curious, but who doesn't have a few secrets? However, I have one more question. What was that thing you took from the beast? I don't mean anything by it. I'm just curious. If you don't want to say, that's fine. Meng Yuechan quickly added. That thing is a blood core. Yi Feng casually said. Blood core. Meng Yuechan became even. In short, it's just the essence from that beast. It should be of no use to you. You're not thinking of wanting it back, or? Of course not. You saved our lives. It's just something from a mere beast. You can take it without hesitation. Meng Yuechan shook her head. Alright, if there's nothing else, let's part ways here. I have to go back. Yi Feng stood up and patted his pants. Wait a moment, Yi Feng. Here's my contact information. Meng Yuechan handed Yi Feng a note with her contact details. This trip to the Dead Man's Valley has yielded rich rewards for him. After emerging from the Valley of the Dead, Yi Feng returned directly to Qingshan village. Upon his return, he sensed the peculiar gazes of the villagers upon him. Could something have happened? Yi Feng's heart tightened, and he hurried to Chen Susu's house. However, there was no longer a house for Chen Susu. It turned out that Chen Susu's home had been razed to the ground. Seeing this, Yi Feng's expression darkened, and he reached out to grab a villager, asking, tell me what happened in the village these past 2 days. Aye. This villager was terrified by Yi Feng's fierce gaze, almost losing control of himself. I'm asking you a question. Yi Feng spoke again. Only then did the villager react, stammering, it was Zhao Ariai. He brought a group of unknown people to cause trouble at Chen Widow's house, capturing her and Xiao Xiao. They even knocked down Chen Widow's house, and then Lu Ashui led a group of people to fight with Zhao Erei, but they were all beaten into the hospital. Where are Chun-Jie and Xiao Xiao? I don't know. Yi Feng released the villager. After being freed, the villager ran away faster than a Zhao Dahe. You're asking for death. Meanwhile, inside Zhao Dahe's villa, Zhao Erei and a group of people were indulging in revelry. They were feasting on the aquatic products and watermelons raised by Yi Feng while enjoying the company of women. I didn't expect the fish raised by Yi Feng to be so delicious. No wonder they sell so fast. Could it be that he has some ancestral techniques in fish farming? What are you talking about, Erei? I don't understand, said a woman lying in Zhao Erei's embrace. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Oh, I'll make sure you understand sooner. Erei, the widow is still here. What's there to be afraid of? Let her watch. Chinsusu was indeed there, but her hands and feet were bound, and she looked at Zhao Erei with a face full of fear and anger. Zhao Erei, just wait. When Yi Feng returns, he will not let you go, Chinsusu said. Chin widow, I'm here, just waiting for Yi Feng to return. When he does, you'll see how I deal with him. Moreover, after I finish with him, I'll deal with you, ha ha ha. Beast. Zhao Erei, you are a beast. Zhao Erei couldn't be bothered with Chinsusu's insults. He let her curse until she was tired, and then she would quiet down. But at that moment, someone suddenly kicked the door open and barged in. Erei, it's bad. Who the hell let you in? Didn't I say you had to knock before coming in? Get out and come back in properly. Zhao Erei yelled. The young man had no choice but to step outside, close the door, and knock. Come in. Zhao Erei tidied his clothes, sat in his older brother's boss chair, crossed his legs, and assumed a demeanor of a big shot. With Zhao Dahe absent these past few days, everything here was ruled by him, which had made him extremely arrogant. The young man entered again. Speak, what's the matter? Erei, the guards at the village entrance saw Yi Feng has returned. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Instantly Zhao Erei was startled and immediately stood up from the boss chair, slapping the young man across the face, thinking it was the young man's fault for not informing him sooner. The young man covered his face, feeling wronged, and thought, I was just about to say it, you were the one who told me to step outside. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and call Leopard and the others down, just tell them the main character has arrived. Yes, Erei. Before long, a crowd gathered in Zhao Dahe's villa. These individuals were all fierce characters that Zhao Erei had brought from the county town. Zhao Erei had led them to demolish Chinsusu's house, and had beaten Lu Ashui and the others. Zhao Erei, where are the people you mentioned? I want to see if this kid has 3 heads and 6 arms and dares to oppose Boss Zhao. A bald man with an imposing demeanor spoke. His name was Li Bao, and everyone called him Brother Bao. He was notorious in the county town, and many wealthy people feared him. It was said that a wealthy man previously did not give him face, and the next day, he disappeared, later found dead in the mountains. Everyone speculated that Li Bao had killed him, but there was no evidence. However, after that boss' death, his wife and daughter seemed to suffer greatly, and it was said their fate was quite tragic. In short, after that, almost no one dared to provoke Li Bao, and even Zhao Erei showed respect when he saw Li Bao. Brother Bao, the person will probably arrive soon, it will be up to you then. Don't worry, Zhao boss, enemies are my enemies. However, after this matter is settled, shouldn't you give me that woman? Li Bao was referring to Chinsusu. Ever since he came to Qingshan village, he had taken a liking to Chinsusu. If it weren't for Zhao Erei's constant obstruction, he might have already gotten her. Zhao Erei secretly cursed, the widow had been his target first. If Yi Feng hadn't suddenly appeared to cause trouble, he would have already taken her. However, at this moment he did not dare to say these things, and instead smiled. Brother Bao, rest assured, after we deal with that kid, even if I have to find a couple more for you, it won't be a problem. But in his heart he was thinking that after he finished with Yi Feng, Chinsusu would definitely be his first, and after he had his way with her, he could give her to Li Bao. Oh, it would be the same. Good, haha. Li Bao laughed heartily. But at that moment, with a loud bang, the door was suddenly kicked off. Before the person even arrived, a chilling aura that made one's teeth chatter spread forth. Everyone felt an icy killing intent. Yi Feng's figure suddenly appeared before them. Zhao Erei, you're asking for death. Upon seeing Chinsusu safe, Yi Feng felt a slight relief, but he did not find Xiao Xiao here, and his gaze turned icy. Yi Feng, you bastard, I haven't come looking for you, yet you've delivered yourself to my door. Zhao Erei was terrified upon seeing Yi Feng, but more than that he was furious. Brother Bao, it's this guy who killed him. Oh, so you are Zhao boss enemy. Li Bao looked Yi Feng up and down, sneering as he said, kid, kneel down, and give me a bow, and I'll spare your life. You were the ones who helped Zhao Erei demolish Chun-Jie's house, and beat Lu Ashui and the others. Yi Feng coldly stared at Li Bao and the others. You little punk, did you not hear what I said? Kneel. It should be you who kneels. You're asking for death. With Li Bao's command, those around him all charged at Yi Feng. Some were armed while others were barehanded. They were truly imposing. However, Yi Feng didn't even glance at them and walked straight ahead. Bang! 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 When Yi Feng reached Li Bao, all those dozens of people behind him lay sprawled on the ground with broken hands and twisted feet. Not one was unharmed. Fog! Fog! Damn! Li Bao was terrified, already wetting himself. He had brought over 30 brothers, yet in a single encounter, they were all disabled. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Did you just tell me to kneel? Yi Feng stared at Li Bao, enunciating each word deliberately. Thud! Li Bao knelt on the spot. It wasn't that he wanted to kneel, but an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, forcing him to his knees. Crack! Crack! When Li Bao's knees hit the marble floor, his bones and the marble shattered together. Li Bao let out a pig-like scream, nearly fainting from the pain. Yi Feng reached out and grabbed his neck. "Ah, boss, don't kill me. It was all girl.Ye who made me do it." Crack! Without uttering a word, Yi Feng snapped Li Bao's neck. This was the first time Yi Feng had killed someone since his rebirth, because they had truly infuriated him. After Li Bao died, Yi Feng turned his gaze toward girl.Ye. Girl.Ye jolted awake from his nightmare, immediately grabbing the bound Chen Susu beside him. At the same time, he produced a fruit knife from somewhere and pressed it against her throat, saying, "Yi Feng, don't come any closer, or I'll make sure the widow Chen dies here. See if your hand can still move." Yi Feng walked toward girl.Ye with a cold smile. Girl.Ye's face was filled with panic, then terror, as he discovered that his hand felt as if frozen by ice, completely immobile. Why was this happening? Not only his hand, but his feet were also nailed to the ground, utterly unable to move. Yi Feng walked up to girl.Ye, took the fruit knife from his hand, and untied Chen Susu. "Sister Chen, where is Xiao Xiao?" "I don't know, they took Xiao Xiao away." "Yi Feng, go save Xiao Xiao," Chen Susu said anxiously. Yi Feng nodded, grabbed girl.Ye by the neck, and asked, "Tell me, where is Xiao Xiao?" "I don't know either. My big brother took your daughter away. You'll have to ask him." Girl.Ye had already wet his pants in fear. "Yi Feng, don't kill me, please. I didn't do anything to the widow Chen, nothing at all. Please don't kill me. If you had done anything, you would have died long ago." Yi Feng asked coldly, "Tell me, where is girl.Ye?" "I don't know that either." "Then what use is keeping— Wait, I can contact my big brother, I have a phone." "Then why aren't you calling?" Yi Feng withdrew his spiritual energy, and girl.Ye could finally move. He dared not delay, quickly pulling out his phone and calling girl.Ye. The call was soon answered. "Hey Ye, how are things going on your end?" Big brother." Before girl.Ye could finish, Yi Feng snatched the phone. "Girl.Ye, what have you done to Xiao Xiao?" "Yi Feng." The voice on the other end fell silent. "Girl.Ye, if you dare touch a single hair of Xiao Xiao's, I will make sure you die a miserable death. Your daughter is fine." Suddenly Xiao Xiao's voice came from the other end. "Daddy, save Xiao Xiao. You hear that? Your daughter is still fine now, but what happens later, I don't know. If anything happens to Xiao Xiao, girl.Ye won't live either. Big brother, save me, you have to save me, I'm your own brother." Hearing girl.Ye's cries for help, the other end fell silent again. "I'm at the fish farm. Come find me. Come alone, and bring Ye." With that, girl.Ye hung up. "Sister Chen, wait here. I'm going to save Xiao Xiao. Be careful, Yi Feng." Before Chen Susu could finish, Yi Feng grabbed girl.Ye and rushed out. No one saw them on the way. There was only one fish farm near Qingshan village. Girl.Ye's farm, built just outside the village, exceptionally large, capable of raising tens of thousands of fish. But ever since Yi Feng started his own fish farm, girl.Ye's fish had rarely sold. Yi Feng arrived at the farm, the gate tightly shut. He kicked it open. With a loud bang, the gate swung open, and he walked in, dragging girl.Ye. The fish farm was eerily silent, and several figures appeared ahead. Among them was girl.Ye, who held Xiao Xiao in his grasp. Beside him followed 3 men, one of whom had prominently bulging temples, looking quite extraordinary. "Yi Feng, you're here." Girl.Ye stared coldly at Yi Feng. "Let Ye go. Then you let Xiao Xiao was held by girl.Ye, a bandage over her small mouth. She couldn't see, but she knew her daddy had come. Seeing Xiao Xiao unharmed, the heavy stone hanging in Yi Feng's heart finally fell. "Fine, I'll let your daughter go, and you let Ye go. Deal." "Wait, don't rush to release them yet. I want to have a few words with you." "What do you want to say?" "Yi Feng, I girl.Ye have been quite a figure in Qingshan village, and even the county town. After all these years, you're the first person to force me to this point." A contemptuous smile appeared on Yi Feng's face. Girl.Ye was too busy flattering himself. To be honest, from start to finish, Yi Feng had never taken girl.Ye seriously. Girl.Ye continued, "So I really admire you. If you're willing to hand over the ancestral recipe for growing watermelons, I can let bygones be bygones. From now on, well, make money together and share women. How about that?" Yi Feng chuckled. "Girl.Ye, to be honest, I never intended to do anything to you either, because in my eyes you're just a small fry. But you shouldn't have touched Sister Chen, and you definitely shouldn't have laid a hand on Xiao Xiao. So you're saying there's no chance for reconciliation?" "Of course. Alright, then let's release them together. Fine. Yi Feng and girl.Ye released their captives simultaneously. As soon as girl.Ye was freed, he ran toward his big brother. Xiao, though blind, also knew to run forward. Yi Feng, you force my hand. Girl.Ye suddenly pulled out a gun from somewhere and aimed it at Xiao. You dare. Bang. Girl.Ye pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet trailing smoke shot out from the barrel and flew straight toward Xiao. In girl.Ye's eyes, Xiao was as good as dead. But the next second his eyes widened in shock because he saw the bullet suddenly stop right behind Xiao's head. Yi Feng appeared in front of Xiao in a flash, embracing her, and at the same time, he caught the bullet frozen in midair. Die. Girl.Ye had just reached his big brother, thinking he had finally escaped the clutches of death, but the next moment his forehead was pierced by the bullet Yi Feng had thrown. Gah! Thud! Girl.Ye collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked to the side, already dead. You killed Ye. Die. Girl.Ye was furious beyond measure, grabbing his gun and firing at Yi Feng. At the same time, the men beside him also drew their guns and pulled the triggers. But the bullets flying toward him stopped completely in front of Yi Feng, unable to advance any further. If he had not broken through the first layer of qi refining, Yi Feng might have had to dodge thermal weapons. But now he was no ordinary person. He was a true cultivator. Apart from large-scale thermal weapons, handguns like these posed no threat to Yi Feng whatsoever. Clang clang. The bullets that had stopped in front of Yi Feng all fell to the ground. How is this possible? Girl.Ye and the others looked at Yi Feng in shock. Especially girl.Ye, whose face shifted from fierce anger to astonishment mixed with a hint of panic. He knew Yi Feng was formidable, but he never expected him to be this powerful, able to block bullets out of thin air. Was he even human? However, girl.Ye suddenly turned his gaze to the man standing beside him and said with awe, Mr. Chen, I implore you to take action and kill him. I can pay you any amount. Alright, girl.Ye, you helped me once, so I will help you in return. Mr. Chen approached Yi Feng and said, your strength is impressive to block bullets so easily. You must have reached the level of transformation, right? The term transformation refers to the strength of martial artists in the Celestial Empire. These martial artists are divided into postnatal and prenatal realms. The postnatal realm is further divided into 4 stages: Mingjin, Onjin transformation, and Tongmai, with sublevels of upper, middle, lower perfection, and peak. It turns out that before Yi Feng was injured, he was a prenatal master. However, judging by this guy's demeanor, he must also be a practitioner, possibly even stronger than transformation. Yi Feng coldly stared at him and said, before I decide to kill you, get lost. You little brat, you have quite the attitude. Let me show you what a Tongmai master can do. Mr. Chen was indeed a master of the Tongmai realm. With his strength, he could easily find a group of wealthy patrons in the provincial capital. He ended up here because he was injured and had fled, coincidentally running into girl.Ye. Seeing that Mr. Chen was extraordinary, girl.Ye had been supporting him with money and had helped him a lot, thus forming a bond. Later, when Mr. Chen left, he told girl.Ye that if he ever ran into trouble, he could come to him. So previously, when girl.Ye asked girl.Ye to contact someone, it was him. Of course, aside from him, there was also Li Bao, a desperate outlaw. Originally, girl.Ye had prepared 2 plans. One was for girl.Ye to work with Li Bao. If they could kill Yi Feng, he would not need to call on Mr. Chen. After all, such a good connection would be wasted in a single use. He feared that using it on Yi Feng would be too much of a loss. But who would have thought that both girl.Ye and Li Bao were useless and couldn't kill Yi Feng? Now there was no choice but to let Mr. Chen take action. After finishing his words, Mr. Chen suddenly appeared in front of Yi Feng, clenching his fist and struck with a punch that made the surrounding air roar. This punch was powerful and heavy, like an out-of-control truck crashing toward Yi Feng. Bang! Yi Feng extended his hand and caught Mr. Chen's fist disdainfully, saying, with your level of strength, you dare to show off in front of me? You're not a transformation, you're a prenatal master. Mr. Chen stared at Yi Feng in shock. He had used 70% of his strength in that punch, and the only one who could block it so effortlessly was a prenatal master. Wrong. I'm much stronger than you can imagine as a prenatal master. How can a mundane martial artist compare to a cultivator? That would tarnish the very words cultivation. Senior, please spare me. I won't interfere with things here anymore. Have mercy and let me go. Mr. Chen panicked and began to apologize. You didn't listen when I told you to get lost, now it's too late. Crack. Yi Feng exerted force and crushed Mr. Chen's fist. Mr. Chen let out a miserable scream. Immediately after, Yi Feng struck his palm against his chest. Bang! Mr. Chen crashed into the fish pond, dead beyond revival. This, run. Seeing Mr. Chun dead girl.Ye, and the others were terrified to the point of losing their minds, and turned to flee. But how could Ye Feng allow them to escape? Crack! Crack! Ye Feng caught up with the two men following girl.Ye, and before they could beg for mercy their necks were snapped. The last one dealt with was girl.Ye. He stopped in his tracks, because Ye Feng was already standing in front of him. He knew he couldn't escape. Ye Feng, don't kill me. Give me a chance. Do you know what you did wrong? I know I was wrong, or I shouldn't have fought with you. From now on, my melon fields and fishing grounds are yours, I won't take them. Ye Feng shook his head and said, You are mistaken, these are just minor issues. I won't quibble over them with you. Moreover, I haven't held a grudge for what you did in the past, because in business one inevitably encounters rivals. However, you absolutely should not have set your hands on Xiao Xiao. If you dared to harm her, you should know what your fate would be. No, please, Ye Feng. Give me another chance, or I won't dare again. There won't be a next time. Ye Feng used his spiritual energy to draw a talisman in the air, suddenly striking it on girl.Ye's head. Soul-searching technique. Girl.Ye screamed in agony. Ye Feng closed his eyes, reviewing girl.Ye's entire life. After finishing, girl.Ye was bleeding from 7 orifices, lying on the ground dead. You truly deserve to die. Ye Feng opened his eyes, looking at girl.Ye, and shook his head. Girl.Ye had lived for decades and committed many wrongdoings. Dying at Ye Feng's hands was too lenient for him. Xiao Xiao, Daddy is sorry for not taking good care of you. You don't blame Daddy, do you? No, Daddy went out because he had something to do, and those bad guys were too wicked. Xiao Xiao shook her head on Ye Feng's shoulder. Ye Feng patted Xiao Xiao, feeling somewhat guilty. If it weren't for him going to the Valley of the Dead, this incident might not have occurred. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao excitedly said, Daddy, wait. De Huang is still inside. You need to save it. Ye Feng nodded, searching the fishing grounds, and soon found the little wolf cub. The little wolf cub seemed to have been beaten badly, lying on the ground, seemingly at death's door. Daddy, is De Huang okay? It has been guarding me, and even bit several people. Xiao Xiao began to cry, though she couldn't see. She could hear what had happened before, as she knew girl.Ye had locked De Huang up and beaten it. Rest assured, Xiao Xiao, it will be fine. Ye Feng squatted down and patted the little wolf cub. De Huang seemed to sense Ye Feng's arrival and opened its heavy eyelids, seemingly on the verge of death. Ye Feng saw the hope and unwillingness reflected in De Huang's eyes. It might have been thinking, my master has finally come, but it seems I'm going to die. Little wolf cub, you won't die. Ye Feng infused all his spiritual energy into De Huang's body. Suddenly, the life force that had been fading away began to slowly recover. Finally, after absorbing all of Ye Feng's spiritual energy, De Huang could shakily stand up, just like a drunk. A wood stood up and whimpered in a soft voice. It still sounded a bit weak, but after resting for a while, it licked Ye Feng's hand as if thanking him for saving it. Ye Feng smiled and patted its small head before picking it up and tossing it into Xiao Xiao's arms. De Huang, you're okay? You scared me. Xiao Xiao touched De Huang and finally revealed a happy smile. De Huang also licked its little master's face, making Xiao Xiao giggle. Seeing Xiao Xiao transform her tears into laughter, Ye Feng was naturally happy as well. Then he carried Xiao Xiao and left the fishing grounds. On the way back, he encountered Chen Susu. You all are fine, that's wonderful. Chen Susu rushed over when she saw Ye Feng holding Xiao Xiao safely. Ye Feng handed Xiao Xiao to Chen Susu and said, Sister Chen, you take Xiao Xiao home first, I need to go somewhere. Chen Susu nodded and didn't ask further, taking Xiao Xiao from Ye Feng's hands. Alright, be careful. In fact, it was no longer dangerous since girl.Ye and his brother were already dead. Ye Feng did not leave Qingshan village, but returned to girl.Ye's villa. He went to girl.Ye's study and picked up a book that was placed on the shelf. Creak. It seemed he triggered some mechanism, and the bookshelf in front of him suddenly split apart, revealing a passage. Ye Feng walked inside. Inside was a secret chamber of about 50 to 60 square meters. This place was unknown even to girl.Ye's wife and son, as it contained his secrets. In this secret chamber were 2 items. One was a chest filled with gold bars, which constituted girl.Ye's wealth. He believed gold was more tangible than money, so he exchanged a lot for it. If this chest of gold were converted into money, it would amount to nearly 10 million, which shows just how wealthy girl.Ye was. Ye Feng was not polite. With a wave of his hand, he collected the entire chest of gold. Cosmic. It was just a minor technique able to create a spatial pocket within his sleeve. A powerful cosmic pocket could even contain the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, along with rivers stretching thousands of miles, so storing a chest of gold was completely unproblematic. Besides the gold, there was also a safe with a password. Having viewed girl.Ye's memories, Ye Feng easily opened the safe, which contained some photos and recordings that served as evidence of girl.Ye bribing the county's police chief Qiandafa. Previously, when Zhao Arai was arrested, it was Qiandafa who helped Zhao Dahe get him released so quickly and made Chen Gui the scapegoat. Zhao Dahe trusted no one, so he also kept a hand over Qian Dafa. However, this saved Yi Feng also took all of these away in one go. After exiting Zhao Dahe's villa, he stood still for a moment, then pulled out a note from his pocket and dialed the contact number on it. Hello, I am Meng Yuechan. Hello, Miss Meng, I am Yi Feng. Oh, it's you. I didn't expect you to call me first. Is there something you need? There's a small matter that I need Miss Meng's assistance with. A day later, Qingshui County's television station reported a shocking piece of news. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Qian Dafa, the chief of the Qingshui County Police, was arrested for accepting bribes, and it also implicated several shocking major cases. The authorities even issued a nighttime announcement severely criticizing several individuals, including Zhao Dahe. Moreover, Zhao Dahe was not only bribing officials, but seemed to be involved in some homicides. In short, Zhao Dahe was thoroughly finished. Yi Feng, fantastic news. Zhao Dahe is wanted. Chen Susu cheered excitedly upon seeing not only her, but some villagers also set off firecrackers in front of their homes after hearing the news. It was evident that Zhao Dahe had bullied the villagers for so many years, relying on his connections and wealth, which made many villagers resentful. Yi Feng, where do you think Zhao Dahe is hiding now? Chen Susu was unaware that Zhao Dahe was already dead. Not only she, but other villagers were also clueless. Yi Feng smiled and said he probably has no idea where to hide, but the Shiqing police have sealed off the entire city. They should be able to catch him soon. It would be best to catch him. He has done so many bad things and has always been against you, even kidnapping Xiao. Chen Susu suddenly thought of something and became a bit worried. By the way, Yi Feng, will the police come to find you because of the murder? Don't worry, Sister Chen. My involvement is merely assisting the police in solving a case. They will reward me, so they won't cause me trouble. That's good. Watching the news on TV, Yi Feng thought to himself Meng Yuchan's efficiency was quite high. He had only just spoken to her a day ago, and the matter had already been resolved. When she comes next time, he should express his gratitude thoroughly due to their relationship as landlord and tenant. However, this matter could be considered concluded. After finishing lunch, Yi Feng took Xiao Xiao in his arms, and along with Chen Susu went to the county hospital. They came here to visit Lu Shui and others whose injuries were not severe, and they would be able to be discharged after a period of rest. Of course, regarding the medical expenses, Yi Feng willingly took it upon himself, not letting them bear the cost, and even distributed some consolation bonuses, informing them that they were on paid leave. Even if they didn't work, their monthly pay would still be issued. After all, they had fought for him against Zhao Erei, so the rewards were necessary. Lu Shui and the others, upon hearing Yi Feng's words, were naturally very pleased, feeling that Yi Feng was truly good to them. They felt that the beating they took was not in vain, and they sincerely thought that once their injuries healed, they would definitely work hard for Yi Feng, otherwise they wouldn't feel secure about the money they received. After handling this matter, Yi Feng temporarily set aside the affairs of the fish farm and melon field, fully focusing on his cultivation. Of course, the issue of accommodation was also something that needed to be resolved promptly. Chen Susu's house had been destroyed by Zhao Erei, and now Yi Feng, along with Xiao Xiao and Chen Susu, were all crammed into Lu Shu's home. Even though Song Xiaojun had no objections and even warmly welcomed them, it wouldn't be sustainable in the long run. Thus, the villa Yi Feng had originally planned to build was back on schedule, and this time the speed was even faster than the last time due to the generous payment Yi Feng provided. In less than half a month, a beautifully designed and luxurious villa appeared on the hillside behind. This villa, even if placed in the provincial city, would definitely rank among the top. Moreover, the geographical environment here was beautiful, and the air quality was not comparable to that of the city. In short, Yi Feng's villa appeared to outsiders like a paradise. Yi Feng also planted a lot of purple bamboo outside, which he had bought at a high price. Besides the purple bamboo, there were also rockeries and fish ponds, all showcasing extravagance. In total, this villa cost Yi Feng nearly 5 million. This shows just how grand Yi Feng built this villa. Daddy, is the new house beautiful? Xiao Xiao seemed eager to see. Of course it's beautiful. Wait a little while, and Daddy will definitely let Xiao Xiao see it. Xiao Xiao, Daddy has built you a big house. From today we can live in our new home, Yi Feng said, while holding Xiao Xiao in the villa. Daddy, is the new house beautiful? Xiao Xiao seemed eager to see. Of course it's beautiful. Wait a little while, and Daddy will definitely let Xiao Xiao see it in person, okay? Yi Feng said. Daddy is the best. Xiao Xiao kissed Yi Feng on the cheek, and then Yi Feng handed Xiao Xiao to Chen Susu, letting her take her to explore the new house. As for Yi Feng, he locked himself in a room. He had already instructed Chen Susu not to let anyone disturb him during this period, as he needed to enter seclusion to cultivate. Yi Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, and with a flip of his hand a blood-red crystal the size of a baby's fist appeared. This was the blood core of the blood demon beast, containing a very thick aura of blood. If this were in someone else's hands it might be regarded as a demonic object, but for Ye Feng, it was extremely useful, as this blood core contained not only the aura of blood, but also absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, which would greatly aid his cultivation. In addition, a blue stone appeared in Ye Feng's left hand shimmering with dazzling light. This was the stone he obtained from the dead tree. It was because of this stone that the long-dead tree underwent a transformation. This stone was certainly not an ordinary stone. It was a 9th-grade mystical object called Qingmu Stone, which contained a large amount of Qingmu spiritual energy. Although much of the spiritual energy had been absorbed by the dead tree, about 70 to 80% remained, making it a rare spiritual object. This Qingmu stone can be considered an unexpected gain. Combined with the blood core of the blood demon beast, it should allow my cultivation to advance further. Right. Ye Feng thought no more and closed his eyes, beginning to absorb the energy from the blood core and the Qing. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the room, Ye Feng, resembling a monk in deep meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, as if a divine light burst forth from his gaze. At the same time, he exhaled a cloud of turbid air, dissipating into the atmosphere. My cultivation has reached the 2nd level of the Qi refinement stage, just a step away from the 3rd level. Unfortunately, I lack sufficient spiritual energy. Crack, crack. The Qingmu stone and blood core held in Ye Feng's hand began to show cracks, and soon turned to powder, completely shattering. However, my vitality can already rival that of practitioners at the 3rd or even 4th level of the Qi refinement stage. Ye Feng revealed a smile, crediting this to the blood energy within the blood core, and of course the fierce fire golden cicada body refinement technique. Now his punch was not something just anyone could withstand, and even without using spiritual energy, no conventional weapon should be able to penetrate his iron-like skin. It's a pity I haven't reached the 3rd level of the Qi refinement stage yet, but I'm close. Ye Feng thought for a moment before standing up and walking out of the room. Ye Feng, you finally decided to come out. Chen Susu, who had been at home, naturally knew immediately when Ye Feng emerged. What's wrong, Sister Chen? Is something the matter? Ye Feng asked, puzzled, noticing that Chen Susu seemed quite nothing. It seems the village chief is looking for you. He has come by several times, and said if you returned I must inform you immediately. Chen Susu did not ask what Ye Feng had been doing in the room. She was a smart woman, and when Wang Tian came looking for Ye Feng, she had always said Ye Feng was not home. Then Sister Chen, I'll go visit the village chief. Ye Feng played with Xiao Xiao for a while before heading out. Upon arriving in the village, the villagers greeted Ye Feng with smiles and friendly hellos, unlike before when they treated him like a drunken fool. There was no choice. Now Ye Feng was the richest person in Qingshan village, and everyone knew he was capable. Even the downfall of girl.Ye was related to him, leading to a sense of reverence among the villagers. Of course, the more famous one became, the more there would be petty people gossiping behind their back. People like Lu Laosan and Lu Quanzhen probably spoke ill of Ye Feng in private. However, these matters were not of concern to Ye Feng. At that moment he arrived at Wang Tian's home, where Wang Tian happened to be present. Seeing Ye Feng, he warmly welcomed him, even personally pouring a cup of tea for him, a treatment that even the former girl.Ye had not received. Village Chief Wang, I heard from Sister Chen that you have been looking for me several times. I wonder what it's about. Ye Feng asked directly. Wang Tian replied, it's nothing serious. With girl.Ye gone, the fishing grounds and melon fields he left behind have been confiscated. I was thinking it's not good for his land to remain abandoned, so I wanted to discuss it with you. Village Chief, Wang wouldn't want me to take over girl.Ye's melon fields and fishing grounds, would he? Ye Feng seemed to have guessed something. Wang Tian took a puff from his pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke as he said, yes, that's what I was thinking. However, these 2 properties are now public property, so I can't sell them directly to you. Wang Tian hesitated, knowing Ye Feng was smart enough to understand what he meant. Ye Feng understood the implication. You want me to lease girl.Ye's melon fields and fishing grounds, but if I make a profit, I must share a portion of the dividends with the public. While it's said to be for the public, it essentially means for Qingshan village. Moreover, Wang Tian mentioned it nicely. Girl.Ye's properties are confiscated, but ultimately it's still land belonging to Qingshan village. Furthermore, regarding a melon field and a fishing ground, the business department in the county probably wouldn't take them seriously. However, they did not know that Ye Feng had made a fortune from growing watermelons and raising fish, though Wang Tian was aware. Therefore, he wanted to lease girl.Ye's properties, but no one dared to take them. Everyone in the village knew that taking over girl.Ye's properties would mean opposing Ye Feng. If even girl.Ye couldn't compete with Ye Feng, who could? With no choice, he could only approach Ye Feng, as he was the only one who could maximize the benefits. Well, this money will be invested in the construction of Qingshan village, and we will not pocket a single cent. Wang Tian said earnestly. Village Chief Wang, let's not rush into this. Since we've reached this point in our conversation, I want to ask how much of the dividends I would need to give up if I lease Zhao Dahe's properties. What do you think is appropriate? Wang Tian had thought about this for a long time. If he asked for too much, it would be unreasonable, but if he asked for too little, he would feel cheated. After all, Zhao Dahe's melon fields and fishing grounds were quite large, so he passed the ball to Yi Feng, letting him decide. Yi Feng confidently stated, I can lease both the melon fields and the fishing grounds, but I can only give the village 1% of the dividends each year. 1%? Wang Tian shook his head upon hearing this. That's far too little. Village Chief Wang, don't underestimate it. Do you know how much I earned in those 2 months of growing watermelons and raising fish? How much? Yi Feng raised a finger. 1 million. Wang Tian guessed. Yi Feng shook his head. It's 10 million. Wang Tian gasped in surprise. He knew Yi Feng made a lot from farming, but he didn't expect it to be this much. 10 million in 2 months. It was insane. Moreover, for him, this was an astronomical figure. To put it into perspective, the former richest man in the village, Zhao Dahe, had only a few million, but Yi Feng had earned the total wealth of Zhao Dahe in just 2 months. Wasn't that astonishing? Wang Tian was nearly overwhelmed with shock. However, what Yi Feng said next further stirred Wang Tian's heart. This is just the initial scale. In those 2 months, I was alone. Now I have a team helping me. I can earn at least 20 to 30 million a month. I also noticed that Zhao Dahe's melon fields and fishing grounds have a large area. If I lease them, I should be able to make 2 to 3 billion a year. If I give up 1%, that would be 2 to 3 million. But that's not the key. Once I start large-scale farming and fishery operations, I can solve the employment problem for everyone in the village. This is not just a matter of a little dividend. As Yi Feng analyzed this, Wang Tian was moved. But Yi Feng, could you raise the dividend a bit more? 1% is really too little. Wang Tian said. Village Chief Wang, one must not be too greedy. If I don't lease Zhao Dahe's melon fields and fishing grounds, they will remain abandoned. Even if someone else takes them for other industries, I doubt they will earn as much as I would give you. Yi Feng said with a smile. Wang Tian's expression flickered as he realized Yi Feng was correct. Even if someone else leased the properties, they probably wouldn't bring in 2 to 3 million in dividends a year, not to mention the employment issue for the entire village. However, he still felt a bit reluctant, as people often have a touch of greed. Of course, he wasn't being greedy for himself, but for the future construction of the village. Yi Feng, I understand what you're saying, but could you increase it a bit more as a benefit to the village? Wang Tian, alright, since the village chief has brought this up, I'll increase the dividend to 2%. That's all I can offer. Yi Feng could have given more to the village, but he needed to consider whether Qingshan village could handle it. After all, Qingshan village was quite backward, lacking even paved roads. If he suddenly gave them so much money, it would surely cause chaos. Fine, 2% it is. But Yi Feng, if you make money, don't forget that this money comes from the land of Qingshan village. Wang Tian wanted to invite Yi Feng to dinner, but Yi Feng politely declined. Yi Feng, what did village chief Wang want with you? Upon returning home, Chen Susu came over to ask. It's nothing much, village chief Wang just wanted me to take over Zhao Dahe's business. Did you agree? Why not? This is just an opportunity for me to make money. That's true. Now we have 2 more plots of land. The original manpower might not be enough. Sister Chen, please help me out more. Post a notice in the village saying that anyone who wants to farm and raise fish with me will receive a salary of 5,000 yuan each month. Alright, I'll take care of it right away. Chen Susu was quite happy. Yi Feng was indeed doing a good deed. As soon as Chen Susu's notice was posted, the entire Qingshan village was buzzing. Everyone knew that Lu Ashui and his group were working with Yi Feng, each earning 5,000 yuan a month, which made them extremely envious. Now that Yi Feng was recruiting and he was hiring from the whole village, everyone naturally scrambled to apply. Many people were hired this time. Each household should have 1 or 2 people arranged. However, there were some people Yi Feng would not hire. These were naturally Lu Quanjin and Lu Laosan. They had previously caused Yi Feng a lot of trouble while working with Zhao Dahe, and even if Yi Feng was making money, he wouldn't bring them along. The next day, Wang Tian suddenly came to find Yi Feng. Why did village chief Wang come? You haven't eaten, right? Come and have a meal with me. Yi Feng, can you step out for a moment? I need to talk to you. Wang Tian's expression was not good. Yi Feng asked, what does village chief Wang want with me? Wang Tian said, it's still about the previous matter concerning the melon field and fishery. You might need to accompany me to the Li family ancestral hall. Why are we going to the Li family ancestral hall? Yi Feng asked, puzzled. Those old folks specifically requested you to come with me. I suspect they want to cause some trouble for you. Who are these old folks? They are the elders of the Li family. Wang Tian introduced Yi Feng to the origins of Qingshan Village. It turns out that Qingshan Village was originally called Li Family Village. In the early days, a group of fallen noble families settled here. At that time, everyone in the village had the surname Li. Later, due to some changes, the Li clan moved away, which led to the current Qingshan Village, but many members of the Li clan still remained in the village. After listening to Wang Tian's introduction, Yi Feng said, "Then my contract for the melon field and fishery has nothing to do with these people with the surname Li. Isn't it because girl.Ye spoiled them? Back when girl.Ye was around, he would give them some money every year as a tribute." Wang Tian looked at Yi Feng. "This is my fault, I forgot to tell you. So from what village chief Wang means, these Li family people are quite powerful, even girl.Ye had to give them money. The powerful ones are the Li family behind them. I heard that the Li family is now a prominent family in Shurching, and these Li family members in our village are considered a branch of the Li family in Shurching. There should be some connection between them, otherwise girl.Ye wouldn't give them money every year as a tribute. So that's how it is," Wang Tian reminded. "Therefore, when we get to the Li family ancestral hall, be careful with your words. Don't get into any conflicts with those with the surname Li, otherwise it will be very troublesome." "Alright, I understand," Yi Feng replied. After Wang Tian finished his reminders, he took Yi Feng to the Li family ancestral hall. Inside there were about a dozen people. They were all members of the Li family. The eldest among them was the old Master Li. He was the one who called Wang Tian over. "Old Master Li, we have arrived." Old Master Li said, "Village Chief Wang is here, please have a seat." "Okay," Wang Tian replied, and was about to pull Yi Feng to sit down with him. But there was only one seat. "Village Chief Wang, you sit down by yourself. The person who came with you can just stand." This? Wang Tian's expression darkened. They clearly intended to give Yi Feng a show of power. "Village Chief Wang, it's fine, I want sit." Seeing Yi Feng not sit, Wang Tian also chose not to sit. After all, he didn't really want to sit with these Li family members. Old Master Li looked Yi Feng up and down. "You are Yi Feng?" Yi Feng replied, "Old man, aren't you asking what you already know? Impudent. How dare you speak to the old master like that?" The Li family members present glared at Yi Feng. Old Master Li waved his hand and calmly said, "Young people can be a bit brash, that's understandable. Now I assume Village Chief Wang has explained the matter to you." "Yes, he mentioned some things, but I didn't quite—" "No problem, let me explain it to you again." Old Master Li looked at Yi Feng. "Actually, I called you here not for any big matter, but I heard you want to take over girl.Ye's melon field and fishery, yet you only offered the village a 2% profit." "Yes, that is indeed the case. I don't care how you negotiated with Village Chief Wang, but if you want to settle down in Qingshan Village, you must give 50% of your profits to us Li family members every year." Yi Feng laughed. "Why should I give you half of my money?" Old Master Li replied, "That was how girl.Ye did it. Now that girl.Ye is gone, that money naturally falls on you. That was girl.Ye's affair, but what does it have to do with me? Young man, you might not understand yet. Actually, this Qingshan Village belongs to our Li family. If you want to make money here, you have to listen to us, and we will help you out." "Then I wonder what help you provided girl.Ye. Now that girl.Ye has fallen, where were you when he needed help? You brat don't understand anything. Girl.Ye brought it upon himself, but it has nothing to do with us." "That's right, you little brat, if you want to make money in our Qingshan Village, you must obey us," the Li family members said. "Enough, I'm too lazy to listen to your nonsense. If you want me to give you money, you can dream." What Yi Feng said made the faces of the Li family members turn ugly. Old Master Li, however, had a smile on his face, as if he had long expected Yi Feng would not agree. "It's fine, young man, you haven't suffered enough yet. Since you don't want to give, then forget it. Old man, you don't need to threaten me. Even if you threaten me, I won't give you money. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." After saying that, Yi Feng didn't even glance at Old Master Li and turned to leave. "This kid is too arrogant. Why did you let him go, Old Master?" "Yes, Old Master, we need to teach him a lesson." "Enough, there's no rush. He will come back to beg us later," Old Master Li said with a smile, seemingly already envisioning the moment Yi Feng kneels before him. If he could deal with girl.Ye, how could a mere money-making brat stand in his way? After coming out of the Li family ancestral hall, Wang Tian could no longer hold back. "Yi Feng, you have been too reckless. You've offended all these people with the surname Li. How are you going to get by from now on? What is there to be afraid of? They are just a bunch of old geezers. Can they really do anything to me?" Yi Feng said, completely unconcerned. "It's not that simple, Yi Feng. You know that girl.Ye is not to be trifled with, but these people with the surname Li are even more formidable." Wang Tian anxiously grabbed Yi Feng's hand. "How about this, you go and soften your stance with Old Master Li, and he'll speak a few good words for you. That should help to turn hostility into peace. If you want me to go, you can go directly to Village Chief Wang. Ooh, I won't be going." Yi Feng looked at Wang Tian and continued, "Besides Village Chief Wang, didn't you hear what they said? They came straight out asking for half of the annual profits. Do they think I'm working for the Li family? You're right. This group of people with the surname Li is indeed infuriating and insatiable. They'll have a talk with them and see if they can settle for less. Wang Tian said, there's no need to go through all that trouble, Village Chief Wang. Even if they only wanted $1 from me, I wouldn't give it to them. But what am I supposed to do then? Wang Tian asked. You promised me that 2% of the profits would go towards the village's development. If anything happens to you, who will I ask for that money? Wang Tian forced a smile. He had initially thought that with girl.Ye out of the picture, good days were finally coming to Qingshan village, but who knew that trouble would arise again before they even celebrated for a day? Rest assured, Village Chief Wang. I will have people start operating girl.Ye's melon fields and fish farms right away, and I will deliver the promised dividends to you without fail. Oh, Ye Feng, I actually feel guilty for you. As the village chief, I didn't speak up for you when girl.Ye troubled you before. But this time you can count on me. I've never liked that group with the surname Li either. If you need help, just let me know. Wang Tian sighed, feeling utterly useless. As a village chief, he felt he was living worse than a dog. However, he thought it was time to make some changes. Even if he couldn't help Ye Feng much, he could still do something small. As long as Village Chief Wang has this intention, that's enough. Coincidentally, I also have something I want to ask for your help with. Ye Feng thought Wang Tian was a decent person, but it was a pity he had no significant abilities. What is it? Just say it directly. It's nothing major. I usually don't manage the melon fields and fish farms myself. I've always left those matters to Sister Chun and Lu Ashui. I hope Village Chief Wang can help them out more in the future. Ye Feng thought simply that these melon growing and fish farming enterprises were just his sideline. He couldn't devote himself entirely to them. Although Chen Susu and Lu Ashui were both quite capable, with more people helping Ye Feng, he worried they might not keep up. Some matters might not even be manageable for them, so it was essential to have a respected person like Wang Tian to support them. After all, Wang Tian was still the village chief of Qingshan village. No worries, with me here the melon fields and fish farms won't run into any major troubles. With Village Chief Wang's assurance, I can rest easy. Ye Feng chatted with Wang Tian for a few more minutes before parting ways. Wang Tian watched Ye Feng leave, still worried. After all, girl.Ye was merely a paper tiger, while the Li family was genuinely fearsome. Even girl.Ye was afraid of them, and he didn't know if Ye Feng could handle it. To be honest, Ye Feng didn't take the Li family seriously at all. Suddenly his phone rang. He took it out to see an unknown number calling. Ye Feng answered the phone curiously. Hello, who is this? Hello. Is this Ye Feng, brother Ye? Yes, who are you? Ye Feng found the voice unfamiliar, yet somewhat recognizable. Brother Ye, I am the owner of Darui Xian. My name is Han Fuhai, a seller of traditional Chinese medicine. Last time I bought a 50-year-old wild ginseng from you. Do you remember? Oh, so it's Boss Han. Ye Feng naturally remembered. What made you think of calling me suddenly Boss Han? The thing is, last time I asked if Brother Ye had any wild ginseng available, you said you did. Coincidentally, I have a customer who wants to buy the wild ginseng from you. Oh, that's what this is about. Boss Han, just tell your customer that I won't be selling the wild ginseng anymore. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Wait. Brother Ye, my customer can offer you a very high price. You'll definitely be satisfied. Boss Han, it's not about the money. I sold you the wild ginseng because I needed the money. Now I don't need it anymore, so there's no reason for me to sell the wild ginseng. After all, I can keep it for my health. Han Fuhai was momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, it seemed the phone was taken over by someone else, and a very pleasant woman's voice came through. Hello, Mr. Ye. I am the one who wants to buy your wild ginseng. My name is Lu Mingxiang. If you really have 100-year-old wild ginseng, please be sure to sell it to me no matter the price, because I need it to save someone. What did you just say your name was? Ye Feng suddenly held his breath and asked. Hello, Mr. Ye. My name is Lu Mingxiang. The woman introduced herself again. Ye Feng's breathing suddenly became a bit heavy. Mr. Ye, are you listening to me? Mr. Ye. The woman called out several times, but Ye Feng remained silent. Just as the woman was starting to get anxious, Ye Feng spoke up. I'm in Qingshan village, come find me. After saying that, Ye Feng hung up the phone. Lu Mingxiang, what a coincidence. Ye Feng's mind flashed with a memory that did not belong to him. No, it should be his, as he was Ye Feng now. That was when he led 81 brothers to carry out a mission in Bear Country. The mission went very smoothly, but on the way back they were ambushed. In the end, all 81 brothers he brought with him died, and he was the only one to return alive. It was also because of that incident that his bones were shattered by a bomb, leaving him incapacitated. He subsequently gave up his military position and honorably retired. Yet nobody knew that his life was actually exchanged for by those 81 brothers who bravely sacrificed themselves. For Ye Feng, the term brother held immense significance both in his past life and the present. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought across 3 realms for the Emperor Haoyin only to end up betrayed by his brothers. He certainly despised the Emperor Haoyin to the core. However, in this life, not a single brother betrayed him. He remembered very clearly how his brothers had used their flesh and blood to shield him from the enemy's cannon fodder during that battle. Moreover, Ye Feng distinctly remembered that one of his brothers was named Lu Shan. He mentioned that he had a particularly beautiful sister, and said he wanted to introduce her to Ye Feng once the mission was over. And his sister's name was indeed Lu Mingxiang. Undoubtedly, a single name evoked a torrent of memories within Ye Feng. Though this recollection was not his own personal experience, it was undeniable that he was now Ye Feng. Moreover, the scene of those 81 brothers sacrificing their lives to save him stirred up even more images from his past life, where he had waged war across the 3 realms. Although in the end the Haoyin Celestial Emperor had schemed against him, none of his followers had deserted. Even at the final moment, like those 81 brothers, they had rushed forward one after another to die in his stead. The only difference was that Ye Feng had survived while Wu Chen had perished. No, it should be said that both Ye Feng and Wu Chen were alive, just in a different form. But Ye Feng believed that he would return to the world of immortal cultivation, find the Haoyin Celestial Emperor, and settle all the old scores from his past life, one by one. If she really is Lu Shan's sister, how should I face her? Ye Feng's mood suddenly grew heavy. Boss Yi, we meet again. A voice pulled Ye Feng back from his thoughts. Captain Lu, what brings you here? Ye Feng turned around. The person approaching was Lu Dajuan, the captain of the county police station. Boss Yi, someone has accused you of assault. We need you to come back with us for an investigation. Ye Feng frowned. I assaulted someone. Who did I hit? You hit me. A person stepped out from behind Lu Dajuan. The man's face was bruised and swollen as if he had just been beaten up. Who are you? Do I know you? Ye Feng furrowed his brow. Well, Ye Feng, you beat me like this, and you still won't admit it. The man pointed at Ye Feng. Captain Lu, he's the one who hit me. Arrest him now. You say I hit you. You'll have to provide some evidence, won't you? The bruises on my face are the evidence. Captain Lu, what are you waiting for? Arrest him. All right. Bossy, you'll have to come with us for now. Fine, I'll go with you. Without even thinking, Ye Feng could guess that the man who had been beaten was sent by those surnamed Li. Besides them, no one else would go to such trouble to find fault with him. Those old codgers, they actually dared to frame me. They must be tired of living. What's going on, Captain Lu? What are you doing? As soon as Lu Dajuan and his men arrived at Qingshan village, the villagers noticed them. Seeing that they were there to arrest Ye Feng, someone immediately ran to fetch help. In no time, Lu Ashui led a crowd to the village entrance, blocking it completely. Ever since Ye Feng had cured Song Zijuan's leg, Lu Ashui had been utterly loyal to him. If Ye Feng told him to go east, he would never dare go west. So when he heard that the police had come to arrest Ye Feng, he was the first to object. Not only Lu Ashui, but Wang Tian, who had just parted ways with Ye Feng, also rushed back in a hurry. Village Chief Wang, what do you mean by this? We received a complaint from Li Chao about an assault. We're just taking Boss Yi back for an investigation. Ye Feng hit someone. When did that happen? I didn't know about it. Wang Tian was taken aback. But as soon as he saw Li Chao, he quickly understood what was going on. Because he knew Li Chao, he was from the same village. Captain Lu, it's just a minor assault. It's not a big deal. Why do you have to take him away? I have no choice. I received orders from above to bring him in. So all of you step aside and don't obstruct official business. No way. Unless you explain yourselves clearly, you can't take Ye Feng away. That's right, he's not leaving. Lu Ashui and the others shouted, brandishing weapons and blocking the village entrance, refusing to let Lu Dajuan and his men pass. Lu Dajuan's face darkened. What are you all doing? Move aside, or he'll have you all arrested. Fine, then arrest us all. Let's see if you can arrest everyone. Lu Ashui continued to shout defiantly. Lu Dajuan's face turned ashen as if he were angered by Lu Ashui's words. Boss Yi, I'm just taking you back for an investigation. There's no need to make such a big fuss. If anything goes wrong, it'll be hard for everyone to explain. Don't you think so? Captain Lu is right. Ye Feng didn't want to make things difficult for Lu Dajuan since he was just following orders. Alright, all of you make way. I'm just going to the police station for a while. He'll be out soon. But Ye Feng, it's obvious that those surnamed Li are trying to cause trouble for you. They might not let you out so easily. Wang Tian grabbed Ye Feng and whispered. He understood the stakes better than Lu Ashui and the other. Don't worry, Village Chief Wang. He'll be fine. By the way, a woman named Lu Mingxiang will come looking for me later. Tell her to wait for me in the village. He'll be back soon. Ye Feng repeatedly instructed Wang Tian before getting into the police car with Lu Dajuan and leaving Qingshan village. Inside the police car, Lu Dajuan took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Ye Feng. Boss Yi, thanks Captain Lu, but I don't smoke. Lu Dajuan nodded, put the cigarettes away, and said, thank you for cooperating today, Boss Yi. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to report back. It's only right. After all, Captain Liu said it's just a routine investigation. Yi Feng smiled. Yes, it's just an investigation, but bossy, you'd better find some connections. The matter might not be so simple. This time I was sent to Qingshan village on the personal orders of Deputy Director Li. Lu Dajuan whispered to Yi Feng. Deputy Director Li. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. What is his relationship with those surnamed Li in Qingshan village? Maybe they're relatives. I'm not too sure either. Yi Feng laughed. Such a small village as Qingshan truly hid dragons and crouching tigers. Soon they arrived at the Qingshui County Police Station. This was Yi Feng's second visit. The first time was when Zhao Erei and Chun Gui were arrested for poisoning. Yi Feng was taken to the interrogation room. Lu Dajuan treated Yi Feng with considerable courtesy. He poured him a glass of water, then sat there chatting with Yi Feng without asking any questions. After all, he already knew the situation. It wasn't a serious matter. At most it was a conflict, nothing too severe. Just then the door to the interrogation room was pushed open and two people walked in. One was a police officer of the same rank as Lu Dajuan. The other was Li Chao, who claimed to have been beaten. Captain Lu, Deputy Director Li wants you all to step outside. All right. Lu Dajuan patted Yi Feng on the shoulder, signaling him to stay calm, then led his men out. Only the officer who had delivered the message and Li Chao remained in the room. Li Chao, here he is. Say what you need to say. The officer exchanged a few words with Li Chao and then left as well. Now only Yi Feng and Li Chao were left in the interrogation room. Li Chao smirked at Yi Feng. So how does it feel to be arrested? Not so good, eh? You're also surnamed Li. Are you from the Li family? That's right. Li Chao said. Yi Feng, our old master, said that if you kneel down and apologize and give up half of your yearly profits, we won't trouble you anymore. And if I refuse, then it'll be trouble. The old master has already spoken to the people in the station. With the assault charge against me, it wouldn't be a problem to sentence you to a year or two. You won't be able to earn money and you'll have to rot in jail. That would be quite unpleasant, don't you think? So you'd better listen to the old master. Hi, even if I did hit you, which I didn't, do you really think this police station is run by your Li family? That they can sentence me just like that? I don't know if it's run by the Li family, but I know the old master has the power. You've seen how formidable Zhao Dahe is, right? He's as obedient as a dog in front of the old master. If you want to keep making money and live like a rich man, don't be too stubborn. That's the old master's exact words. Yi Feng stared at Li Chao and suddenly fell silent. Taking this as a sign of fear, Li Chaos' smirk grew even more brazen. So what do you think? Take your time to consider. Time is running out. Yi Feng suddenly laughed. What would happen if I beat you up right here in the police station? Li Chao sneered. Yi Feng, I'm not looking down on you, but if you dare to hit me here, you'll never get out of this place. Damn, it'll beat you to death. Yi Feng suddenly stood up, and in the blink of an eye, was in front of Li Chao. You dare? Li Chao couldn't believe Yi Feng would actually hit him. But the next second a resounding slap met his face. Li Chao was nearly knocked unconscious by Yi, his mind buzzing. How could this guy dare? Yi Feng didn't just slap him. He pummeled him, mercilessly pinning Li Chao to the ground and rubbing his face into the floor. A series of excruciating screams echoed through the interrogation room. Lu Dajuan and his team had been guarding outside. When they heard the screams coming from inside, they rushed. Upon seeing the scene in the interrogation room, they all gasped in horror. Yi Feng had grabbed Li Chao and had beaten him into a pulp, several teeth knocked out, blood everywhere. It was a gruesome sight. What are you all standing there for? Quickly arrest this violent man. Can't you see he's about to kill me? Li Chao cried out. Bossy, what are you doing? Let him go first, Lu Dajuan said. Team leader Lu, why are you being polite to this guy? How dare he hit someone in the police station? He truly has some guts. The long-faced police officer who had entered with Li Chao drew his sidearm. I now order you to let Li Ping go, or don't blame me for treating you like a criminal. Without a doubt, he was in cahoots with Li Chao. Yi Feng's gaze turned cold. I hate being threatened with a gun. What do you want? Stop right there. The long-faced officer had already held down the trigger. Deputy team leader, Zhou, don't do anything reckless. Lu Dajuan hurriedly pressed down on Zhou Chongbin's gun. If he fired, things would get really serious. Team leader Lu, what are you doing? Can't you see this guy is committing a crime? Zhou Chongbin questioned. I saw it, but don't we still not fully understand the situation? Lu Dajuan said, clearly trying to speak up for Yi Feng as he actually had a good impression of him. What else is there to understand? Can't you see what he has done to the person? Zhou Chongbin pushed Lu Dajuan aside, glaring at Yi Feng. I told you to let him go, are you deaf? Hey, you dare to point a gun at me? Swish. Yi Feng suddenly appeared right in front of Zhou Chongbin. It was so fast that Zhou Chongbin couldn't even react. Immediately after, there was a loud bang. Yi Feng struck Zhou Chongbin's chest with a palm, sending him flying against the wall, and before he could even scream, he had already fainted. Boss Ye, have you lost your mind? Do you know how serious it is to assault a police officer in the station? Lu Dajun stared at Yi Feng in shock. He never expected Yi Feng to not only hit Li Chao, but now also dare to strike Zhou Chongbing. Swish, swish, swish. The police officers standing beside Lu Dajun unhesitatingly drew their sidearms, all watching Yi Feng warily. Yi Feng squinted his eyes and said coldly, "Team Leader Lu, I think you are a decent person. Please have your subordinates put their guns away, though I know what I'm doing." "Put your guns down." The officers exchanged glances. "What are you doing? Are you not going to listen to me? I said put your guns down." "Yes, team leader." The officers had no choice but to put their sidearms away. Lu Dajun walked over to Yi Feng. "Boss Yi, can you let the person go now?" "Sure." Yi Feng threw Li Chao onto the ground. "Yi Feng, you are finished. The elder won't let you go." "Shut up." Bang. With a kick, Yi Feng sent Li Chao flying, and there was even the sound of bones breaking. Lu Dajun was momentarily stunned. He never thought Yi Feng would still dare to act. But it was also Li Chaos' fault. Was he insane? How could he still threaten Yi Feng at this time? Did he not fear being killed? "Boss Yi, you might really be in big trouble this time," Lu Dajun said with a bitter smile as he looked at Yi Feng. "It's fine, I know what I'm doing." Yi Feng smiled faintly, calmly, walking to a seat to sit down. "Team leader Lu, can I borrow your phone to make a call? You all go out first." Lu Dajun let his subordinates leave first, then took out his phone and handed it to Yi Feng. "Boss Yi, I can only help you this much at most." "Thank you, team leader Lu." "No need to be polite, Boss Yi." Yi Feng took Lu Dajun's phone, feeling a bit contemplative, and finally dialed a familiar number. "Hello, this is Meng Yuechan." "Who is this?" "Miss Meng, I may have to trouble you again." "Oh, it's you. I'm currently at the police station." Yi Feng briefly explained the situation here and hung up the phone, returning it to Lu Dajun. While Yi Feng was on the phone, what had happened here had already been reported to the so-called Deputy Director Li. This Deputy Director Li's name was Li Chengdong. He indeed had family ties with the people named Li in Qingshan village, but they were distant relatives. The reason he helped the elder Li was that over the years he had been in office, the Li family from Qingshan village had given him a lot of money. Of course, if it were a major matter, he definitely wouldn't help the elder Li, but for small matters like Yi Feng's, he would turn a blind eye. Third uncle, Yi Feng's situation is quite troublesome for you. At this moment, Li Chengdong was on the phone. They called Li Chengdong third uncle out of respect, as his generation was indeed higher than theirs. "Alright, I understand." Li Chengdong said a few impatient words before hanging up the phone. After a while, a police officer rushed. "Director Li, it's bad. Something has happened." "What happened?" "That Yi Feng assaulted someone. Not only did he beat up Li Ping, but he also assaulted our deputy team leader Zhou." "What? This Yi Feng has some guts." Li Chengdong felt a twinge of amusement inside. In truth, he wasn't really angry, but rather somewhat pleased. Originally, Yi Feng's assault wasn't a matter of life and death. If it had been up to him to handle it, it would have been difficult. But now it was different. A daring to assault someone in their police station and openly attack a police officer escalated the issue. Yi Feng truly was courting death. "Let's go, I want to see what happened." "I have met Director Li." Lu Dajun and the others were still standing outside the interrogation room. Upon seeing Li Chengdong approach, they all saluted him in unison. Li Chengdong waved his hand, instructing someone to open the door to the interrogation room, and then walked inside. "You are Yi Feng." Li Chengdong examined Yi Feng from head to toe. "Who are you?" Yi Feng asked. "I am the deputy director of the police department. My name is Li Chengdong." "Oh, so you are the one colluding with those named Li from Qingshan village to bring me here." "Yi boss, one can eat recklessly, but one should not speak carelessly. You hit someone, and I arrested you. Is there anything wrong with that?" That is true. But I wonder if Deputy Director Li has something to say to me." "Everyone please step outside." Li Chengdong instructed Lu Dajun and the others to leave, keeping only a trusted aide by his side. His aide kept a firm grip on his sidearm, fearing that Yi Feng might act out. "Yi boss, I've actually heard of your great name long ago. I've heard that within less than half a year in Qingshan village you made quite a bit of money." Deputy Director Li stopped beating around the bush. "Just say what you need to say." "Alright, since Yi boss lacks patience, I will get straight to the point." Li Chengdong looked at Yi Feng. "Actually, Yi boss, your matter is not a big deal. It's just a common village dispute that can be resolved through reconciliation. However, the situation is different now. You assaulted someone in our police department and even openly attacked an officer. This matter can be serious, and a sentence of 5 to 10 years is not out of the question." Yi Feng chuckled. "So Deputy Director Li plans to imprison me and impose a sentence?" Li Chengdong replied, No. As I just mentioned, this matter can be big or small. If Yi boss doesn't want trouble, then agree to the demands of those people from Qingshan village. Also, since you hit one of our police officers, you should make appropriate compensation." "Then Deputy Director Li, how much do you think I should compensate?" That depends on Yi boss' sincerity. Li Qingdong did not clarify too much, believing that Yi Feng must be a smart person who knows what to do. He felt fully confident in Yi Feng's compliance as he had encountered many individuals like him before, and he believed Yi Feng would ultimately compromise. Deputy Director Li, I think you shouldn't ask me for compensation, nor should you assist those old folks named Li from Qingshan village. If you could discipline your subordinates, and then let me go, we could all remain at peace. Li Qingdong, hearing Yi Feng's words, looked somewhat dumbfounded, and then he burst into laughter, saying, Yi boss, are you joking with me? You want me to let you go? Do you think our police department is your home where you can come and go as you please? And you dare to threaten me? Who do you think you are? Even if the king of heaven himself came, he couldn't save you. Not necessarily. Yi Feng chuckled calmly. Yi boss will give you 3 days to think it over. With that, Li Qingdong left the interrogation room with his men. Keep him locked up here. No one is to enter and no food or drink should be given. If I find out that anyone dares to send him food or drink, I will make sure they regret it. Yes, Director Li. The last incident with girl.Ye led to the arrest of the police department's director Qiandafa, and that position has been vacant ever since. Therefore, before a new director is appointed, Li Qingdong's authority is supreme, and naturally no one dares to oppose him here. However, Lu Dajuan, standing in the crowd, frowned and sighed inwardly. He wanted to help Yi Feng, but he likely couldn't do much. Why did you have to hit someone in the police department? It was initially a small matter, but now it has escalated. I just hope that the phone call Yi Feng made earlier was effective, but it seems unlikely. Lu Dajuan had always known that Li Qingdong had a powerful backing. Even when Qiandafa was still around, he had to heed Li Qingdong's words. So if Li Qingdong really wanted to deal with Yi Feng, he felt that Yi Feng might truly be in trouble. After finishing his instructions, Li Qingdong departed with his trusted aide. After walking a few steps, Li Qingdong suddenly stopped, recalling Yi Feng's calm demeanor, which unsettled him slightly. He instructed his aide, investigate this Yi Feng for me. I need all his information. Yes, Director. After about half a day, all of Yi Feng's information was laid out before Li Qingdong. Li Qingdong carefully reviewed the data. It showed that Yi Feng was exceedingly ordinary. The only unusual thing was that more than half a year ago he suddenly settled in Qingshan village with a blind daughter and started farming. The rest was common knowledge. So he is just an ordinary person who made some small money. I thought he would have some significant abilities. If he doesn't behave himself, let's see how I deal with him. Li Qingdong finally felt relieved. However, he did not know that the information he was looking at was all fabricated and that it had been forged by the military region. Only the details of Yi Feng's settling in Qingshan village with his daughter were true. His identity was highly classified as an SS-level document, and even the leaders of the military region did not have the authority to access Yi Feng's real information, let alone a mere deputy director of the police department in Qingshui County. A whole day passed, and no one delivered food to Yi Feng, let alone water. Yi Feng remained quiet and practiced diligently in the interrogation room. He believed that Meng Yuechan would come. If not, it didn't matter. He still had ways to escape. After Yi Feng had gone a whole day without food, the people from Qingshan village, those named Li, naturally received the news. What did you say? Yi Feng hit Li Chao in the police department and even struck an officer. The elders of the Li family looked at the person who reported the news with surprise. The Li family member replied, Yes, old master, this is news from the police department. I've heard that the third uncle has locked up Yi Feng, not giving him food and not allowing him a single drop of water. Good, ha ha ha. The old master of the Li family laughed heartily. This Yi Feng is really courting death. I had prepared several plans to deal with him, but it seems these plans are no longer needed. If he doesn't agree to our conditions this time, he can just wait to die. The old master is right. I thought Yi Feng could take down girl.Ye. He must be some fierce character. It seems it was just a stroke of luck. Exactly. Now that he has gone against the Li family, he must know the consequences, right? Ha ha ha. The other members of the Li family also laughed heartily, believing that the matter was almost settled, and whether Yi Feng agreed or not was just a matter of time. Old master, I think asking Yi Feng for 50% of the annual profits is still too little. Given the current situation, we could ask for more. I've heard he makes quite a bit of money. Yes, old master, what second Uncle Li said is correct. Others chimed in. I will consider that. Once Yi Feng is out, we can discuss it further. The old master of the Li family had a faint cold smile on his face, as if he had completely secured Yi Feng. After all, this was Yi Feng's own doing, and they could not be blamed. On the other side, Lu Ashui and the others were feeling anxious and restless. Yi Feng had been detained for a day with no news, and they sensed something was amiss. Village Chief Wang, you can't ignore Yi Feng. Lu Ashui had no choice but to bring a group of people to seek help from Wang Tian. Wang Tian's expression fluctuated as he replied, I have no solution either. Let's wait and see how things unfold. What are we waiting for? A whole day has passed with no news. We can't just sit here since the village chief can't help. We must find a way to save him ourselves. Lu Ashui seemed unable to wait any longer. Where are you going? Wang Tian stopped them. Of course we're going to the police station. I can't believe that with so many of us they would still keep Ye Feng locked up. Lu Ashui's plan was straightforward: to bring the villagers to the police station to pressure them. Don't act impulsively. Ye Feng said before he left that he wouldn't be in trouble. You all need to trust him. Wait a moment, could you tell me what happened? Suddenly a woman in white stepped forward and asked. The woman was very beautiful, her skin as white as pearls with delicate features, and an air of unexplainable nobility about her, clearly not an ordinary woman. Miss Li, you must know Ye Feng, right? Wang Tian thought of something upon seeing her. I don't know him. I came because I heard he has something I need, the woman replied. She was none other than Lu Mingxiang, who had previously asked Han Fuhai to call Ye Feng. You don't know him? That's troublesome, Wang Tian said, feeling disappointed. Please tell me what happened to. I don't know Ye Feng well, but I can still help. Wang Tian immediately recounted everything about Ye Feng and the Li clan to Lu Mengxiang. Without Lu Ashui was also present. He didn't know much about Ye Feng's arrest, only that Ye Feng had fought someone, and after hearing Wang Tian's account his anger surged like a volcano. Damn it, so it's related to those old Li bastards. I'm going to find them right now. Lu Ashui, stop. We don't even know what Ye Feng's situation is. If anything happens to you, how will I I don't care. Those old fossils have bullied people in our village for too long just because of their seniority. I've always disliked them. Wait, Lu Ashui, calm down. Wang Tian is right, this isn't a big issue. Trust me, you'll go to the county town and definitely bring back Boss-Yi. Lu Mingxiang spoke up. Miss Lu, can you really bring Ye Feng back? Lu Ashui had a bit of faith in Lu Mingxiang's words, as her attire and demeanor along with the two bodyguards following her indicated she was not an ordinary person. Of course, you need to trust me. Also, once I get to the county, you must not stir up trouble with the villagers. Okay, as long as Miss Lu is willing to help, I won't act recklessly. Lu Mingxiang nodded, and with her entourage got into the car, leaving Qingshan village under the watchful eyes of Wang Tian and the others. Ye Feng is quite impressive to have so many villagers supporting him. Lu Mingxiang said to Lin Fu, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Uncle Fu, call the family and ask about Ye Feng's situation. Lin Fu asked, Miss, do you really want to help Ye Feng? We'll see if I can help. If he really has wild ginseng over 100 years old, then helping him wouldn't be a problem. All right, miss, I'll call and ask now. Lin Fu made the call, and soon news came back. Miss, I've found out everything. He's still at the police station in Qingshui County, but there's been a bit of an incident, Lin Fu reported. What kind of incident? Lu Mingxiang asked. It seems Ye Feng got into a fight at the police station, and he fought with the police there. Lin Fu replied. Lu Mingxiang was slightly taken aback. Ye Feng really knows how to stir up trouble. There are already people wanting to target him, yet he dares to make a move in the police station. Uncle Fu, contact someone again and see if we can get him out first. Miss, we might not need to help, as someone else has already intervened seemingly to get Ye Feng out. Who is helping him? It seems to be someone from the military district. The military district? Lu Mingxiang was astonished. How could an obscure peasant from a remote village attract the attention of the military district? Lin Fu was also surprised by this. 3 days quickly passed. Ye Feng had spent a full 3 days in the interrogation room. As before, no one came to bring him food or drink. He felt entirely imprisoned. One day the door to the interrogation room finally opened. However, the person who entered was Li Chengdong. Boss-Yi, 3 days have passed. Have you given it any thought? Li Chengdong observed Ye Feng, who hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days, and was surprised to see no change in him. He thought Ye Feng must be starving and dehydrated, pretending to be fine. Ye Feng opened his eyes and said to Li Chengdong, I think you will die here. Boss-Yi, my patience is limited. Don't make me resort to violence. Li Chengdong was getting angry. Hell, why don't you try it on me? Ye Feng chuckled coldly. He was no longer patient enough to wait here. Since Meng Yuechan wasn't coming, he would have to take care of it himself. You are pushing me. Just then loud noises came from outside. What's happening? Deputy Director Li, it's bad. A group of people has come, and they seem to be from the military district. What are the military district people doing here? Li Chengdong's anger subsided, replaced by confusion, but he had no connection to Ye Feng in his mind. Boss-Yi, please reconsider. When I return, if you still refuse to listen, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, Li Chengdong left with his men. Upon stepping outside, he found 4 or 5 people in military uniforms. The one at the front was a spirited female officer of considerable rank. Hello, Chief. I am Li Chengdong, the Deputy Director of the Qingshui County Police Station. Li Chengdong took a closer look at the stars on the female officer's shoulder and realized she was a major. Are you in charge here? Meng Yuechan asked. Yes, Chief, may I ask what brings you to Qingshui County? Li Chengdong asked cautiously. I'm here to see Yi Feng. Let him come out to meet me. Chief, are you referring to Yi Feng? Li Chengdong was momentarily stunned, thinking he had heard wrong. Yes, that's right, Yi Feng. You captured someone named Yi Feng, let him go now. This? Li Chengdong was dumbfounded. They really came for Yi Feng. But how could this be? I've investigated. Yi Feng is just an ordinary person. How could he possibly know people from the military district? Li Chengdong couldn't determine why Meng Yuechan was looking for Yi Feng, so he quickly asked, Chief, I'd like to ask, is there anything specific you need Yi Feng for? Nothing much. I just heard that he was arrested by your people, so am ordering you to release him immediately, because he also belongs to our military region. Yi Feng is also from the military region. Li Chengdong gasped, inwardly panic flooding his mind. Damn you, Li Guanya, are you trying to ruin me? This Li Guanya was none other than the name of Old Master Li from Qingshan village. If Li Chengdong had known that Yi Feng was from the military region, he would never have dared to let Lu Dajuan arrest him. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? No, if this chief in front of him found out that he had locked Yi Feng up for 3 days without food or water, and if she had a close relationship with Yi Feng, wouldn't she come after him? There was still a chance he needed to remedy the situation quickly. With that thought, Li Chengdong hurriedly said, Chief, you might not know this, but we've actually already released Yi Feng. Already released? Meng Yuechan looked at Li Chengdong skeptically. Yes, already released. Li Chengdong nodded repeatedly. His plan was simple: first get rid of Meng Yuechan and her people, then go talk to Yi Feng and try to patch things up, even if it meant losing some face, as long as the matter was resolved. But his plan was flawless in his mind, yet things always took an unexpected turn. Chief, actually Boss Yi is still in the police station. I can take you to see him. A person suddenly stepped forward to speak. It was Lu Dajuan. His words nearly made Li Chengdong faint with rage on the spot. His eyes bloodshot. Li Chengdong glared at Lu Dajuan. Who gave you the right to speak here? Get back. Lu Dajuan was somewhat afraid of Li Chengdong, but he had mustered up the courage to step forward. Wait, let him finish. You just said Yi Feng is still here. Meng Yuechan asked Lu Dajuan. Yes, Chief. Boss Yi is in the interrogation room right now. Lu Dajuan said with a stiff upper lip. Since he had already spoken up, he had no choice but to see it through. His motive was simple: since Yi Feng could summon people from the military region, his identity must be extraordinary. By speaking up for Yi Feng now, he might also be helping himself. He had been a captain for over a decade, and it was time to take a gamble. If he lost, he could always quit this job. Deputy Director Li, is this what you meant by already released? Meng Yuechan stared coldly. Li Chengdong was so furious he could spit blood. He never expected Lu Dajuan to betray him like this. If not for Meng Yuchan's presence, he would have strangled Lu Dajuan right then and there. Li Chengdong was so furious he could spit blood. He never expected Lu Dajuan to betray him like this. If not for Meng Yuchan's— Yes, Chief. Lu Dajuan saluted and quickly walked ahead to lead the way. Li Chengdong stood frozen in place, not following, feeling utterly defeated. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed someone. Meanwhile, Lu Dajuan had already led Meng Yuechan to the interrogation room. Meng Yuechan saw Yi Feng. Yi Feng saw her too. Sorry, Yi Feng, I got delayed on the way. Are you okay? Meng Yuechan apologized. It's fine. I'm very grateful that Miss Meng came to rescue me, Yi Feng said with a smile. Come on, I'll take you out now. Wait, Miss Meng, could I ask you for another favor? Tell me, what is it? Could I borrow your gun? What do you need a gun for? To kill someone. As Yi Feng said this, a murderous aura radiated from him. Meng Yuechan was no ordinary person, as she could sense Yi Feng's killing intent. Her heart tightened. Yi Feng, don't do anything rash. I can help you get out, but if you kill someone, my authority isn't enough. It's fine. This is enough. Yi Feng pulled out a document from somewhere and placed it in Meng Yuechan's hand. Without asking for her consent, he took the gun and walked out. Meng Yuechan looked at the document in her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with shock as she stood frozen on the spot. This document was issued by the Dilong military region, completely blank. Why blank? Because Yi Feng didn't want it filled. If he wanted, he could write his name and any rank. Major General, Lieutenant General, even General. Although he had retired, the higher-ups still gave him this. It was enough proof of how many illustrious military achievements Yi Feng had earned to deserve such a thing. Even though nothing was written on it, it was more than enough to kill someone. If shown to someone unfamiliar, they would surely think it was just a piece of waste paper. But Meng Yuechan was different. She was from the military region herself, in a special department at that, so she recognized this document. This was a credential that only the highest-ranking commanders possessed, absolutely impossible to forge. My God, who exactly is he? The shock in Meng Yuechan's heart was beyond words. When she had encountered Yi Feng in the Valley of the Dead before, she thought he was a capable man, but now she couldn't see through him at all. Meanwhile, Yi Feng carrying Meng Yuchan's gun had already stepped outside, where he ran into Li Qingdong. Seeing Yi Feng, Li Qingdong immediately put on a flattering smile. Boss Yi, it's all a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Hey, you locked me up for 3 days, and now you tell me it's a misunderstanding. Deputy Director Li, if it were you, would you think it's just a misunderstanding? Yi Feng sneered. You're right, Boss Yi. I was wrong. I can apologize to you, and I hope you can forgive my mistake. Li Qingdong continued to grovel. No need, because I don't need a dead man to apologize to me. Only then did Li Qingdong notice the gun in Yi Feng's hand, and he was terrified. Yi Feng, what are you doing? This is the police station, and I'm the director. If you dare to act recklessly, no one can save you. Deputy Director Li, are you afraid now? Bang! Yi Feng fired the gun, but the shot hit Li Qingdong in the thigh. Li Qingdong screamed in agony. He never expected Yi Feng would actually pull the trigger. Was he insane? What are you all standing there for? Can't you see he's trying to kill me? Shoot him. The officers outside were all stunned. Who had ever seen such a scene? Even in novels it was unheard of, but they quickly reacted, drawing their own guns and aiming at Yi Feng. If he made another move, they might actually shoot. What are you doing? Put your guns down. At that moment, Meng Yuechan stepped out of the interrogation room. She stood in front of Yi Feng and ordered the officers. Chief, can't you see Yi Feng is trying to kill me? Even if he's from the military region, he can't act like this. Li Qingdong set his face pale. Meng Yuechan ignored Li Qingdong and looked at Yi Feng. Do you really want to kill him? Yes. All right, then I'll go along with you. Meng Yuechan ordered her soldiers to draw their guns and point at the officers. This has nothing to do with you. Put your guns down. I won't say it again. They'll take full responsibility for anything that happens. Chief, what are you doing? Are you going crazy with Yi Feng too? Li Qingdong was truly terrified. He never imagined that Yi Feng would try to kill him and Meng Yuechan would help him. When had the military region become so lawless? What are you doing? Pick up your guns. I'm your leader, you have to listen to me. Arrest this man. But the officers exchanged glances and finally lowered their guns. No one was stupid. Everyone could see that Li Qingdong had arrested the wrong person. Yi Feng dared to fire a gun in a police station. Either he was crazy or his backing was incredibly strong. They were more inclined to believe the latter. So listening to Li Qingdong now would only cause them trouble. Yi Feng, don't come any closer. You mustn't kill me. I'm from the Li family of Shiqing City. If you dare slay me, the Li family will never let you go unpunished. Li Qingdong panicked, utterly, irreversibly, his bladder trembling with primal fear. Deputy Director Li, I've already granted you every opportunity. Had you simply released me and left Qingshan village alone, we could have parted in peace. Yet you refused to listen. Chose instead to imprison me, to force my submission. This end is yours alone to bear. A thunderous crack echoed. Yi Feng fired again, this time shattering Li Qingdong's other thigh. The man collapsed onto the ground, blood pooling beneath him. His face twisted in abject terror as he scrambled backward on the floor, eyes locked on Yi Feng. Not as a man, but as death himself crawling forth from the ninth netherworld. Spare me. Please, Yi Feng, I beg you. Show mercy, let me live. I swear I'll never dare again. No more chances. Remember this well in your next life, be a righteous official. Yi Feng leveled the pistol at Li Qingdong's temple. Just as his finger tightened on the trigger, a voice erupted outside. Harsh, commanding, cease. All of you, cease immediately. Have you gone mad? Do you think you're above the law? County Magistrate Wei, you must save me. This man intends to murder me. The man who burst in was none other than Wei Zizhong, County Magistrate of Qingshui County, summoned moments earlier by Li Qingdong's frantic call. Fearing he couldn't contain the crisis alone, Li had sought higher authority, yet he'd never imagined the situation would spiral so far before Wei even arrived. Yi Feng glanced up at Wei Zizhong, then, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. A single deafening report. Li Qingdong dropped dead on the spot. His eyes remained wide open in disbelief, the final image frozen upon his face. As if even in death he could not fathom that Yi Feng would truly kill him, and do so before the very eyes of a county magistrate. Outrageous. Utterly lawless. Are you all useless fools? Seize him now. Seize him. Wei Zizhong erupted like a volcano, his voice raw with fury. He barked orders at the officers, but not a single one dared obey. Yi Feng paid Wei Zizhong no mind. Instead, he handed the pistol back to Meng Yuechan and said gently, Miss Meng, please handle this matter. I'll wait for you outside, shall I? Very well. Go wait for me out there. Yi Feng nodded once, then walked past Wei Zizhong and the stunned officers, exiting the police station unimpeded. When Wei Zizhong ordered his men to intercept Yi Feng, Meng Yuechan stepped forward and blocked them. Magistrate Wei, I presume. Greetings. I am Meng Yuechan. Here is my identification. What just transpired falls under the jurisdiction of our military district. Should you have questions, feel free to contact your superiors directly. They will brief you fully. Yi Feng left the rest to her. He trusted she would resolve it flawlessly. He waited outside for over 10 minutes before Meng Yuechan emerged accompanied by her team. Let me drive you home. Agreed. Without hesitation, Yi Feng climbed into the military jeep Meng Yuechan had brought. Silence filled the vehicle, thick, heavy, absolute. At last Meng Yuechan broke the stillness. Yi Feng, may I ask who you truly are? Yi Feng smiled faintly. Oh, I'm merely a humble farmer tending his fields. Then what of the identification you showed me? I found it. His reply left Meng Yuechan speechless. Fine, I won't press further. But today's incident is grave. I may not be able to contain its fallout. Give me your phone. After a moment's pause, Yi Feng asked for her device, and Meng Yuechan handed it over without hesitation. Yi Feng held the phone in silence for a long while, then dialed a number. It connected instantly. Before the voice on the other end could speak, he said plainly, "This is Yi Feng. I've killed a man, handle it for me." "Brother, it's really you. Where are you?" "I'm coming right now." The voice cracked with tears. "Don't ask questions yet. Did you hear me clearly? I've killed a man, handle it for me." "Brother, who did you kill, eh?" "A deputy director in a small county." "Then tell me his name." Yi Feng ended the call and tossed the phone back to Meng Yuechan. "Who did you just call?" as she asked puzzled. "A comrade. He'll manage everything. Your name won't appear in any record." "Very well." Meng Yuechan sighed inwardly. Countless questions churned within her, but Yi Feng offered no answers. Still she quietly redialed the number he'd just used, only to hear a hollow, disconnected tone. Her breath caught. That number had connected moments ago, yet now yielded nothing. What did that imply? It implied encryption, a tightly secured line accessible only to those authorized. Such numbers were not issued lightly, nor wielded casually. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips. She turned slowly toward Yi Feng, and found herself even more bewildered than before. Soon after they arrived at Qingshan village. "Miss Meng, would you consider staying for a couple of days, eh?" Yi Feng invited warmly. "If you don't mind, I'd love to stay a while." Meng Yuechan smiled. "Of course I don't mind. Then I won't stand on ceremony. There seem to be many people outside. I'll change clothes first." She undressed right before him, shedding her uniform to reveal a white tank top clinging to her fair lithe frame. Any other man would have lost himself entirely. Yi Feng glanced once, then turned away. "I'm ready, Yi Feng." He looked back. She now wore faded jeans and a crisp, white t-shirt. Youthful, radiant, breathtaking. "You changed in front of me. Weren't you afraid of what I might do?" "No, because I trust your character." Meng Yuechan chuckled softly. "Miss Meng, please don't flatter me. I'm quite the rogue. Rogues never admit to being rogues." Meng Yuechan's smile lingered. "It seems you doubt my judgment. Then perhaps I should help you reconsider." Yi Feng leaned in suddenly, startling her. He was inches away as she inhaled his potent masculine scent. Deep, undeniable, overwhelming. "So this is your idea of mischief? You've certainly made an impression," Meng Yuechan teased, seeing he'd paused, holding his position unmoving. But in the next instant, her eyes flew wide open. Softness pressed against her lips, warm, firm, irrevocable. Her entire being froze, stunned into silence. Never provoke a man, woman. It's perilous. Consider this lesson, and this kiss your tuition fee. The kiss ended. Yi Feng opened the door and stepped out. Meanwhile, Meng Yuechan remained seated, frozen mid-pose as though struck by lightning, utterly motionless. "Yi Feng, I'll kill you. That was my first kiss." Yet the moment she stepped outside, she saw villagers swarming around Yi Feng, and swallowed her fury. With a furious stomp, she clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes blazing with incandescent rage. Yi Feng naturally noticed Meng Yuechan's shy and angry expression, but he merely touched the lingering fragrance on his lips, not taking it to heart at all. "Sigh, after so many years of maintaining my Tao heart, I finally couldn't hold on any longer." In fact, after Yi Feng's rebirth, his mindset had already begun to change. He now had a precious daughter, and he needed to find a stepmother for her. He couldn't let his precious daughter grow up in a single-parent household. "Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking." "Yi Feng, you finally returned. We were so worried about you." Wang Tai and Lu Ashui and the others were all ecstatic to see Yi Feng back. Of course, there were also Chen Susu and Xiao Xiao. "Daddy, hug." Yi Feng embraced Xiao Xiao and smiled. "Has Xiao Xiao been listening to Aunt Chen these past few days?" Xiao Xiao replied, "I've been very obedient." Aunt Chen said Daddy went to the county to handle business, but why did it take so long? "I miss Daddy so much." It's my fault. I won't leave Xiao Xiao behind again, okay?" Yi Feng said. "It's fine, Daddy. If you have things to do, you don't need to worry about me. Aunt Chen and Da Huang can keep me company." Xiao Xiao said understandingly. "Xiao Xiao is the best." Yi Feng kissed Xiao Xiao, and then looked at Chin Susu, saying, Sister Chin, I'm sorry for worrying you. It's alright as long as you return safely. Chin Susu's eyes were a bit red, of course, out of joy. Village Chief Wong, Brother Lu, you all don't need to stand here anymore. Please let the villagers disperse. I'm fine now. It's alright as long as you return safely. Chin Susu's eyes were a bit red, of course, out of joy. Village Chief Wong, Brother Lu, you all don't need to stand here anymore. Ye Feng, who is this? Let me introduce, this is my friend Miss Meng Yuechan. I owe my safe return this time to her help. Oh, so you're Miss Meng. Hello. Thank you so much for bringing Ye Feng back. Wang Tian politely shook hands with Meng Yuechan. Meng Yuechan said, actually I didn't help much. By the way, Ye Feng, Miss Lu came looking for you. Didn't you meet Lu Mingxiang? I didn't meet her, but let's not worry about her for now. Sister Chin, please take Xiao Xiao and Miss Meng back first. Remember to arrange a room for Miss Meng. I need to handle some matters with Village Chief Wang. Okay, I understand. Please follow me, Miss Meng. As they were leaving, Meng Yuechan stepped hard on Ye Feng. Ye Feng frowned, thinking that this woman needed to be taught a lesson. However, Chin Susu happened to see this scene. She was momentarily stunned, but seemed not to think much of it, and led Xiao Xiao and Meng Yuechan back. Let's go, Village Chief Wang. We are heading to the Li family ancestral hall. What are you going to the Li family ancestral hall for? Ye Feng, you can't act recklessly. Village Chief, we can't act recklessly. They nearly caused Ye Feng not to return. They must be taught a lesson. Ye Feng will find some people to go with you. Alright, Brother Lu, just find a few people. Ye Feng, you. Don't worry, Village Chief. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Ye Feng patted Wang Tian on the shoulder. Seeing this, Wang Tian said nothing more. Soon Ye Feng led Lu Ashui and a group of people to the Li family ancestral hall. Just in time, girl.Ye and the others were there. Ye Feng, you really returned. What are you bringing so many people for? girl.Ye and the others were astonished to see Ye Feng's entourage. They still didn't know what had happened at the police station. Old fool, I've warned you not to trouble me, but you didn't listen. Then I have no choice. Brother Lu, smash it. Smash the Li family ancestral hall. Ye Feng, I've been waiting for this word. Lu Ashui exclaimed happily and charged forward with his men. You dare? Stop. All of you stop. girl.Ye and the others were horrified. They never expected Ye Feng to attack right away, giving them no chance to speak. The Li family members naturally tried to stop Lu Ashui, but Lu Ashui was too fierce, and the people he brought were all from the village's hunting team, each stronger than the last. The Li family members were simply no match for them. In an instant, chaos erupted in the Li family ancestral hall, and everything was smashed. Ye Feng, you're crazy. You've completely lost your mind. Just wait for the Li family's revenge. girl.Ye said furiously, old fool, don't think that just because you're old I won't dare to hit you. Ye Feng stepped forward, grabbing girl.Ye and slapping him twice across the face. girl.Ye, who already had few teeth, lost even more. Ye Feng, if you dare to hit the old master, I'll kill you. The surrounding Li family members rushed at Ye Feng, but they were no match for him. With a punch and a kick, Ye Feng sent them flying. Ye Feng dragged girl.Ye out of the Li family ancestral hall, saying, old fool, you must be wondering how I got out right. Let me tell you, don't expect Li Qingdong to help you get revenge. He's already dead. If you don't want to die, you and the Li family must roll out of Qingshan village. What? You killed Li Qingdong? girl.Ye stared at Ye Feng in disbelief, unable to accept it. What else would you think? If you don't believe it, you can investigate whether he's dead. And you probably don't know that Zhao Dahe and Zhao Erei were also killed by me. If you don't want to die, run quickly, the farther the better, before I decide to kill in front of the villagers. Uyui. girl.Ye was so shocked he could hardly speak. Get lost. Ye Feng. girl.Ye was of an age, and hearing Ye Feng's roar felt as if his bones were shaken to pieces. His face turned pale and terrified, and he was helped away to flee. Ye Feng clapped his hands and turned around, saying, Village Chief, Wang, you can rest assured now. From now on there will be no Li family members in Qingshan village. Even if there are, I will deal with each one personally. Wang Tian didn't expect Ye Feng to truly dare to do this. He felt relieved, but still expressed some concern, saying that old man, Li, seems to be able to contact the Li family in Shiqing. What if they find out that we smashed their ancestral hall and come looking for trouble? When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, damn it. With me here, what are you afraid of? Ye Feng said, alright then, I will listen to you. Ha ha ha. Wang Tian appeared very happy, as he had long disdained girl.Ye and his ilk. After driving away the person with the surname, Ye Feng returned home. Just in time, he saw Chin Susu and Meng Yuechan sitting outside and talking. Upon seeing Ye Feng return, Chin Susu hurriedly stood up and said, Ye Feng, I heard that you haven't eaten for 3 days. Let me make you some food. Alright then, I'll trouble you, Sister Chun. Not a trouble at all. After Chin Susu left, Ye Feng sat down opposite Meng Yuechan. Meng Yuechan remarked, I didn't expect you to be quite wealthy, having built such a large villa here. It's acceptable, but compared to the city, it's still quite lacking. Not at all, I find it quite nice here. The air is good and the environment is pleasant. If you like it you can stay here as long as you want. Being the lady of the house is completely fine. Yi Feng laughed heartily. Of who would want to stay here with you? Meng Yuechan suddenly glared at Yi Feng, recalling something. Do you know that you just took my first kiss? So what do you want? Do you want it back? Yi Feng said with a smile. I'll kill you. Meng Yuechan reached out to grab Yi Feng. Yi Feng naturally caught her. Meng Yuechan tried to strike with her other hand, but it was also caught by Yi Feng. She attempted to withdraw, but found she couldn't move at all. Miss Ming, you're no match for me. Yi Feng said. I'm not convinced. I wasn't prepared just now. If you have the ability, let go of me, and we can start over. Okay. Yi Feng directly released Meng Yuechan. Once her hands were free, she suddenly clenched her fists and continued to strike at Yi Feng. Yi Feng smiled and began to spar with Meng Yuechan. Bang, bang, bang. No matter how tricky and fierce Meng Yuechan's moves were, they were all countered by Yi Feng. Meng Yuechan's strength was not bad. To ordinary people, she would definitely be considered a master. Unfortunately, in front of Yi Feng, she was still too weak. How is this guy so strong? Earlier in the Dead Man's Valley, Meng Yuechan had already known that Yi Feng was powerful, but having fought him now she realized just how formidable he truly was. She couldn't even gauge his strength, but it was very likely he had already reached the level of a congenital master. After all, how young was Yi Feng? She had never seen such a young congenital master before, which left her quite shocked. Miss Ming, I told you you're not my opponent, so stop fighting. I will fight you to the end. Meng Yuechan seemed to find an opportunity, her hands coiling like a flexible snake around Yi Feng's arm, attempting to throw him with a common shoulder throw. However, she found she couldn't budge Yi Feng at all, instead she was subdued by him. Their current posture resembled Yi Feng embracing Meng Yuechan. Yi Feng leaned down and whispered in Meng Yuechan's ear, Miss Meng, since I kissed you, I will take responsibility for you. Get lost, who wants you to take responsibility? I didn't know before, but it turns out you're a real rogue. Meng Yuechan's face turned completely red as she spat. It's not too late to find out now. Let go of me. You smell so good, let me hold you a little longer. You lecherous scoundrel. If any of Meng Yuechan's colleagues were here, they would surely be shocked, as they would never expect their Meng Jie to be bullied like this. What are you two doing? Suddenly, an inappropriate voice interrupted. Chen Susu. Let me go now. Alright. Seeing Chen Susu appear, Yi Feng had no choice but to release Meng Yuechan. Once free, Meng Yuechan's face was flushed, and without saying a word she ran off. Yi Feng, did I interrupt you too? Chen Susu said awkwardly. Of course, a hint of sadness could be seen, although she hid it well. Yi Feng still caught it. No, I was just practicing with Miss Meng. Sister Chen, you're not fooling me. Yi Feng suddenly reached out and pulled Chen Susu into his embrace. What are you doing? Don't mess around. Chen Susu said in panic. Sister Chen, actually I like you in my heart. Yi Feng said, looking down at Chen Susu. Yi Feng, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm a widow, don't say that. What, widow or not, I don't care. Yi Feng pinched Chen Susu's chin and directly kissed her. Chen Susu pushed Yi Feng away, striking at him, but it was completely ineffective, and soon she began to lose herself. Papa, where are you? Have you come back? Suddenly a small voice rang out. Chen Susu immediately snapped back to reality, her face flushed, and she hurriedly pushed Yi Feng away. I've made food for you, it's in the kitchen, go eat it yourself. After saying that, she ran off. Yi Feng shook his head, touched his lips, thinking about how he had kissed 2 women in one day. The feeling was indescribably wonderful. To be honest, he didn't mind having more women around him. Whether it was Chen Susu or Meng Yuechan, he liked both. He felt he could experience what he hadn't in his past life this time around. Is Xiao Xiao hungry? Come, let's go eat together. Yi Feng picked up Xiao Xiao and took her to have a meal. When they finished eating, someone arrived. Is Mr. Yi at home? It was a woman accompanied by an old man and a middle-aged man. The old man walked steadily, clearly a master, perhaps even more powerful than Meng Yuechan. However, Yi Feng's attention was completely focused on the woman. The woman was very beautiful, wearing all white, resembling a white lotus flower that emerged untainted from the mud. However, Yi Feng's attention was not merely drawn to her beauty, but because she looked remarkably like someone. She was Lu Shan's younger sister, Lu Mingxiang. Mr. Yi, we meet again. The speaker was the middle-aged man, who was none other than Han Fuhai, the herbalist who had bought a 50-year-old medicinal herb from Yi Feng. So it's Boss Han. Have you eaten? Would you like to sit down and eat together? Yi Feng said with a smile, but his gaze remained focused on Lu Mingxiang. She really looks too much like her. No need to think she must be Lu Shan's sister. Lu Shan, oh Lu Shan, you probably didn't expect me to meet your sister here, did you? Han Fuhai waved his hand and said, we've already eaten, Mr. Yi. You should remember what I mentioned last time. This is the customer interested in the wild ginseng you have. Hello, Mr. Yi, my name is Lu Mingxiang. I came to your Qingshan village before. I heard you encountered some trouble and wanted to help, but it seems you're fine now. Truly good people have their blessings. Lu Mingxiang extended her hand to shake Yi Feng's. Miss Lu, you're too polite. Please have a seat. Yi Feng invited Lu Mingxiang and the others to sit. Without any small talk, Lu Mingxiang directly got to the point. Mister, you should be clear about my purpose for coming here. I want to buy the century-old wild ginseng you have. Please name your price. Previously you mentioned over the phone that you needed the wild ginseng to save someone. May I ask who you're saving? Yi Feng inquired. It's my grandfather. He is sick and needs wild ginseng to save his life. Yi Feng nodded. Since it's for saving someone, aren't you afraid I might ask for an exorbitant price? No problem, no matter how much it costs I will buy it. Your filial piety moves me. That being said, I won't sell you the wild ginseng. However, I can provide you with something else that can also save lives and is definitely 100 times more effective than wild ginseng. Yi Feng took out a vial and pushed it to Lu Mingxiang. What is this? Lu Mingxiang curiously opened the vial and found a white pill inside, looking quite ordinary yet fragrant. Uncle Fu, sitting next to Lu Mingxiang, caught the scent of the pill and his murky eyes suddenly sparkled. You don't know? You can ask this old man beside you, he should be clear about it. Yi Feng pointed at Uncle Fu. Lu Mingxiang looked at Uncle Fu with confusion. Lin Fu said, Miss, could you bring the item over for me to take a look? Naturally, Lu Mingxiang did not refuse and handed the medicine bottle to Lin Fu. Lin Fu carefully inhaled the fragrance of the medicine, pondered for a long time, and suddenly remembered something, exclaiming, Is this the Peiyuan pill? Indeed, it is definitely the Peiyuan pill. How could you have such a thing in your hands? Not bad, you do have some discernment. This is indeed the Peiyuan pill, said Yi Feng. It really is the Peiyuan pill. Lin Fu became somewhat excited, looking at Yi Feng with eyes that instantly changed, filled with shock, confusion, and more disbelief. Uncle Fu, what is the Peiyuan pill? Lu Mingxiang was not quite clear. Miss, this Peiyuan pill is a divine pill in the martial arts world. Once consumed, it can transform one's body. Master may have hope now, Lin Fu explained. What? There is such a thing? Then why didn't you say so earlier, Uncle Fu? Lu Mingxiang also became pleasantly surprised. Miss, it's not that I didn't say it earlier, but this miraculous pill is priceless and has long been lost. Then how much should I give for something so precious? This? Lin Fu said softly. Miss, I have already mentioned that the Peiyuan pill is invaluable. Even if we took all the money in the house, we might not be able to buy a single one, and such things are rare to encounter. So expensive, what should we do? Lu Mingxiang couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. After hearing Lin Fu explain the uses of the Peiyuan pill, she naturally wanted to buy it, but it seems she didn't have enough money. I wonder how much Mr. Yi intends to sell this Peiyuan pill to us for. Lu Mingxiang was ready for Yi Feng to ask for an exorbitant price. However, to her surprise, Yi Feng did not demand a high price. Instead, he said with a smile, If Miss Lu wants it, just take it, it's free. No, free. Lu Mingxiang was stunned. Not only her, but even Lin Fu was the same. They both looked at Yi Feng in disbelief. So Mr. Yi, what do you need us to do? Lu Mingxiang thought that since he didn't want money, Yi Feng must have other intentions. Miss Lu, please rest assured I have no ulterior motives. I simply admire your filial piety. I cannot stand to see others being filial, so I'll consider this Peiyuan pill a gift to you. Who would believe such words? In any case, Lu Mingxiang and the others couldn't believe it. Mr. Yi, are you really giving us this pill? Yes, it's a gift to you. If Miss Lu doesn't want it, you can return it to me. Thank you so much, Mr. Lu Mingxiang quickly stood up, and with Lin Fu bowed to Yi Feng, saying, Miss Lu is too polite. Would you care to sit down and have a bite? No, Mr. Yi, since I have already obtained what I wanted, we will take our leave now, and come to visit you again in a couple of days. All right, then I won't see you off. Yi Feng watched as Lu Mingxiang and the others walked out of the villa. After they exited, it felt like a dream to Lu Mingxiang and the others, feeling very surreal. Did he really give us the pill, eh? It seems so, Miss. Lin Fu also felt it was unreal. After all, this was the divine Peiyuan pill of the martial world given away just like that. Who in the world is this generous? This is not just being generous, it's simply being extravagant. However, they did not know that for Yi Feng, a mere Peiyuan pill from the secular world was something he could have in abundance. It held little significance for him. Uncle Fu, what do you think his motives are, or does he have any intentions towards us? Lu Mingxiang asked while sitting in the car. Well, I really can't determine, Miss. Do you think this Mr. Yi might be interested in you? It's not surprising that Lin Fu thought this way, as they had never met Yi Feng before. This was their first meeting, and he presented such a grand gift, which made Lin Fu consider this possibility. Interested in me? Uncle Fu, don't joke around. I don't think that Mr. Yi is that kind of person. Lu Mingxiang blushed a little. Then I really can't figure out why he would give us the Peiyuan pill. Lin Fu shook his head. Forget it, no need to overthink it. We managed to get what we needed this time, so let's head back. Lu Mingxiang said, Miss is right. They came quickly and left quickly. After all, they were there to seek medicine to save a life. Now that they had the item, it was natural they wouldn't linger. That woman seems to be the young lady from the Liu family, and searching right. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Ye Feng. Meng Yuechan appeared without him noticing. Do you know her? Ye Feng asked in surprise. I don't know her, but I've heard of her. The Liu family is a loyal and valiant military family deeply connected with our military district. Of course, there was a deep connection. Liu Shan was the one who stood in front of him shot to pieces by bullets, yet remained unrepentant until death. That scene was deeply etched in Ye Feng's mind. Did you really give them the Peiyuan pill? Meng Yuechan asked again. Of course. If you want one, I can give you one as well, Ye Feng said, as if performing a magic trick, pulling out another medicine bottle and tossing it to Meng Yuechan. Meng Yuechan was stunned. How many Peiyuan pills do you have? Ye Feng smiled. It's a family heirloom. There aren't many left at home. This pill is very precious. Are you really giving it to me? What's the problem? I've always been generous to my own people. Who is your own person? Meng Yuechan glared at Ye Feng. You have a daughter, you should have a wife, right? Aren't you afraid your wife will find out and get angry with you for being so flirtatious? You've got it wrong. I don't have a wife. My wife died a long time ago. Xin Shuang is not dead, but in Ye Feng's heart, she has already passed away. Dead? Then isn't Jie your? You wouldn't think Jie is my wife, would you? In fact, Meng Yuechan was thinking just that. Actually, Jie is sort of like that. She is the main wife, and you are the secondary wife. You can't speak like this. Meng Yuechan spat disdainfully and turned to leave. Daddy, do you like this aunt? Xiao Xiao has been sitting quietly on Ye Feng's lap, so she heard everything they said. However, Xiao Xiao was very well behaved and remained silent until she confirmed that Meng Yuechan had left before asking. Xiao Xiao, if Daddy finds you a mommy, would you want one? Yes, I want Aunt Chin to be my mommy. If Daddy likes that aunt just now, that's also fine. Xiao Xiao said happily. It was clear that Xiao Xiao still wanted a mommy. After all, she was still a child and naturally wanted a mother. Of course, she originally had a mommy, but that mommy did not want her. Alright then, let Aunt Chun be Xiao Xiao's. Ye Feng laughed heartily. So he actually gave me the body-nourishing pill. Returning to the room, Chin Susu had prepared for her. Meng Yuechan opened the medicine bottle, which indeed contained a single body-nourishing pill. It was genuine. This left her deeply astonished. Should I give it back? This thing is too precious. Meng Yuechan pondered inwardly. Give back what? He already gave one away for free to someone else, so what's wrong with giving me one? Is there a problem? Besides, that guy took my first kiss. A single body-nourishing pill is the least he could do. The thought of her first kiss made Meng Yuechan a little angry again. The night passed without incident. The next day, Ye Feng went to check on the melon patch and the fish farm. The watermelons and aquatic products were almost ripe, nearly ready for Zheng Kaifeng to come and collect. However, before that, one more thing needed to be done. That was to build a road. Ye Feng, what did you say? You want to fund the road construction? Ye Feng went to Wang Tian and explained his intention. Wang Tian was extremely excited upon hearing Ye Feng's words. Are you serious? Village Chief Wang, am being completely serious. I promised you before that I would invest some money in the village's development. Once the road is built, it will be much more convenient for me to send people to collect goods. I could even sell to the villagers and let them transport and sell on their own, giving them a means of livelihood. This is a wonderful idea. I must thank you on behalf of the whole village. Wang Tian was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, and he didn't know what else to say. In truth, helping the villagers was also helping Ye Feng himself. After all, his watermelons would only increase in number. Not just watermelons, but also peaches, apples, and so on. He wasn't worried that Zheng Kaifeng couldn't handle the volume. Rather, Ye Feng wanted to build a fruit homeland, a territory of his own. Money didn't matter. His goal was still cultivation. He felt that Qingshan village was a good place. Its spiritual energy was richer than in the city. Moreover, he planned to grow a batch of spiritual fruit trees. With those trees, the spiritual energy here would be even more abundant. At the same time, he could build good relations with the villagers, thus eliminating any future worries. Village Chief Wang, I may need to trouble you to organize the villagers. I'll provide the funds, and everyone will contribute the labor. Is that all right? Of course, no problem. I'll handle it right away. With Wang Tian taking charge of the matter, Ye Feng didn't need to worry about anything else. When he returned home, Chin Susu hurriedly found him. Ye Feng, go check on Miss Ming. She's locked herself in her room. I've called her for a long time, but there's no response. What happened? I don't know. She hasn't come out since this morning. I'm worried something might be wrong, but I didn't want to break the door down. Chin Susu seemed quite anxious. Ye Feng frowned and went to Meng Yuchan's room. He knocked on the door, but there was no sound at all, and the door was locked from the inside. With a loud bang, Ye Feng didn't hesitate and kicked the door open. He stepped inside and saw Meng Yuechan lying motionless on the bed wearing Chun Susu's pajamas, her face pale and her expression pained. This woman really has no regard for her life, Yi Feng said with a frown. Yi Feng, what's wrong with Miss Meng? Is she sick? Chun Susu asked anxiously. Nothing serious. She just ate something she shouldn't have. Yi Feng somewhat regretted giving Meng Yuechan the body-nourishing pill. She had taken the pill and ended up like this because she had no idea how potent its effects were. If Yi Feng had taken it, he would have been fine, but Meng Yuechan was different. Her own strength and body couldn't absorb the pill's overwhelming medicinal power. It was also his fault for forgetting to remind her that an ordinary person couldn't swallow the whole pill at once. It should be dissolved in water and drunk over a month, after which swallowing it would be safe. But Meng Yuechan had gone ahead and taken it whole just yesterday after he gave it to her. As for the pill he gave Liu Mingxiang yesterday, Yi Feng was quite at ease since that Lin Fu seemed to have some discernment and should know how to use it. Sister Qin, please wait outside for me. They'll treat Miss Meng here. All right, be careful. Chun Susu nodded and stepped out, closing the door behind her. Yi Feng released his spiritual energy and channeled it into Meng Yuechan's body, helping her digest the medicinal power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The process didn't take long. At some point Meng Yuechan had woken up. Yi Feng, what happened to me? You still ask? I gave you the body-nourishing pill to strengthen your body and enhance your abilities, not to harm you. Why did you swallow the whole pill at once? I just didn't know. Meng Yuechan blushed, feeling quite embarrassed. She wished she could find a crack to hide in. She felt a little foolish. In truth, it wasn't entirely her fault. She had only heard about such good things as body-nourishing pills from her elders. She had never seen one before. She thought it was something good, so in her excitement, she swallowed it whole. She never expected something like this to happen. Alright, I've already integrated the medicinal power into your body. You just need to exercise more to fully absorb it. Wait, it'll give you a cultivation technique as well. Yi Feng pressed his fingertip against Meng Yuechan's brow and imparted to her the most supreme worldly technique, the 9 Lotus Great Method, which when cultivated to its peak, could lead to immortality. He had considered teaching her the qi absorption technique, but quickly dismissed the idea. Meng Yuechan had no aptitude for immortality, so it would be useless. However, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts could also open the path to immortality, and those who re-entered the immortal path would have a more solid foundation than those who started directly. Of course, it all depended on Meng Yuechan's own destiny, but if Yi Feng accepted her, he could be her guide. The 9 Lotus Great Method. What a marvelous technique. The transmission directly entered Meng Yuechan's mind, allowing her to read through the entire method in a single thought. She stared at Yi Feng in shock. You've given me such a precious technique. How can I ever repay you? If you have nothing to offer, then give yourself to me. Get lost. Meng Yuechan pushed Yi Feng away, her face crimson. But his words made her heart race like a deer bumping wildly in her chest. Miss Meng, have you noticed that you're not exactly covered? Yi Feng said with interest, looking at Meng Yuechan in Chun Susu's pajamas. Chun Susu, being a country woman, usually made her own pajamas, which were quite simple. So Yi Feng caught a glimpse of an alluring sight, because Meng Yuechan was used to wearing nothing underneath when she slept. Oh! Meng Yuechan screamed at once. Get out of here! Yi Feng chuckled and walked out of the room. Chun Susu had been waiting outside. Seeing Yi Feng come out, she hurriedly asked, Is Miss Meng all right? She's fine. Yi Feng nodded. Chun Susu looked at him, seeming to want to say something, but hesitating. Sister Chun, is there something you want to say? Just say it. Why treat me like an outsider? Yi Feng took her hand. Yi Feng, don't be reckless. What if someone sees us? Chun Susu quickly pulled her hand away. You and Miss Meng are not ordinary, I can tell. She has feelings for you. Don't get entangled with me. You two are the most suitable for each other. If she finds out about our relationship, it won't be good. Who says so, Sister Chun? You're living in this house now, so you're the mistress of it. And Xiao Xiao really likes you. Yi Feng continued to hold her hand. Chun Susu blushed deeply, but her heart was filled with joy. But Miss Meng, don't worry about her. I ask you, Sister Chun, if I had many women around me, would you mind? This. Chun Susu tried to evade, but Yi Feng pinned her against the wall. If she didn't answer today, it seemed he wouldn't let her go. I'm just a widow. What right do I have to mind? Chun Susu spoke in a voice so soft it was almost a whisper, as if talking to herself. Then it settled. Come here, Sister Chun, give me a kiss. Yi Feng, it's almost time to cook. He'll go prepare the meal. Chun Susu quickly pushed him away and ran off to cook. But before she fled, Yi Feng still managed to steal a touch. What a pity. I can't break my abstinence yet. I have to cultivate hard until I reach foundation establishment. Yi Feng had said he would never break his abstinence before reaching foundation establishment, as it was crucial to his cultivation foundation. Sister Chun, don't bother. He'll cook today. Yi Feng called out as he chased after her. The lunch in the morning was indeed prepared by Yifeng. However, Yifeng directly called Chen Susu and Meng Yuechan over for seafood barbecue. He had plenty of ingredients at home. Yifeng is this fish you raised yourself. It's so delicious. And this watermelon, it's incredibly sweet and tasty. Meng Yuechan was tasting Yifeng's fish and watermelon for the first time, and after one bite, she looked utterly amazed. Aunt Ming, isn't it delicious? The melons my dad grows are really tasty, and he grows them especially for Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao proudly said, Dad is really good to you. Meng Yuechan already knew that Xiao Xiao was blind and had been abandoned by her mother since childhood, so she felt very sorry for her and treated her well. She picked Xiao Xiao up and let her sit on her lap, then looked at Yifeng and said, How do you grow these melons, and this fish seems different from the ones outside? This is a family heirloom technique. You definitely can't find this outside. Yifeng said with a smile. This kind of melon and raising fish, there's a family secret. Meng Yuechan was astonished. Of course. Yifeng chuckled. By the way, these melons are quite ordinary. Ooh, I have some privately grown ones that should be ripe. He'll pick one for you to try. Yifeng ran to the back of the villa where there was a large yard. After the house was built, he had already planted watermelons and peach trees. The watermelons had grown big, even larger than those bought outside, while the peach and apple trees would take some time to bear fruit. Yifeng picked a watermelon and brought it out. Wow, this watermelon is really huge. When Yifeng sliced the watermelon open, Meng Yuechan opened her mouth wide in astonishment as a strange fragrance wafted from the watermelon, making one feel as if they could float away with just a whiff. Moreover, the flesh of the watermelon was crystal clear, resembling a ruby, making it hard to resist taking a bite. Here, this is way better than the watermelons I grow outside. You all should give it a try. Yifeng looked at the color of the watermelon and nodded with satisfaction. This watermelon already possessed the potential of a spiritual fruit, though it still fell short. Delicious. It's even better than the previous watermelon. This is just too delicious. Chen Susu and Meng Yuechan took a bite and felt as if their taste buds were transcending. You all should eat more of this melon. It can beautify your skin and prolong life. Yifeng said with a smile. What? It can beautify your skin. Yifeng, are you joking with me? Meng Yuechan was skeptical. Of course, Chen Susu was also doubtful. After all, it was just a watermelon. How could it possibly beautify the skin? If you don't believe me, look in the mirror and see if you notice any difference in your complexion. Let me see. Meng Yuechan pulled out a makeup mirror and looked puzzled. I don't see any changes. You've only had 1 or 2 bites. Eat a bit more, and you'll find out. Meng Yuechan and the others naturally couldn't notice the subtle changes in their complexion, as such slight changes were hard to detect with the naked eye. However, Yifeng could clearly see it. Is it really as magical as you say? If you don't believe me, just eat 3 or 5 pieces, and you'll know. Then I have to try 3 or 5 pieces. Meng Yuechan was skeptical, but this watermelon was indeed unbelievably delicious, so eating 3 or 5 pieces was not a problem. However, after finishing, Meng Yuechan distinctly felt something had changed in her body, feeling much more refreshed. No, Miss Meng, you seem to have become more beautiful. Chen Susu stared at Meng Yuechan in disbelief. What? Let me see. Meng Yuechan took another look in the mirror, nearly dropping the makeup mirror in shock. She noticed that her delicate face seemed indeed to have become more radiant and her skin felt tighter. Sister Chen, you should eat more too. Let me see your changes. Okay. Chen Susu agreed and ate several pieces in a row. After finishing, she also felt a warm sensation in her body, as if some transformation had occurred. Meng Yuechan kept her gaze fixed on Chen Susu, never looking away, and exclaimed, Sister Chen, your crow's feet at the corners of your eyes seem to have decreased. They really have. Meng Yuechan was a soldier, and she was among the elite selected from the military district. Her observational skills were naturally not something ordinary people could compare to. After watching Chen Susu for so long, she naturally could see the differences. After Chen Susu ate several pieces of watermelon, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes had indeed decreased, and she was 100% sure of it. Hiss! This result made both Meng Yuechan and Chen Susu gasp in shock, and then they turned to stare at Yifeng in unison. Yifeng, can your watermelon really beautify the skin? Now you know how amazing it is, right? Did you think I was joking with you? Yifeng laughed. Of course, this is a spiritual fruit. If it were an immortal fruit, eating it would make you transcend right on the spot, but you also have to be able to handle the energy of the immortal fruit. Incredible, simply incredible. How can a watermelon have such effects? No way, I have to eat more. After realizing that the watermelon could indeed beautify the skin, Meng Yuechan abandoned the barbecue and started devouring the watermelon. Of course, Chen Susu joined her. Chen Susu was already in her 30s, and at this age, she naturally paid more attention to her maintenance. In the past, she often took baths and used some special juices from the mountains for skincare. After all, she was from the countryside and didn't enjoy life as much as city folks buying nutritional liquids or expensive masks. Now that she knew eating watermelon could also make her beautiful, she naturally indulged in it. Little brother, Ye, I've come to see you. At this moment, two individuals suddenly arrived outside. One was Feng, and the other was his driver. He came to visit Ye Feng and brought a lot of gifts. Oh, what brings Boss Zheng here? Haven't had lunch yet. Come sit down and have some barbecue. Then I won't be polite. Feng instructed the driver to put down the gifts and asked him to wait outside. Boss Zheng, you don't have to bring gifts just for visiting. It's only proper. Feng seemed a bit embarrassed to come empty-handed. The watermelon you all are eating seems different from the ones I sell. Feng had already caught a whiff of the watermelon aroma and naturally noticed the sliced watermelon nearby. Just one glance was enough to captivate him. Because that watermelon was crystal clear and beautiful like a ruby. Don't touch that half watermelon, that's for Sister Chun and me. Meng Yuechan hugged the half watermelon on the table as if it were her lifeline. She shared it with Chen Susu, and of course, Xiao Xiao the little glutton. They enjoyed their meal, not allowing even Ye Feng to take a bite, let alone Feng. Don't worry, there are plenty in the backyard. If you want to eat, you can have some every day. Ye Feng said, both amused and exasperated. Ye Feng, you said it, from now on my melons are all yours. Meng Yuechan said. Alright, eat as much as you want, there's plenty. Ye Feng replied with a smile. Little brother, Ye, this watermelon is different from the ones I sell. This watermelon is not for sale, it's reserved for my personal consumption. If Boss Zheng wants to try it, you can take one home later. Ye Feng said generously. He had always been very generous to his close ones. Then I won't be polite with you, little brother Ye. Feng really wanted to eat that watermelon and had swallowed several times, but Meng Yuechan and the others wouldn't let him. By the way, who is this young lady? He pointed at Meng Yuechan, for it was his first time seeing her, and he was taken aback by her beauty and demeanor, clearly not an ordinary person. Her name is Meng Yuechan. Oh, she's my girlfriend. Ye Feng answered with a smile. Ye Feng, who is your girlfriend? Don't be talking nonsense, or I'll beat you up. Meng Yuechan glared at Ye Feng with her beautiful eyes. You can't beat me. Ye Feng laughed. Ye Feng, don't get too cocky. Oh, wait until later to see if I'll beat you up. Meng Yuechan said angrily. She intended to cultivate the Jillian Great method that Ye Feng taught her before confronting him, but little did she know that even after some time, even after several years, she would never be his match. Feng watched with a grin. Though Meng Yuechan was speaking through gritted teeth to him, it seemed more like playful banter. However, he took note of Meng Yuechan's appearance, thinking that since this woman was connected to Ye Feng, he must not offend her in the future. Boss Zheng, pardon me. Your sudden visit must have more to it than just a simple visit, right? Ye Feng looked at Feng and asked. Nothing can be hidden from you, little brother Ye. I indeed have business to discuss with you. Feng suddenly knelt before Ye Feng. Little brother, Ye, considering our friendship, you have to leave me a way out. Boss Zheng, what are you doing? Please stand up and explain. I don't quite understand what you mean. Aren't you doing just fine? Why do you need me to leave you a way out? Ye Feng was confused and hurriedly helped Feng up. Feng said with a bitter expression, Little brother Ye, you don't know, your watermelons are too popular and have caught the attention of a big boss. It's likely that this big boss will come looking for you in a couple of days. If he takes all your watermelons, I can't say anything, but could you leave me a small portion? I'm not greedy, just 1/10 will do. Is that all? Ye Feng found it quite amusing. He thought it was something serious. Actually, as long as Boss Zheng can eat them, I have already allowed you to harvest them all. No, I can't dare to. That big boss has already made it clear that anyone who dares to compete with him for goods will have their legs broken. It can't be that serious, right? Ye Feng frowned. Little brother Ye, this matter is indeed not as simple as you think. The big boss I mentioned is Li Tianba from Searching, a person who plays both sides. If I dare to provoke him, I'll be in real trouble. It was clear that Feng was very afraid of Li Tianba, otherwise he wouldn't have come specifically to inform Ye Feng. Of course, if the supply Ye Feng had was truly taken by someone else, he would feel sorry too, as that was all money, but he could only blame himself for not having the strength of the other party. Boss Zheng, don't worry too much. As long as you want my melons, I can give them all to you. If someone really causes you trouble, I can help you solve it. Ye Feng had dealt with Feng plenty of times. In fact, Feng was quite a decent person. If anything really happened, Ye Feng wouldn't mind lending him a hand. This. Feng forced a smile. Brother, Ye, I mean no disrespect. You don't understand who Li Tianba is. He is not someone we can afford to offend. To be honest, Ye Feng had no idea who Li Tianba was. He didn't take this person seriously at all, but he couldn't explain that to Feng. He couldn't just tell him, I am the Wolf King of the Northern Wilderness, the reincarnation of an immortal, because no one would believe that. Yifeng shook his head about to say something, when suddenly a voice with a croaky tone came from outside, which was harsh on the ears. I didn't expect to see you here, Boss Zheng. Yifeng and Zheng Kaifeng turned their gazes toward the entrance where three people walked in. The speaker wore a black suit and had an inverted triangular face with deep-set eyes that made him look menacing. At first glance he didn't appear to be a good person. Following him was another man in a suit, likely a subordinate, and an old man whom Yifeng surprisingly recognized. It was girl.Ye, the elderly patriarch of the Li clan from Qingshan village. Why was this old man back again? girl.Ye followed the man, closely behaving like a submissive dog. However, once they entered the villa, when girl.Ye looked at Yifeng, his murky eyes almost seemed to shoot fire. This made Yifeng furrow his brows. Mr. Leng, what brings you here? Zheng Kaifeng, upon seeing Leng Zhan, was immediately terrified and hurriedly stood up, speaking in a panic. It was clear that Zheng Kaifeng knew this person who had arrived. I've been here for a few minutes. I heard everything you said to Boss Yi just now. Boss Zheng, you really have great courage. How could you forget what our boss told you? You should think carefully about how to explain to our boss when you return. Leng Zhan said coldly. Mr. Leng, I meant no disrespect. Please have mercy and let me off this time as if I had never been here. Is that all right? Zheng Kaifeng spoke humbly. Then you should hurry up and leave. Yes. I'll leave right now. It was evident that Zheng Kaifeng was genuinely afraid of Leng Zhan. Brother Yi, I will take my leave now. Wait a moment. Yifeng grabbed Zheng Kaifeng and said to Leng Zhan and the others, this is my home and Boss Zheng is my friend. It seems you have no right to make my friend leave, do you? Since Boss Yi said, so then he can stay. And who are you? Who allowed you to come in here? Let me introduce myself. My name is Leng Zhan, and I am a subordinate of Boss Li Tianba. I came here to discuss a potential collaboration with Boss Yi. Leng Zhan walked over, extending his hand, as if to shake hands with Yifeng. However, Yifeng seemed not to notice at all. So you're the guy working for Li Tianba. Actually, Yifeng could infer Leng Zhan's identity from the conversation he just had with Zheng Kaifeng, but he didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Zheng Kaifeng had just arrived, and they followed closely behind. If you want to collaborate with me, why didn't your boss come in person? Instead, you sent such a lowly subordinate over. Are you looking down on me? Yifeng's words undoubtedly startled Zheng Kaifeng, who stood beside him. Brother Yi, I just told you that this person is a big boss in Shurqing. Even a subordinate of such a big boss is not someone we can afford to offend. He shot Yifeng frantic glances, signaling him that he had misspoken. Yet Yifeng acted as if he hadn't. Leng Zhan's right hand froze in midair before he retracted it. He didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, what Boss Yi said is correct. Our boss should have come personally, but due to his busy schedule he sent me. I hope Boss Yi won't mind. Your attitude is decent, so please continue. Yifeng replied. I believe the purpose of my visit has already been conveyed to Boss Yi by Boss Zheng. Our boss Li is very fond of the watermelons that Boss Yi grows, so he wants to buy all the watermelons you have. Leng Zhan said. So how much are you offering? Yifeng asked. We will buy them at the market price of ordinary watermelons. Leng Zhan's answer made Yifeng squint his eyes. Since Boss Li wants to buy my melons, he should know the price I sell to Boss Zheng, which is 350 each. Yet you want me to sell at market price. It seems you have no sincerity at all. Don't rush, Boss Yi. Let me finish. We not only want to buy your watermelons, but we also want to acquire your melon fields and fishing grounds. Moreover, we've heard that you have some unique secrets when it comes to growing melons. Our boss would like those as well. If you're willing, you could also work as a professional consultant for our boss Li. He said he could offer you a salary of 100,000 a year. 100,000 salary. How are you trying to brush me off? Yifeng couldn't help but laugh. Please don't be too angry, Boss Yi. I even brought a contract. Take a look at it first, and then we can discuss. Leng Zhan clearly came prepared. He reached out, and the man behind him took out a contract from his briefcase and handed it to Yifeng. Yifeng didn't reach out to take it. It seemed he had no interest even in glancing at it. From the moment they entered, Yifeng sensed that Leng Zhan and his group were not here with good intentions. After hearing what Leng Zhan said, it was even clearer they were clearly looking for trouble. In that case, Yifeng naturally wouldn't show them any good face. Then Boss Zheng, you help Boss Yi take a look and convey our Boss Li's intentions. Zheng Kaifeng naturally didn't dare to refuse and hurriedly took the contract. He looked down at it. 5 minutes later, Zheng Kaifeng's expression changed drastically as he clenched his fists, barely able to contain his curses. This is clearly robbery. You want Boss Yi to give you everything without a penny and transfer both the melon fields and fishing grounds to you, while also making Boss Yi work for you for life. This is too. The term shameless seemed inadequate to describe them. They were hardly human. Boss Yi, what Boss Zheng conveyed to you should be clear. The conditions our Boss Li offered are already quite generous. Otherwise, considering the events you caused in Qingshan village, our boss wouldn't waste time talking so much nonsense with you, but would have thrown you into the sea to feed the fish. Lung Zhan said lightly, but anyone could hear the murderous intent in his tone. Oh, have I offended your boss Li in some way? Yifeng couldn't help but look at Li Guangye, already having some guesses in mind. Li Guangye, you explain. Yes, Mr. Lung. Finally, is it my turn to take the stage? Li Guangye excitedly cleared his throat and said, Yifeng, you should have figured it out. Indeed, Li Tianba is a member of our Li clan in Shiqing, and the Li surnames from Qingshan village are all related to the clan. This Li Tianba is my third granduncle. You destroyed our ancestral hall, and you should kneel and apologize for your sins. However, my third granduncle is merciful and wants to spare your life since you still have some utility. But while death can be avoided, punishment cannot. I need you to restore the ancestral hall and kneel to apologize to our Li family and our ancestors. Mr. Lung, I hope I'm not saying anything out of line. After speaking, Li Guangye didn't forget to turn back and ask Lung Zhan. Lung Zhan nodded, not finding anything wrong with what Li Guangye said. Seeing this, Li Guangye became even more excited, looking at Yifeng as if he was waiting for Yifeng to kneel down and apologize. You little brat, weren't you quite arrogant? Let's see how you deal with this now, he. Huh. However, the event that Li Guangye was anticipating did not occur. Yifeng burst into hearty laughter. Third grandpa, ha ha, you crack me up. Old man, you're already 80 years old, and yet you still want to call someone third grandpa. Does that mean I can call you grandpa as well? Presumptuous. Yifeng, you are seeking death. Li Guangye's nose nearly crinkled in fury. Enough. I won't waste more breath on you. I understand your intentions. Go back and tell Li Tianba that I won't sell him a single melon, let alone the melon field and fishery. If he dares to cause me trouble, I will end him. As he spoke the latter part, Yifeng's smile faded, turning as cold as a winter's chill, exuding a palpable aura of killing intent, even more intense than the cold. Cold War narrowed his eyes, seemingly surprised that Yifeng would refuse their demands. However, it was somewhat expected, after all, anyone presented with those conditions would likely refuse. Yet it was not up to you to agree or disagree. Bossy, do you know what happened to the last person who dared to speak to our boss like this? Yifeng remained silent, seemingly uninterested in hearing more. But Cold War continued, animatedly narrating. That person had his limbs severed by our boss, and was then stuffed alive into a jar to become a human pig. Not only that, but his entire family was wiped out, not leaving a single survivor. The worst off were the women Kikik. His words undoubtedly sent chills through the gathering, especially Zheng Kaifeng, whose hands trembled so much he almost dropped the contract. So our boss is giving Boss-Ye an opportunity. If Boss-Ye behaves, nothing will happen. You don't need to frighten me like that. If others fear your boss, that's their business. I'm not afraid. You can roll out of my house now. Alright, since Boss-Ye is so insistent, we will take our leave for now. Cold War did not resort to violence. He felt it was still possible to give Yifeng a bit more time, believing Yifeng would reconsider. Wait a moment. I said the two of you can leave, but this old man must stay. Yifeng pointed at Li Guangye. Yifeng, who do you think you are? Just because you say so, I have to stay, Li Guangye spat defiantly. However, in the next second, he felt his body lighten, realizing Yifeng was already standing in front of him, lifting him effortlessly with one hand. Mr. Cold, help. This guy is going to attack me. Cold War maintained a serious demeanor, saying, Mr. Ye, this is the person I brought, please let him down. You have 3 seconds to roll out of my house. Yifeng had already started the countdown. A Sancho understood, brother Cold. The man with the briefcase threw a punch at Yifeng. When I say roll, you roll. Since you refuse to listen, leave something behind. With a tearing sound, San let out a horrific scream as his right arm was completely torn off by Yifeng, blood spraying everywhere. This scene was something only Meng Yuechan and Cold War had witnessed at Chinsusu, and the others were terrified. However, Chinsusu managed to stay relatively calm, quickly covering Xiao Xiao's small ears, hoping Xiao Xiao wouldn't see or comprehend what was happening. Zheng Kaifeng, on the other hand, was so frightened he sat down on the ground, his face pale more from shock than anything else. He never expected Yifeng would take action, and this was a completely different side of Yifeng than the one he knew. Besides Zheng Kaifeng, there was Cold War. Seeing Yifeng rip off San's arm, his pupils constricted. Outsiders watch the show while insiders see the essence. He quickly realized that Yifeng was not an ordinary person, it seemed he was a master. Boss-Ye, you are seeking death. Cold War spoke with a full intent to kill. After finishing his words, he charged at Yifeng. Get lost. With a loud bang, Yifeng punched Cold War away. However, Yifeng did not kill him. Instead, he said, Go back and tell Li Tianba that if he dares to meddle in the affairs of Qingshan village, I will break his bones. Cold War crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, looking at Yi Feng with disbelief. This guy's strength seemed to have reached a level beyond the meridian opening realm. How could that be? Cold War dared not say anything more and scrambled up from the ground to flee. Mr. Cold, don't leave. I'm still here, girl.Ye shouted. Yet Cold War was long gone, not caring about him anymore. If Yi Feng hadn't wanted Cold War to go back with a message, he might have left girl.Ye here too. Old man, I warned you before to leave Qingshan village and not return. Why won't you listen to me? Thud. girl.Ye was so frightened he knelt down pleading. Yi Feng, it's not that I want to come back, it's Li Tianba who suddenly sought me out and asked me to come. Moreover, I didn't even summon Li Tianba. I swear I'm telling the truth. Please let me go. In truth, he wasn't lying, but it was indeed Li Tianba who had summoned him after receiving news. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to return and trouble Yi Feng. He initially thought that with Li Tianba's help Yi Feng was doomed, but who would have thought things would turn out like this? Yi Feng was truly ruthless. He had previously said he killed the Zhao brothers and Li Qingdong, which must have been true. My goodness, just thinking about it made girl.Ye lose control and wet himself. Yi Feng caught a whiff of the stench and disdainfully kicked girl.Ye to the ground. Get lost and don't let me see you again. Yes. I'm leaving right now. girl.Ye felt like he had received a reprieve, scrambling to his feet and running faster than a rabbit, nowhere near resembling an old man in his 80s or 90s. He did not realize that Yi Feng had used spiritual energy in that kick. He could have lived to 100 years, but now he wouldn't last a month. In less than half a month, he would certainly go to meet the King of Hell. Of course, this was also girl.Ye's own doing. Initially, Yi Feng had spared him out of consideration for his age, but he did not cherish that chance and dared to return. Boss Zheng, are you alright? Yi Feng turned to look at Zheng Kaifeng, who was sitting on the ground, his face as white as a sheet. He wanted to reach out to help Zheng Kaifeng up. However, Zheng Kaifeng seemed very afraid of Yi Feng and did not dare to let Yi Feng help him up. Yi, brother Yi, what should we do now? You've completely offended Li Tianba. This is my own business, it has nothing to do with Boss Zheng. Li Tianba should not come looking for trouble with you. Yi Feng looked at Zheng Kaifeng. Also, will you take my watermelons, Boss Zheng? Zheng Kaifeng hesitated. If he accepted Yi Feng's watermelons, it would be like going against Li Tianba. If it were in Qingshui County, Zheng Kaifeng could walk arrogantly, since it was his territory. Even in Shiqing, he had some influence. However, compared to Li Tianba, he was far off. Li Tianba was a big shot who had influence in both the underworld and the legal world. If he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as raising a hand. No worries, Boss Zheng can take his time to consider this. There's no need to rush your answer. Yi Feng patted Zheng Kaifeng's shoulder, allowing him to leave. Yi Feng, I know the Li family. They are a top-tier noble family in Stone City. Do you need my help? Meng Yuechan said with a solemn expression. No need, I can handle it myself, Yi Feng said. Alright. Meng Yuechan nodded and said no more. She knew better than anyone how formidable Yi Feng was, and his background was also shrouded in mystery, suggesting he was no ordinary person. She couldn't quite understand why Yi Feng would choose to settle in a remote mountain village with his daughter. On the other side, after leaving Qingshan village, Leng Zhan immediately took out his phone and called Li Tianba. The call was quickly answered. Hello boss, something happened here. What happened? Leng Zhan recounted everything that had just occurred without any embellishment. After listening, Li Tianba said in a deep voice, You said that guy is a master above the meridian unblocking realm. Yes boss, I'm 100% sure. Leng Zhan said. Interesting. Li Tianba suddenly laughed. I didn't expect a master to emerge from such a remote place. Keep an eye on him, I'll send Tunying to assist you. When Leng Zhan heard the name, Tunying, his lips trembled noticeably. Yes boss, I understand. After speaking, Li Tianba hung up the phone. In truth, Li Tianba had never set foot in Qingshui County, let alone Qingshan village. He had merely happened to taste Yi Feng's melons and found them delicious, so he had someone investigate. The investigation revealed that the melons came from Qingshan village, a place he knew something about. After all, the Li family had taken refuge there for a long time during their earlier hardships. His investigation also uncovered that Yi Feng had destroyed the Li family's ancestral hall, which irritated him. However, a mere nobody wasn't worth a personal trip, so he sent Leng Zhan instead. Even when Leng Zhan reported that Yi Feng was a meridian unblocking realm expert, Li Tianba still seemed unfazed. That night, as Yi Feng cultivated, he sensed a noticeable disturbance in the spiritual energy within his body. This was the opportunity for a breakthrough. Yi Feng was overjoyed. In fact, after absorbing the energy from the Bloodfiend Beast's core and the Greenwood Stone, Yi Feng's cultivation had already reached the peak of the second layer of the Qi refining stage. Only a single step separated him from the third layer. With a bit more effort, he could break through at any time, but Yi Feng had been waiting for the right moment. He hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. Excellent. Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement, cast aside all distractions, and threw himself wholeheartedly into the breakthrough. Time passed, and everything fell into place naturally. In Yi Feng's dantian, 2 droplets resembling crescent moons revolved hazily. Then with a rustling sound, a third drop of spiritual liquid took shape. Suddenly a mysterious and profound aura emanated from Yi Feng. He opened his eyes, his face beaming with joy. Finally, the third layer of qi refining. His gaze fell upon several flower pots on the balcony ahead. With a mere thought, the pots over 10 meters away floated into the air and drifted toward him, circling around his body. Upon reaching the third layer of qi refining, one could levitate and manipulate small objects. This was known as spirit control, signifying a deeper mastery over spiritual energy. This was a unique ability of the lower 3 layers. At the middle 3 layers, the 6th layer of qi refining, one could soar through the air using spiritual energy. This was spirit flight. The upper 3 layers allowed control over a domain also called the spirit realm. Finally, at the 12th layer of qi refining, one could fly on a sword, marking the true path of a cultivator. Of course, having reached the spirit control stage, Yi Feng could also begin practicing some techniques, such as the 5 elements incantations, and even draw spirit talismans. But the most important thing was that he could now treat Xiaoxiao's condition. With this thought, Yi Feng opened the door and stepped outside. There Xiao Xiao was playing with Da Huang, while Meng Yuechan watched with a gentle smile. Suddenly, she noticed Yi Feng approaching. Yi Feng, you're just in time. That Da Huang. The more I look at it, the more it seems like a wolf cub, doesn't it? Meng Yuechan asked with curiosity. Well, I encountered it while hunting in the mountains. It was still young, so I brought it back, Yi Feng replied truthfully. So it really is a wolf cub? Meng Yuechan exclaimed in surprise. Are you not worried about Xiaoxiao's safety keeping it at home like this? You wouldn't understand. Have you heard the saying, when a wolf turns back, there's always a reason, either to repay a kindness or to seek revenge. It won't harm Xiao Xiao, and besides, it wouldn't dare. Yi Feng beckoned to Da Huang. At the sight of its master's call, Da Huang immediately scampered over to curry favor. This wolf cub is so obedient. Meng Yuechan was astounded. Miss Meng, Da Huang can understand human speech. Try saying something to it, Yi Feng suggested. Really? It can understand human speech? Meng Yuechan was skeptical. Da Huang, go fetch that ball. She found a rubber ball, threw it, and commanded Da Huang. But Da Huang merely glanced at Meng Yuechan, then lay down at Yi Feng's feet, unwilling to move. Yi Feng, see. It doesn't understand human speech either, Meng Yuechan said. That's because you're not its master. Naturally, it won't obey you. Yi Feng gave Da Huang a kick. What are you waiting for? Go fetch the ball. Da Huang immediately scampered off, retrieved the ball, and brought it back. Truth be told, Da Huang was quite reluctant. Master, I'm not a dog, I'm a wolf. Can we please stop this dog-like trick? It really did fetch it, Meng Yuechan exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Da Huang, spin around twice for me. Da Huang glared at Meng Yuechan with anger. This woman, is she really treating me like a dog? Meng Yuechan noticed the anger in Da Huang's eyes, and her amazement only deepened. This dog, no, this wolf, seemed almost human. Didn't you hear, Miss Meng? From now on, Miss Meng is also the mistress of this house. Her words are my words. Upon hearing this, Da Huang reluctantly spun around twice, its expression one of utter humiliation. I didn't expect it to be so intelligent. Meng Yuechan's surprise turned to shock, but then she scowled. Who's the mistress of this house? Yi Feng, do you want me to hit you? I really don't believe you can, because you're no match for me. Yi Feng chuckled. Just you wait. Meng Yuechan stomped off angrily. Daddy, you're bullying Aunt Meng again, Xiao Xiao said. Yi Feng bent down and picked up Xiao Xiao. You little rascal, you've only just met Aunt Meng, and you're already taking her side. Daddy, Aunt Meng is really nice. Last night, she told me so many stories I'd never heard before. And just now she played with me. She also said she'd tell me the story of Snow White tonight. So please don't keep bullying Aunt Meng. Alright, I'll listen to Xiao Xiao. I want bully Aunt Meng. Yi Feng pinched Xiaoxiao's cheek, thinking to himself that he was a terrible father. He really should tell Xiao Xiao more stories at bedtime, since she had never heard any before and no one else had told her any. Chinsusu was a rural widow who wouldn't know such things. Besides, when Xiao Xiao grew up, he as a man wouldn't be able to take care of her properly. So finding a stepmother for Xiao Xiao was imperative. Meng Yuechan seemed like a good choice, and Chinsusu was not bad either, of course. Yi Feng carried Xiao Xiao into his room and said with a smile, Xiao Xiao, come, let Daddy look at your eyes, okay? Why do you want to look at my eyes? Daddy promised he could make your eyes better, remember? Can my eyes really get— Xiao Xiao was noticeably nervous. Though she was not yet 4 years old, she naturally longed to see like other children, and she dreamed of it. Don't you remember what Daddy told you? Daddy is a great magician. Mom, I believe you, Daddy. Yi Feng channeled his spiritual energy into Xiaoxiao's eyes. He was trying to cure her congenital blindness. At first, everything went smoothly, but then in an instant Yi Feng's expression changed. Daddy, my eyes are so hot it hurts. Xiao Xiao cried out in pain, her little face contorted. Suddenly, two terrifying beams of flame shot out from Xiaoxiao's eyes like pillars of light that pierced through the roof. Fortunately, it was daytime, so no one noticed. At the same time, Yi Feng's spiritual energy was repelled, accompanied by a terrifying pressure. Wah! Yi Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he saw. Xiao Xiao lay unconscious on the bed, but her eyes blazed with crimson flames, as if they could burn everything in the world. Vermilion bird dual pupils. Yi Feng gasped in shock. He had always thought Xiao Xiao was born blind, but now he understood. This was no ordinary blindness. It was a sign of extraordinary talent. Xiao Xiao was born with the vermilion bird dual pupils, a gift that would make her the most coveted prodigy in the cultivation world. Yi Feng never imagined that his daughter Xiao Xiao would be a cultivation genius. However, this also meant, because Xiaoxiao's dual pupils were sealed, and unlocking them was an arduous task. Even at the Qi refining third layer, or even the foundation establishment or golden core stages, it would be impossible to open her dual pupils. This was like a heavenly seal. In the cultivation world, it would be easy. A powerful expert could break it with the aid of special spiritual treasures. But here such resources were scarce. Once the seal was broken and Xiao Xiao began cultivation, her progress would be astonishing. But Yi Feng was only a minor cultivator at the third layer of Qi refining, and he lacked the rare spiritual treasures needed to help Xiao Xiao unlock the seal. Yi Feng's expression darkened. At that moment, alerted by the commotion, Meng Yuechan and Qin Su, Yi Feng, what happened to you? Why are you spitting blood? And Xiao Xiao? When Meng Yuechan and the others barged in, Xiao Xiao's eyes had returned to normal, but her little face was somewhat pale, as if she were exhausted. However, Yi Feng's situation was more serious. He had suffered backlash from the heavenly Dao seal, nearly being killed by the force, and his complexion was as pale as a blank sheet of paper. Sister Qin, you take Xiao Xiao to rest first, I'm fine. Qin Susu glanced at Yi Feng. Though she was a rural widow, she was very clever and did not pry into what Yi Feng had done, so she picked up Xiao Xiao and left. But Meng Yuechan did not leave. Yi Feng, what on earth happened? It's nothing, I just wanted to see if I could help Xiao Xiao with her eyes, but something unexpected occurred. You should go out first, I need to rest for a bit. Okay. Meng Yuechan also went out. After they all left, Yi Feng sat on the bed feeling somewhat dazed. He originally thought that after reaching the third layer of the Qi refining stage, he would be able to help Xiao Xiao heal her eyes, but he never expected that Xiao Xiao actually had the Zhuke double pupils. If this were the cultivation world, Yi Feng would have been overjoyed to discover Xiao Xiao had Zhuke double pupils, but this was Earth. No, I should be happy as Xiao Xiao is a genius. Even if the spiritual energy here is thin, I can still help her break the seal. Yi Feng's eyes burst forth with a compelling light. He had made up his mind that no matter how great the difficulties were, he would help Xiao Xiao break the seal. Of course, before breaking the seal, he could also help Xiao Xiao's eyes regain their brightness, but he would need something. That something was a heavenly grade spiritual item, the stargrass. He didn't know if he could find it, but he would still try his best to search. After making up his mind, Yi Feng closed his eyes and began to recover from his injuries. A night passed in silence. The next day, Yi Feng opened his eyes. The backlash within him had been expelled and his body had mostly recovered. When Yi Feng came out of the room, Xiao Xiao hugged him and with a sorrowful face asked, "Daddy, will Xiao Xiao never be able to see again?" Yi Feng pinched Xiao Xiao's little nose and said, "Silly girl, of course not. Daddy had a little mishap while performing magic, but you must believe in Daddy, he will definitely succeed." Xiao Xiao believes in Daddy. For the next 2 days nothing much happened, and Yi Feng kept playing with Xiao Xiao. One day someone came to the house. It was Zheng Kaifeng. He looked quite haggard with heavy dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for several days. "Brother Yi, I've thought it through, I'll still take your melon." "Boss Zheng, aren't you afraid of Li Qianba causing you trouble?" Yi Feng looked at Zheng Kaifeng with some surprise. "Of course I'm afraid, but I'm still willing to take a gamble with Brother Yi." Zheng Kaifeng gritted his teeth. He was indeed taking a gamble, betting that Yi Feng was not afraid of Li Qianba. If Yi Feng had been afraid of Li Qianba, he wouldn't have acted out when the Cold War came a few days ago. It was from that moment that he had witnessed another side of Yi Feng. After thinking for many days, he finally came to find Yi Feng and expressed the decision he had made. "Boss Zheng, don't worry, nothing will happen. Come, let's sit down and eat something." "All right." Zheng Kaifeng would never believe that many years later he would feel fortunate for the decision he made today, as one decision changed his entire life. Today's meal was prepared by Chen Susu and Meng Yuechan together. Don't be fooled by Meng Yuchan's gun skills. When it came to cooking, she was not at all inferior to Chen Susu, and her food was even tastier. Aunt Meng, your food is delicious. If it's good, eat more. Meng Yuechan patted Xiao Xiao's head and said, Xiao Xiao, Aunt Meng will cook for you every day from now on. You wish. Meng Yuechan glared at Yi Feng. Come on, boss Xing, eat more, don't be polite. All right. Zheng Kaifeng was still quite reserved. He hadn't been like this before, but that was because he had seen Yi Feng injure someone with his own eyes. Previously, he thought Yi Feng was just a farmer, but now he knew that Yi Feng was definitely not an ordinary person. He would remain reserved, and Yi Feng didn't care about that. Just as they finished eating, Lu Ashui suddenly rushed in hurriedly. Yi Feng, it's bad. The brothers got into a fight with someone. Lu Ge, what's going on? Don't panic, take your time. Lu Ashui had run over in one breath, panting heavily. Phew, just now someone came from outside, and he didn't seem to be from our village. He came up asking about you, and somehow a fight broke out. This person is particularly strong, and our brothers can't handle him at all. Hearing this, Yi Feng frowned. Could it be that Li Tianba had sent someone? Let's go, we'll go see. Yi Feng led the group to the village. A large crowd of villagers had gathered in front, and when they saw Yi Feng arrive, they all cleared the way. Boss Yi, you finally came. Look at this person, he is too arrogant, and has already injured several of our brothers. Yi Feng stepped inside, and was suddenly stunned. In front stood a thin young man wearing camouflage pants and a black tank top. He was a few years younger than Yi Feng, with a resolute look on his face and a fierce aura resembling Meng Yuechan, but the only difference was that he exuded a heavy aura of bloodshed. Xiao Dao, why are you here? Put him down. Ah, brother, I finally found you. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Dao quickly looked up, his eyes turning red instantly. He released the villager he was holding and ran towards Yi Feng with open arms. Whoa, brother, I missed you so much. Xiao Dao hugged Yi Feng tightly, crying while wiping his tears. Yi Feng also felt a bit emotional. This young man was named Hong Yuning, nicknamed Xiao Dao, and was a brother from Yi Feng's Wolfang Legion, and of course, he was also Yi Feng's brother. All right, let go of me for now. Who told you to fight here? Yi Feng pushed Xiao Dao away, giving him a glare. Yes, this is my fault. Brothers, I'm sorry. Xiao Dao smiled sheepishly and hurried over to apologize to Lu Ashui and the others, even personally helping the injured villagers. However, those villagers had suffered losses at Xiao Dao's hands, and they were unwilling to let him help, even afraid to let him get close, their eyes filled with resentment and vigilance. Yi Feng, do you know this guy? Lu Ashui asked in surprise. He is my brother. Yi Feng nodded and replied. So we're all family now. Brother, you're quite strong. Lu Ashui punched Xiao Dao playfully. I'm okay, but compared to our wolf. Compared to my brother, I'm far behind. Xiao Dao scratched his head. But I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to fight with you. It's fine as long as we talk it out. It was also our fault for being too reckless. Just a moment ago, everyone acted like enemies, but now that they knew Xiao Dao was Yi Feng's brother, their relationship had eased. Everyone disperse, come with me. Yi Feng pulled Xiao Dao away. Then everyone'll take my leave for now, I'll apologize to you all next time. Xiao Dao waved his hand and was pulled into Yi Feng's house. Damn bro, is this your house? Xiao Dao asked in astonishment, staring at the luxurious villa in front of him. Yeah, I built it myself. Yi Feng said. Bro, you are so awesome, this is so extravagant. I want to live here too, huh? Xiao Dao seemed overjoyed. What do you mean live here? Who invited you? Yi Feng glared at Xiao Dao. Bro, you've been missing for so long, everyone has been looking for you. If it weren't for the call you made last time, I might not have found you. The call Xiao Dao mentioned was the one Yi Feng made after killing Zhao Qingdong. In fact, this call was directed at Xiao Dao. Yi Feng had long guessed that after making this call, Xiao Dao would definitely find him, but he didn't expect Xiao Dao to come so quickly. Bro, you have no idea, we've almost died missing you. As he spoke, Xiao Dao began to wipe his tears. Big man, why are you crying? Yi Feng kicked Xiao Dao, saying I can let you stay here for 2 days, but after that you need to get back. Bro, wherever you go I'll go too, I'm not leaving. Xiao Dao replied. You want to make me angry, don't you? Yi Feng's face turned cold. Seeing this, Xiao Dao immediately said in fear, all right, I'll listen to you, I'll stay for 2 days, and then leave. However, despite saying this, he was secretly worried, thinking finally found the Wolf King, I don't want to leave. I Xiao Dao have vowed to follow you in this life. Wherever you go I'll go, you can't shake me off. That's more like it. Yi Feng snorted coldly. Come, let me introduce you. This is Sister Chen Susu. Isn't she the big sister? Hello, big sister. Xiao Dao rushed over and called her sister, turning Chen Susu's face as red as a monkey's butt. Don't shout nonsense, I'm not your big sister. Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Feng. Seeing Yi Feng silent, his eyes spun around, and he quickly bowed to Chen Susu, saying, Big sister, since my brother isn't speaking, I must be right. This? Shinsusu felt a bit embarrassed. Alright, stop bowing to Sister Chun. Do you think you're worshipping the heavens? Yi Feng kicked Xiao Dao again and pointed to Meng Yuechan beside him, saying, "This is Miss Meng Yuechan." Xiao Dao looked at Meng Yuechan, swallowed hard, and thought, I was so focused on talking to the Wolf King that I didn't notice the beauty. I didn't expect the Wolf King to find two such beautiful wives in this remote place. Hello, second sister-in-law. Xiao Dao began to bow again. Who's your second sister-in-law? Do you believe I'll hit you? Meng Yuechan glared at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Feng. Seeing Yi Feng smiling and not saying anything, he thought he was definitely right. Second sister-in-law, you're really beautiful, just like the big sister. You brat is looking for a beating, Meng Yuechan said as she prepared to strike, but was grabbed by Yi Feng. Miss Meng, my brother just arrived, and you're already going to hit him. Meng Yuechan continued to glare at Xiao Dao. Remember, don't call me second sister-in-law, I have nothing to do with your brother. Xiao Dao, yes, second sister-in-law. Meng Yuechan was speechless. And what about me? A little head peeking from behind, Yi Feng hugging his leg spoke cutely. Oh, I almost forgot about our little princess. Yi Feng picked up the little girl and said, Xiao Dao, this is my daughter Yi Xiao Xiao. Big brother's daughter, then that means. Xiao Dao instinctively wanted to say something, but he noticed Yi Feng's warning gaze and quickly swallowed his words. Actually, Yi Feng's relationship with Shun Xingxuang was not a secret in the Wolf Feng Corps, and everyone knew that Yi Feng had married the most beautiful woman in the capital and had a daughter. Xiao 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 is really beautiful. I'm your uncle Xiao Dao. You must call me uncle, okay? Hello, uncle. Good, he come here, uncle will hug you. Xiao Dao wanted to hug Xiao Xiao Xiao. Yi Feng didn't refuse and Xiao 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 was willing, so she was held in Xiao Dao's arms. Uncle Xiao Dao, I can't see what you look like. Can I touch your face? Can't see. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Feng. Although the people in the Wolf Feng Corps knew that Yi Feng had a daughter, they were not aware that Xiao 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 had been blind since birth. Yi Feng nodded. Xiao Dao's mouth trembled a bit, guiding Xiao Zioxiao's small hand to his face, and saying, Come Xiao Xiao Xiao, quickly touch. Isn't Uncle Xiao Dao very handsome? Uncle Xiao Dao has nice features, but still not as handsome as Daddy. Xiao 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 said with a big smile. Who said that? Xiao Xiao Xiao, Uncle Xiao Dao is much more handsome than Daddy. Xiao Dao said indignantly. Then I don't like Uncle Xiao Dao anymore. No, Xiao 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 is right, Daddy is the most handsome. Xiao Dao felt a bit depressed. Alright, you two can play later. Xiao Dao, you look weary from your journey, you must not have eaten. Come sit, and have something to eat. Then I won't be polite. After receiving the news from Yi Feng, Xiao Dao rushed over without stopping, and indeed hadn't eaten much on the way. Just then there was still plenty of food left from what Yi Feng and the others had eaten, so he sat down and began to eat heartily, clearly very hungry. My God, what kind of fish is this? Why is it so delicious? When he tasted the fish, Xiao Dao was dumbfounded. This is fish I raised myself, of course it's delicious. Bro, you actually raise fish. Not just fish, but also watermelons. Come on, don't rush to eat, no one's competing with you. Have another piece of watermelon. Yi Feng cut another piece of watermelon and handed it to Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao took a bite and was once again astonished. Whoa! Suddenly while eating, Xiao Dao started to wipe his tears again. Why are you crying again? Bro, you weren't like this before. You said you'd stick with the brothers for a lifetime. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Feng with red eyes. Yi Feng said, if you don't want to eat, then don't eat. No, I'll eat, is that okay? Since you're eating, then stop with the nonsense. Yi Feng scolded. However, looking at Xiao Dao in front of him, he felt a bit sour because Xiao Dao's appearance stirred up many memories of the past. This is his brother. After finishing the meal, Xiao Dao secretly pulled Yi Feng and asked, Bro, is the second sister-in-law also from the military district? Yes, she came from the military district. Yi Feng answered. I knew I wasn't mistaken, but how come I don't remember such a beauty in the military district? Xiao Dao asked in confusion. Of course you wouldn't know her, because she is from the 749 Bureau. What, the 749 Bureau? Xiao Dao's jaw nearly dropped in shock. No wonder, I didn't know, bro, you're amazing, even managed to win over someone from the 749 Bureau. Who won her over? She's just here for a visit, and will leave in a few days. That's even more impressive. Xiao Dao stammered. Bro, can we talk about something? What is it? Yi Feng looked at Xiao Dao with confusion. Talk to the second sister-in-law, let her introduce a woman to me. Xiao Dao rubbed his hands together eagerly. Get lost, if you want to go, you go by yourself, I won't help you. Yi Feng kicked Xiao Dao. Then I'll really go by myself. Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Feng and actually ran up to Meng Yuechan. Second sister-in-law, my big brother said to let you introduce a woman to me. Yi Feng's mouth twitched. This idiot, is he really daring to do this? But the moment Xiao Dao finished his question, Meng Yuechan's face darkened. You brat, you're looking for a beating. I told you not to call me second sister-in-law. With that, Meng Yuechan threw a punch at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao reacted quickly and blocked it, but still staggered back several steps, his hands numb. Second sister-in-law, you're so fierce. You're looking for death. Bang, bang, bang. Meng Yuechan rushed up and started fighting with Xiao Dao. For a moment dust flew everywhere as they fought fiercely. Meng Yuechan was quite strong, having taken the Yuan pill from Yi Feng and practiced the 9 Lotus method during these 2 days. Her strength had improved significantly. But Xiao Dao was by no means weak, and it seemed he was even slightly stronger than Meng Yuechan, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell he was losing. I'm not fighting anymore, please spare me, second sister-in-law, I can't win. You dare to call me second sister-in-law? Xiao Dao, frightened, turned to flee. Don't run. Meng Yuechan chased after him. Yi Feng suddenly reached out and grabbed Meng Yuechan. Wait a moment. Meng Yuechan looked at Yi Feng. What now? Yi Feng looked at Meng Yuechan from head to toe. Not bad, I only gave you the 9 Lotus method for a couple of days, and you've already cultivated to the 2nd level. The 9 Lotus method has a total of 9 levels. If it weren't for the recent fight with Xiao Dao, Yi Feng probably wouldn't have noticed. Of course you don't know who I am. When I reach the peak of my cultivation, just wait and see how I beat you up. Meng Yuechan straightened her neck proudly. Alright, I'll wait for the day you beat me. Yi Feng thought to himself, even if you reach the 9th level, you still won't be my match. However, your training is somewhat off. The 9 Lotus method should focus on body refinement, don't concentrate solely on inner strength. This was the purpose of Yi Feng stopping Meng Yuechan, as she was indeed on the wrong path. She was too focused on inner strength, while the foundation was the most important, and the foundation is the physical body. I'm training incorrectly. Yes, incorrectly. Yi Feng explained the essentials of the 9 Lotus method to Meng Yuechan. After hearing this, she stood still with her brows tightly furrowed, as if deep in thought. Yi Feng didn't bother her further. There was only so much he could tell her, and whether she could fully grasp it depended on her effort. After all, there's a saying, the master leads you to the door, but the cultivation depends on the individual. However, Meng Yuechan truly was a martial arts genius. The 9 Lotus method was not inferior to some lower-tier cultivation techniques, yet she reached the 2nd level in just a couple of days, which surprised Yi Feng. This was a good sign. Oh, perhaps in the future she could attain the Tao through martial arts. Meng Yuechan stood there thinking for a long time, and finally a glimmer of light appeared in her eyes. She quickly cupped her fists to Yi Feng and said, "Thank you for your guidance. I now know the path I should take. As long as you understand." Yi Feng was again surprised. He didn't expect Meng Yuechan to comprehend so quickly. She truly was a martial arts talent. Yi Feng, why don't you become my master? Meng Yuechan looked at Yi Feng with anticipation. Being a master is not great. You should just be Xiao Dao's second sister-in-law. Yi Feng laughed. Get lost. Meng Yuechan nearly spat in Yi Feng's face. When the small blade arrived at Qingshan village, another person also arrived. This person was a celestial eagle from Shiqing. Senior Tianying. Cold War respectfully bowed to Tianying. His face revealed a fervent expression, for the man before him was a congenital master, and Tianying was no ordinary congenital master. In the martial arts community of the Tianqiao nation, there is a recognized ranking list known as the congenital list. Those who can make it onto the list are all great congenital masters. Tianying, however, ranks 98th on this list. Although his position is relatively low, one must understand that there are many congenital masters in the Tianqiao nation, and not everyone can make the list. Anyone on the list signifies recognition of their martial prowess. This Tianying once single-handedly challenged 3 Qi masters and killed them all without sustaining any injuries, thus gaining fame from that battle. This shows that his strength is indeed formidable. If it weren't, he wouldn't have made it onto the congenital list. It is precisely for this reason that Cold War treats Tianying with such utmost respect. Tianying wore black clothing, stood at a height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, and appeared to be in his 50s. His eyes, when they looked over, resembled 2 sharp swords, compelling Cold War to lower his head, unable to meet his gaze. Where is the person? In the Qingshan village ahead. Then let's go. Senior Tianying, since you've just arrived, would you like to rest a bit first? No need. I want to handle the matters entrusted to me by Third Master quickly, and have no time to linger here. As you say, Senior Tianying, allow me to lead the way. Cold War called for a black car, personally opened the door for Tianying, and after Tianying got in, he hurriedly ran to the driver's seat. Soon they arrived at Qingshan village. It was already evening, and most of the villagers in Qingshan village were lying in bed asleep. Unlike the brightly lit city, the night here was silent. Only the sounds of insects could be heard, and it was pitch black with not a single streetlight. However, it was quite lively at Yi Feng's home. Due to the arrival of the small blade, Yi Feng had specially prepared a barbecue and invited Lu Shui and his wife, as well as Wang Tai and other villagers to enjoy a bit of festivity. After they had eaten and drunk enough, Lu Shui and his wife along with Wang Tai noticed it was getting late, and all stood up to bid farewell. Meng Yuechan suddenly tossed a can of beer to the small blade saying, "Come on, let's have a drink." "Sister-in-law, I've had enough to drink, am a bit dizzy now," the small blade said while burping. Meng Yuechan shot him a glare but ignored how he addressed her, sitting down beside the small blade and saying, "If you can't drink anymore, that's fine, but I want to ask you something." "What is it?" the small blade asked in confusion. "I want to know who exactly is Ye Feng." Meng Yuechan approached to probe the small blade for information about Ye Feng. "He's my brother, he's a good man," said the small blade. "I know he's a man, and I want to know who he really is." Meng Yuechan rolled her eyes. "He is from the northern region." "Northern what? I see you've not had enough to drink." Ye Feng suddenly appeared and directly shoved the beer bottle into the small blade's mouth. "Ye Feng, what are you doing?" "I was talking to the small blade," Meng Yuechan said angrily. "What do you want to say?" "I'm here to accompany you." Ye Feng sat down between them. The small blade cleared his throat and quickly shifted his seat to make room for Ye Feng. "I just want to know who exactly are you?" Meng Yuechan looked at Ye Feng, seemingly trying to see through him. "If you want to know, that's fine. Just come to my bed someday, and he'll tell you everything." Ye Feng replied. "Pa, dog can't spit out ivory." Meng Yuechan blushed and glared at Ye Feng. However, she began to ponder. The small blade had just mentioned the northern region. Northern what? That place is vast, filled with talented individuals. Could it be that person? Meng Yuechan thought of someone, a man who could overturn an entire military district. After all, she was part of the military district and naturally knew this man, and he was someone she greatly admired. However, looking at Ye Feng, she shook her head. It couldn't be him, he was nothing like that. One must understand that person had grand ambitions and wouldn't be farming here, and wasn't that person still on active duty? However, it was certain that Ye Feng had definitely been someone from the military district. But I know all the experts in the military district unless they are from special departments. He might have previously been a part of a special organization in the northern region. This was what Meng Yuechan thought in her heart. Someone is coming. Ye Feng suddenly turned his gaze outside. Who? No one is here. Meng Yuechan and the small blade also looked outside. Wait, there's hostility. The small blade suddenly sobered up quite a bit and stood up from the ground, thinking, could it be an enemy? That shouldn't be, he had just found the Wolf King, how could an enemy appear now? Meng Yuechan also sensed it, though a moment slower than the small blade. After all, she was from a special department, unlike the small blade who had crawled out from a pile of dead bodies and was most sensitive to hostility. Meng Yuechan, take Xiao Xiao and the others inside first, the visitors might not come in peace. Ye Feng said with a cold expression. All right, you all be careful. Meng Yuechan nodded and called Chen Susu to take Xiao Xiao back inside. Brother, has my whereabouts been exposed? The small blade asked. It shouldn't be, this trouble has come from Shurqing. Shurqing. The small blade was a bit confused as he hadn't been present when Cold War and the others came. But no matter what, if they were causing trouble for the Wolf King, they would have to die. A fierce cold light flickered in the small blade's eyes like a lone wolf in the night. Rustling. Footsteps drew near. Soon two figures appeared before Ye Feng and the others. These two were none other than Tianying. You two are quite impressive, you actually discovered us coming. Tianying looked at Ye Feng and the small blade, his gaze momentarily resting on the small blade before shifting to Ye Feng. You must be Ye Feng, right? Ye Feng remained silent, which was an implicit affirmation. I am here on the orders of Li Tianba, third master. Our third master said that if you self-destruct an arm and kneel down to apologize, he would be willing to reward you with a meal. Tianying said menacingly. Reward you with what? When did anyone dare to speak to my brother like this? The small blade grinned. Brother, you are injured, go inside first. Leave these two to me. Small blade, are you sure you can handle this? Ye Feng asked. Brother, you underestimate me. It would be no problem to take on a few more. The small blade drew a black, curved dagger he always carried. All right, I'll just stand here and watch. Ye Feng nodded and took 2 steps back. You old fool, didn't you want my brother to kneel down and apologize? I will return your words if you kneel down and beg for mercy now. I will spare your life like a dog. Looking for death. Tianying swiftly lunged at the small blade. The small blade sidestepped to avoid Tianying's eagle claw, and his dagger slashed towards Tianying. In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in battle. In fact, the small blade's strength was indeed somewhat inferior to Meng Yuechan, but he was rich in combat experience and aimed to kill with every move. If it were a life-and-death struggle, Meng Yuechan would be killed by the small blade in just a few moves. However, Tianying was different. He was a congenital master. Congenital masters are divided into 5 realms: Qi-Si, liquid integration, pill realm, Wuji, and De Wuji, each further categorized into upper, middle, lower perfection, and peak levels. Tianying was clearly a peak Chi master. Kid, you've killed quite a few people, your moves are decent, but unfortunately your strength is too weak. Tianying sneered. With a loud bang he struck out with his palm, sending the small blade flying, blood spurting from his mouth. Brother, he's a peak Chi master, you should run. If I leave, what will happen to you? Infina, just being able to see you once in this life satisfies me. Good brother. The small blade's determined demeanor reminded Ye Feng of the subordinates he fought alongside in his past life, and those 81 brothers. This stirred Ye Feng's heart. If only the Hao-Yi Immortal Emperor had been like this, how could I have perished at the immortal platform? However, in this life, he would not allow anyone to betray him again, nor would he let any brother die for him. Do you think you can stop me? Go die. Tianying suddenly charged toward the small blade, wanting to kill him first before dealing with Ye Feng. Did you ask me before you moved against my brother? In that instant, all the hairs on Tianying's body stood on end. A colossal sense of crisis surged in his heart. He dared not move against the small blade, and quickly retreated. After retreating to a distance, Tianying steadied himself, and cast his gaze toward Ye Feng, sensing that the spine-chilling crisis emanated from him. This guy is a bit odd, huh? Tianying squinted, his eyes turning icy cold. Brother, you. Xiao Dao, possessing keen perception, could also sense the overwhelming murderous aura emanating from Ye Feng. He was stunned, and his eyes reddened. But Ye Feng said nothing to him. Instead, he fixed his eyes on Tianying and declared, "If you kneel down, I'll grant you a whole corpse." Kid, who do you think you are? You think you can kill me? Tianying sneered. I think you'd better die. Tianying formed his hand into an eagle claw and lunged at Ye Feng. Since you won't kneel, then die. Ye Feng struck out with a palm. The palm strike appeared utterly ordinary. Tianying scoffed, but when he caught it, his expression instantly changed. You're not at the meridian opening stage. When did I ever say I was at the meridian opening stage? As Ye Feng's words fell, Tianying's body exploded on the spot, turning into a mist of blood, leaving not even a whole corpse behind. Tianying probably never dreamed he would die like this. He couldn't even block a single move. Over there, Lung Zhan was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Tianying to die either. After all, that was a master rank 98th on the innate ranking. Just like that. That was too fast. Holy crap. After killing Tianying, Ye Feng turned his gaze toward Lung Zhan. Lung Zhan naturally noticed Ye Feng's gaze. His body trembled uncontrollably, and with a thud he couldn't help but kneel before Ye Feng. Big brother, don't kill me. I was just following orders. Where is Li Tianba? He's in Shi City. So he didn't come. Then die. No. Ye Feng stepped forward and crushed Lung Zhan's skull with a single palm strike. Brother, your injuries. And your strength. Why did Ye Feng retire? Wasn't it because his body was injured? But now. Xiao Dao grew excited. They've been healed for a while, Ye Feng said with a smile. Really? Really healed? Xiao Dao seemed still incredulous. Didn't you just see it? Ye Feng glanced at him. That's great. If Wolfhead and the others knew you were fine, they'd be overjoyed. Whoa. Xiao Dao wept tears of joy. Brother, since you're healed, why didn't you come find us? I've already retired. But we need you. Xiao Dao said, eyes reddening. After all, Ye Feng was the soul of the Wolf Feng Corps. Without him, the Wolf Feng Corps was like a body without a backbone. Leave that aside for now. Clean up their bodies so the villagers don't find out. They'll go put Xiao Xiao to bed. Without further ado, Ye Feng entered the villa. Meng Yuechan looked at Ye Feng in astonishment. I never expected you to be so powerful. A Chi-Si Grandmaster killed with just one palm. You'll be able to do it too in the future. Ye Feng said, then took Xiao Xiao from Qin Susu's arms. Sister Qin, it's getting late. You go to bed. They'll take care of Xiao Xiao tonight. Alright, I'll go rest then. Qin Susu said, her face pale. Evidently the scene of Ye Feng killing Tianying and the others had frightened her. They'll accompany Sister Chun. Ye Feng nodded. With Meng Yuechan by Qin Susu's side, he didn't need. Then he carried Xiao Xiao to his room, told her stories, and coaxed her to sleep. Throughout, Xiao Xiao never asked about what had just happened. Though young, she seemed to understand something, but she was very well behaved. Then he carried Xiao Xiao to his room, told her stories, and coaxed her to sleep. Throughout, Xiao Xiao never asked about what had just happened. Though young, she seemed to understand something, but Ye Feng plopped down beside Xiao Dao. No, I'm just happy, Xiao Dao said, sniffing. Look at you, you pathetic thing, always crying. Ye Feng gave Xiao Dao a light smack on the back of the head. Xiao Dao said indignantly, who's always crying? I'm happy because I found you, and knowing that your wounds are healed makes me even happier. Really? Yeah, I know. But don't you have something you want to tell me? In fact, ever since Xiao Dao arrived, Ye Feng could tell that he was hiding something. Xiaodao's eyes darted evasively. No, what could I have to say? Xiao Dao, you don't need to lie to me. I can see it. Ye Feng stared at Xiao Dao. Is it related to those 81 brothers? Xiaodao's scalp tingled. He felt as if Yi Feng's gaze could see through his heart, making him even more evasive. Brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I'll give you one more chance. Speak. That's an order. Xiao Dao hesitated for a long time, then finally sighed. Brother is still brother. Nothing can fool you. Yeah, it's about that mission. With you leading the mission went smoothly, but on the way back we were ambushed. So Wolfhead suspects someone betrayed us. Then who is it? Yi Feng's gaze sharpened. Xiao Dao swallowed. Brother, are you sure you want to know? Spit it out. Stop with all the nonsense. It's Shen Songbai. Xiao Dao stammered. Upon hearing the name, Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. Shun Qingshuang's elder brother. The eldest young master of the Shun family, Shun Songbai. Yes, it's him. Are you sure? Xiao Dao nodded emphatically. We spent a lot of effort to find out. On the day you were attacked, Shen Songbai wasn't in Jingcheng, he was in Xiong country. Moreover, according to reliable intel, he was also present at the scene of the ambush. Good? Huh. Good. Absolutely wonderful. Ha ha. Yi Feng suddenly stood up and burst into manic laughter. In truth, after that incident he had suspected that someone had betrayed them. How else could the enemy have known their return route, so well set up an ambush in advance, and most crucially, there were many experts in that ambush, some of whom didn't seem to be from Xiong country. He had also conducted a thorough investigation, but found nothing. Later, when he went to ask Shen Qingshuang for help and was ruthlessly turned away, the matter was shelved. But what he never expected was that the person who betrayed him would be connected to the Shen family. This was something he could not tolerate. After all, half of the Shun family's current status in Jingcheng was built on his support. Not only did the Shun family show no gratitude, but when Yi Feng fell from grace they drove him and Xiao Xiao out. And now to learn that the betrayer was tied to the Shen family. How could he not be furious? His laughter subsided and a terrifying murderous aura radiated from Yi Feng, like an invisible hand that seemed to envelop the entire Qingshan village. Suddenly the surrounding temperature plummeted to freezing point, so cold that it made one's teeth chatter. Brother, don't do anything rash. Wolfhead told me that this matter isn't just about Shen Songbai. There seems to be someone behind him, and we haven't been able to find out who that person is yet. Xiao Dao grabbed Yi Feng. The killing intent on Yi Feng faltered like rain suspended in midair before crashing back down, and everything returned to calm. It seems you've done a lot of investigation. I recall that besides some Xiong country experts there should have been a group of Tianqiao country experts in that ambush. Have you uncovered all of them? Yeah, we found some leads. Give me the list of names you've gathered. Brother, I don't have it. The information is all in Wolfhead's hands. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng unhesitatingly pulled out his phone and made a call. It was answered quickly. Hello, boss. Is that you? Came Wolfhead's hoarse and tense voice. Wolfhead, it's me. Xiao Dao has already told me everything. Send me the information you've gathered. Yi Feng said. The breathing on the other end noticeably paused. Boss, can I talk to Xiao Dao first? Yi Feng casually tossed the phone to Xiao Dao. Wolfhead, it's me, Xiao Dao. As soon as Xiao Dao picked up, a low roaring voice came from the other end. I told you to find the boss, not to blabber all this. Do you want to die? Obviously Wolfhead was furious. Xiao Dao laughed bitterly. Wolfhead, it's not that I wanted to say it. You haven't seen the boss gaze. It scared me half to death. Besides, his injuries have already healed. What? Say that again. The boss injuries are what? The boss is fine. His injuries are healed and his strength seems even stronger than before. Xiao Dao said something else to Wolfhead, then handed the phone back to Yi Feng. Yi Feng resumed the call. Wolfhead on the other end asked eagerly, Boss, is it true that Xiao Dao said all your injuries are healed? I encountered some fortune in my body and bones have recovered. That's great. Absolutely wonderful. Whoa. Well, another one crying. But Yi Feng wore a smile on his face. Enough of that. Send me the information you've gathered. Alright, I'll send it right now. But boss, do you need me to send? Wolfhead's tone carried killing intent. Clearly, even if Yi Feng hadn't known about this, he was already prepared to take revenge, for those 81 brothers were also Wolfhead's brothers, and this matter concerned Yi Feng as well. No need. They'll contact you if anything comes up. Yi Feng hung up the phone. Soon Wolfhead sent the requested information to his phone. Yi Feng glanced at the names on the list, his gaze icy to the extreme. These people all deserve to die. He would not let those 81 brothers die in vain. But before that, there was one more matter Yi Feng needed to handle. Xiaoxiao's eyes. He pondered for a moment and looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao, help me with something. Brother, why are you being so polite with me? Just say it. Have your people find something for me. What Yi Feng asked Xiao Dao to find was naturally the star grass. He described the characteristics of the star grass to Xiao Dao. After listening, Xiao Dao patted his chest and assured, Brother, leave it to me. It's just a grass. They'll have people search for it right now. With that, he started making calls to contact people. Xiao Dao was indeed a member of the Wolf Feng Corps, but he had another identity, the young master of the Hong Gang. The Hong Gang's disciples were spread across most of Tianqiao country. With their help, Ye Feng might soon find the Stargrass. Over the next 2 days, life was calm. Qingshan village bustled with roadwork, and everyone thanked Ye Feng, for they all knew he had financed the repairs. That day, Wang Tian arrived accompanied by a man of about his age, dark-skinned with coarse hands, plainly someone used to hard labor. Ye Feng teased, "Chief Wang, why aren't you overseeing the villagers repairing the road? What brings you to me?" "Ye Feng, I have something to ask of you," Wang answered. Wang Tian said, "What is it?" Ye Feng asked in puzzlement. "Let me introduce you. This is the chief of Hatong village. His name is Niuzhigua." Wang Tian pointed to the dark-faced old man. Hello, boss Ye." Niuzhigua was cautious to the point of awkwardness. He wiped his hands before daring to shake Ye Feng's hand, revealing at once his honest, unassuming nature. Ye Feng said, "Greetings, Chief Niu. May I ask what brings you here?" Niu replied, "It's nothing grand. I heard you paid to repair Qingshan village's road. I was hoping boss Ye might spare some funds to fix Hatong village's road as well." Niuzhigua said the words timidly. Ye Feng frowned. "You want me to fund the repairs for Hatong as well?" "Yes, boss Ye." Niu nodded. Ye Feng's frown deepened. Repairing Qingshan's road had been his duty, why should he bankroll Hatang's as well? He would not refuse charity outright, but to be asked for money so bluntly felt excessive. "If you can't put it into words, I'll say it for you," Wang muttered, nearly speechless at the embarrassment. Wang Tian explained, "Chief Niu is an honest, inarticulate man. He did come to ask you for road repairs, and there is another matter. Hatong village has much land. He hopes you would contract their fields and each year, as with Qingshan, give the village a 2% dividend." Niu hurriedly added, "Yes, that's what I mean. If boss Ye is willing, even a 1% dividend would." Niu seemed fearful of rejection and kept lowering his own terms, which only made Wang more incredulous. Ye Feng laughed. "I thought otherwise. Very well. I will lease the land of Hatong village and repair your road. Like Qingshan, I will give you a 2% annual dividend. Also, if any villagers are willing to work for me, I will pay each of them 500 yuan per month." "Wonderful, thank you, boss Ye. You are like the merciful Guanyin." The old man was so grateful he nearly knelt to kowtow. Ye Feng said, "Chief Niu, there's no need for such ceremony. Hurry back and tell your people to get to work. I will have arrangements made to take over the land." All right, I'm going now." Niu seemed beside himself with joy. Ye Feng smiled. "But speaking of which, Chief Wang, I recall Qingshan and Hatong haven't always been on good terms. Why are you speaking on behalf of Hatong?" Wang Tian said, "It's not strictly a matter of friendship. Neighbors inevitably have friction. Niuzhigua and I grew up together. He even came begging to me. I couldn't turn him away. Besides, the people of Hatong are honest folk. Helping them is only right." Ye Feng looked at Wang and said, "Chief Wang is a good man. I suppose I should thank you as well. You have expanded my operations." Wang replied, "It is only fitting. When you prosper, everyone benefits." Ye Feng nodded in wholehearted agreement. He had already decided he would cultivate melons and raise fish in Qingshan and Hatong alone and contract no farther lands. His original intention had been simple, to grow food for Xiao Xiao to give her a home, and he would make this place a pure refuge, a domain that belonged only to him. After Wang took his leave, Xiao Dao rushed in. "Brother, the thing you asked me to find, it's been found. So quickly. You aren't lying, are you?" Ye Feng said excitedly. "Brother, look. Could this be?" Xiao Dao held out his phone for Ye Feng to see. On the screen was a photograph of a herb speckled like stars, each dot glinting like a tiny constellation. A jolt ran through Ye Feng. It was indeed the plant he sought, the starry herb, though it appeared not yet fully mature. "Where is it?" Ye Feng demanded, gripping Xiao Dao. "Brother, in 3 days there will be a grand auction in Shurqing. The item will appear there," Xiao Dao replied. Xiao Dao said so. Ye Feng clapped him on the shoulder. "Well done, Xiao Dao. This is fortunate, an auction in Shurqing. Isn't Li Tianba there as well?" Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. "Xiao Dao, pack your things, we're heading to Shurqing." "Brother, I have nothing to pack. I can leave now," Xiao Dao answered. "Wait a moment." Ye Feng called, summoning Meng Yuechan and the others to explain their plan. Meng Yuechan shook her head. "If you're going to Shurqing, I won't come along. I've stayed long enough, I must return." Xiao Xiao hugged Meng. "Auntie Meng, you're leaving. Xiao Xiao will miss you. Be good, Xiao Xiao. When I finish my affairs, I will come see you, all right?" Meng replied, pinching the child's cheek affectionately. "All right then." Meng left at once, summoning a jeep that waited at the village gate. "Shenjie'll visit again. I'll miss you." Meng and Shinsusu were close. They embraced, and Shinsusu dabbed at her eyes. "Shenjie, why are you crying? It's not as if we're saying a final farewell." Asan got into my eye, Chen said. "Auntie Meng, Xiao Xiao will miss you too. Be good, Xiao Xiao. Next time Auntie comes, I'll bring you tasty things and fun toys." Yes. Auntie Meng, remember to come soon." Alright. Meng kissed Xiao Xiao once. Then it was Xiao Dao's turn. To be honest, Meng and Xiao Dao had not known each other long, but both were from the military district and had once fought. There was a shared comradeship between them. Second sister-in-law, why are you leaving so soon? How dare you call me that? Believe it, and it'll knock your head into a pig's snout. Meng teased, giving Xiao Dao a kick. Xiao Dao clutched his foot and yelped. Had it been someone else he might have fought back, but he dared not with Meng. He could tell her relationship with Yi Feng was more than ordinary. At last it was Yi Feng's turn. Meng looked at him, snapped a salute, and said, whatever else, thank you for all your guidance these past weeks. Truly thank you. Her time with Yi Feng had been invaluable. Yi Feng joked, if you truly want to thank me, kiss me, as you did Xiao Xiao. Get lost, you're dreaming. Next time I see you, I'll flatten you, she retorted. Fine, I'll be waiting to be flattened, ha, he laughed. I'm off. Meng hugged Yi Feng and whispered in his ear, if you encounter any trouble, remember to... She tapped his cheek lightly, then sprang into the jeep, and the driver sped away. Yi Feng touched his face and watched her recede, a smile playing on his lips. Why only a kiss on the cheek? It should have been on the mouth, he murmured. Of course his words no longer reached Meng Yuechan. Sister Chun, I might have to trouble you to take care of Xiao Xiao these days. After Meng Yuechan left, Yi Feng turned to Chen Susu and said. Originally he thought about bringing Chen Susu and Xiao Xiao along, but after a moment's thought he gave up. After all, his trip to Shicheng was for business, and taking Chen Susu and Xiao Xiao would certainly bring many inconveniences. So he had no choice but to ask Chen Susu to take care of Xiao Xiao for him. Yi Feng, just go with peace of mind. I will take good care of Xiao Xiao. Well then I'll trouble you, Sister Chun. Why are you saying trouble to me? Chen Susu rolled her eyes at Yi Feng, her expression holding a hint of charm. Since the last time Yi Feng had said those words to her, she had already considered herself as Yi Feng's woman. Sister Chun, come with me for a moment. Yi Feng let Xiao Dao take Xiao Xiao outside to play first while he pulled Chen Susu into the room. Yi Feng, what are you doing? Chen Susu was startled. Sister Chen, what do you think I'm doing? Yi Feng smiled as he leaned closer to Chen Susu. Chen Susu became even more flustered, continuously retreating until she backed up to the edge of the bed, where she sat down. Grabbing the edge of her clothes, she said, Yi Feng, don't do this. Xiao Xiao is still outside, and it's daytime. So based on what Sister Chen said, does that mean it's okay when there's no one around at night? Yi Feng drew closer and closer. Chen Susu could already smell the masculine scent emanating from Yi Feng, making her feel a bit dizzy, and her face was so red it seemed like it could bleed. Yi Feng, I'm not ready yet. Her voice was very soft, barely audible, making it hard for others to catch what she was saying. Sister Chen, I'm just joking with you. Look how scared you are. Even if I wanted to, I can't. Yi Feng sighed. His cultivation level hadn't reached foundation establishment yet, so he couldn't break through. Then why did you call me? Chen Susu looked at Yi Feng, and in her eyes there seemed to be a hint of disappointment. You'll find out soon. Yi Feng pressed his finger, which resembled a sword, onto Chen Susu's forehead. Suddenly a cultivation method was transmitted into Chen Susu's mind. Since Yi Feng had already transmitted a technique to Meng Yuechan, he naturally wouldn't be stingy with Chen Susu either. He transmitted to her a method called rebirth technique. Of course it was a secular technique, as Chen Susu did not have the constitution for cultivation. However, this technique was quite different from the 9 Lotus Great method that Yi Feng had given to Meng Yuechan. The 9 Lotus Great method focused on body refinement, while the rebirth technique emphasized internal cultivation. Because Chen Susu's physique was different from Meng Yuechan's, she was more suited to practice this one. What is this? Chen Susu naturally noticed the cultivation method that appeared in her mind. Being a rural girl, she had limited exposure, but she could tell that what Yi Feng gave her was extraordinary. This is a martial arts technique. Sister Chun, if you're going to stay by my side in the future, you must practice it well. If Xiao Xiao encounters any danger, you will be able to handle it. A martial arts technique. Isn't it very difficult to cultivate? I'm so clumsy, I definitely won't be able to cultivate it well. You don't need to worry. Even if you are clumsy, I will train you to become a master as long as you are willing to work hard. Then I will definitely work hard. Chen Susu nodded vigorously. She knew that Yi Feng was not an ordinary person. If she wanted to stay by his side, there was only one choice. She had to work hard. To diligently integrate into Yi Feng's world. Yi Feng, what are you doing? Chen Susu was still reviewing the rebirth technique that Yi Feng had transmitted to her, feeling very sweet inside. Since Yi Feng had transmitted a technique to her, it meant he regarded her as one of his own. But before she could feel happy for long, she suddenly sensed something unusual in her body. Yi Feng had at some point placed his hand on her peak. Sister Chen, I saw you looking quite disappointed, so I thought I should do something for you. Don't. Chen Susu screamed, but her mouth was quickly covered by Yi Feng. Although Yi Feng couldn't break through yet, he could still indulge himself. After a long while, Yifeng finally walked out of the room. As soon as he opened the door, he found Xiao Dao squatting outside. Yifeng's sudden action startled him. Bro, I told you I was just passing by. Do you believe me? Xiao Dao was keen on survival. I see you're looking. Yifeng grabbed Xiao Dao and gave him a good beating. This kid was getting bolder, even eavesdropping on his corner. Bro, spare me. A day later, Yifeng and Xiao Dao appeared at the train station in Shurching. Xiao Dao's face was bruised as if he had just... Yifeng took him to a random hotel to stay. Xiao Dao, have you gotten the invitation for the auction? Yifeng asked. The invitation is a bit troublesome. It requires certification from a local third-rate family in Shurching and 100 billion entry ticket. Xiao Dao replied. Your Honggang has such great power, and you still can't handle this. Yifeng looked at Xiao Dao in confusion. Xiao Dao sighed, saying, when I returned before, my dad didn't know. This time I found something for you through Honggang's means. As soon as my dad found out I was back, he said if I didn't return soon, he would break my legs, and all my resources were cut off by him. So that's how it is. I'm sorry for you, but you should go back and see your dad sooner. Yifeng patted Xiao Dao. I don't want to. That old man insists on me inheriting Honggang. I think it's much more enjoyable to be with you and Wolf Head. Xiao Dao said. Yifeng shook his head. Xiao Dao truly didn't know how to appreciate his blessings. A second-generation rich kid with power and influence, yet he wanted to run to the northern border to enlist. He was probably one of a kind. It seems that I have to solve the invitation issue myself. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and said to Xiao Dao, let's go, I'll take you somewhere. Where to, bro? To the Liu family. If Yifeng remembered correctly, the Liu family was a third-rate military family in Shurching. They should be able to help. Outside the Liu family, Yifeng was blocked by someone. Through the servants reporting, soon a fair-skinned, graceful woman appeared before them. Mr. Ye, why didn't you notify us when you came to Shurching? I could have picked you up. This woman was none other than Lu Mengxiang, who had previously come to ask Yifeng for medicine. Beside her stood an old man, Lin Fu. Lin Fu slightly bowed and greeted Mr. Ye. This is my first visit, and I didn't bring any gifts. I hope you don't mind. Yifeng smiled. No worries, mister. You please come in. All right. Wait a moment, beautiful. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Dao. I am my brother's friend. Nice to meet you. Xiao Dao jumped in front of Yifeng, extending his hand and smiling widely to get to know Lu Mengxiang. Seeing how beautiful she was, he could hardly move his eyes, almost glued to her. Hello, mister. Xiao Dao. Lu Mengxiang smiled, reaching out her hand to shake with Xiao Dao. However, Yifeng slapped the back of Xiao Dao's head, pushing him inside. Don't stand in front of me, blocking my way. Bro, I just wanted to get to know the beautiful girl. Xiao Dao said, feeling frustrated. Keep your thoughts to yourself. This woman is not someone you can touch. Yifeng said. No way is she the third sister-in-law. Xiao Dao guessed. What are you thinking? She is Lu Shan's sister. Yifeng whispered, his voice barely audible, to Xiao Dao. What? Whose sister? Xiao Dao nearly bit his tongue, but Yifeng covered his mouth, saying, keep your mouth shut. He even kicked Xiao Dao. This kid was still as clumsy as before, acting like a child who hadn't grown up. Xiao Dao swallowed hard. When he looked at Lu Mengxiang, there was no hint of lewdness, but rather a touch of nostalgia and respect. Lu Mengxiang frowned slightly. She felt that Xiao Dao's gaze was strange. Mr. Ye, is this your younger brother? Sort of. He was a bit disrespectful earlier. Oh, please don't mind him. No, I think he's quite fun. Lu Mengxiang said with a smile. The Lu family had many servants. Bowing and greeting, they showed respect to Lu Mengxiang, and since Yifeng and his group arrived unexpectedly, Lu Mengxiang first led them to the small drawing room. She courteously inquired if they had eaten, and they naturally replied they had. Then she instructed the servants to serve tea. Mr. Ye, thank you for the nourishing foundation pill you gave me last time. My grandfather's condition has improved greatly, said Lu Mengxiang. A nourishing foundation pill. When did my brother get such a thing? Xiao Dao stared at Yifeng with wide eyes. He naturally knew what a nourishing foundation pill was. Yifeng smiled and said, as long as your grandfather is better, that's all that matters. You saved my grandfather, yet I failed to visit you, and instead made you come to Shur City. I'm truly sorry. It's of no consequence. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. Lu Mengxiang was a very intelligent woman, not one for beating around the bush. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yifeng, she got straight to the point. Mr. Ye, your sudden visit. Is there something you need our help with? Yifeng, not hiding anything, nodded and said, yes, I came to Shur City to attend the Dingxing auction. However, the auction requires either a certification from a third-rate local family or an entry ticket worth tens of billions. I have neither, so I'd like to ask Miss Lu for a favor. The Dingxing auction. Lu Mengxiang glanced at Lin Fu standing beside her, seemingly unaware of the matter. Lin Fu bent down and whispered something to Lu Mengxiang. After listening, Lu Mengxiang nodded and said, I see. I am very willing to help you, Mr. Ye. But could you please rest in the guest room first? I need to consult my grandfather. Is that all right? Of course, thank you, Miss Lu. You're too kind, Mr. Yi. You are our family's lifesaver. There's no trouble at all. Lu Mingxiang personally arranged 2 guest rooms for Yi Feng, exchanged a few more words, then left. Once she was gone, Xiao Dao could no longer hold back. Brother, is she really Lu Shan's biological sister? What else would she be? Then why don't you reveal your identity directly? Lu Shan was your personal guard. If the Lu family knew it was you, they would go to any lengths to help you. You say it lightly. You know how Lu Shan died. If I reveal my identity now, how can I ever face Lu Mingxiang? Besides, I don't want them to know. I don't want to drag them into this. As for you, keep your mouth shut. If you say one wrong word, I'll send you back to the Hong Gang immediately. Brother, you're right. I'll obey, I won't say a thing. Back to the Hong Gang. No way, that would be worse than death. By the way, brother, Lu Mingxiang said you gave her a nourishing foundation pill. That stuff is precious. Xiao Dao swallowed hard. You want one? They'll give you one too. Yi Feng produced a white medicine bottle from somewhere and tossed it to Xiao Dao. I warn you, don't eat this pill directly. Whoa, it really is a nourishing foundation pill. Xiao Dao opened the bottle, stunned then ecstatic. Brother, don't worry. I'm not stupid. If I ate that, I'd be overwhelmed. But brother, where did you get a nourishing foundation pill? I refined it myself. Refined? Yourself? Xiao Dao stared at Yi Feng dumbfounded. He wanted to ask more, but Yi Feng kicked him out. I need to rest. Don't bother me here. Xiao Dao pouted, looking at the closed door. He thought to himself, big brother seems much more mysterious than before. He even has a nourishing foundation pill. But now I have one too, haha. If I tell Wolf Head and the others, they'll be so jealous. Lu Mingxiang didn't keep Yi Feng waiting long. About 2 hours later, she came to see him. Mr. Yi, my grandfather wishes to meet you. All right. But Mr. Xiao Dao, please stay here. Clearly the Lu family's patriarch wanted to see only Yi Feng. Xiao Dao wasn't upset. He was happy to be idle, staying in the room to brew tea. Of course, what he brewed was the nourishing foundation pill. He wasn't as foolish as Meng Yuechan, who had swallowed the pill directly. Yi Feng followed Lu Mingxiang and soon arrived at a study in the back courtyard of the Lu residence. An elderly man was sitting in the study. The old man was in his 80s with white hair, looking quite spirited, but his complexion was not good, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. This old man must be Lu Mingxiang's grandfather, Lu Pinggan. Lu Pinggan was a military man, having served in important positions in the army. Even after retirement, his connections were extensive. Behind Lu Pinggan stood a middle-aged man with an upright demeanor. From his appearance, Yi Feng was reminded of someone, Lu Shan. If he guessed correctly, this man was the current head of the Lu family, Lu Mingxiang's father, Lu Zhonghua. Hello, Mr. Yi. It's my fault for not receiving you in person. I apologize for that, said Lu Pinggan, rising quickly as he saw Yi Feng arrive. Please, you've just recovered from a serious illness. Don't stand on ceremony. Please sit down, said Yi Feng. Then you sit too, Mr. Yi. Lu Pinggan pointed to the seat opposite. All right. Yi Feng nodded and sat down. This is my son Lu Zhonghua, the current head of the Lu family. Lu Pinggan gestured to Lu Zhonghua behind him. Hello, Patriarch Lu. Hello, Mr. Yi. Yi Feng stood up, shook hands with Lu Zhonghua, then sat down again. I've heard everything from Mingxiang. You came to Shi City to attend the Dingxing auction. Yes, that's right. May I ask what item you need from the auction? Lu Pinggan looked at Yi Feng. If you'd rather not say, that's fine. There's nothing I can't say. I'm here for the stargrass, Yi Feng said. Stargrass, huh? Lu Pinggan nodded. It seems that item is indeed in the auction. But the price is high and many people might want it. May I ask how much money you brought, Mr. Yi? Not much, just over 10 million, Yi Feng said with a smile. Over 10 million. Lu Pinggan and the others looked at Yi Feng with strange expressions. Mr. Yi, I'm afraid that amount won't even buy a single leaf. I understand, Patriarch Lu, but I must obtain it, Yi Feng said. No need, Patriarch Lu. I didn't come to your family for money. I only need you to get me into the auction. Also, I'd like you to help me contact the auction organizers and have them put this nourishing foundation pill up for bidding. No need, Patriarch Lu. I didn't come to your family for money. I only need you to get me into the auction. Also, I'd like you to help me contact the auction organizers and have them put this nourishing foundation pill up for bidding. That way I'll have the funds. Yi Feng, as if performing a magic trick, produced another medicine bottle from somewhere and placed it before Lu Pinggan and the others. Another nourishing foundation pill. Everyone stared at Yi Feng in astonishment. For an ordinary person, producing one divine pill like this would be extraordinary. But Yi Feng had just produced another one. If they knew that Yi Feng had also given one each to Meng Yuechan and Xiao Dao, who knows what they would think. It seems you are determined to get that stargrass, Mr. Yi. Very well, our Lu family will contact the auction organizers for you. Thank you, Patriarch Lu. But please, Mr. Yi, you must accept this 2 billion. Lu Pinggan pulled out a check and pushed it toward Yi Feng. It was written for 2 billion yuan cashable at any bank. Yi Feng smiled and pushed the check back saying, I told you I didn't come for money. I gave that first nourishing foundation pill to Miss Lu out of respect for her filial piety. And now that you're helping me, I certainly can't accept this. In that case I want stand on ceremony with you, Mr. Yi. Lu Pingon nodded. But the auction is still 2 days away. Our Lu family would like to repay your hospitality. However, I'm old and probably can't accompany you. Xiang'er, please take good care of Mr. Yi. Yes, grandfather, I understand, said Lu Mingxiang. Yi Feng exchanged a few more words with Lu Pingon, then returned to rest. Lu Mingxiang escorted him out while Lin Fu stayed behind in the study. What do you think of this, Mr. Yi? Lu Zhonghua was the first to speak. Neither humble nor arrogant, he should not be an ordinary person. His description was simple, just this one sentence. Lu Pingon nodded and turned to Lin Fu. Old Lin, what do you think? Lin Fu seemed to ponder for a long time before speaking. Master, you already have your own thoughts in mind, why ask me? I just wanted to hear your thoughts. Lu Pingon encouraged Lin Fu to continue. Lin Fu could only say this Yi Feng seems unfathomable, he might even be a pharmacist. Do you think this Pei Yuan Dan was made by him? Lu Pingon laughed. It's possible, otherwise who could continuously produce such miraculous pills? Lu Pingon looked at the Pei Yuan Dan on the table feeling quite excited. That's not unreasonable. But why do you think he would give us a Pei Yuan Dan for free? That's hard to say, but he shouldn't have any ill intentions towards our Lu family. Yes, you're right. This Mr. Yi could be someone we can cultivate a good relationship with. Lu Pingon's mind began to race. It's unavoidable. Although the Lu family outwardly seemed prosperous, they were merely a third-rate military family and Shurcheng envied by many powerful figures. But you must understand, above the Lu family there are first- and second-rate families. Their survival in Shurcheng is actually quite difficult, especially as Lu Pingon ages. If he dies, the power of the Lu family will greatly diminish, and he must consider the future of the Lu family. This is a common issue among all major families who wouldn't want their family to rise further instead of being submerged among the ordinary. Of course, the most critical factor is survival. Mr. Yi, I'd like to invite you to dinner. Do you have time now? Lu Mingxiang said after coming. Miss Lu, you don't need to be so polite with me, just call me by my name. If Miss Lu invites me, I certainly have. Since you said not to be polite, you shouldn't keep calling me Miss Lu, just call me by my name from now on. Lu Mingxiang looked at Yi Feng. Then please wait here for a moment while I change clothes. All right. Yi Feng agreed and stood in place waiting. Before long, Lu Mingxiang returned wearing a vibrant cartoon t-shirt that clung tightly to her chest and abdomen, paired with denim shorts that revealed her flawless long legs, quite eye-catching. She tied her hair in a ponytail, her delicate features lightly adorned with makeup as if painted by the finest artist with not a single flaw to be found. Yi Feng sighed inwardly. Lu Shan, your sister is indeed beautiful, you are not lying. Yi. Oh, okay. Yi Feng snapped back to reality, noticing a slight blush on Lu Mingxiang's face. Sorry, Miss Lu, it's just that you are so beautiful that I couldn't help but look at you a little longer. I didn't mean anything else. He lied. He had been staring at Lu Mingxiang because she reminded him of some things about Lu Shan. It's fine, I didn't mind it that much. Yi Feng's calmness made Lu Mingxiang smile. She could tell that Yi Feng's gaze was clear and different from other men. But you just said you wouldn't call me Miss Lu anymore, why did you forget? If you don't mind, just call me Axiang. Alright, Axiang. You're not being polite at all. Lu Mingxiang's beautiful eyes sparkled like crescent moon. Yi Feng chuckled. Lu Shan was his brother, so calling Lu Mingxiang his sister was not inappropriate. Soon a red Porsche rushed out from the Lu family. Inside the car were Yi Feng and Lu Mingxiang. Lu Mingxiang drove herself, not letting the Lu family's bodyguards follow. Yi Feng, what do you want to eat? I'm fine with anything. Then let's have Western food. I know a place that serves excellent Western cuisine. Lu Mingxiang parked outside a very upscale Western restaurant. As soon as she parked, a valet came running over to open the door for them. Lu Mingxiang gave them a tip, and then led Yi Feng into the restaurant. The atmosphere of the restaurant was nice, with many diners, mostly business elites, and successful individuals dressed in suits or high-end sportswear. A beautiful violin melody played in the background, making one's mood more pleasant. Lu Mingxiang's entrance caught some attention, not for any other reason, but because she was stunningly beautiful, standing out even in a crowd. As for Yi Feng, he wasn't bad-looking either, with a handsome and spirited appearance. Standing next to Lu Mingxiang, they looked well-matched, except for Yi Feng's ordinary attire, which felt a bit out of place in this upscale restaurant. Lu Mingxiang led Yi Feng to a seat near the floor-to-ceiling window, where a uniformed waitress approached them, slightly bending at the waist to present the menu to Lu Mingxiang. Lu Mingxiang said to Yi Feng, the filet mignon here is quite good. Would you like to have a serving? Yi Feng replied, you can decide. I don't have any dietary restrictions. Alright then, I'll order it. Lu Mingxiang ordered a few signature dishes and a bottle of red wine. Yi Feng, come I toast you a glass, thank you for saving my grandfather's life. Xiang, you're being too polite. Yi Feng smiled and clinked glasses with Lu Mingxiang. While they were chatting and laughing, someone noticed them, a young man in a white designer tracksuit accompanied by several others. Guo Xiao, isn't that the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Mingxiang? Who is the man sitting across from her? It really is Lu Mingxiang. Who the hell is bold enough to invite her out for dinner? Guo Xiao, what should we do? Go, let's listen to what they are saying. Yes, Guo Xiao. Yi Feng, it seems like the watermelons and aquatic products you planted in Qingshan village are quite popular. Are you interested in developing in Shurqing? I can help you. Lu Mingxiang said while eating. I have no such thoughts. I think farming in the countryside is quite good. The air and scenery are nice there. That's true. I actually long to live in the countryside. Lu Mingxiang said with great yearning. Despite the hustle and bustle of Shurqing, living here can be very exhausting, especially for someone like Lu Mingxiang, a daughter of a wealthy family, where every word and action represents the family's image. Yi Feng smiled and said, if you want you can stay in Qingshan village as long as you like, no need to leave. Really? I'm afraid it might be too much of a bother. How could that be? I would be delighted. Lu Mingxiang's face turned slightly red. She didn't know if it was from the red wine or shyness. Yi Feng, you. Yi Feng looked up puzzled at Lu Mingxiang. What do you want to say? Lu Mingxiang blushed and said, if you have no interest in me, why did you give me a Peiyuan Dan? In fact, after returning to Shurqing, Lu Mingxiang had pondered this question for a long time. Just as Lin Fu had said before, could it be that Yi Feng had taken a liking to her, which is why he gifted her a Peiyuan Dan? Yi Feng cleared his throat and replied, Xiang, you might be mistaken. I gave you the pill out of appreciation for your filial piety. He couldn't just tell Lu Mingxiang that he gave her the Peiyuan Dan because he was brothers with her brother. He didn't want Lu Mingxiang to know about this matter. Is it really just like that? Lu Mingxiang asked. It really is. Yi Feng nodded. Alright, I apologize for making you laugh. I meant nothing else. Upon recalling her earlier question, Lu Mingxiang immediately felt a wave of regret. Lu Mingxiang, you are truly mad. How could you ask such a thing? Aren't you ashamed? However, after hearing Yi Feng's response, she lowered her head, wishing she could find a gap to hide in. Yet she felt a bit annoyed, thinking, is it that my charm isn't enough? If it were another man, he might have already expressed his interest in her. Yi Feng cleared his throat again, watching Lu Mingxiang nearly bury her head under the table, and felt a bit amused. Just as he was about to say something, a handsome young man in a black suit suddenly approached, holding a wine glass, and gentlemanly stood before Lu Mingxiang, saying, hello, miss. You look somewhat familiar, like a friend of mine. Hearing the voice, Lu Mingxiang raised her head and looked at the handsome young man in front of her with confusion. This handsome young man was different from Yi Feng. His eyes were somewhat brazen as they stared at her, making her feel a bit disgusted. I'm sorry, but we don't know each other. Not knowing is fine, we can get to know each other now. You really resemble a friend of mine. As he spoke, the handsome young man reached out to shake Lu Mingxiang's hand, but she acted as if she hadn't seen him at all. Not only did she refuse to shake hands, she couldn't even be bothered to speak. Miss, are you really not going to give me even this courtesy? The handsome young man was not displeased. Instead, he became more proactive, wanting to sit beside Lu Mingxiang. Yi Feng frowned, about to erupt when he noticed a few more people walking over. What the hell? You dare to hit on my sister-in-law? Do you want to die? A young man in a white tracksuit pressed down on the handsome young man's head, shoving him away. How dare you push me? Do you know who I am? The young man in the black suit steadied himself and turned to look angrily at the one in the white tracksuit. Oh, who are you? The young man in the white tracksuit looked him up and down, his face filled with disdain, and I am the young master of Tianfeng Group. Tianfeng Group. Is he Chen Hai's son, Chen Qi? People around them turned their heads in surprise. Tianfeng Group was a rising star in the Shurqing Billion Club, recently gaining a lot of attention, and it was said to have entered the ranks of third-rate families. Quite impressive. The surprised and envious expressions of those around made Chen Qi feel quite pleased. He adjusted his collar and arrogantly said, if you dare to lay a hand on me, I demand you kneel and apologize, otherwise you won't leave here in one piece. Tianfeng Group. Haha. The young man in the white tracksuit suddenly laughed mockingly. Do you know who I am? Who are you? Chen Qi looked at the young man in the white tracksuit with some suspicion. Listen carefully, this is our young master Guo, the eldest son of the Guo family. Even if your father were here, he wouldn't dare to say that our young master Guo can't handle you. You've got some guts. The lackeys standing behind Guo Qifei looked at Chen Qi as if he were an idiot. A young master from a third-rate group dared to challenge their young master Guo. Did he not want to live anymore? Guo family, which Guo family? There's only one Gua family in Shurching, which one do you think it is? Chen Shi's heart sank, and his face changed drastically. He now knew who stood before him. Young Master Gua, I didn't know it was you. I'm sorry, you'll leave right now. Wait, did I say you could go? Thud. Chen Shi directly knelt pleading. Young Master Gua, I just returned from overseas, so I didn't recognize you. I was blind and spoke nonsense just now, oh please don't take it seriously. No one in the Western restaurant expected that the once arrogant Chen Shi would kneel and beg for mercy upon hearing Gua Kaifai's lackeys reveal their identity. However, some who heard the name Gua family also changed their expressions, looking as pale as Chen Shi. Because there are three top families in Shurching: the Li family, the Moron family, and the Gua family. These top families represent the symbols of ultimate power and wealth. If they wanted to suppress a third-rate group, it would be a matter of lifting a finger. So when Chen Shi heard that Gua Qifei was the young master of the Gua family, he was almost scared to death. To be honest, their Tianfeng group was a rising star in the billion club, but in front of the Gua family, it was true. Gua Qifei waved his hand, and the lackeys standing behind him seemed to understand the meaning, and all came forward surrounding Chen Shi with punches and kicks. Daring to act arrogantly in front of our young master, Gua, you're tired of living. Pa, what Tianfeng group, young master? I will beat you to death. Ah! The Western restaurant was filled with Chen Shi's screams. The restaurant owner rushed out, but he seemed to know Gua Qifei. Seeing it was Gua Qifei beating someone, he didn't even dare to ask questions, and cautiously approached to greet Gua Qifei. Meanwhile, outside the Western restaurant, several men in suits rushed in. What are you doing? Let go of our— Stop! You all stop. Today I provoke young Master Gua. It's only right for him to teach me a lesson. All right, you all step aside. Gua Qifei waved his hand, and his lackeys all retreated. Chen Shi, who had been surrounded, was already beaten to a pulp and looked quite disheveled. Upon seeing those around him stop, he quickly knelt before Gua Qifei, slapping his own face, and saying, Young Master Gua, I was wrong, give me a chance. You're quite sensible. Since you don't know me, I'll let you off this time, but drag him out and break one of his legs. No. Young Master Gua, please don't break my leg. Chen Shi was scared to tears. But Gua Qifei ignored him, and his lackeys, upon hearing this, dared not hesitate, and began dragging Chen Shi out. Just then Lu Mingxiang, sitting at the table, stood up and said, Gua Qifei, what are you doing? He merely said something to anger you, and you want to break his leg. Isn't that too much? You foul woman, how dare you speak to our young Master Gua like that? One of the lackeys beside Gua Qifei, but before he finished speaking, Gua Qifei slapped him, saying, Who told you to speak to my sister-in-law like that? Is there a problem with her saying a few words to me? Young Master Gua, I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. The beaten lackey quickly apologized. You don't need to apologize to me. If you want to apologize, do it to my sister-in-law. I'm sorry, sister-in-law, I realize my mistake. The lackey hurriedly bowed and apologized to Lu Mingxiang. Who is your sister-in-law? Please don't call me that randomly. Lu Mingxiang said angrily. Sister-in-law, you know that our Nan Ge has been fond of you for a long time. You will definitely be my sister-in-law. Gua Qifei said with a smile, then turned to look at Chen Shi, who was still kneeling on the ground, saying, Since you have my sister-in-law speaking for you, I will spare your leg. Now crawl out of here. Sister-in-law, I truly apologize. Did I disturb your meal? After Chen Shi left, Gua Qifei said apologetically, though his gaze remained fixated on Yi Feng. Whether I disturbed you or not, don't you know in your heart? Lu Mingxiang coldly huffed, already too tired to care about what Gua Qifei and the others called her. Yi Feng, let's go. We're not eating anymore. She pulled Yi Feng to leave. Hold on, country bumpkin. I don't care who you are, a sister-in-law is Nan Ge's woman. To dare come out to eat with her is already an offense to Nan Ge. Do you want to kneel and beg for mercy, or shall I take action? Gua Qifei looked at Yi Feng with a face full of mockery as he spoke. He had just sent his lackey to eavesdrop on the conversation between Yi Feng and Lu Mingxiang, discovering that Yi Feng was merely a country bumpkin who came from who knows where. With such a background, how could he sit at the same table as Lu Mingxiang? Gua Qifei, what are you doing? Yi Feng is my friend, Lu Mingxiang said, standing in front of Yi Feng. Sister-in-law, I can give you face regarding that Chen Shi, but this person is different. If Ning Ge finds out that I saw you dining with someone else and pretended not to notice, he will be angry. Gua Qifei waved his hand, signaling his two lackeys to pull Lu Mingxiang away first. What are you doing? Let go of me. Gua Qifei, if you dare to do anything to Yi Feng, I will never let you off. Gua Qifei ignored her and coldly approached Yi Feng, then leaned on the dining table, staring at Yi Feng as he said, Country bumpkin, am in a good mood today. He'll give you a chance, cut off your own hands, and you can leave here alive. After saying this, he threw a small knife from the side to Yi Feng, indicating that he should use it to take action. Yi Feng looked up and said, I'm also in a good mood today. Hurry and get lost before I get angry. What? Gua Qifei was taken aback, then rubbed his ears and said, Did I hear that right? You want me? Yes, you heard me right. I'm telling you to get lost. If you want to crawl out of here, that's also acceptable, Ye Feng. Damn country bumpkin, how dare you tell me to get lost? Are you looking for death? The one looking for death should be you. Suddenly a scream echoed as Guo let out a cry. Ye Feng had swiftly grabbed the knife and pinned Guo right hand to the table. I want you dead. Guo nearly fainted from the excruciating pain. He angrily grabbed the cutlery nearby, intending to kill Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng was quicker. He grabbed a fork and pierced through the back of Guo left hand, penetrating the dining table in the process. Damn. At this moment, Guo lackeys reacted, all rushing towards Ye Feng. You dog, how dare you lay hands on young Master Guo? You shall die. Kill him. Get lost. Bang. 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 No one could see how Ye Feng moved his hands. Those rushing lackeys were all sent flying. In an instant, the Western restaurant was filled with gasps. No one could have imagined that Ye Feng would dare to lay hands on Guo considering he was the young master of a prestigious family. Not only them, but even Lu Mingxiang was left dumbfounded. Country bumpkin, I tell you, you're finished. You're completely finished. Guo looked at Ye Feng with bloodshot eyes. In searching, no one had ever dared to touch him. His only thought now was to kill Ye Feng. No, not just to kill Ye Feng, but to ensure Ye Feng would not have a proper burial. Ye Feng remained silent, picking up the knife and fork again, continuing to pierce through Guo hand under his very eyes. Of course, Guo wanted to dodge, but his hands were pinned to the table, rendering him utterly unable to move. I want you dead, ah. Guo mouth emitted a chilling scream reminiscent of cries from the depths of hell, each sound making one's heart tremble. In just a moment, Guo hands were filled with knives and forks, looking particularly tragic. The people around watched Ye Feng in horror, swallowing their saliva, feeling that Ye Feng was truly ruthless. Yet they never considered that if Ye Feng lacked strength, his situation might be even worse than Guo. As for Guo, he had already fainted from the pain. Ye Feng, don't be reckless. Come with me. At this moment, Lu Mingxiang came to her senses and grabbed Ye Feng to run. The people in the restaurant who tried to stop them were all shoved aside. Ye Feng frowned, thinking that Guo was lucky he had been contemplating killing someone just moments ago. Ye Feng, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Yes, I know, Ye Feng nodded. You know, and you're still so calm. That Guo is the young master of the Guo family, a top family in Shurqing, Lu Mingxiang said. Now that I've done it, let's not think too much about it. Ye Feng remained calm. You barely ate anything earlier, shall we change to another restaurant? Still eating? It's all my fault. Had I known, I wouldn't have brought you out to eat. Lu Mingxiang said with a face full of self-reproach. If she hadn't invited Ye Feng out to eat, this incident wouldn't have happened. Of course, she never expected to encounter Guo while eating with Ye Feng. If she had known, she would never have brought Ye Feng out to dine. But there are no ifs in this world. Alright, this matter isn't your fault. It's that Guo who is too arrogant and overbearing. Ye Feng shook his head. But who exactly is this Nen Xiao that Guo mentioned? This is what Ye Feng cared about the most. Since Guo kept calling Lu Mingxiang's sister-in-law, if Lu Mingxiang liked this, Nen Xiao, Ye Feng would need to keep an eye on her. After all, she was his brother's sister. He had to be concerned. Let's not discuss that for now. We should go home and find my grandfather. Fortunately, you only injured Guo. If my grandfather intervenes, there might still be some room for maneuver. Ye Feng said nothing and allowed Lu Mingxiang to take him back to the Lu family. Grandfather, it's bad. Something huge has happened. Lu Mingxiang hurriedly ran to find Lu Pingan. What happened, Xianger? Don't panic. What happened? Speak slowly, Lu Pingan said with a frown. Grandfather Ye Feng, he hit Guo. Lu Mingxiang said anxiously. What? What exactly happened? Tell me in detail. Lu Pingan and Lu Zhangguo's faces changed at that moment. Hey Race, what happened? I invited Ye Feng out to eat. Lu Mingxiang recounted the entire incident to Lu Ping. After listening, Lu Pingan's expression darkened. Nonsense. Don't you know what your status is? Going out to eat alone with Mr. Yi, are you not causing trouble for him? Grandfather, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Lu Mingxiang was on the verge of tears. Grandfather, you must help Ye Feng. Otherwise he will be doomed. Zhangguo, you are the head of the Lu family. What do you think? Lu Pingan looked at Lu Zhangguo. This, Lu Zhangguo said solemnly, this Ye Feng is too reckless. Knowing that Guo is the young master of the Guo family, he still dared to lay hands. Isn't he just asking for trouble? Father, I believe that if we go against the Guo family for him, it would be an unwise decision. Dad, how can you say that? Ye Feng gave us a Peiyuan Dan. Lu Mingxiang replied. Xianger, this matter is not as simple as you think. Guo is the only son of Guo Xiongning, the head of the Guo family. He was born with a golden key in his mouth. If he finds out that his son was beaten like this, he will definitely not let it go. Even if your grandfather speaks up, he probably won't give us face. He might drag our entire Lu family into trouble. But Dad, now that Ye Feng has caused such a huge problem, part of it is my fault. We can't be ungrateful. Then what do you want me to do? Risk the lives of the entire Lu family to speak up for an outsider? Dad, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Lu Mingxiang was already in tears from being angered by Lu Zhonghua. Alright, everyone, stop arguing. Let's first call Mr. Yi over. The people from the Guo family haven't come looking for trouble, yet we can still sit down and discuss this properly. Lu Pinggan pondered for a moment and said, Grandfather is right. He'll go find Ye Feng right now. But Lu Mingxiang had only run outside for a short while before she returned. Xiang'er, where is Mr. Yi? He left. Lu Pinggan and Lu Zhonghua were both stunned, then exchanged surprised glances. They were no fools and understood Ye Feng's intentions. He didn't want to implicate their Lu family. Brother, where did you just go? I went out to eat with LV Mengxiang. Wow, why didn't you invite me along? Xiao Dao said, somewhat aggrieved. All you know is eating, drinking, and having fun. What else do you know? Huh? Ye Feng slapped Xiao Dao on the head. Brother, can you stop hitting my head? I think I might be this stupid because of you. Besides, I don't just know how to eat and have fun. Xiao Dao said discontentedly. Ye Feng ignored him. Brother, we were staying fine at the LV residence. Why did we suddenly leave? Xiao Dao asked curiously. While eating, someone tried to mess with me, but I beat him up. He's the young master of the Guo family, a first-rate clan in Stone City. Ye Feng said lightly. What? Someone dared to fight my brother. Where is he? They'll go kill him right now. Xiao Dao said, full of murderous intent. Enough. I've already obtained the invitation to the Dingxing auction. Let's not cause any more trouble. We'll deal with it after the auction. Alright. Then brother, where are we going now? Let's just find a place to stay first. Ye Feng was indeed casual. He found a small hotel with Xiao Dao and settled in. Meanwhile, at the Guo residence, one of the 3 first-rate clans in Stone City, the clan leader Guo Xiongyin had already learned of Guo Kaifai's incident and roared furiously, Whoever dares to touch my son, I will have him killed. Clan leader, the matter has been investigated. The one who fought with the young master is connected to the LV family, reported a servant of the Guo family. The LV family. Guo Xiongyin narrowed his eyes, murderous aura surging. Is the man still at the LV residence? In reply to the clan leader, it seems he has already left the LV residence. According to the LV family, they drove him out. The servant replied, Humph drove him out. Since they knew he attacked my son, why didn't they capture him and bring him before me? It seems the LV family has a death wish. Guo Xiongyin was enraged. But for now I won't bother with them. How is my son? In reply to the clan leader, the young master's hands were nearly crippled, but alchemist Jean said he can heal the wounds. Good, Guo Xiongyin said. The man should still be in Stone City. Go search every inch of the city if you have to and drag him out. Yes, clan leader. Ye Feng didn't know what was happening at the Guo residence, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. He stayed in the hotel with Xiao Dao for 2 days. That day they left the hotel and appeared outside the Dingxing auction house. The auction was scheduled to start at 2 p.m. sharp, but by then the parking lot outside was already filled with luxury cars. Countless dignitaries had arrived one after another. Without certification from a third-rate local force and 100 billion entry fee, no one was qualified to enter. Naturally, all those who came were prominent figures. Brother, I didn't expect the local auction in Stone City to be so grand. Xiao Dao said in surprise. Indeed, it's quite grand, Ye Feng nodded. Let's go in first. Ye Feng led Xiao Dao forward, but someone arrogantly cut in line. Move aside, our young master is about to arrive. Someone tried to push Ye Feng and Xiao Dao away. Xiao Dao reacted quickly and grabbed the man's hand. The man's face changed. What, you want to fight me? Do you know who I am? Xiao Dao thought to himself, I don't care who you are. Do you believe I'll kill you right now? Xiao Dao. Ye Feng seemed to know what Xiao Dao intended and immediately stopped him. There were too many eyes around, he didn't want to stir up trouble yet. The most important thing was to get the starlight grass first. Xiao Dao glanced at Ye Feng and reluctantly let go. Damn brat, I'll remember you. The man gave Xiao Dao and Ye Feng a cold glare. He was about to order his men to attack, but at that moment someone whispered something to him. He hurriedly drove away the people in front, which naturally angered many. Just then a luxurious convoy arrived. When a black phantom stopped at the entrance, the man who had just pushed Ye Feng and Xiao Dao immediately trotted over, respectfully opened the door. A young man in a designer suit stepped out, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking particularly refined, handsome, and exuding an air of nobility. Who is this guy daring to cut in line like that? Keep your voice down. This is the crown prince of the Li family, Li Wenshua. He's the son of Li Tianba, the third master of the Li family. I see. No wonder someone dared to be so arrogant. If it's him, it's not surprising. He's just the son of the third master, not the first master. What do you know? The first and second masters combined are no match for third Master Li. And I heard that third Master Li built his own empire without relying on the family's background. In Stone City, he has connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world with power no less than the entire Li family. So powerfully, the surrounding people murmured. Those who had been dissatisfied earlier dared not speak out. They simply couldn't afford to offend this man. Li Tianba-san. Yi Feng squinted. Brother, isn't that the son of the guy who sent someone to kill you? Should we find a chance to kill him? Xiao Dao was still brooding over the Sky Eagle incident. Stay low for now. They'll deal with Li Tianba after I get the Starlight Grass. Yi Feng pulled Xiao Dao back, blending into the crowd. He noticed that the man who had tried to push through was already scanning the area, likely looking for Xiao Dao to cause trouble. Yi Feng didn't want any commotion yet. After failing to find them, the man sneered contemptuously, thinking Xiao Dao had run off, and then hurriedly followed Li Wenxuo into the venue. Brother, I haven't asked yet. What do you need that grass for? Xiao Dao asked curiously. It's for treating Xiaoxiao's eyes. Yi Feng naturally had no secrets from his brother. So little niece's eyes can be cured. That's great. Xiao Dao beamed with joy. All right, shut your mouth. Let's hurry in. Yi Feng pulled Xiao Dao to the entrance and handed over the LV family's invitation. The auction staff examined it carefully and, confirming it was genuine, let them in. Good day, gentlemen. Please follow me. At the entrance to the venue, a uniformed attendant wearing white gloves was already waiting for them. He led Yi Feng and Xiao Dao to the second floor where there were private rooms. From the window, they could overlook the entire hall. Brother, the LV family is quite efficient. They even prepared a private room for us. Xiao Dao said happily. I'm afraid someone is already waiting for us inside. Yi Feng smiled. Sure enough, Yi Feng's guess was correct. When the door to the private room was pushed open, several people were already seated inside. LV Pingan, the family elder, LV Zhangwa, the clan leader, LV Mingxiang, Yuan Linfu. Mr. Ye, I have been waiting for you here for some time. LV Pingan said with a smile. Elder LV, why did you come? You should be resting at home. Yi Feng walked over with a smile. I couldn't help it. Mr. Ye, you have caused a great calamity, but since you helped our LV family, we cannot stand idly by. A great calamity? Xiao Dao, standing behind Yi Feng, curled his lips. Isn't it just beating up a young master from a first-rate clan? My brother didn't kill him, which is already giving him face. Mr. Ye, please take a seat. Lu Pingan said after letting Yi Feng sit down, continuing, we have prepared 2 tickets for tonight's ship to send you away from Shurching. Rest assured the Guo family will definitely not find out about this. Yi Feng replied, Old Lu, you don't need to worry so much about my matters. A mere Guo family is nothing. Yi Feng's words made Lu Pingan and the others exchange glances. Lu Zhangwa chuckled and said, Mr. Ye, I heard from Xianger that you are just a farmer in the countryside. Shurching is not the countryside, and the Guo family is not something those rural folks can compare with. What? You look down on my brother. What's wrong with him being a farmer? Do you believe? Brother, they clearly look down on you. Xiao Dao felt a bit frustrated. Who is his brother? The Wolf King of the northern border, the king of soldiers in the Imperial Dragon Military District, a battle god commanding tens of thousands of wolf soldiers. When has he ever been looked down upon? Yi Feng shot Xiao Dao a glare, and then apologetically said, Master Lu, my brother doesn't express himself. Well, please don't mind him. What do I have to mind? My father is helping you out. Even if your background is extraordinary, it's best not to challenge the Guo family. First-tier forces are not as simple as you imagine. Lu Zhangwa snorted. All right, Zhangwa, you should say less. Lu Pingan intervened, and Lu Zhangwa had no choice but to close his mouth. Actually, Zhangwa is not wrong. Even if Mr. Yi has the strength to challenge the Guo family, I still think it's better for Mr. Yi to escape first. After all, this is Shurching, and the Guo family's influence here is deeply rooted. Even if we combine all of the Lu family, we cannot withstand a single Guo family. This is not Lu Pingan trying to boost someone else's morale while diminishing his own, but the fact is first-tier forces are like an immovable giant tree anywhere. Yes, Yi Feng, just listen to Grandpa. You must not let the Guo family discover you. Lu Mingxiang, who was standing nearby, added. She was dressed beautifully today, wearing a white peony-patterned qipao that accentuated her figure with her tall stature and stunning beauty, resembling a fairy who walked out of a painting. Yi Feng nodded. All right, I will follow old Lu's arrangements. However, I must auction off the Xingqian grass before I leave. That's right. Lu Pingan smiled. Just in time, I was going to mention the auction. I have already sent the Peiyuan pill you provided to the auction, and according to the organizers, it will be kept for the finale. It should fetch a high price. Thank you, old Lu. You're welcome. While Yi Feng was speaking with Lu Pingan, the venue was already filled with people. It was 2 o'clock, and the auction was set to begin on time. A woman of outstanding beauty wearing a professional suit with white gloves walked up from backstage. Hello everyone, I am Zhu Min from the Dingxing auction house, and the host of this auction. Welcome everyone. The woman first bowed to the audience, then stood up, and continued, there are many wonderful items today. I won't say much, I'll let the auction begin. The first auction item is a weapon of innate master level named the Xianming knife, made entirely of Xianming stone and crafted by a master. The starting price is 30 million and each bidding increment must be no less than 2 million. 5 individuals from the back brought up a weapon rack on which lay a gleaming black weapon. Even from a distance one could feel the cold aura emanating from it. This was undoubtedly the top weapon in the mundane world. Mundane weapons are classified into 5 levels: ordinary weapons, advanced weapons, top-tier weapons, innate master-level weapons, and finally holy artifacts. Last time in the Dead Man's Valley, Meng Yuchan's bronze short sword was considered a half-finished magical artifact. In Yifeng's eyes it was truly subpar. However, in the eyes of ordinary people it would be regarded as an innate master-level weapon. The Xianming knife below could also be considered a half-finished magical artifact, but compared to Meng Yuchan's bronze short sword it might fall short. However, for warriors it was undoubtedly a fine weapon. Hence when the bidding began the crowd went wild, and in less than half a minute the price soared to 3 billion, and it continued to rise. We the Li family will take this knife for 10 billion. A voice came from the private room to Yifeng's left. One could guess from the introduction that it was Li Wenhao. 11 billion. 12 billion. There were still people bidding below, but much fewer. 20 billion. Li Wenhao called out the price again. 21 billion. 22 billion. 30 billion. When Li Wenhao raised the price to 30 billion, the number of bidders had clearly decreased. However, there were still some who continued bidding, but in the end Li Wenhao secured it for 50 billion. To be honest, this first auction item ignited the atmosphere of the auction instantly. 50 billion is a sum even a third-rate force would find difficult to come by, as some forces do not have such turnover funds. However, to Li Wenhao, this was merely a string of numbers not worth mentioning. This clearly illustrates the depth of a first-tier family. The subsequent auction items included antiques, paintings, and items needed by warriors, essentially rare treasures from the outside world. Now presenting the 56th auction item, a Xingqian grass. The uses need not be elaborated. The starting price is 10 million and each bidding increment must be no less than 1 million. Finally, it was the turn of the Xingqian grass. When the auction house personnel brought the Xingqian grass up, it did not attract much attention, as this item was not something those present needed. Compared to the previous Xianming knife, it was a tier or two lower, but there were still some bidders. 11 million. 12 million. 20 million. Jean Yaosher, do you need this Xingqian grass? In a private room there sat an imposing young man accompanied by several individuals. If Yifeng were there, he would definitely recognize one of them standing behind a young man with his hands wrapped in bandages. None other than girl.Ye, the young master of the Gue family. Beside girl.Ye stood a middle-aged man, resembling him closely. If the prominent families of Shiqing saw him, they would surely exclaim, for he was Guo, the head of the Gue family. However, both Guo and his son were now standing respectfully behind this young man, which was a sight that could not help but astonish people. Who exactly is he that even the head of a first-tier family would stand beside him so cautiously? However, the young man was actually asking a question to an elderly man in red beside him. Jean Yaosher smiled and said, young master, Nan, this Xingqian grass is of good quality and would be of some use to me. Alright, then I will buy it for Jean Yaosher. Yu Wennan raised the price directly 1 billion. When Yu Wennan called out the price of 1 billion, the number of bidders below noticeably decreased, but there were still some. 1 billion, 10 million. 1 billion, 20 million. 3 billion. Yu Wennan raised the price again, and the bidders instantly gave up, as 3 billion for a Xingqian grass seemed unworthy. Young master, Nan, there's really no need to waste money. This Xingqian grass is not of much use to me, Jean Yaosher said. It's fine, it's just 3 billion, not expensive. Yu Wennan replied, alright then, thank you, young master Nan. No need for such formality between Jean Yaosher and me. Yu Wennan smiled, took a sip of red wine, feeling that he had firmly secured the Xingqian grass. 3 billion once. 3 billion twice. Just as Zhu Min was about to finalize the deal, a voice suddenly called out from a nearby private room. 3 billion, 1 million. The person calling out was none other than Yifeng. Huh. Yu Wennan seemed a bit surprised, but didn't think much of it, and continued to raise the price 4 billion. 4 billion, 1 million. Yu Wennan couldn't help but frown. 5 billion. 5 billion, 1 million. Is this person trying to go against me? Yu Wennan's face turned somewhat unpleasant. On the other side, Yifeng furrowed his brows, surprised that someone would compete with him. However, this stargrass was something he must obtain regardless of the cost. 600 million. On the other side, Yu Wennan continued to bid, increasing his offer by 100 million each time, clearly demonstrating his wealth. Yet Yi Feng did the exact opposite, only adding an additional 1 million to the original bid. 600 million and 1 million. 700 million. 700 million and 1 million. 800 million. 800 million and 1 million. With a loud bang, Yuan slammed his palm on the table, his expression extremely displeased, while those below began to whisper among themselves. None of them expected that a single star grass would incite such fierce competition among the people upstairs. Young Master Nan, let it go. It's already 800 million, it's really not worth it for a single star grass, said the alchemist. No way, this guy is clearly trying to challenge me. Ooh, I can't just let it go, Yuan said domineeringly as he walked to the window. I am Yuan, I don't care who you are, I must secure this star grass. Who is Yuan? So domineering. Never heard of him, but Yuan. Wait, I think I know who he is. Who? He is the young master of the Yuan family from the eastern region. Hiss. When someone mentioned the Yuan family from the eastern region, many who knew Yuan's identity gasped in shock. Yuan. Yi Feng frowned. Of course, he didn't know who Yuan was. However, upon hearing this name, Lu Ping and Lu Zhang's expressions immediately changed, hurriedly trying to stop Yi Feng. Mister, you don't bid anymore, you can't afford to take this star grass. Why not? Yi Feng asked. This person is from the eastern region's Yuan family. They are a top-tier ancient martial arts family. We can't provoke them. Lu Ping and looked at Yi Feng. Now that Yuan has declared he wants the star grass, we absolutely cannot challenge him, otherwise we will invite a great calamity. Meanwhile, Yuan raised the bid to 900 million and no one dared to say a word because 900 million was truly excessive and they saw no reason to offend Yuan over a single star grass. The Yuan family from the eastern region. However, after hearing Lu Ping and S words, Yi Feng's eyes narrowed and his fists, unbeknownst to him, tightened. Standing beside him, Xiao Dao seemed to sense Yi Feng's unusual demeanor and quietly asked, Brother, he's just a rich kid from a top-tier family. There's no need to be angry. If he dares to take the star grass, I'll take care of him. Xiao Dao, I'm not angry about that. It's because there are people from the Yuan family on the list that Lang Tu gave me. Yi Feng said, his eyes gleaming with killing intent, his words only audible to Xiao Dao. What, they are related? Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Xiao Dao's expression changed immediately. He turned and gazed coldly towards the direction of Yuan's private room. Brother, should we take action? Not yet, it's not the right time. Let's wait until I secure the star grass first. Yi Feng suddenly laughed. I didn't expect to encounter someone from the Yuan family here. That's just great, truly wonderful. Seeing the smile blossoming on Yi Feng's face, Xiao Dao felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that his elder brother was furious and ready to kill. So it's the young master of the Yuan family. I do apologize, young master Yuan, but this star grass is of great importance to me, so I cannot give it to you. Yi Feng walked to the window. I bid 900 million and 1 million. Mister, you can't. Lu Ping and the others tried to intervene, but Yi Feng spoke too quickly for them to stop him. It's over. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Lu Ping sat down with a wry smile. Why does it happen? As Yi Feng approached the window, he was spotted by someone. That person was none other than Fei, standing behind Yuan. He looked at Yi Feng, his face instantly becoming somewhat twisted, filled with resentment, anger, and even more so killing intent. Fei, do you know this person? Yuan's expression was also grim. He didn't expect that even after revealing his identity, the other party would still dare to compete with him. In response to young Master Nen, I mentioned before that a country bumpkin went out to dinner alone with Lu Mingxiang, and I just happened to catch them, and he almost crippled my hands. Oh, so it's him. Just moments ago, Yuan thought that Yi Feng, so audaciously daring to compete with him, might be someone of significant status, but now hearing Fei speak, he immediately relaxed and sneered. Great, I didn't expect a country bumpkin would dare to rob me. He's asking for death. Young Master Nan, the other party might not be simple. The alchemist squinted and cast a glance at you. Alchemist Jean, how could he be anything extraordinary? Didn't you hear Fei say? He's just a country bumpkin, he probably doesn't even know who I am. I've seen plenty of people like him. Yuan completely dismissed Yi Feng. Gua family head. Young Master Nan, what can I do for you? After the auction, I don't want this guy to leave Stone City alive. Understood, I will arrange it right away. Gua Xiongming nodded and walked out. Even without Yuan's orders, Fei would have arranged for it. How could he allow someone who had almost crippled his son to leave Stone City alive? A few days ago, he couldn't find him, but now that this guy had willingly walked into his sights, he could blame no one else. Standing beside Yuan, the alchemist furrowed his brows, wanting to say something, but seeing Yuan's excited, murderous expression, he ultimately swallowed his words. In fact, he hadn't thought much of Yi Feng, as there were indeed very few who dared to oppose the Yuan family in the eastern region. 900 million and one time. On the stage, Zhu Min didn't care about all this. With someone bidding against her, she was naturally pleased. Now that the star grass had been raised to 900 million, she was even more delighted. She struck the wooden hammer and glanced towards Yuan Nan's private room. She was wondering if Yuan Nan would continue to raise the bid. However, there was no response. 900 million and one time. Zhu Min waited for a while, and seeing Yuan Nan still not bidding, she decisively said, 900 million and one time. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in room 23 for winning the star grass. However, there was no applause from below. Everyone knew that Yi Feng had offended Yuan Nan severely. Applauding for Yi Feng would only invite trouble for themselves. What if young Master Yuan was a petty person? Interesting, truly interesting. I didn't expect someone to dare offend Yuan Nan at the auction. If this guy doesn't die, it would be worth befriending him. In the private room, next to Yi Feng, Li Wenshua clapped his hands, clearly enjoying the show. Li Xiao, that guy has thoroughly offended the young master of the Yuan family. If we befriend him, wouldn't that embarrass the young master of the Yuan family? What's just a young master of the Yuan family? They have plenty of young masters, and Mrs. If I offend one, can they really eat me? What the young master says is true. We are not ordinary people. The servant behind Li Wenshua. After the auction, there will be a good show to watch. Hee. Li Wenshua chuckled, somewhat gleeful about the impending. It's over, Mr. Yi. You've definitely offended Yuan Nan this time. You should leave quickly before the auction. Don't worry, old Lu. I have my ways to escape. Yi Feng replied. What methods could you possibly have? I advise you to listen to my father and leave quickly before they seal off the auction house. Just now I saw that behind Yuan Nan the father and son of the Guo family were also there. They probably have already seen you. Old Lu, you should listen to me. This matter has nothing to do with your Lu family. If anyone should leave, it should be you. I can handle these troubles myself. Besides, I still have the Pei Yuan Dan that hasn't been auctioned yet. I need to wait for its auction to end before I can leave. Mr. Yi, that person is a young master from an elite ancient martial family. He is not someone the Guo family can compare to, and you are still thinking about these matters. Old Lu, you really are getting anxious because of Yi Feng. I know, I understand. You? Lu Ping and wanted to persuade further, but was interrupted by Lu Zhonghua. Father, you heard what Mr. Yi said. Since he says he can handle it, let him do so. Let's leave first. Well, alright, Mr. Yi, take care of yourself. Lu Ping sighed helplessly. Grandpa, we can't leave. Our family has some connections with the Yuan family. Nothing serious has happened, it's just over a piece of grass. If something really goes wrong, we can still help Yi Feng with a few words. Nonsense. What do you understand as a girl? Come with me. Lu Zhonghua dragged Lu Mengxiang away. Grandpa, we can't do this. Yi Feng has saved your life. However, before she could finish, Lu Zhonghua knocked her out with a slap. He handed Lu Mengxiang to Lin Fu and helped Lu Ping out. As they reached the door, Lu Zhonghua said, Mr. Yi, you can't blame us. We've done all we can. I, as the head of the Lu family, must consider the safety of the entire family. I understand, Master Lu. I don't blame you. Yi Feng said with great understanding. That's good. Lu Zhonghua nodded and assisted Lu Ping out. In the private room, only Yi Feng and Xiao Dao remained. Brother, do you want to call someone over? Xiao Dao asked. No need, just the two of us is fine. Yi Feng said calmly. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Yi Feng asked Xiao Dao to open it. It was the staff from the Ding Xing auction house here to deliver the Xing Chen Chao. Sir, this is the Xing Chen Chao you won at the auction. How would you like to pay? The Pei Yuan Dan you auctioned last is mine. Just deduct it from there after the auction of the Pei Yuan Dan ends. Also, you are Mr. Yi. I understand. We will place the Xing Chen Chao here for you. Yi Feng called out. Xiao Dao understood what that meant and took out some tips to send the staff from Ding Xing auction house away. The Xing Chen Chao is finally in hand. Yi Feng was excited as he carefully examined the Xing Chen Chao in front of him. It was entirely emerald green with speckles that resembled stars, dazzling and emanating an imperceptible aura of spiritual energy. Brother, can this grass really cure my little niece's eyes? Xiao Dao attempted to reach out to touch the Xing Chen Chao, but was swatted away by Yi Feng. I said it can, so it definitely can. However, this Xing Chen Chao is too young, likely only 100 years old. I need to take it back and nurture it for some time. Indeed, the age of the Xing Chen Chao is too low. To completely cure Xiao Xiao's eyes, I estimate it requires a 200-year-old Xing Chen Chao. However, finding a 100-year-old Xing Chen Chao is already quite rare, as this is a top-tier celestial medicine. Yi Feng was still quite satisfied with this. With a wave of his hand, the Xing Chen Chao vanished from sight. Brother, where did you hide the Xing Chen Chao? You don't need to worry about that. The auction for the Pei Yuan Dan has already begun. As Yi Feng said, the auction for the Pei Yuan Dan had indeed started. Now we invite the final auction item of the day. This item was received just a few days ago, and in a rush we didn't notify too many people. However, those who are here today are fortunate, because this final auction item is the divine grade Pei Yuan Dan. What is it? Pei Yuan Dan. What? Divine Dan. Miss Zhu, you aren't joking with us, right? Is it really Pei Yuan Dan? Some people were skeptical. Rest assured, our Dingxing auction house is a century-old brand in Shicheng. How could we deceive everyone? Plus, you can see for yourselves. At this moment, a staff member from Dingxing auction house brought out a transparent vial containing the very Pei Yuan Dan that Feng had given to Lu Pingyan. After Zhu Min opened the vial, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out, but she quickly closed it again. Wow, it really is Pei Yuan Dan. Are we crazy? The crowd erupted in excitement. Master Jean. In the private room, Yuan Nan looked excitedly at Master Jean. Master Jean squinted his eyes, carefully examining the transparent vial, and Zhu Min's hand then fell into deep thought. However, he soon spoke. Young Master Nan, that's definitely Pei Yuan Dan. I never expected Dingxing auction house to acquire such a divine Dan. Who has the ability to refine this and dare to put it up for auction? As he spoke further, Master Jean's tone carried an indescribable astonishment. Since Master Jean has confirmed it's Pei Yuan Dan, then it surely is. Ha ha ha, I knew I didn't come to the wrong place. Yuan Nan was elated. In fact, he had rushed to Shicheng after hearing about the Pei Yuan Dan. He didn't expect it to be real. If his father knew he brought back a divine Dan, he would surely be delighted. I must secure this Pei Yuan Dan. Meanwhile, in a nearby private room, Li Wenshua also fixated his gaze on that Pei Yuan Dan. Everyone has seen the item. This Pei Yuan Dan is a divine-grade spiritual medicine capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh and bones. Moreover, its effects are even better when consumed by martial artists. Zhu Min addressed everyone saying, I won't say much more. The starting bid for the Pei Yuan Dan is 100 million with no upper limit. You may begin bidding now. 100 million, 300 million, 500 million, 1 billion. Everyone went wild as soon as Zhu Min finished speaking, driving the price up. Because Pei Yuan Dan is truly worth that much. It's just a Dan, why are you all getting so worked up? You should know it's from my brother. Xiao Dao stood beside Feng, rolling his eyes. He looked at Feng, his eyes spinning, as if plotting something in his mind. Brother, do you have any more Pei Yuan Dan? What's wrong? Feng asked. If you do, can you get me one more? Xiao Dao rubbed his palms together. Smack. Feng slapped Xiao Dao on the head. Do you think eating too much of this is good for you? Just focus on your own cultivation. When you reach the innate master level, I'll give you some good stuff. Xiao Dao covered his head, initially a bit resentful, but upon hearing the words, good stuff, he perked up and guaranteed, brother, don't worry, in less than half a month I will definitely reach the innate master level. Feng couldn't be bothered and continued to watch the auction. The price of the Pei Yuan pill quickly soared to 5 billion, and it was still on the rise. Feng was quite surprised. He didn't expect the Pei Yuan pill to drive these people below into such a frenzy. Moreover, several other private rooms which had been silent since the auction began also joined the bidding. These people were probably like Yuan Nan, having heard that the Pei Yuan pill was here, and rushed over. We the Yuan family are determined to get this Pei Yuan pill. They'll bid 1 billion. Swish, swish, swish. Many people were stunned, looking towards Yuan Nan. He, young master of the Yuan family, we also want this Pei Yuan pill, 101 billion. A hearty laugh came from one of the private rooms. Without a doubt, this person's identity was also not simple. I want it to 102 billion. This time the bidder was Li Wenshua. The people below had quieted down, having surpassed 1 billion, reducing them to mere spectators. One must know that this was 1 billion, which of the forces in the 1 billion club could afford it. Moreover, for an ordinary person, that much money could last a lifetime. 120 billion. Yuan Nan gritted his teeth and continued to raise the bid, nearing his ideal limit. 121 billion. 122 billion. 150 billion. Yuan Nan clenched his hands tightly. Li Xiao, we can't raise the bid any further. If third master finds out, he definitely won't provide this much money. The servant standing behind Li Wenshua hurriedly reminded him. I know, do you think I'm a fool? Li Wenshua kicked the servant away, his expression darkening. Damn it, this super first-class family, he couldn't compare. Aside from him, the other bidder also seemed to fall silent. Is there anyone else willing? Zhu Min shouted excitedly. Seeing no one respond, she tapped the wooden hammer. 150 billion once. 150 billion twice. At this point, Zhu Min paused and asked again, is there anyone else? But still no one responded. With a clang, 150 billion 3 times. Congratulations to young Master Yuan for winning the Pei Yuan pill. Phew. Upon hearing this, Yuan Nan let out a long breath, his hands relaxing and excitement blooming on his face. This Pei Yuan pill is finally mine, ha ha ha. It's over, let's go. Feng led Xiao Dao out. Just as they reached the door, someone from the Dingxing auction house. Mr. Yi hello, I am the person in charge of Dingxing Auction House. My name is Long Feng. Here is the money from the auction of the Peiyuan pill. After deducting the money for the Xingchen grass and the auction fee, there remains 139,000. Please take it. Long Feng immediately shook hands with Yi Feng and handed him a black bank card. Thank you for your trouble. Yi Feng smiled and took the card, handing it to Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao checked the money on the card and nodded at Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, you are too polite. It's no trouble at all. If there are more good items like the Peiyuan pill for auction in the future, you must remember our auction house. Long Feng said courteously. I will remember. If there are no further matters, I will take my leave. Yi Feng replied. All right, Mr. Yi, take care. After Yi Feng left with Xiao Dao, Long Feng, who had initially been smiling, retracted his smile. He asked someone nearby to hand him a wet towel, vigorously wiping the hand he had just shaken with Yi Feng. Having offended the young master of the Yuan family, you might only be able to leave our auction house alive. Chairman, since you know he is doomed, why still give him the money? Someone beside Long Feng said. What do you understand? We are in the business of reputation. The first rule is credibility. Even if he is doomed, the money still has to be given to him. Otherwise, who would dare to auction with us in the future? What you say is true, I spoke out of turn. However, speaking of which, where did this guy get a Peiyuan pill? Long Feng looked at Yi Feng's departing figure, pondering slightly. However, he shook his head and didn't think further. After all, in his eyes, Yi Feng was already a dead man. On the other side, Yi Feng had led Xiao Dao to the entrance of the Dingxing auction house. It was now a little past 5 in the afternoon, but outside was eerily quiet. Not even a ghostly shadow could be seen. Those inside the auction seemed to know what was about to happen, and had all rushed to the second floor to peer out the windows, with no one willing to leave, fearing they might miss this grand spectacle. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. Xiao Dao's expression also grew cold. He hadn't realized when he had already gripped his black, curved knife. Pat, pat, pat. Suddenly a dense sound of footsteps echoed around, and many men in black suits emerged from the streets, numbering around 200 to 300, exuding a formidable aura. Pat, pat, pat. Suddenly a dense sound of footsteps echoed around, and many men in black suits emerged from the streets, numbering around 200. The crowd parted with a rustle. Yu and Nan walked up with the Guo family, father and son, along with the golden pharmacist, coldly gazing at Yi Feng. Your woman. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, suddenly realizing something. Oh, I see, the young master Nan mentioned by Guo Fei in the Western restaurant was you. Dumb bumpkin, how dare you speak to young master Nan like that? Kneel down and apologize now, and maybe young master Nan will spare your life. Guo Fei shouted angrily. If Yu and Nan hadn't spoken, yet he might have already ordered his men to charge at Yi Feng and kill him. Dog, don't bark here. You have no right to speak. Yi Feng's words were sharp and astonishing. One must know that the one speaking was the eldest son of the Guo family in Stone City. Damn it. Guo Fei was furious, his body trembling, wishing he could rush up and strangle Yi Feng to death right then and there. Beside him, Guo Xionying's expression was also exceptionally ugly. Yi Feng called Guo Fei a dog. What did that make him? An old dog. A Fei, come back. Yes, young master Nan. Guo Fei obediently stood behind Yu and Nan, but his eyes were fixed on Yi Feng, nearly spewing fire. Country bumpkin, even at this point you still dare to be so arrogant. It seems you truly are not afraid of death. Hee, if I were afraid of death, I wouldn't be standing in front of you now. Since you want to die, I will grant you that. Wait a minute. Just as Yu and Nan was about to give the order to strike, Yi Feng suddenly called for a stop. Yu and Nan mocked. Country bumpkin, if you are going to apologize now, I will not accept it. Apologize? You think too highly of yourself. Oh, I just want to ask, is your father named Yuan Fa? Yi Feng asked with a smile. My father's name, is that something a country bumpkin like you can utter? Yu and Nan's gaze turned cold. Get ready to strike. So Yuan Fa is indeed your father? Then I have not found the wrong person. Yi Feng murmured to him. This Yuan Fa was on the list of the wolf head, having participated in the ambush against Yi Feng. Stop. All of you stop. Yu and Nan, you stop right there. At Yu and Nan's command, the black-clad men behind him were about to charge forward, when suddenly from within the Dingxing auction house a woman, dressed in a white Chinese dress, with begonia flowers embroidery, ran out. This woman was none other than Lu Mengxiang of the Lu family. Lu Mengxiang, why are you here too? Yu and Nan watched as Lu Mengxiang spread her arms to block in front of Yi Feng, his expression turning somewhat gloomy. Yu and Nan, Yi Feng is my friend. Can you show him some mercy for my sake, and let him go, said Lu. Xianger, you are being ridiculous. Come back with me. Lu Zhongguo walked over, his face as dark as coal, and grabbed Lu Mengxiang to leave. Dad, Yi Feng has done us a favor, we can't abandon him. Lu Mengxiang said. You ungrateful girl, are you trying to bring disaster upon the entire Lu family? Lu Zhongguo was truly furious. Didn't he know that Yi Feng had done them a favor? But the Lu family had already done what they could. What more did they want? Were they supposed to sacrifice their entire family for Yi Feng? I don't care. Yi Feng is my friend and grandfather's benefactor. No one will touch him today, Lu Mingxiang said. You stubborn girl, you're going to drive me to death. Lu Zhongguo raised his hand to slap Lu Mingxiang, but at that moment Lu Pinggan walked out and grabbed Lu Zhongguo's hand. Father, why are you stopping me? Enough, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Lu Pinggan sighed helplessly. Originally he had no intention of stepping forward to help Yi Feng anymore, but Lu Mingxiang's actions forced him to brace himself and come out despite his reluctance. Young Master and Patriarch Gui, Young Master Gui. Lu Pinggan cupped his hands and greeted each of them. Yuan Nan raised his hands signaling his subordinates to temporarily retreat, then crossed his arms, and looked at Lu Pinggan with interest, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile the Gui father and son watched Lu Pinggan and his group with noticeably cold eyes. Young Master Nan, this Mr. Yi has helped our Lu family before. Could you grant him a chance for the sake of our family? Lu Pinggan said. Hello Mingxiang, do you really want me to let him go? Yuan Nan wore a smirk, completely ignoring Lu Pinggan and looking directly at Lu Mingxiang. Yes. Lu Mingxiang nodded. Fine, I can spare his wretched life, but... Yuan Nan looked her up and down. You'll have to obediently become my woman. Long ago Yuan Nan had seen Lu Mingxiang and was struck by her beauty. He declared that she was the woman he had chosen. Later he even proposed marriage but was firmly rejected by her. At that time some in Stone City thought the Lu family had offended the Yuan family. But to the astonishment of the city's elite, Yuan Nan did not trouble the Lu family. Instead, he pursued Lu Mingxiang obsessively. This made many noble ladies of Stone City extremely jealous of her, feeling she had struck gold by catching Yuan Nan's eye. Any other family would have likely accepted the match, but Lu Mingxiang did not, because she did not like Yuan Nan. Lu Mingxiang's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she said with disgust, Yuan Nan, you are taking advantage of the situation. Lu Mingxiang, I've already given you plenty of face. For any other woman, I wouldn't be this patient. If you agree, you'll let him go. If you don't, then today, it won't just be him who dies. Yuan Nan said with a cold smirk at the corner of his mouth. Standing beside Lu Mingxiang, Lu Zhongguo's face paled. He clenched his fists, knowing that Lu Mingxiang's actions had already dragged the entire Lu family into a quagmire. If she refused, the family would likely face total destruction. Lu Mingxiang was not stupid, she naturally understood the implication behind Yuan Nan's words. She felt a sorrow in her heart. This was probably her fate. Ever since she learned that Yuan Nan had taken a liking to her, she had imagined what her destiny might be. But she did not want to become a submissive woman, a mere ornament to be manipulated. So over the years, she had painstakingly managed the Lu family's business, hoping to make it stronger so that no one could control her marriage. Yet as the old saying goes, ideals are plump, but reality is skinny. There was no help for it. She was up against a super first-rate power while their Lu family was merely third-rate. Fine, I agree, Lu Mingxiang said through gritted teeth. In fact, she had just thought it over. Even if she refused now, it would only be a matter of time before she had to agree. But if she could save Yi Feng's life, at least she would repay the debt of gratitude for the foundation elixir. Good, very good. Ha ha. Yuan Nan laughed loudly, looking at Yi Feng. Rube, you're lucky. My woman spoke up for you. But your death sentence is commuted, your punishment is not. Kneel down and kowtow 100 times, and you can leave here alive. Lu Mingxiang's expression changed. Since you've agreed to let Yi Feng go, why must you humiliate him like... Yuan Nan sneered. Lu Mingxiang, he brought this upon himself. I've already agreed to spare him. That's more than generous. How generous? Yi Feng suddenly laughed scornfully. Then should I thank young Master Yuan for his What do you mean? Yuan Nan's eyes narrowed. Yi Feng, what are you doing? Don't say anything reckless. Let me handle this. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're safe. Lu Mingxiang grabbed Yi Feng and said, Miss Lu, forget it. Let me call you Sister Xiang. To be honest, you're interrupting my brother's moment of showing off. It's just a young master from a super first-rate family. It's really nothing. Xiao Dao said. Then he casually remarked to Lu Zhongguo. Patriarch Lu, why are you still standing there dumbfounded? Do you really want Sister Xiang to marry that scumbag? Xiang, or didn't you hear them? They're not afraid of trouble. Stop meddling. Lu Zhongguo dragged Lu Mingxiang away, shaking his head inwardly. Xianger had helped them so much, yet they remained ungrateful. Worst of all, Yi Feng was already lawless enough. But who would have thought his lackey would be equally shocking in his words? A young master from a super first-rate power is nothing. In all of Stone City, probably no one else would dare to say such a thing like Xiao Dao. But to be fair, in Xiao Dao's eyes, Yuan Nan really was nothing. After all, aside from being a member of the Northern Wolf Division, he was also the young master of the Hong Gang. That weight was far beyond what Yuan Nin could match. Even Tin Yuan Nan's wouldn't be worth his notice. Lu Zhonghua called over a few Lu family servants and ordered them to forcibly take Lu Mingxiang back to the Dingxing auction house. Lu Pinggan naturally turned and left as well, but as he passed by Yi Feng he said, "Mr. Yi, take care of yourself." With that he walked away. "Rube, since you refuse Lu Mingxiang's kindness, then go to hell. Cripple him. I want him alive." "Yes, young Master Nan." The black-clad men all charged at Yi Feng. The scene was quite grand with several hundred people. But Yi Feng remained completely calm, a cold glint appearing at the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly looked in a certain direction. Someone is coming. Who is it? Whoosh. Yi Feng saw a black icy gleam shoot out. It was a knife. A black knife. Like a bolt of black lightning it rushed into the crowd. Whoosh. Yi Feng saw a black icy gleam shoot out. It was a knife. A black knife. Like a bolt of black lightning it rushed into the crowd. Incredible power. The scene erupted in an uproar as everyone present turned their gaze towards the direction from which the black knife had come. There stood a tall figure about the same age as Xiao Dao, dressed in black with long bangs covering his eyes. However, one could vaguely see the pair of narrow and astonishing eyes hidden beneath his hair as he walked leisurely forward, standing before the subordinates of the Guo family. Yi Feng frowned as he did not recognize the man before him. He didn't know him, but someone else did. "Black Qilin, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you for half a day." Xiao Dao laughed heartily and rushed to punch the man in the chest. Black Qilin quickly knelt on one knee and said, "Young master, I hope I'm not late." No, you arrived just in time. Why are you being so polite with me?" Xiao Dao hurriedly pulled Black Qilin up. "Xiao Dao, are these your Hong Gang people?" Yi Feng asked. "Yes, brother, let me introduce you. This is Black Qilin, who grew up with me." Xiao Dao pointed at Yi Feng. "Black Qilin, this is my brother Yi Feng." Black Qilin looked at Yi Feng, and the pair of eyes hidden beneath his long hair suddenly stirred with ripples. The only one who could make the young master call him brother aside from that person must be no one else. "Hello." Yi Feng reached out for a handshake with Black Qilin. But Black Qilin did not move. "Brother, don't mind Black Qilin's aloofness. He has a solitary personality and rarely speaks to anyone except for me and my father," Xiao Dao quickly explained. "When did you let him come?" "A brother, I'm sorry. Just now during the auction, I secretly sent Black Qilin a message. I didn't mean to. I thought with these trivial matters, why would you need to get personally involved? That would lower your status. Please don't be angry with me." Xiao Dao was afraid Yi Feng would be displeased, so he quickly explained. Just remember to tell me next time," Yi Feng replied. "Okay, I will definitely let you know next time." Seeing that Yi Feng was not angry, Xiao Dao breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Feng found it somewhat amusing, but Xiao Dao was doing fine. If someone was willing to help, he naturally did not want to get his hands dirty himself. Just as Xiao Dao said, Yuan Nan and his men were merely trivial characters. "What are you all dawdling for? Kill them for me." Yuan Nan saw another person arrive and did not pay it any mind. To him it was just an additional corpse. "Kill." The black-clad men of the Guo family charged towards Yi Feng and the others. "Black Qilin, leave none alive, you kill them all." Xiao Dao put away his playful smile and spoke to Black Qilin. "Yes, young master." Black Qilin extended his hand, and the black knife stuck in the ground seemed to sense him swiftly returning to his grasp. Releasing true energy, a master of Qi Si. Yi Feng looked at Black Qilin with some surprise. Despite being about the same age as Xiao Dao, his strength surpassed Xiao Dao by a considerable margin. "Die." Black Qilin also charged forward. Thud thud. With a single slash, a head flew. His figure flashed like teleportation, directly tearing through the group of black-clad men. In just a moment, dozens were killed. Blood splattered everywhere. Of course, there were also corpses. The Guo family's black-clad men were utterly stunned. They did not expect Black Qilin to possess such strength, yet they showed no fear and continued to charge at him. Everyone died. A one-sided massacre began. The Guo family's black-clad men had no resistance. As soon as Black Qilin appeared before them, they fell to the ground as corpses. Killing one every 10 steps was just the beginning. Black Qilin was in a frenzy, while those surviving black-clad men were terrified to the point of near madness. "We are no match for this guy. Retreat, hurry, run." Over 100 corpses were already on the ground, and the remaining black-clad men fled. But Black Qilin seemed unwilling to let them go, as Xiao Dao had ordered, "Leave none alive." "Stop. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Guo family?" Suddenly a man in a blue training outfit blocked Black Qilin's path. He was also from the Guo family, but his surname was not Guo. He was called Xiang Jiao. He was a protector of the Guo family, and had also reached the realm of Qi Si Master. "Xiang Master, why waste words with him? Kill him for me," Guo Qifei commanded. "Yes, young master." Xiang Jiarong clenched his fist, releasing true energy like surging waves, and pressed his palm down towards Black Qilin. Anyone who blocks me will die. Black Qilin slashed downward, his blade energy sweeping across, instantly shattering the wave of Xiang Jiarong's palm strike. How is this possible? Thud. Xiang Jiarong's eyes widened as he was split in two, dead beyond any doubt. Hiss. Around them many gasped in shock. A Qi master was killed just like that. Who on earth was this guy? Moreover, many present recognized Xiang Jiarong, whose strength was already ranked at the tail end of the innate list. Everyone die. After killing Xiang Jiarong, Black Qilin continued his slaughter, leaving no black-clad men of the Guo family alive. The scene was extremely bloody. Damn it, where did this guy come from, daring to kill so many from my Guo family? Guo Xionging was in immense pain. He knew that the people he called were the elite of the Guo family. Losing one made him heartbroken, let alone so many now, with even Xiang Jiarong perishing here. Quick, hurry home to gather reinforcements. Move. Guo family head, there's no need to rush, I'm still here. Yuan Nan's face darkened as he realized he did not expect someone to suddenly emerge, and that this fellow's strength was so formidable. But after all, he was just a Qi master, it wasn't a big deal. Jin Yaoshi, it seems you must take action now. Yuan Nan turned to Jin Yaoshi and said, Young Master Nan, this guy's background is somewhat unusual, especially the youth following Yi Feng. Jin Yaoshi referred to Xiao Dao. Oh, everyone present had seen the scene where Black Qilin knelt before Xiao Dao. Few could make a Qi master kneel. Jin Yaoshi, things have already developed to this point, there's no use in talking. These few people must die, Yuan Nan said with murderous intent. Alright. Jin Yaoshi sighed helplessly. With a flash he appeared before Black Qilin and grabbed the black knife that Black Qilin had swung down with his bare hand. Young man, your strength is impressive, but unfortunately you have come to the wrong place. With that, Jin Yaoshi aimed a palm strike at Black Qilin's chest. With a bang, Black Qilin blocked Jin Yaoshi's palm, with his fist being sent flying backward. His gaze seemed to turn even colder. Liquid Master. You have killed so many people, you must die here. Jin Yaoshi continued to charge at the Black Qilin. Trying to kill me is not that easy. The Black Qilin clashed with Jin Yaoshi, and it seemed that for the time being it was difficult to determine a victor. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the Black Qilin was at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, the Black Qilin was already quite formidable, as he was a master of Qi. Compared to a master of solution, he was still far behind, but for him to hold out this long was already impressive. Brother, the Black Qilin is in trouble. Oh, I need to help him, Xiao Dao said anxiously. No need, he has already won. Yi Feng replied. Winning. It's already a blessing that he hasn't lost too badly. Xiao Dao shook his head. He wasn't a fool. How could he not see that the Black Qilin was already in dire straits? However, he did not notice that Yi Feng flicked his finger, and a button flew from his fingertip. With a bang, Jin Yaoshi, who was fighting the Black Qilin, seemed to sense something, but by the time he reacted it was already too. He was thrown back as if hit by an out-of-control heavy truck, tumbling several times on the ground. When he finally stopped, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The Black Qilin frowned, looking around. He had noticed that someone had just made a move. Who was it? He did not see anyone, but his gaze lingered on Yi Feng for 2 seconds before he shook his head internally and turned away. It couldn't be him. Jin Yaoshi, are you alright? Yuan Nan's expression changed as he hurried over to help Jin Yaoshi up. Young Master Nan, hurry and leave. There is a master of Pill Realm here. What? A master of Pill Realm? Not only did Yuan Nan's face change, but even Guo's father and son were equally shocked. Where do you think you are going? Yi Feng blocked Yuan Nan and the others. You will die. Jin Yaoshi cast a palm towards Yi Feng and Xiao Dao. But he suddenly realized that the pebbles on the ground around him seemed to be controlled by something, all floating in midair. Then swish, 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 they all flew towards Jin Yaoshi. Stop! Jin Yaoshi was terrified, and all the true energy within him was released, forming a protective barrier around him, trying to defend against the pebbles. But how could he withstand it? These pebbles were controlled by Yi Feng and were infused with spiritual energy. Even dozens of layers of steel could be pierced instantly. Puff, puff, puff. The pebbles pierced through Jin Yaoshi's protective barrier and struck his body. In the blink of an eye, Jin Yaoshi was turned into a sieve, though he still had a breath left. May I ask which esteemed senior has made a move? Please show mercy and spare our lives. We are from the Yuan family of the eastern region. Jin Yaoshi shouted, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. Yi Feng shook his head internally. The secular master of solution was still too weak to even notice the traces of his attack. However, I have come to kill your Yuan family members. Puff. A pebble directly embedded itself in Jin Yaoshi's throat, causing blood to spurt 3 feet as he fell to the ground lifeless. Jin Yaoshi. Yuan Nan's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected Jin Yaosher to die here. He was a master of solution after all. Now it's your turn. Yi Feng walked towards Yuan Nan and the others. What do you want? I tell you, I am the young master of the Yuan family. If you dare touch a hair on my head, the Yuan family will not spare you. Now that it has come to this, do you really think I wouldn't dare to touch you? Yi Feng said with unrestrained laugh. What are you two still standing there for? Quickly help me stop him. Hurry, hurry. Yuan Nan, terrified, hurriedly hid behind Guo Xiong and the others. Guo Xiong cursed Yuan Nan as useless, then looked at Yi Feng and said, Yi Feng, don't do anything reckless. This is Stone City. Then you go and die first. Yi Feng picked up a knife from the ground and slashed at Guo Xiong. Guo Xiong cursed loudly, but as the head of the Guo family, he was not weak either. He possessed martial prowess and had reached the meridian opening stage. However, just as he tried to dodge the blade, he suddenly found that his body was inexplicably unable to move, as if something had pinned him in place. What is going on? Guo Xiong's face changed drastically. A blade light appeared before him, and he cried out in horror, no. Puff. Amidst the screams, Guo Xiong's head flew off. In the final moments of his life, he was still conscious, feeling the world spinning before him, turning into a blood-red realm. Oh my god. Seeing this scene, Guo Fei fell to the ground in shock. You dare to kill my father. Don't be in a hurry, I'll send you down to join your father now. No, don't kill me, I don't want to die. Guo Fei was so frightened that he lost control of himself. I have already crippled your hands once, that was mercy. Now it's your own fault. Puff. Yi Feng also killed Guo Fei with one knife. Guo Fei died with a look of horror on his face. Young master of the Yuan family, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why are you running? My brother hasn't said he would let you go yet. Yuan Nan tried to flee, but was stopped by Xiao Dao. You will die. With your strength you think you can kill me, yeah? Bang. Xiao Dao kicked Yuan Nan away, sending him crashing right in front of Yi Feng. When Yuan Nan looked up, he saw Yi Feng's face. He was terrified and hurriedly retreated, saying, You can't kill me, I know I was wrong. I won't hold you accountable for the auction, spare me. If I were captured by you, would you spare me? With a puff, right in front of everyone, Yi Feng drove the knife directly into Yuan Nan's thigh, pinning him to the ground. Now even if he wanted to run, he couldn't escape. Yuan Nan screamed, I don't want to die. Do you like Lu Mengxiang? I give her to you. I have a lot of money, I can give it all to you. Just spare me. He was so frightened that he was in a panic, for he was just an ordinary person. Without the power of the Yuan family's influence, he had no capital to be arrogant. Stop. Everyone stop. What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? Gunfire erupted. Yi Feng turned to look and saw that the police department had arrived. In fact, these people had arrived long ago. Upon hearing that it was the Guo family involved, they had been watching the spectacle from the side, for after all, it was a battle of immortals, not something they mere mortals could intervene in. But when they saw that both members of the Guo family were dead, they were all stunned. Then seeing Yi Feng was about to kill the young master of the Yuan family, they quickly rushed out. If Yuan Nan really died in Stone City, it would be a big deal. Xiao Dao approached the police officers, took out something, and spoke to them. They looked as if they had seen a ghost, repeatedly saluting him before turning around and leaving without a glance back. Don't go. I'm still here, you have to save me. Yuan Nan shouted urgently as he saw the police officers, but those people seemed not to hear, hurrying away as if fearing that staying even a second longer would bring disaster upon them. Young master Yuan, no one can save you now, Yi Feng said with a cold smile. Who exactly are you? Even in his state of confusion, Yuan Nan could tell that Yi Feng's identity was, it doesn't hurt to tell you. I actually come from the northern borders seeking revenge on your father, but you just happened to run into me first. Yi Feng whispered something in Yuan Nan's ear. Yuan Nan's eyes widened in shock, staring at Yi Feng. You. With a sudden plunge, Yi Feng pulled the knife out of Yuan Nan's leg. The flash of the blade passed before Yuan Nan's eyes. His throat was slashed open, and he made a wheezing sound, looking at Yi Feng with extreme terror before he breathed his last. Let's go. Yi Feng threw the knife on the ground, then searched Yuan Nan's body, retrieving the cultivation pill that he had auctioned off earlier. As for Yuan Nan's corpse, he didn't spare it a glance, and stood up ready to leave with Xiao Dao. At that moment, a few people rushed out of the auction house. Mr. Yi, please wait. The newcomers were Li Wenshua and his subordinates. Seeing the corpses scattered on the ground, he swallowed hard, feeling immensely shocked. If someone had told him before the auction ended that Yi Feng would kill Yuan Nan, he would never have believed it. But now all he felt was shock. This guy dared to kill even Yuan Nan. His background must be extraordinary, worth befriending. Oh, it's you, I almost forgot about you. Yi Feng looked at Li Wenshua and suddenly laughed. Li Wenshua felt a chill run down his spine and quickly forced a smile, saying, Mr. Yi knows me. I don't know you if this is our first meeting. However, Yi Feng paused, squinting his eyes as he continued. Your father once sent someone to kill me. What? My dad sent someone to kill you. Li Wenshua was taken aback. Bro, you have guts willingly walking into the muzzle of my brother's gun. If my brother doesn't kill you, then he would be failing to appreciate your goodwill, don't you think? Xiao Dao nearly burst out laughing. Mr. Yi, there must be some misunderstanding if it doesn't necessarily mean it was my dad's people. Li Wenshua was terrified, continually backing away as he spoke. He already regretted coming out. Am I out of my mind coming out to seek death? Xiao Dao break his legs and leave no one else. All right, brother, just watch me. If you dare touch me, my father is Li Tianba. So what if he is? Don't you see that a young master of the Yuan family is lying on the ground? Xiao Dao grasped his black, curved knife, and with a few swift movements those underlings around Li Wenshua didn't even see what happened before they clutched their necks and fell to the ground. Thud! The proud young master of the Li family, Li Wenshua, knelt on the ground. Mr. Yi, there must be some misunderstanding. They'll go back and talk to my father, okay? Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Feng. Upon seeing Yi Feng's silence, he hesitated not at all, grabbing Li Wenshua and brutally breaking his legs. The scene was filled with Li Wenshua's piercing screams echoing like a wailing ghost. Go back and tell your father that my name is Yi Feng from Qingshan village. After saying this, Yi Feng left with Xiao Dao and of course the Black Qilin. After a long wait, the people inside the prosperous auction house dared to step outside. They looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, each of them turning pale. Father, he actually killed both the Gua father and son, as well as Yuan Nan, and even broke Li Wenshua's legs. As Lu Zhonghua spoke, his lips trembled. He felt as if he had just awakened from a dream, but the corpses on the ground confirmed that he was not dreaming. This Mr. Yi is no ordinary person. I initially thought he was doomed, but he didn't even take Yuan Nan seriously. It was we who overthought it. Lu Pingon exclaimed. If it weren't for the corpses scattered around, he might have thought he was dreaming too. Father, what should we do now? Go home. From today onwards, no one from the Lu family is allowed to step outside. The world is about to change. Lu Pingon looked up. The once clear sky was suddenly overcast with dark clouds and raging winds hinting at an impending storm. Who exactly is he? Lu Mingxiang kept staring in the direction. Yi Feng had left, her eyes filled with deep shock. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had already left Shicheng with Xiao Dao and the others, encountering no trouble along the way. Brother, did we forget someone? Xiao Dao said from the car. Who? Yi Feng asked, puzzled. That master alchemist, wasn't it he who killed the golden medic? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Feng with a bit of reproach. Also, brother, since you have a master alchemist by your side, why didn't you tell me earlier? I worried for nothing, and even brought the Black Qilin here. There is no master alchemist. There was simply no one there. Yi Feng chuckled, feeling speechless. Brother, you're still trying to fool me. Forget it, since you don't want him to come out, that's fine. As long as he's not an enemy, that's all that matters. Xiao Dao seemed to have firmly believed in the existence of a master alchemist beside Yi Feng. Yi Feng was at a loss for words, and didn't bother to explain. Since Xiao Dao said there was, then there was. Then Yi Feng turned his head to Black Qilin, and said, thanks for your help today. Black Qilin remained silent like a dull gourd, holding the black knife, and turning his head to look out the window, seemingly unwilling to engage with Yi Feng. Yi Feng shook his head, and said nothing more. About half a day later, they returned to Qingshan village. Yi Feng, you're back so soon. How did you handle things? Chen Susu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing. Yeah, everything's taken care of. Yi Feng nodded, taking Xiao Xiao from Chen Susu's hands. Xiao Xiao, have you missed Daddy these past few days? Yes. Xiao Xiao really missed Daddy. Xiao Xiao nodded eagerly. Daddy brought back many things for you, including a Barbie doll and lots of delicious food. Do you like them? Yi Feng unexpectedly produced a Barbie doll from somewhere and handed it to Xiao Xiao. Daddy, you're wasting money again, Xiao Xiao complained lightly. By the way, Yi Feng, during the days you were out, village chief Wang came looking for you. It seems he has something to discuss. He said that since you are back, I should let him know. Chen Susu said, did the village chief come looking for me? Never mind him for now, let's talk about it tomorrow, Yi Feng replied. Alright. Yi Feng carried Xiao Xiao into the backyard. His backyard was spacious, with a small fish pond beside it housing some aquatic life. The pond was connected to an external water source that led to the back fishing ground. Additionally, there was a small patch of watermelon fields, peach trees, and orange trees planted nearby. Besides these, the 9-patterned Qingyang tree, which was originally planted next to the fishing ground, had also been transplanted here. The 9-patterned Qingyang tree sensed Yi Feng's approach, and its branches trembled, as if welcoming. Yi Feng looked up at the Qingyang fruits hanging from the tree, seemingly one step closer to ripening. Not bad, not bad. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction, then squatted down, and suddenly the star grass appeared in his hand. Daddy, what are you doing? Is Daddy planting something? What is it? Fruit? Xiao Xiao asked curiously. Yi Feng poked Xiao Xiao's small nose and said, of course not. It's a kind of herb that can help Xiao Xiao heal her eyes, but it can't be used yet. After a while it will be ready, and then Xiao Xiao will be able to see. Really? Of course it's true. Daddy would never lie to you. Yi Feng looked at the planted star grass feeling somewhat unsatisfied. The star grass he auctioned was only 100 years old. Generally, to achieve the best medicinal effects, it needed to be over 1,000 years old. However, for healing Xiao Xiao's eyes, a 200-year-old plant would suffice. But that meant nurturing it for another 100 years. Fortunately, with the Ice Soul Pearl, he could nurture the star grass daily with its essence, which should reduce the time to within 50 years. Yet 50 years was still too long. He couldn't wait until then to heal Xiao Xiao's eyes. Who knows when that would be? It seems I need to find some spiritual items to hasten the growth of the star grass. Yi Feng thought to himself, feeling that it was quite troublesome, but he would do his utmost to expedite the growth. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The 9-patterned Qingyang tree shook its body, seemingly protesting. It was planted there to absorb the spiritual energy of the Ice Soul Pearl. Initially, there was already a herb growing beside it, the yellow-ranked 9-pin Tianlang grass that Yi Feng had brought from the mountains. This Tianlang grass had taken a small portion of its spiritual energy, but since it was of a low level, the 9-patterned Qingyang tree didn't pay it much mind. However, now that Yi Feng was planting another herb beside it, and it could sense that the star grass was of a higher grade, it naturally became a bit displeased. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? If you are, you can stay outside. Yi Feng glared at the 9-patterned Qingyang. Suddenly, the 9-patterned Qingyang tree settled down. After a while, it extended its branches and poked at Yi Feng's clothes, seemingly trying to appease him, as if testing whether Yi Feng was angry. Look at you being so stingy. Don't worry, this star grass won't stay beside you for long, and I promised you that I would help you achieve the transformation in 100 years. Yi Feng said softly. The 9-patterned Qingyang tree remained silent, appearing still somewhat displeased. Daddy, who are you talking to? Is someone else here? Xiao Xiao asked in confusion. Daddy is talking to the big tree. Yi Feng replied. Can the big tree understand human speech? Xiao Xiao was even more puzzled. Of course. Come touch it. Yi Feng brought Xiao Xiao closer to the 9-patterned Qingyang tree, allowing her to reach out and touch it. The 9-patterned Qingyang tree, with its consciousness humanized, naturally knew that Xiao Xiao was related to Yi Feng. It extended its branches and gently stroked Xiao Xiao's neck. Hee, Daddy, are you teasing Xiao Xiao, or is it the big tree? Xiao Xiao giggled. Of course it's the big tree. How can the big tree really talk? Not talk, but it can understand what others are saying. How amazing. Should I call it Grandfather Big Tree? Xiao Xiao is really smart. You can come here often to talk to it. Hello, Grandfather Big Tree. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The 9-patterned Qingyang tree shook, seemingly responding to Xiao Xiao, and then it extended its branches to lift Xiao Xiao up. Wow, Daddy, Grandfather Big Tree is taking me flying. Yi Feng stood still, smiling as he watched. If someone else saw this scene, they might think they were dreaming. An old tree was actually playing with a little girl over 3 years old. Anyone who saw it would believe they were dreaming. Grandfather Big Tree, I'll come find you again later. After playing with the 9-patterned Qingyang tree for a while, Yi Feng carried Xiao Xiao out. The little girl was somewhat reluctant, but thinking that Grandfather Big Tree was in her backyard, she smiled happily again. After Yi Feng and the others left, after a while, the 9-patterned Qingyang tree, feeling a bit stingy, pushed the star grass aside, distancing it from itself. After a while, the 9-patterned Qingyang tree extended its branches, brushing the ground and patting the soil around the star grass, seemingly afraid that Yi Feng would discover something. Once it finished these actions, it finally felt at ease, and then fell silent. In the evening, Chen Susu prepared a sumptuous dinner since they had guests. Heikelin, try this fish. It's from my brother's own farm, and absolutely delicious to the point you can't take care of yourself. Xiao Dao picked up a piece of fish for Heikelin. Heikelin sat like a wooden figure, not moving at all. What are you staring at? Eat up. Yes, young master. Heikelin finally picked up the chopsticks and tasted a piece of fish. The fish was steamed and melted in his mouth. Heikelin raised his head, and his eyes, hidden under his bangs, sparkled with an unusual light. How's it? Delicious, right? Xiao Dao chuckled. Come have another piece of watermelon, it's so good that you won't want to leave afterward. Heikelin obediently took another bite of the watermelon that Yi Feng had secretly planted. It was so delicious, he almost bit his own tongue. How can it be this good? The usually quiet Heikelin couldn't help but exclaim softly. If it's delicious, eat more. There's plenty of my brother's fish and watermelon, right, brother? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Feng with a flattering smile. I think you're more like the master of this house. Yi Feng teased. No, brother, I wouldn't dare. I'm just helping you promote it. Xiao Dao said with a dry cough. When it comes to eating, you talk the most. If you're not eating, you can stand outside. Xiao Dao's face turned serious as he hurriedly picked up his bowl of rice, causing Chen Susu and Xiao Xiao to laugh. Uncle Xiao Dao, you're so timid, so afraid of my daddy. You little girl, what do you know? Xiao Dao lightly tapped Xiao Xiao's head, thinking to himself, how could he not be afraid? He had taken quite a beating while in the Northern Territory. After dinner, Chen Susu tidied up, and Xiao Dao carried a few bottles of wine and pulled Yi Feng outside. Brother, after you killed Yuan Nan and Li Wenshua, those guys will probably come looking for trouble soon. Why didn't you call Wolf Head and the others to come over? Yi Feng said with a cold smile. Brother, besides having a pill realm expert by your side, you don't have anyone else, right? Xiao Dao asked. Yi Feng said with a cold smile. Brother, besides having a pill realm expert by your side, you don't have anyone else, right? Xiao Dao asked curiously. You'll know when the time comes. Besides, I'm not someone to be trifled with either, Yi Feng replied. Alright, since brother has his own plans, I can rest easy then. Xiao Dao accompanied Yi Feng in drinking for a while, then ran back to his room to cultivate. He needed to work hard to elevate his strength to Qi Master, as his current level was simply too weak to stay beside Yi Feng. Moreover, Yi Feng had mentioned that once he reached Qi Master, he would give him something good. What could that good thing be? You shouldn't just stand there. Sit down and talk. But the black Qilin remained unmoved. Yi Feng shook his head. If you want to take Xiao Dao back, I'm not opposed, but it depends on his own will. The black Qilin said. He only listens to you. Yi Feng said, so you're saying I should order him to go back with you? The black Qilin remained silent, tacitly agreeing. I'm afraid I can't do that. It's still the same as before. It depends on Xiao Dao's own will. If he wants to go back, I won't stop him. If he doesn't want to leave, no one can take him away. The black Qilin's eyes flickered. Mister, you and I came. My family instructed me that if the young master is unwilling to return with me, I may resort to force. Oh, so you mean you want to fight me? Yi Feng asked with a half-smile. Yes, said the black Qilin. Then you can try. Shua? The black Qilin without hesitation gripped his black blade and slashed at Yi Feng. The blade light blazed like a cold gleam under the dark night. But his black blade stopped in front of Yi Feng, suddenly unable to move, as if blocked by something. He could neither advance an inch nor withdraw it. The black Qilin's gaze turned cold and sharp with a hint of disbelief. Yi Feng stood up, reached out to grab the black Qilin's blade, and smoothly sheathed it back into his scabbard. Considering that you mean well for Xiao Dao, he'll let it slide this time. Don't try to fight me again. With that, Yi Feng patted his backside and walked back. The black Qilin's lips trembled. His power has recovered. How? How is this possible? Yi Feng returned to the villa and slipped into Chen Susu's room. Yi Feng, it's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? Chen Susu was coaxing Xiao Xiao to sleep, but Xiao Xiao seemed to have just fallen asleep. They'll sleep here tonight too, Yi Feng said. Chen Susu realized her voice was a bit loud, blushed, and whispered, Xiao Xiao is still here. Xiao Xiao is asleep, and besides, Sister Chun, I won't do anything to you. Yi Feng hugged Chen Susu and lay down on the bed. Yi Feng, this isn't good. Xiao Xiao will find out. Chen Susu struggled a bit, feeling uncomfortable. It's okay. Xiao Xiao keeps saying she wants you to be her mom. But Yi Feng smiled and grabbed Chen Susu's hand. Alright, Sister Chen, don't move. Let me see how your cultivation is going. Chen Susu calmed down. Yi Feng transferred a stream of spiritual energy into Chen Susu's body. During the days Yi Feng was away, Chen Susu had been practicing the rebirth art, and her body had undergone some changes, but they were not significant. Yi Feng, am I too stupid? I haven't even stepped onto the threshold yet. Chen Susu said remorsefully. Chen Susu indeed had not entered the threshold, nor had she even grasped the basics of being a martial artist. The past few days of practice had only slightly improved her physical condition. It's fine. Martial cultivation is not something that can be achieved overnight. It takes time. Yi Feng comforted Chen Susu. In truth, he couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Chen Susu indeed was not cut out for cultivation. However, since he was here, even if she were a complete waste, he could turn her into a genius. Starting tomorrow, he would guide her properly. Yi Feng, what are you doing? Chen Susu felt something unusual, and her face flushed red. Nothing, just sleeping. Yi Feng closed his eyes, claiming to sleep, but his hands began to wander. That night, to be honest, Chen Susu couldn't sleep because it was the first time she had slept with another man since her husband was gored to death by a wild boar. Meanwhile, that night many others couldn't sleep either. In the eastern region, in the courtyard of the Yuan family, 2 stretchers stained with blood were placed. The people lying on them were none other than Yuan Nan and alchemist Jean. Who killed my son? A deep voice sounded, filled with boundless killing intent. Patriarch, we have investigated. The person seems to be from the northern region, named Yi Feng. The man kneeling before Yuan Fa said. When this man mentioned Yi Feng's name, a terrifying light suddenly burst from Yuan Fa's eyes, as if it would tear the air before him apart. What did you say? Who? What is his name? UNFA appeared abruptly in front of the man, grabbing his clothes and demanding. In reply, Patriarch, the person is called Ye Feng. The police station sent people, but they produced credentials of the Northern Wolf Division. They should be from the northern region. The man was frightened by Yuan Fa's expression, his voice trembling. Ye Feng, could it be him? Why is he in Stone City, and why did he kill my son? Could he already know about what happened back then? Yuan Fa's face darkened. Tell me everything you've investigated from beginning to end. Yes, Patriarch. The man knelt again and recounted everything that happened at the Stone City auction to UNFA. His account matched the actual events almost exactly as if he had witnessed it himself. When he finished, he even took out a photo and handed it to UNFA. The photo showed Ye Feng. Crack. Seeing Ye Feng's photo, UNFA clenched his fists and let out a suppressed roar. He's already a cripple, yet he dares to touch my son. In that case, he'll make you die. Patriarch, just give the word. We'll go and chop off that bastard's head right now. Anyone who dares to touch the Yuan family, no matter who he is, must have his head chopped off. The third elder is right. Patriarch, give the order quickly. The elders of the Yuan family, standing around, also chimed in indignantly. Father, matters regarding third brother must be carefully considered. Suddenly a young man with an imposing demeanor walked in from outside. Father, matters regarding third brother must be carefully considered. Suddenly a young man with an imposing demeanor walked in from outside. Greetings, young master. Young master. The newcomer was none other than the eldest son of the Yuan family, Yuan Tianxi. This person was a leading figure among the younger generation of the Yuan family. Not only did he hold an important post in the military, but he was also a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Mountain and ranked among the top 10 on the innate ranking as a top expert. In the Yuan family, apart from UNFA, Yuan Tianxi had the highest prestige. After Yuan Fa's passing, he would become the family patriarch. Hence the clan elders were very polite and respectful upon seeing him. Tianxi, why aren't you stationed at the Eastern Region Military District? Why did you come back? Father, I heard that third brother was in trouble, so I came back. I've already looked into the matter on the way. This is a grave issue, you must not act rashly. Yuan Tianxi said with a grave expression. He's just a cripple, how serious can it be? UNFA said. Father, do not forget that he still has a group of loyal followers in the northern region who would die for him. Yuan Tianxi said. UNFA frowned and waved his hand at the clan relatives. All of you withdraw for now. Grand Elder, stay. Yes, Patriarch. Everyone withdrew, leaving only the Grand Elder of the Yuan family, Yuan Yan. Tianxi, you are right. Those men loyal to Ye Feng still remain in the northern realm. Yet remember, without imperial summons from the capital, his Wolf Legion may not step 1 foot beyond the northern realm's borders. Any who dare defy this edict shall face utter annihilation. Surely he would not wish his devoted followers to perish alongside him. UNFA spoke with unshakable certainty. Ye Feng had once commanded a cadre of unwavering retainers, but that was in the past, not now. Father speaks truly, said Yuan Tianxi. Yet on my return I heard he is guarded by a mere Dan Realm Grandmaster, hardly worth concern. My son, are you afraid? UNFA dismissed the notion with contempt, as though such a master were beneath notice. After all, the Yuan clan stood among the supreme powers of the Eastern Realm. 37 Dan Realm Grandmasters resided within the clan alone, not counting retainers or honored guests, let alone the countless Qi Si and Rongya masters. Father, how could I possibly fear him? But consider this, he vanished for years only to re-emerge now and slay third brother. Without formidable backing, would he dare such a reckoning? I suspect he commands other elite warriors in secret. Yuan Tianxi ventured this speculation. As heir apparent to the Yuan clan, he possessed partial knowledge of Ye Feng's earlier ambush, enough to know his father's hand was involved, though the full truth remained veiled. Upon hearing his son's words, UNFA's brow furrowed deeply. He turned to Yuan Yanshin. Senior Elder, what is your counsel? Yuan Yanshin, the most trusted advisor to UNFA and a witness to Ye Feng's ambush, replied firmly, Lord Clanhead, the young master speaks wisely. This matter demands caution, not haste. UNFA fell silent for a moment, then murmured, then dispatched scouts to gauge his strength. But who shall we send? Father, need we look far? Yuan Tianxi smiled faintly. You mean the Gua clan of Shiqing? UNFA's gaze sharpened, suddenly recalling his son's implication. Precisely, not only the Guas, but also the Lis. The Gua patriarch and his son were slain publicly. Li Wenxia, third master Li San's heir, had both legs shattered by Ye Feng. Their hatred burns white hot. We need only send one emissary to orchestrate matters. Let these two clans bleed each other dry before confronting Ye Feng. If he perishes, all resolves itself. If not, we must prepare accordingly. Yuan Tianxi's voice chilled with quiet malice. UNFA burst into laughter. My son, you honor me as successor. Your strategy surpasses even mine. So be it. Senior elder, you shall journey to Shurching on my behalf. Yuan Fa issued the command without delay. Yes, Lord Clanhead. Yuan Yanchen bowed deeply and withdrew from the courtyard. Yi Feng, once reduced to ruin, yet you stir such chaos. You escaped death in the ambush. Then I shall ensure your end comes in the Eastern Realm. Yuan Fa's eyes gleamed with lethal intent. Meanwhile, in Shurching at Xuanyu Hospital, from a lavish private ward echoed a youth's anguished cries, "Father, he broke my legs. Avenge me. I demand his death." The wailing came from Li Wenshua, whose limbs had been shattered by Xiao Dao. Li Tianba gripped the attending physician's collar, his face dark with fury. "Tell me plainly, can my son walk again?" "MMR. Li, I speak truthfully, his legs will never bear weight again." The physician's face paled to ash. "Worthless. What use are you? Drag him out, slaughter him." "Yes, sir." "No, Master Li, this isn't my fault." The physician screamed, but Li Tianba did not glance back. "Sure, rest assured, those two who broke your legs shall vanish from this world. No grave shall receive them." Li Tianba's voice dripped with murderous resolve. "Father, I want them dead before my eyes." Li Wenshua's face twisted with venom. "Agreed. Attend him closely. Should any harm befall him again, you all forfeit your lives." "Yes, sir." Having issued his orders, Li Tianba strode from the ward. "Sir, the Eastern Realm reports the Yuan clan's senior elder has arrived." One of his subordinates stepped forward. "The Yuan clan takes this matter seriously indeed. After all, Yuan Nan is dead." Li Tianba narrowed his eyes. "Those two, their origins are not so simple. Sir, according to the Prefectural Bureau, they hail from the Northern Realm." "The Northern Realm?" Li Tianba's brow nodded. "No matter who they are, here in the Eastern Realm, even dragons coil low, tigers lie still. Dare harm my son, I'll take his life. Have you contacted the elders of the first and second branches?" "Yes, sir, but they show little interest in this affair." "Humph. Their sons weren't crippled. Why should they care? Do they forget they are Li blood?" "Excellent. Once I eliminate those two, I'll erase them both. The Li clan belongs to me alone." Li Tianba clenched his fist. "Inform our people prepared to receive the Yuan clan's senior elder." "Yes, sir." After all, the Yuan clan remained an apex power of the Eastern Realm. Its dignity warranted respect. Yet Li Tianba paused mid-step, drew out his phone, and dialed. Unknown to whom. "What do you want?" A hoarse voice answered. Li Tianba inhaled sharply, instantly bowing his tone. "Lord Qishan, I beg your aid. A complication has arisen." "What sort of trouble?" Qishan demanded. Li Tianba withheld nothing, relaying every detail of Shurching's unfolding crisis. "Such trifles warrant a call to me. You're useless, truly pathetic." Yes, Lord Qishan is absolutely correct. Yet I fear unforeseen consequences, and I require your authority to consolidate absolute control over the Li clan. Only then may I serve you more effectively." Though rebuked, Li Tianba spoke with even greater deference. "Very well, I'll dispatch Qin Zhou to assist you." Qishan hung up without another word. Damn it all. Li Tianba hurled his phone to the floor, stomping twice upon its shattered frame. His subordinates froze, silent as stone, breath held tight. "Because you wield power now, but when I gain strength of my own, must I still kneel before you?" Li Tianba was born Li, but never favored within the clan. His rise began only after encountering Qishan, a patron whose repeated interventions lifted him from obscurity. Without Qishan's backing, he could never have forged his empire from nothing. Yet he had become a true warlord, shrewd, ruthless, commanding enough influence to rival any first-tier sect. Meanwhile, the Gua clan seethed in equal turmoil, mobilizing forces for vengeance. Yet none rejoiced more than Gua Shuangmu, the new patriarch. Under Gua Xiongyi's rule, he had suffocated beneath tyranny. Now, with father and son slain, he claimed the throne. And to cement his authority, he must slay Yi Feng above all others. Word of the Yuan clan's envoy had reached them too, so they suspended action, awaiting Yuan Yanshen's arrival to coordinate the campaign. Shurching trembled. Second and third-tier clans shuttered doors and barred gates, like storm clouds gathering, dense and ominous. Yet Yi Feng remained unruffled, neither anxious nor unsettled by the deaths he had wrought. The next day, Yi Feng opened his eyes, awakened by Xiao Xiao. "Daddy, why are you sleeping here too?" Xiao Xiao was sitting on top of Yi Feng, gently touching his face. Yi Feng glanced beside him and noticed that Chen Susu had already disappeared. She probably took the opportunity to sneak out early in the morning while he and Xiao Xiao were still asleep. Although she had already recognized herself as Yi Feng's woman, she might still feel a bit uncomfortable. She probably didn't want Xiao Xiao to wake up and see them together, which would make her feel embarrassed. "Daddy was sleeping here with Xiao Xiao all night." Yi Feng pinched Xiao Xiao's little cheek. The sunlight from outside illuminated Xiao Xiao's face, making her look exceptionally cute and lovely. To be honest, Xiao Xiao had inherited Shun Qingshuang's beauty, looking extraordinarily stunning. She would surely be beautiful when she grew up. It's a pity that she was born blind, but Yi Feng would make sure she would be alright. Daddy also slept here yesterday, but what about Aunt Shun? She didn't sleep here too, did she? Xiao Xiao asked. Of course she did. Don't you like Aunt Shun? Yi Feng sat up and hugged Xiao Xiao. Of course I like her. But did Daddy do anything embarrassing with Aunt Shun yesterday? Yi Feng almost choked. Little girl, where did you hear such nonsense? Xiao Xiao replied. Pang said that Uncle A Shui and Aunt Xiao Wan always do embarrassing things in the room behind his back. Yi Feng felt a headache coming on. Xiao Xiao, don't listen to Pang's nonsense. There really isn't anything embarrassing going on. He thought to himself, how can Lu A Shui not know to keep it from his son when doing such things? Xiao Xiao nodded, seemingly understanding. Just then the door was pushed open. You two are awake, hurry up and eat. I've already prepared breakfast. Chinsusu walked in, her face flushed with embarrassment. She had actually heard what Xiao Xiao was saying at the door. Daddy, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Okay, let's eat. Yi Feng laughed heartily, helping Xiao Xiao put on her clothes, and then carrying her out. Outside, Xiao Dao and He Qilin were already up. He Qilin looked at Yi Feng with an unusual gaze, seemingly more reserved than usual. Old He, what are you being so formal about? Let's eat. Oh, okay. During breakfast, He Qilin occasionally stole glances at Yi Feng, looking a bit absent-minded. Xiao Dao seemed to have noticed this and shifted his stool closer, sitting next to Yi Feng. Bro, did you say something to old He yesterday? I feel like something's off with him. Nope, just eat your food. Yi Feng shot Xiao Dao a glare. The change in He Qilin was naturally due to him learning about Yi Feng's recovery of strength yesterday. After all, he had always thought Yi Feng was a cripple. Now that he knew Yi Feng was back to full strength, he was greatly shocked. If word got out that Yi Feng had regained his power, it would shake the entire Tianqiao nation, considering he was the sovereign of the northern frontier. Yi Feng ignored He Qilin. After finishing breakfast, he said a few words to Qin Susu, then carried Xiao Xiao and walked towards the village with De Huang following closely behind. Good morning, Bossy. Hello, Bossy. Bossy, your daughter is so cute. Thank you. All the villagers warmly greeted Yi Feng as he walked by. Soon Yi Feng arrived at the village chief's house. Village Chief Wang, are you eating? Yi Feng walked in and saw Wang Tian and Aunt Zhang having breakfast. Their meal was very simple, just porridge with wild mountain vegetables. Yi Feng, you're here? Sit down and eat. I'll get you some chopsticks and make a couple of dishes. Aunt Zhang was incredibly enthusiastic when she saw Yi Feng. No need to trouble yourself, Aunt Zhang. I've already eaten. I'm here to discuss something with Village Chief Wang. Yi Feng replied. Then you talk, I'll eat outside. Aunt Zhang noticed Wang Tian's gaze and quickly took her bowl out. Village Chief Wang, I heard from Sister Chun that you came looking for me while I was away. Is there something going on? Yi Feng asked. It's about the Hitang village. The people there were quite happy to hear you were going to lease their land. After all, they can get some money every year, and it also solves their employment problems. Wang Tian explained. Isn't that great? Yi Feng was puzzled, not understanding where the problem lay. But there's one piece of land we can't lease, and it's the biggest piece in Hitang village. Why can't you lease it? A crazy old man appeared out of nowhere and insisted on guarding that piece of land. He said that anyone who dared to touch it would have to contend with him. There have been many disturbances in Hitang village regarding this matter. Lu Aishui heard about it and took a group of people to drive the crazy old man away, but they ended up getting beaten instead. Is there really such a thing? Yi Feng frowned. Then I'll go check out Hitang village. Yi Feng, I'll go. Village Chief Wang, you should finish your meal first. It's fine, I've already finished. Wang Tian quickly cleaned his bowl and then walked out with Yi Feng. Qingshan village isn't far from Hitang village. After a 10-minute trek through the mountains, they arrived at the entrance of Hitang village. Upon seeing Yi Feng and Wang Tian, the villagers hurriedly greeted them and ran to find Niu Zhigua. As soon as Niu Zhigua heard Yi Feng was coming, he rushed out of the village as if he had taken a stimulant. He wiped his hands clean and shook hands with Yi Feng, saying, Bossy, you're here. Why didn't you give me a heads up? I could have come to greet you outside. Village Chief Niu, we are all from the same community. You don't need to be so polite. I've heard from Village Chief Wang about the crazy old man who is occupying the land. Is that true? Yes, that's the situation. We in Hitang village failed to handle it properly and have caused trouble for Bossy. It's alright, just take me to see it. Okay, Bossy, follow me. Niu Zhigua, fearing something unexpected might happen, called over a group of strong young villagers. These villagers looked at Yi Feng with great respect. Yi Feng paid them no mind and followed Niu Zhigua to the land in question. This piece of land was indeed quite large, and the environment and soil were the best in Hitang village. On the way, Nyojigwa told Yi Feng about the crazy old man. The old man was not from Hitang village. He had suddenly appeared in the village a few months ago. The villagers thought he was a vagrant and gave him plenty of food, and then he just settled down in Hitang village. According to Nyojigwa, this crazy old man was always acting crazy and mumbling something. However, he was very strong. The villagers had quarreled with him numerous times over this piece of land, and even fought, but despite dozens of villagers, they couldn't defeat a single crazy old man. In the end, they were all driven away, and the old man continued to guard that piece of land, refusing to leave. When Yi Feng heard that the crazy old man could take on dozens of people, he couldn't help but frown slightly. It seemed that this crazy old man might be a martial artist. However, if he dared to occupy my land, then his good days were numbered. Boss-Ye, that mad old man lives in the thatched cottage ahead. Nyojigwa pointed at the thatched cottage in front and said. According to Nyojigwa, the thatched cottage had not been there before. It was built by the mad old man himself, crude and barely capable of sheltering from wind and rain. Before Nyojigwa could knock on the door, it was opened from the inside. In Yi Feng's line of sight appeared a bearded old man, shabbily dressed, looking about 50 or so. When approached, a foul odor emanated from him, as if he hadn't bathed in at least 3 months. Why are you here again? Haven't I told you? This land belongs to me, and no one can touch it. The mad old man stared at Nyojigwa and the others with murky eyes, grinding his teeth like a mad dog about to lunge. Frightened, Nyojigwa stepped back several paces and said, Mad old man, this land now belongs to Boss-Ye. He's here now. If you don't leave, don't blame us for being rude. I don't care who you are. I said this land is mine now. Whoever tries to drive me away, I'll fight them to. If you want to drive someone away, I'm right here. Try it. Yi Feng stepped forward and said, Boss-Ye, it's dangerous. This mad old man is very strong. Nyojigwa blocked in front of Yi Feng, fearing he might get hurt. It's fine. Just a mad old man. I can handle him. Yi Feng motioned for Nyojigwa to step aside, took a few more steps forward, and looked the old man up and down. You must be a martial artist, I'm guessing. I'm curious. Why are you so determined to stay here? The old man's murky eyes suddenly flickered. He frowned at Yi Feng. What business is it of yours? If you don't want trouble, get the hell out of here. I'm not leaving until this land is taken over. Yi Feng said as he stepped toward the thatched cottage. Stop right there. The mad old man, as if triggered, rushed in front of Yi Feng and reached out to grab his shoulder. Boss-Ye, watch out. Nyojigwa and the others exclaimed. But Yi Feng remained calm, not even dodging, letting the old man seize his shoulder. He'll show you something. The old man tightened his grip, but then let out a soft gasp of surprise. He felt as if his hand had clamped on a steel. No matter how hard he squeezed, he couldn't harm Yi Feng in the slightest. He exclaimed in astonishment, So you're a martial artist too? Yi Feng shook his shoulder, sending the old man staggering backward. Then he said with a smile, Old man, I'll give you a chance. Leave now before I lose my temper. Arrogant brat. Let's see how strong you really are. The old man's eyes turned serious. He formed his hands into tiger claws and charged at Yi Feng like a tiger descending a mountain. He could tell Yi Feng was no ordinary opponent, so he went all out from the start. Get lost. With a loud bang, Yi Feng struck out with his palm. The moment the old man caught it, he felt as if had been hit by a truck and flew backward. When he finally steadied himself, something in his throat seemed ready to burst out, but he forced it down. He looked up at Yi Feng, utterly shocked. You're a Grand Supreme Grandmaster. Grand Supreme Grandmaster. Yi Feng's strength couldn't be measured by the mundane martial arts hierarchy. What surprised him, though, was that this old man was no weakling, likely even above the Grand Supreme level. After all, a Grand Supreme Grandmaster was considered a top-tier expert in the mortal world, rarely seen. Yi Feng hadn't expected to encounter one in Hetong village. Old man, I'll say it again, leave now. This land is mine. Hold on. Stop right there. Don't go in. Even if you're a Grand Supreme Grandmaster, you can't take what's mine. The mad old man, desperate, charged at Yi Feng again. Get lost. Yi Feng turned and stomped his foot. The old man, who had just closed in, was flung backward by a surge of spiritual energy. This time he couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. The old man, utterly shocked, stammered, You're a supreme powerhouse of the heavenly realm. He had thought Yi Feng was a Grand Supreme Grandmaster, but that last strike had completely dumbfounded him. The power was far beyond that level. So was this young man, even stronger than a Grand Supreme Grandmaster. At the thought, the old man was terrified. Yi Feng didn't look that old, yet he had reached the heavenly realm, a rare sight in the mortal world. Yi Feng ignored him, telling Nyojigwa and the others to wait outside while he entered the thatched cottage alone. He sensed there must be something inside, or the mad old man wouldn't have fought so desperately to keep him out. Once inside, he saw that there was indeed something. The ground of the cottage had been completely dug out, forming a massive pit. Looking down, it must have been 20 or 30 meters deep, equivalent to 7 or 8 stories. Feng noticed that at the bottom some moisture had condensed as if they had struck an underground river. Around the edges, several flags were planted seemingly to suppress something. This is the spiritual liquid of ice crystal jade marrow. Feng took a deep breath, recognizing the damp substance at a glance. It was milky white, not milk, but a third-grade celestial spiritual liquid. Feng was momentarily stunned, then ecstatic. This ice crystal jade marrow liquid was a true treasure. Compared to it, the heavenly wolf grass, stargrass, and 9-striped green yang tree he had obtained earlier were nothing. No wonder the mad old man had been so determined to keep the villagers from reclaiming the land. If he had known about this spiritual liquid, he wouldn't have let anyone near it either. This was perfect. He had been looking for spiritual items to hasten the stargrass to 200 years of maturity. He hadn't expected to find one just a day later. Heaven truly had eyes. With this ice crystal jade marrow liquid, Feng believed he could cultivate a 200-year-old stargrass within 2 months, not 50 years. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. If Niu Jigua and the others weren't outside, Feng would have burst into laughter. Senior, as you can see, there's nothing here. Please don't make things difficult for me. You want this land. Fine, I'll buy it from you, alright. The mad old man rushed in, knowing he couldn't win, and spoke in a humble tone. How, old man, you're not being honest. Do you think I don't recognize what's down there? Feng said with a cold laugh. The old man's face darkened. He had been hoping Feng wouldn't know what was beneath, but that hope was clearly dashed. He smiled bitterly, and said quickly, Senior, you can't do this. I found it first. You can't take it from me. You're right that you found it first. But you must know this land belongs to me, so whatever is underground is also mine. Feng said. Young friend, that's not fair. Yes, the land is yours, but if I hadn't dug it up, would you have known what was down there? As the saying goes, share half with the discoverer. They'll split it with you, half each. The old man, not daring to call him senior anymore, addressed him as young friend. As he spoke, his face twitched as if in pain. Damn it. All my hard work, and I have to give half away. Infuriating. Half. I'm afraid that won't do. Feng shook his head. I already told you this land is mine. Whatever is in my land belongs to me. If I decide to share half, that's my call. Damn it, kid, are you asking for a fight? The old man's hair nearly stood on end with rage. Fine, a fight. Go ahead. I'd like to see how many lives you have to burn. Feng shot him a glance, and just that look was enough to terrify the old man. Where the hell did this kid come from? How is he so strong? Is he from one of those ancient sects? No, that can't be. If such a powerful figure had emerged from a sect, I would have heard of him. What now? Should I really fight him? No, what if he gets angry and kills me with a single palm strike? The old man's eyes darted around. Suddenly, he plopped down on the ground, clutching Feng's leg and wailing. Young friend, have some pity on an old man. If not half, then a third. Even if a third is too much, you can't take everything. Feng looked at the mad old man clinging to his leg, wiping away tears and snot, and felt the ice crystal jade marrow spiritual liquid was indeed discovered by the mad old man, but the land was his. In the realm of cultivation, killing for treasures was a common affair. It was already fortunate that he hadn't killed the mad old man, yet the latter was still trying to play tricks on him, truly thinking he could get a share. Just as Feng was about to lose his temper, the little girl in his arms said, Daddy, this grandpa is so pitiful, don't bully him anymore. This must be my little friend's daughter, so adorable. What the little girl said is right, my dear friend, please show some pity for me. Upon hearing the little one speak up for him, the mad old man nodded in agreement and began to cry again. Then let go of me first, or don't blame me for being rude. Alright, just give me some of the treasure liquid. The mad old man immediately released Feng. Feng let the mad old man step aside, waved his hand, and the flags flew up, which he threw back to the mad old man. The mad old man was careful enough to use these flags to conceal the spiritual energy of the liquid, which was why Feng hadn't discovered it. Otherwise, he would have sensed the presence of spiritual liquid even while in Qingshan village, as this was a tier 3 heavenly grade liquid. The spiritual energy contained within it was incomparable to any ordinary spiritual object. Once the suppression of the flags was gone, the spiritual energy in the deep pit surged into the sky. Feng's expression hardened. Rise up for me. With a whoosh, all the milky white spiritual liquid soared into the air, continuously gathering together to form a water ball the size of a fist. Feng waved his hand again, and a dozen potion bottles appeared, collecting the spiritual liquid. The mad old man, who stood by in shock, was even more convinced that Feng was a celestial-level powerhouse, though otherwise how could he possess such skills? Damn it, I'm so unlucky. Little friend, you've collected a total of 17 bottles of treasure liquid. Share a few with me. The mad old man said, swallowing hard. Here, just one bottle. No more. Yifeng pondered for a moment before tossing a bottle to the mad old man. It was true that without the mad old man, he wouldn't have found the ice crystal jade marrow liquid so quickly. Of course, since he had already claimed this land, finding it was just a matter of time. Just one bottle. Little friend, you can't do this to me. Have some pity on this old man. The mad old man began to plead again, filled with resentment, as all of this was rightfully his. If you keep whining, I won't give you even a single bottle, Yifeng said, coldly staring at the mad old man. The mad old man met Yifeng's gaze and quickly shut his mouth, recognizing the murderous intent in Yifeng's eyes. Damn it, this brat is driving me crazy. The mad old man was furious, gnashing his teeth in anger, yet he dared not voice his frustration. Yifeng ignored him and looked down at the deep pit. Since there is ice crystal jade marrow liquid here, it shouldn't be a mere coincidence. I wonder if there's anything else down there. Yifeng thought for a moment, waved his hand, and used his spiritual energy to break open the ground, continuing to dig deeper. The mad old man looked on in confusion, not understanding Yifeng's intentions. After digging several more meters, more spiritual liquid appeared below, and even more than before. How is there more? Damn it! The mad old man exclaimed in surprise. Under the envious gaze of the mad old man, Yifeng collected the spiritual liquid again, filling about a basin. Soon after, a milky white stone appeared beneath, the size of a fist, moist, and seemingly continuously secreting milky liquid. Indeed, it's an ice crystal jade marrow stone. I've struck it rich, ha ha ha. Yifeng laughed heartily as he quickly stored the stone. This stone, like the ice soul pearl, could automatically absorb spiritual energy, but the ice crystal jade marrow stone could secrete ice crystal jade marrow liquid, making it far more precious than the ice soul pearl. If this were placed in the realm of cultivation, it would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar, as it was too valuable to be measured by a heavenly grade. Calling it a celestial stone would not be an exaggeration. Yifeng recalled that in the cultivation world, there was a person who once obtained an ice crystal jade marrow stone. At that time, he was just an ordinary person, yet he relied on the stone cutting through obstacles, and within 300 years, he became a great figure on the path of immortality. This was not a fabrication by Yifeng, it truly happened, indicating just how precious this ice crystal jade marrow stone was. What did you just take? What's it to you? Yifeng leaped up from the pit, not sparing the mad old man a glance, and turned to leave. The mad old man's eyes flickered. He could tell that the stone Yifeng just took was definitely more precious than the damn it, that was originally mine. The mad old man felt like he was about to spit blood, anguish to the point of nearly collapsing on the spot. He followed Yifeng out, looking at the villagers with gritted teeth, feeling that all of this was because of them. If they hadn't brought this guy here, all those treasure liquids and treasures would have been his. Ark. He was furious. If it weren't for Yifeng being here, he would have taught Niu and the others a lesson. Bossy, how is it? Are you alright? Yes, I'm fine. The mad old man dug a pit here. You all fill it back up, and this piece of land can be used normally. Also remember to tear down the thatched house for me. Sure, I'll get someone to do it right away. Niu glanced at the mad old man and went over to tear down the thatched house. Throughout the process, the mad old man did not try to stop him, as there was nothing left below. Why was he still occupying this land? He should have bought it back then, and now he regretted not doing so. After that, Yifeng said a few words to Niu and left Hetang village with Wang Tian. Niu wanted Yifeng to stay for a meal before leaving, but Yifeng politely declined. Yifeng, you really have a knack for solving problems quickly. If it were us, we probably wouldn't even know where to start. Wang Tian gave a thumbs up. Yifeng smiled and said nothing. However, Yifeng, that mad old man is still following us. Wang Tian whispered to Yifeng, pulling him aside. Yifeng glanced back at the mad old man following them and said, don't worry about him. If he wants to follow, let him. I won't give him anything else. Giving the mad old man one bottle of spiritual liquid is already generous enough. After all, he and I are not acquainted, right? What do you think? What do you mean you won't give him anything? Wang Tian was a bit confused. Yifeng didn't explain much and led Wang Tian back to Qingshan village. Wang Tian continued to busy himself with road repairs, while Yifeng naturally returned home. The mad old man also followed Yifeng to the villa. Brother, you're back. Who is that person? Little Dao was basking in the sun in the yard, while Black Qilin stood behind him like a wooden statue. When he saw Yifeng returning with the little girl, he quickly stood up and noticed the mad old man following Yifeng. I don't know him. He was causing trouble in Hetang village, so I had to resolve it, Yifeng replied. What? That old man actually fought with you? I'm going to kick him out right now. Little Dao was furious at the thought of someone fighting with his brother. However, he hadn't taken a few steps before Black Qilin caught him. What are you holding me for? Black Qilin shook his head. Young master, this person is not an ordinary individual. You are not his match. What's so great about an old man? Little Dao was skeptical. But Black Qilin held him back, preventing him from approaching, his eyes fixed on the mad old man, sensing an overwhelming sense of danger from him. All right, you two, let the old man do as he pleases. Don't bother with him. Little Dao, why don't you play with the little girl for a while? Sure, brother. Little Dao nodded and took the little girl from Ye Feng. Earlier the little girl had gone out with Ye Feng, so little Dao asked her about what had happened. The little girl, being blind, could only recount what she heard, and her incoherent words left little Dao puzzled. However, he felt that the mad old man was not a good person and kept a close watch on him. The mad old man seemed to have noticed the unfriendly gaze from little Dao. He forced a smile and sat down beside the villain, not entering. Ye Feng arrived alone in the backyard, taking out a vial of ice crystal jade essence and pouring it over the starry grass. If others saw this scene, they would surely scold Ye Feng for squandering such a treasure. However, for Ye Feng it did not matter. As long as he could quickly cultivate the starry grass to 200 years, that was enough. Of course, he must not forget that he also obtained an ice crystal jade stone. With this, the essence could be continuously supplied to Ye Feng, but to condense even a small vial of essence would likely take a long time, as the spiritual energy on Earth was too low, making it difficult even with the ice crystal jade stone. That said, it was surprising that such a good thing as the ice crystal jade stone could actually be nurtured here, something Ye Feng had never anticipated. The nearby 9-pattern Xingyang tree began to tremble, having naturally caught the scent of the essence. Its branches struck the ground, as if to say that Ye Feng was being partial. All right, you can have some too. Ye Feng tossed a vial of essence to the 9-pattern Xingyang tree, being generous with his own kind. The 9-pattern Xingyang tree leaned slightly, as if bowing to thank Ye Feng, and then eagerly poured an entire vial of essence over itself. Soon the essence integrated into its body, and its branches began to cheerfully tremble. Ye Feng paid it no mind, and instead looked down at the starry grass. After absorbing a vial of essence, the stars on the starry grass twinkled with faint light, resembling celestial bodies. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction, deciding not to take out any more essence to continue cultivating the starry grass. 1 vial a day would suffice. He estimated that within 2 months the starry grass could reach 200 years. Great. Huh. That evening Ye Feng and Chen Susu prepared a feast together, celebrating their joy. Originally he had been worried about the starry grass, but now he could finally relax. Ye Feng, the old man, is still sitting outside and hasn't eaten anything. Should I bring him some food? Upon returning, Chen Susu heard about the mad old man situation. Although the mad old man had caused some trouble for Ye Feng before, it was not a major issue, just a land dispute. However, Chen Susu was inherently kind-hearted and could not bear to see anyone suffer. For instance, when Ye Feng brought Xiao Xiao to Qingshan village, she often brought food to his family, showing just how pure-hearted and kind she was. All right, then you can go and bring him some food. Ye Feng glanced at the mad old man sitting outside, and Chen Susu prepared some food and a slice of watermelon to bring to the mad old man. Old man, you must be hungry. This is sent by Ye Feng for you. Chen Susu said. If I want to eat it, but it smells good. The mad old man thought to himself, refusing to eat, yet he expressed his thanks, quickly grabbing the bowl and starting to eat. Wait, this flavor. The mad old man widened his eyes, feeling as though he had tasted a delicacy of the mortal realm. He ate faster, finishing a bowl of rice along with fish and vegetables, leaving nothing behind. Then he picked up the watermelon, which surprisingly had a fragrant aroma and looked good. Curious about its taste, he took a bite and was stunned once more, his eyes widening again. Damn, it's so delicious, I almost bit my tongue. Can I have a little more? I'm still not full, the mad old man said, sheepishly looking at Chen Susu. Sure, I'll get you some. Chen Susu happily nodded and went back inside, returning a little later with just a slice of watermelon. I'm sorry, old man, but Ye Feng said he won't keep someone who eats for free. It's good enough that I can give you some food, so there's only this slice of watermelon. What? That damn brat, you are mistreating an old man. The mad old man shouted angrily. With a sudden clatter, Ye Feng threw his chopsticks down, landing them right in front of the mad old man, startling him into closing his mouth. Ye Feng, I actually feel that this old man is not bad. Why don't you let him in? Chen Susu said as she returned to the room. Sister Chen, you don't understand. This old man has no good intentions. Ye Feng was not someone who couldn't see through the mad old man's intentions. He thought Ye Feng was giving him too little essence and wanted more, even hoping to steal all the essence from Ye Feng. But he lacked the strength to do so. If he had that strength, he wouldn't be sitting outside Ye Feng's home without leaving. Therefore, for such people, Ye Feng felt it was already generous to give him a meal. In his past life, just a glance from him would have been enough to end the old man's existence. All right then. Chen Susu obediently sat down to eat. As the saying goes, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Chen Susu was the perfect example. She listened to everything Yi Feng said. After finishing the meal, Yi Feng asked Xiao Dao to help Qin Susu with the cleanup. Xiao Dao was unwilling, saying, "Brother, I've never done housework before. That's exactly why I'm asking you to do it. What, do you not know how hard your sister-in-law works while you just eat and drink all day?" Yi Feng kicked Xiao Dao. Only then did Xiao Dao reluctantly stand up to help Qin Susu. Qin Susu blushed and said, "Yi Feng, it's really not necessary. I can clean up by myself." She felt sweet inside because Yi Feng had just referred to her as sister-in-law. "Sister Qin, don't worry. Oh, just let him do it. If he doesn't do well today, see how I deal with him." Yi Feng said, "That's right, sister-in-law, I'll take care of it." Xiao Dao said this, but inside he felt bitter. "Brother, you truly are my real brother." Heikelin stood by dumbfounded watching. He knew that the young master of his family listened to Yi Feng, but he never expected him to listen this much. Was this still the same young master who dared to go against the gang leader back in the Hong gang? If the gang leader saw this, he would surely be dumbfounded. Yi Feng played with Xiao Xiao for a while before temporarily handing her over to Qin Susu and returning to his room, pulling out a vial of ice crystal jade essence and downing it in one go. Endless spiritual energy flooded his body, almost threatening to burst him apart. Yi Feng immediately closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Time passed, and Yi Feng's cultivation gradually improved. He reached the small completion of the third layer of Qi refinement. Then he achieved the great completion of the third layer of Qi refinement. He reached the peak of the third layer of Qi refinement, finally stopping upon reaching full completion. Yi Feng opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. This ice crystal jade essence is indeed very effective, but I can't use it too often. Overindulgence will weaken its effects, which would be a waste. Next, Yi Feng consolidated his realm, preparing to hone it before starting to push towards the fourth layer of Qi refinement in some time. He had only begun cultivating for a little over half a year, and he was already close to the fourth layer of Qi refinement. This could be considered quite fast, even in the world of cultivation. Suddenly, Yi Feng opened his eyes, his gaze turning cold. "Are they here?" He stood up from the bed, looking out at the dark night. At the same time, the mad old man sitting outside Yi Feng's house also opened his eyes, gazing into the distance, murmuring, "Why are there so many people, and they all seem to be experts? Could it be that they are coming for me? No, they are heading towards the villa. It's that brat Yi Feng. I won't get involved with this brat's troubles." The mad old man's eyes flickered as he disappeared into the darkness. Then Heikelin and Xiao Dao were the last to notice, sensing a killing intent. "Brother, someone is coming." Xiao Dao and Heikelin quickly found Yi Feng, their faces turning serious as they had already guessed who was coming. "No, let's go out and meet them." Yi Feng smiled and instructed Qin Susu to stay with Xiao Xiao in the room while he took Xiao Dao and Heikelin outside. Meanwhile, a kilometer away, a group of people indeed appeared, led by Yuan Yanshun, coming to seek revenge. Among them were Li Tianba, the newly appointed head of the Guo family, Guo Shuangmu, and a host of masters they brought along, numbering in the hundreds. The weakest among them had reached the transformation realm, while the strongest without a doubt was Yuan Yanshun, who was estimated to have surpassed the master of the Dan realm. They marched fiercely toward the back hill of Qingshan village. Elder Yuan, the person, is in the villa ahead. Yuan Yanqing gazed far into the distance and could vaguely see three figures standing outside waiting for them to approach. He was uncertain whether Yi Feng was among the three. This country bumpkin really knows how to enjoy life, building such a luxurious villa in a rundown villa. While Li Tianba was speaking, they had already arrived in front of the villa, and they clearly recognized who the three people standing there were. "You little brat, you're bold enough to wait for us here. It seems you're not afraid of death." The speaker was Guo Shuangmu, the newly appointed head of the Guo family. Having seen Yi Feng's photo long ago, he recognized him at a glance as the one who killed Guo Xiong and his son. "What are you barking for? You have no place to speak here." Yuan Yanqing looked at Yi Feng. He was well aware of who Yi Feng was. This was the first time he had seen Yi Feng after the last ambush. Yi Feng still appeared the same, but seemed somewhat more haggard than before. However, his eyes seemed to have become more restrained, and he emanated an unusual aura that left one feeling perplexed. Just this aspect alone made Yuan Yanqing vigilant, as the person standing before him was not an ordinary individual. While Yuan Yanqing was focused on Yi Feng shifted his gaze from Li Tianba's group to Yuan Yanqing, narrowing his eyes as he smiled, and said, "You must be from the Yuan family, right? Why didn't Yuan Fa come?" "For someone like you, there's no need for our family head to take action," Yuan Yanqing said disdainfully. In his mind, Yi Feng had always been a useless person not worth worrying about. What concerned him most were the small knife and the black qilin beside Yi Feng, as well as the possibility of hidden allies. Yuan Fa and Yuan Tianzi had already analyzed before that there must be someone assisting Yi Feng. "Since you dare to wait for us here, then bring out your people. I want to see how many are helping you." Haha, old fool, are you blind? Can't you see it's just the three of us? Yi Feng mocked with a laugh. Alright, since you won't call your people out, don't blame us for being impolite. Yuan Yinqing was too lazy to waste words with Yi Feng. He raised his hand ready to give the order to attack, when the small knife beside Yi Feng suddenly shouted, "Wait a moment." Yuan Yinqing and the others looked at the small knife in confusion, unsure of what he intended to do. The small knife pulled Yi Feng aside and whispered, "Bro, don't mess around. Hurry and call our people out." Yi Feng rolled his eyes. "Who told you there are others? It's just the three of us." "Really? Just the three of us?" The small knife still found it hard to believe. "Really, why would I lie to you?" Yi Feng continued, rolling his eyes. "Damn, bro, are you kidding? How about this? I'll call for help now." The small knife was almost in tears. He had always thought Yi Feng had everything planned out and was just waiting for these people to walk into a trap. But now it was just the three of them. How could they fight? Simply based on numbers, they had already lost. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Do you think this is child's play? You can just start over. Yi Feng said. "Fine, if we can't handle it later, you go first, and I'll cover you. As long as the green hills remain, there's no worry about firewood." The small knife replied, "Just take care of yourself. Look at your pathetic state." Yi Feng kicked the small knife. "You don't need to take action." Having been kicked, the small knife felt anxious. He had already prepared for the worst. Of course, he was aware of Yi Feng's strength back then. Yi Feng had faced hundreds of thousands of troops without flinching, even cutting through them. However, that was a special situation. Yi Feng's weapons were in the northern border, and this time the people Yuan Yinqing brought were all experts. It wasn't the fear of 10,000, but the fear of one. "When the fight starts, don't worry about me. Just make sure to protect my brother," the small knife whispered to the black Qilin. The black Qilin stood like a wooden statue, not moving at all. "Did you hear what I said?" The small knife glared at the black Qilin. The black Qilin lightly responded with an mm. He looked at Yi Feng's back, not panicking like the small knife, whose mind was clearly muddled. This northern border overlord wouldn't dare wait here without any preparation, right? Puffed, "Haha, so it's really just the three of you." Although the small knife spoke softly, Yuan Yinqing and the others, being powerful, naturally heard what they were saying. Upon hearing their words, Yuan Yinqing burst into laughter. Looking at them, the contempt in his eyes grew stronger. It seemed this guy not only had his body blown away, but his mind was also muddled. In that case, let him die here. It was remote enough that no one would know he died here. "Killed him." Yuan Yinqing issued the order to attack. Li Tianba and the Guo family's people rushed toward Yi Feng without hesitation. "Kill." Facing the charging crowd, the small knife and the black Qilin felt a little nervous, but Yi Feng remained calm as if he hadn't seen anything, merely saying in a low voice, "Since you've eaten my things, shouldn't you also do some work for me?" The small knife heard Yi Feng's words and felt puzzled, not knowing who Yi Feng was talking to. Was it to me and the black Qilin? In a single clash, over 100 people perished, and the survivors retreated in panic. However, the branches and vines emerging from the ground seemed to possess a will of their own, entangling their legs. Then, like sharp spikes, the branches pierced their vital points. Amidst a chorus of screams, lives were extinguished. This was nothing short of a massacre. What made it even more alarming was that these branches and vines seemed forged from steel. A blade striking them could only leave a faint white mark. Cutting them was out of the question. Even leaving a scratch was a struggle. "What the hell is this thing? Patriarch, save us. Move to rescue them." The faces of Yuan Yanchen and his companions changed. They no longer dared to stand and watch. They immediately rushed forward to save the others. Thud, thud, thud. Yuan Yanchen gripped a long sword and swung it downward, managing to sever the branches and vines. But doing so required all his strength. Terror seized his heart. He could not fathom what malevolent entity lurked beneath the earth. This thing had undoubtedly reached the power of a Grand Supreme Grandmaster, or perhaps even stronger. With masters like Yuan Yanchen intervening, they finally managed to rescue their people. Yet of the nearly 300 experts they had brought, only a little over 100 remained. Even the Qi Grandmasters and Fusion Liquid Grandmasters had suffered casualties. This outcome caught everyone off guard. "Go quickly, leave this place." Yuan Yanchen cast a stunned glance at Yi Feng, and a realization dawned on him. He now understood why Yi Feng had been so calm when they arrived. If behind him stood an entity of Grand Supreme Grandmaster level or above, he could naturally remain that composed. Hell, staying here might not guarantee killing Yi Feng, and could even cost them their own lives. Better to return first and report to the Patriarch. With that thought, Yuan Yanchen retreated without looking back. As he fled, Li Tianba and Guo Shuangmu followed, but they had not gone far before a white mist suddenly surrounded them, enveloping everyone. "What is this now? Ghosts! Help!" Cries of agony filled the air. In the mist, vague, ghostly figures flickered in and out of sight. Then one after another the ground split open, dragging living people down. Even those not pulled under had their temples pierced by something or suffered fatal attacks, to other vital points meeting their end. After about 2 or 3 minutes the screams in the mist ceased. A few people still lived Yuan Yanshan Gua Shuangmu Li Tianba, and some experts brought by the Gua family and Li Tianba. Grand Elder Yuan, what do we do now? I don't want to die here. Gua Shuangmu was on the verge of tears. He had only just secured the position of Gua family patriarch, and he hadn't even warmed the seat. If he had known coming after Yi Feng would be this dangerous, he would never have come even if beaten to death. Li Tianba also felt regret, though he was more composed than Gua Shuangmu. Still a hint of panic flickered. As for the others, their faces were deathly pale from the scent of blood permeating the air. They knew that those who had come with them were likely all dead, for aside from their own breathing no other sounds remained. Stop panicking. Those branches and vines are formidable, but if we stick together they can't get close. Yuan Yanshan growled. As he said, the 9-pattern azure sun tree, having lived for a millennium, was indeed terrifying, but it had its weakness. It could only control its own branches and vines and nothing else. Experts like Yuan Yanshan could sever those branches, which was why the others died, while Yuan Yanshan and his group survived. If they huddled together, the 9-pattern azure sun tree could do little to them. Grand Elder Yuan is right. As long as we stay united, that thing can't harm us. Let's move slowly, pulling back and getting out of here. Everyone nodded and followed Yuan Yanshan's plan, withdrawing outward. The mist ahead suddenly parted, and Yi Feng walked toward them, saying, "You've come all this way. Don't leave yet. You damned country bumpkin, die." An elder of the Gua family, seeing Yi Feng enter alone, charged straight at him. His plan was simple: capture the chieftain to subdue the rest. Just a fusion liquid, Grandmaster, and you dare act rashly before me. Yi Feng reached out and grabbed the Gua elder's neck. The elder stared at Yi Feng in horror, realizing his body had become completely immobile. How could this be? Aren't you a cripple? Yuan Yanshan stared at Yi Feng in shock, his eyes nearly. I was a cripple, yes, but that was before. Yuan Yanshan, among those who ambushed me back then, were you one of them? With a crack, Yi Feng crushed the neck of the Gua elder in his hand, then looked coldly at Yuan Yanshan. Yuan Yanshan's face turned pale, and he staggered back 2 steps, staring at Yi Feng in terror. So this bastard really knew, and his strength had recovered. That meant. A chilling thought struck him, and a wave of cold surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Run. Flee quickly. Anyone who doesn't want to die, run. Yuan Yanshan abandoned all pretense and turned to flee at top speed. He had to get back alive and report everything he had seen and heard to the patriarch. Yi Feng had come for revenge, and his strength had returned. Good heavens, he dared not imagine what a catastrophe this would be for the Yuan family. You think you can leave? Suddenly Yuan Yanshan felt an immense weight press down on him, as if a colossal mountain had crashed onto his back, forcing him to stoop. Each step he took felt like his feet were cast in lead, making movement agonizingly difficult. Yi Feng crossed the distance in a few strides and stood before Yuan Yanshan. Staring at Yi Feng before him, Yuan Yanshan's terrified gaze trembled. Suppressing his fear, he roared. Boom. Yuan Yanshan unleashed all the true qi within him, his fist seeming to ignite with flames as he punched at Yi Feng. With a thud, Yi Feng reached out and caught Yuan Yanshan's fist. The next moment, the sound of bones breaking rang out. Yuan Yanshan's fist was crushed in Yi Feng's grip. His face contorted in agony, but he did not scream. Instead, terror overwhelmed him. Yi Feng asked calmly, "Tell me, aside from your Yuan family, who else made a move against me?" He was referring to those who had ambushed him. Although Wolfhead had given him a list, it was incomplete. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Yuan Yanshan said. "No." Yi Feng shook his head. "Since you won't, why should I tell you? Just kill me." Yuan Yanshan's face was ashen. He knew he was doomed. Since that was the case, he would tell Yi Feng nothing. "Very well. I intended to grant you a swift death, but since you refuse to speak, I have no choice." Yi Feng opened his hand, and a ball of spiritual energy appeared in his palm. He drew a complex talisman and drove it directly into Yuan Yanshan's forehead. Yuan Yanshan's face twisted in agony, as if he were enduring the cruelest torture in the world. His screams resembled the wails of the damned from the 9 abysses, chilling all who heard them. Yi Feng closed his eyes, sifting through all of Yuan Yanshan's memories. When he opened them again, Yuan Yanshan was still alive, but only barely clinging to his last breath. Yi Feng, you will die too." Huh. The laughter cut off abruptly. Thud. Yuan Yanshan collapsed to the ground, his life extinguished. Looking at the lifeless Yuan Yanshan, Yi Feng's expression was far from pleasant, as he found no useful information from Yuan Yanshan's memories. He indeed participated in that ambush, but it was Yuan Fa who took him there. Beyond that, he knew little else. Furthermore, he was completely unaware of the people behind Shinsongbai. It seemed that if he wished to learn more about the situation, he would have to seek out Yuan Fa, who was likely to know much more, being one of the main members of that ambush. Yi Feng pondered for a moment before turning around to face Li Tianba and his group. Where are you all? In fact, just moments earlier when Yi Feng killed Yu and Yanshan, Li Tianba and Gua Shuangmu did not come to help. Instead, they turned to flee without a second thought. However, they were intercepted by the 9-striped Qingyang tree, and without Yu and Yanshan's assistance, they found it impossible to escape from its grasp. Yet if the 9-striped Qingyang tree intended to kill them, it wouldn't be so easy either. Now they were trapped among the branches and vines, and escaping was not just difficult, even breaking free was a challenge. Upon hearing Yi Feng's voice, they all turned their heads, and were startled to find Yi Feng standing behind them, nearly scaring their souls out of their bodies. Thud! Thud! Young master, you give us a chance, please don't kill us. It wasn't my intention to come here, it was the people from the Yuan family who forced us to. Blame them. Yes, the head of the family is right. Young master, you please spare us. Treat us like we're nothing, and let us go. Gua Shuangmu and the others all knelt down begging Yi Feng for mercy. However, one person remained standing. It was Li Tianba, whose face was grim and whose eyes flickered long. Yi Feng chose to ignore them for the moment and looked at Gua Shuangmu, saying, I'm sorry, but I have never shown mercy to my enemies. However, remember this for the next life. If you see me, make sure to steer clear. No. Thud. 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 A knife on the ground suddenly flew up, whirling past Gua Shuangmu and the others. They only felt a sharp pain on their necks, and when they reached to touch it, they all collapsed to the ground. You must be Li Tianba. You actually didn't plead for mercy like the others. It seems you have a bit of spine. Yi Feng finally raised his head and looked at Li Tianba. Yi Feng, just wait. I will come to kill you sooner or later. Li Tianba bellowed. Elder Qin Zhou, at this moment, why are you still not appearing? Just as his voice fell, a shadow appeared behind him, as sudden as a ghost. This shadow grabbed Li Tianba and began to retreat rapidly. So there was still someone hiding. Yi Feng looked with some surprise at the two who were frantically retreating. No wonder Li Tianba seemed so composed. But did he think that would allow him to escape? With a wave of his hand, several blades on the ground suddenly shot up, charging towards Li Tianba and Qin Zhou. Qin Zhou extended his hand and struck out, seemingly stronger than Yu and Yanshan. However, how could his true energy withstand Yi Feng's spiritual energy attacks? It was easily shattered. Qin Zhou's expression changed. Without a second thought, he unhesitatingly placed Li Tianba in front of him. Elder Qin Zhou, what are you doing? Li Tianba's face turned pale as he saw the blades flying towards him, already appearing before him. No. Thud. Thud. Li Tianba's body was instantly pierced through. Yi Feng walked over and saw that Li Tianba's back still clutched a hand, presumably from that shadowy figure, but the figure had completely vanished. Yi Feng closed his eyes, listening intently, but he heard no sound of the other party escaping. Had he actually let them slip away? Yi Feng felt somewhat astonished. With his current cultivation level, he could detect sounds within a 3-kilometer radius, meaning that the shadowy figure escaped over 3 kilometers away in an instant, showing an incredible speed, likely using some life-saving technique. Yi Feng shook his head and chose not to pursue. Instead, he crouched down, drew a soul-searching talisman, and pressed it against Li Tianba's forehead, wanting to peek into his memories while he was still alive. After a while, Yi Feng stood up, muttering, Qi Shan and Qin Zhou, these two are quite interesting. After viewing Li Tianba's memories, he learned who had just escaped. That person was named Qin Zhou, the close disciple of Qi Shan. As for Qi Shan, Yi Feng had never heard of him, but he must also be a master. Moreover, it was he who supported Li Tianba, making him search for cultivation resources. In essence, Li Tianba was like a puppet of Qi Shan, doing whatever Qi Shan commanded. Of course, Li Tianba was secretly plotting some small moves to free himself from Qi Shan's control, but the result was that he had died here. Brother, how are you? Are you alright? As the surrounding white mist dissipated, Xiao Dao and the black Qilin rushed over. I'm fine. Yi Feng shook his head. But what about you and Yanshan and the others? Where did they go? Xiao Dao looked around. Aside from some bloodstains, there were no bodies in sight. They're dead, Yi Feng said. Dead? How did that happen? Xiao Dao and the black Qilin were both taken aback. You don't need to ask so much about that. Yi Feng yawned. It's getting late. We should all head back to rest. Wait a minute, brother, you haven't told me what that was that burst out of the ground just now. Xiao Dao stopped Yi Feng, asking. Your eyes aren't blind. Can't you see those are branches and vines? Yi Feng kicked Xiao Dao aside. It's nothing, you just hurry back and sleep. After saying that, he left, leaving Xiao Dao looking puzzled. He realized he was finding it increasingly difficult to understand his older brother. Previously, he thought Yi Feng was mysterious, but now he felt even more so. Before entering the house, Yi Feng glanced at a certain spot, and the person standing there was so shocked that their scalp nearly exploded. This person was none other than the mad old man. He let out a sigh of relief upon seeing that Yi Feng did not trouble him. In truth, the mad old man had been watching the entire time. When he saw the branches and vines, his eyes nearly popped out. Experienced and knowledgeable, he recognized that those were mutated plants. However, even mutated, how could they help a human? When the fog appeared afterward, he, like Xiao Dao and the Black Qilin, was clueless about what had transpired. But he knew that none of those who had come had escaped. No one seemed to have fled, but he wasn't too sure. In any case, it was terrifying. He absolutely couldn't offend this person, or he wouldn't even know how he died. But what about my treasures? Just thinking about the spirit liquid of ice crystal jade made the mad old man's heart twitch. After a while, some villagers from Qingshan village arrived, as the commotion on the back hill was quite loud, and even if they were deep in sleep, some must have been startled awake. Yi Feng asked Xiao Dao to casually say a few words, and then dismissed them. You and Yinxing and the others died here. You and Fa must be getting anxious. I hope you can find more helpers to come over, so I won't have to seek you out one by one. Yi Feng chuckled coldly. That night he had slept beside Chen Susu, fearing she would worry, especially after he had just killed so many. Chen Susu was indeed quite scared, but this wasn't her first time witnessing Yi Feng kill, so she had a certain level of acceptance. However, this time, Yi Feng had killed too many. Little Xiao had already fallen asleep. Chen Susu lay beside Yi Feng, looking at him, wanting to say something, but holding back. If you want to ask something, just ask, and I will definitely answer you. No, I just wanted to ask what you want to eat tomorrow. Chen Susu shook her head. Anything is fine as long as it's made by you. Yi Feng particularly liked this aspect of Chen Susu. Even though he had countless questions in his heart, he refrained from asking her, because she was very clever, knowing what to ask and what not to ask. In fact, even if she did ask, Yi Feng would answer, but she still didn't. Sister Chen, shall we do something? What? Chen Susu's face turned bright red as she tried to turn away from Yi Feng, but he caught her. Sister Chen, come drink this. What is it? Of course it's a good thing, you'll know once you drink it. Chen Susu said. Oh, and opened the medicine bottle Yi Feng handed her, which emitted a peculiar fragrance that made one feel refreshed with just a whiff. Without thinking, Chen Susu drank it down. Yi Feng, I feel so hot and uncomfortable. Chen Susu's face turned bright red, and she began to sweat profusely. That's normal. Here, let me help you digest it. Yi Feng infused his spiritual energy into Chen Susu's body to help her absorb the icy crystal jade essence. If it had been an ordinary person, they might have burst from drinking it, but this was not the case for Yi Feng. Chen Susu's cultivating physique was too poor. He had to help her improve significantly. The entire process took half a day. Originally, Chen Susu was just an ordinary person. In no time, she transformed into a Mingjin master, and shortly after, she reached the Onjin level, followed by Huajin, finally stopping at the Tongmai realm. If Yi Feng wanted Chen Susu to become a Qihai Grandmaster, he could do so at any time. However, he chose not to, and instead concealed all the remaining energy from the essence within her body. After completing this, Yi Feng breathed heavily, as if he were dehydrated, drenched in sweat. The potency of the icy crystal jade essence was too strong. Even though he helped others absorb it, it still took a great deal of effort. However, for Chen Susu it was worth it. Yi Feng, are you okay? Chen Susu opened her eyes and asked anxiously. I'm fine, just keep your voice down so you don't wake little Xiao. He'll be okay after some rest. Thank you, Yi Feng. Chen Susu naturally sensed the change in her body. She felt an overwhelming surge of strength, which was truly miraculous, but all of this was thanks to Yi Feng. Sister Chen, why are you thanking me? Yi Feng said, while holding Chen Susu. Chen Susu's face turned red. She felt an evil hand on her, yet she did not refuse, instead actively responding. This was not her first time, and she had already fully accepted it. It was just a pity that Yi Feng could not break through yet. He still had to work hard to reach the foundation establishment stage. Meanwhile, in a remote mountain villa in the eastern region, a man dressed in black stumbled in, missing an arm with blood occasionally dripping from his wound. His complexion was extremely pale, as if he were about to die. If Yi Feng were here, he would certainly recognize that this person was Qin Zhou, who had escaped from his hands. Master. He slammed his head against the door, extending a hand to knock weakly. Zhou, what happened? Didn't I send you to help Li Tianba? How did you end up like this? A white-haired man suddenly appeared beside Qin Zhou, his skin well-preserved, appearing to be only in his 50s, but in reality, he was already 98 years old. He was Qin Zhou's master Qishan. I ran into some trouble. Before Qin Zhou could finish, he fainted. Qishan frowned and carried Qin Zhou back into the villa. After a while, Qin Zhou awakened. He opened his eyes and found himself lying in bed with Qishan's master. All right, you have injuries, so there's no need for formalities. Tell me what happened. Qishan waved his hand. Li Tianba is dead. Dead? Qishan's expression darkened. This Li Tianba was still somewhat useful to him. If he died now, it would be too unfortunate, especially since he had painstakingly nurtured Li Tianba for so long. His death was a significant loss for Qi Shan. Qin Zhou proceeded to recount everything that happened in Qingshan village to Qi Shan. Upon hearing that Qin Zhou mentioned trees attacking people, Qi Shan was startled, his expression mirroring that of a mad old man. When he heard how Yi Feng killed Yuan Yinqing and how he escaped, Qi Shan's face darkened. Master, that's all. This person is not simple. However, he must have some technique that allows him to control plants or possess it. Qi Shan's eyes revealed a hint of greed, and then he thought of something else. However, this guy, according to Zhou, is quite formidable. I can't let my guard down. It seems I should seek out the Yuan family. They should be very interested in this matter, especially since no one else escaped besides Zhou. Qi Shan had already made up his mind. Zhou, let's go visit the Yuan family together. Master, are you planning to cooperate with the Yuan family? Qin Zhou seemed to have guessed Qi Shan's intentions. Yes, a bit of cooperation is nothing unusual, Qi Shan said. After speaking, he took Qin Zhou out of the villa and headed to the Yuan family's territory. Family head, someone is here to see you, claiming to have news about the Great Elder. A servant entered the main hall to report. What? There's news regarding the Great Elder. Quickly let him in. Yuan Fa said anxiously as Yuan Yinqing had lost contact, and he felt that something must have happened. It shouldn't be. Yi Feng was just a waste. Could it be that the person behind him is too formidable? If that's the case, it would be troublesome. Greetings, Yuan family head. The servants quickly brought in two people, Qi Shan and Qin Zhou. May I ask who this is? Yuan Fa did not recognize Qi Shan. I am someone your young master should know me. You can say the gifted young master Tianci. Qi Shan cupped his hands towards Yuan Fa, then turned his gaze to Yuan Tianci, who stood beside. Yuan Tianci smiled and said, So it's Senior Qi Shan. Father, this Senior Qi Shan is a master ranked in the top 5 of the innate ranking. He is a loose cultivator with no sect or faction. I met him once before. So it's Mr. Qi. Please take a seat, Mr. Qi. Yuan Fa did not dare to be negligent. After letting Qi Shan sit down, he asked the servants to serve tea, appearing very warm and welcoming. After all, masters ranked in the top 5 of the innate ranking were revered figures, and Qi Shan was somewhat known to him, though he had never seen him in person. He had heard that he was already half a step into the realm of the great master. I have long heard of Mr. Qi's great name. Seeing you in person is better than hearing it. You truly are in high spirits. Qi Shan nodded at Yuan Fa's words, not suspecting anything. After all, losing a son and a trusted family lieutenant would kindle any man's fury. Patriarch Yuan, my disciple, has already made it clear that Li Tianba was my man, and now he's dead at Yi Feng's hands. I will certainly seek vengeance against Yi Feng. Revenge was genuine, but a part of him also coveted the treasure he believed Yi Feng possessed. Indeed, Master Qi speaks truth. This Yi Feng, I too wish to tear him limb from limb. Since our intentions align, what course of action does Master Qi suggest? Asked Yuan Fa in a somber tone. That depends on the Patriarch's will. Should you decide to confront Yi Feng, inform me, and I shall come at your call, replied Qi Shan, careful not to overstep his bounds. Though Qi Shan had one foot in the transcendent realm, he still fell short compared to the Eastern Domain's Yuan clan, a super first-class ancient martial family. Very well. If Master Qi is amenable, you may stay at the Yuan estate for now. No need, I shall not impose. When you are ready to act, send word to me. After a few more words, Qi Shan took his leave with Qin Zhou. I shall not see you off, Master Qi. Once outside the Yuan estate, Qin Zhou asked, Master, do you trust the Yuan clan? In this treacherous world, who trusts anyone? Yi Feng is no ordinary foe. I intend to borrow the Yuan clan's strength. As long as Yi Feng dies, that's enough. Qi Shan's mind was still fixated on the treasure Yi Feng carried. Killing Yi Feng was secondary to seizing his treasure. But Master, what if something goes wrong? Qin Zhou trailed off, but Qi Shan understood his unspoken concern. Qi Shan sneered, We may lack many skills, but our talent for escape is unmatched. As you say, Master. Qin Zhou nodded, fully reassured. Yet as he gazed at his empty right sleeve, his eyes glowed with venomous hatred. He yearned to kill Yi Feng, and Yi Feng must die. Meanwhile, after Qi Shan and his disciple departed, the smile on Yuan Fa's face froze, his complexion darkening like smeared charcoal. Tianci, did that Qin Zhou tell us the truth? Yuan Tianci's expression also darkened, his eyes flickered as he said, Father, I believe he wasn't lying. That's impossible. How could Yi Feng kill the Grand Elder? He's a cripple. Unless his strength has truly been restored. Yuan Fa had no choice but to entertain that possibility. Otherwise, how could Yi Feng have slain Yuan Yanchen? Yuan Tianci shook his head. Father, even if Yi Feng's strength recovered, that alone wouldn't allow him to kill the Grand Elder. Perhaps a hidden master is aiding him, lending him power. That could be. Yuan Fa nodded, accepting the explanation. Let's go meet the old master. Yuan Fa led Yuan Tianxi to the rear courtyard where an old man resided. His father Yuan Hongye, the sole, transcendent realm powerhouse of the Yuan clan. Half of the clan's current prestige was earned by this old man through sheer force. What brings you here? Has something happened? Asked Yuan Hongye. Since 3 years ago, Yuan Hongye had been cultivating in seclusion in the back courtyard. Normally Yuan Fa would not disturb his father, but the matter of Yi Feng was no trivial affair. Showing great respect to his aged father, Yuan Fa said, Father, something has come up concerning Yi Feng. Yi Feng, isn't he already crippled? What now? In truth, Yuan Hongye had been involved in the ambush operation from the very beginning. He had even brokered the matter for the clan, believing it would greatly benefit the Yuan family's future. Father Yi Feng has killed third brother and the Grand Elder. Yuan Fa reported, summarizing the incident for Yuan Hongye. After hearing this, Yuan Hongye's face darkened. I never expected a useless cripple to cause so much trouble. If I had known, I would have ended that menace when he was sent back to the capital. You're right, Father. But it's useless to dwell on that now. I came to seek your counsel. Yuan Hongye pondered for a moment and said, Call the Shin family. Inform them of the situation. I believe they will not sit idly by. Very well, Father. They'll make the call now. Yuan Hongye dismissed Yuan Fa, but kept Yuan Tianxi behind, chatting about family matters and cultivation. Yuan Tianxi was highly valued not only by his father, but also by his grandfather, for his talent far surpassed theirs. At a young age, he had already reached the top 10 of the innate ranking, a height most could never achieve in a lifetime. Both Yuan Fa and Yuan Hongye believed that Yuan Tianxi was the one most likely to lead the Yuan clan to glory. In the capital, the Shun residence. As a century-old top-tier family, the Shun estate sprawled across a vast area, employing over 1,000 servants, a testament to their immense wealth and power. Who called? Asked Shin Songbai, the current patriarch of the Shin family. Master, it was the Yuan clan from the eastern domain, replied Shun Hui, Songbei's trusted confidant. Shun Hui had always attended to Shin Songbei's daily needs, earning the patriarch's deep trust. The Yuan clan from the eastern domain. Why are they calling? Shin Songbai asked, puzzled. Master, according to the Yuan clan, it's about Yi Feng. Shun Hui whispered something into Shin Songbei's ear. A look of cruelty flashed across Shin Songbei's face, then he burst into laughter. Yuan Fa claims Yi Feng's strength has recovered. That fool must have been kicked by a donkey. Yi Feng is a cripple and will always be one. But making such a stir in the eastern domain, someone must be helping him. Who could it be? He utterly refused to believe that Yi Feng's strength had returned. Even if he saw it with his own eyes, he wouldn't accept it, for when he had forced Yi Feng out of the capital, he had verified beyond doubt that Yi Feng would never rise again. Master, how should we handle this? Should we let the Yuan clan deal with it themselves? Asked Shin Hui. Since Yi Feng refuses to stay subdued, send Zishan. Have him bring back Yi Feng's head. Shin Songbai mused for a moment. Yes, master. He'll arrange it immediately. Just as Shin Hui was about to leave, Shin Songbai added, I recall Yi Feng has a daughter. Tell Zishan to bring her head back as well. Yes, master. Shin Songbai smiled, seemingly unconcerned about Yi Feng. In his eyes, Yi Feng had long been a hopeless cripple. Yesterday, today, and always. The next day, Yi Feng opened his eyes and found that Xiao Xiao had already woken up, sitting on his body, while Qin Susu was lying beside him. Xiao Xiao, come here, daddy will hold you. Yi Feng reached out to pick up his precious daughter, but Xiao Xiao dodged. Daddy, you need to tell me honestly, did you bully Aunt Qin yesterday? Xiao Xiao asked with a serious expression. No, why would I bully your Aunt Qin? Yi Feng felt a bit confused. I don't believe you. I woke up yesterday and heard some strange noises. Cough, cough. Yi Feng almost choked on his own saliva. What nonsense are you talking about, little girl? Daddy didn't bully Aunt Qin. She was bitten by a mosquito and Daddy was just scratching her. Is it really just scratching? Xiao Xiao's little face scrunched up, becoming half convinced. Of course it is. Yi Feng quickly changed the subject. Xiao Xiao, be quiet. Aunt Qin is still sleeping. Let's not wake her up. After a while, Qin Susu, holding her breath, finally opened her eyes. Her face was as hot as boiling water. In fact, she had woken up long ago, but seeing that Xiao Xiao was also awake, she dared not move, waiting until now. With not much to do today, Yi Feng took Xiao Xiao out for a walk with the dog Wolf, just to check on the progress of the road construction in Qingshan Village and Hetong Village. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, he heard a commotion ahead, as if something had happened. Who told you to build the road? Did you notify our planning bureau? Stop it, everyone, stop. I told you to stop. Can't you hear? Bring your person in charge to me. What are you doing? Are you ready to fight? Let me tell you, I am the director of the County Planning Bureau. My name is Dong Sunfeng. If you dare to touch me, you'll make sure you have endless lawsuits. Step aside, everyone step aside. Wang Tian squeezed and smiling broadly as he approached Dong Xuanfeng for a handshake. Hello, Director Dong. I am the village chief of Qingshan Village, and this is Niu Zhigua, the village chief of Hatong Village. We are funding and building this road ourselves, so we shouldn't need approval from the County Planning Bureau, right? Wang Tian spoke cautiously, not wanting to offend Dong Xuanfeng. Dong Xuanfeng glanced at Wang Tian's dirty hands, his expression showing some disgust, and he certainly did not want to shake hands with him. I don't care how you in Qingshan Village or Hatong Village are funding and contributing, but if you want to build a road, you need my approval. If you dare to build it without my authorization, what do you think you are doing, rebelling? Damn it, we are funding and building the road ourselves. Oh, why do we need your approval? Who do you think you are? Exactly, we haven't taken a penny from you. Why can't we build? Dong Kunfeng's words undoubtedly incited public anger. It was clear he was looking for trouble, and they couldn't stand it. What are you doing? Try insulting our director again, and we'll see what happens. Dong Kunfeng's face darkened, but he didn't say anything. However, those standing next to him started arguing with Lu Ashui and seemed ready to fight at any moment. Enough, what are you all arguing about? Lu Ashui, what are you doing? Who told you to lead the insults? Come here and apologize to Director Dong. Wang Tian pulled Lu Ashui over. Village chief, why should I apologize to him? He's clearly looking for trouble. If it doesn't work out, we can just find Brother Feng to mediate. Lu Ashui mentioned Brother Feng, referring to Yi Feng. He had originally called him by name, but after being reprimanded by his wife, he changed his tone. Lu Ashui was a blockhead, but Song Xiaojun was not. Now who is Yi Feng? He is the richest person in the village and their savior. How can Lu Ashui call him by name? Let's not trouble Yi Feng. After all, he is a businessman with money and strength, but you should know that the rich do not quarrel with officials. What if Yi Feng comes and things are handled poorly and he gets arrested again? Wang Tian whispered to Lu Ashui. Lu Ashui frowned, feeling that what Wang Tian said made sense, but these people were really too bullying. All right, quickly apologize to Director Dong. Wang Tian pushed Lu Ashui. Lu Ashui reluctantly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, Director Dong. I spoke without thinking you. I hope you won't hold it against me. He was still quite dissatisfied. Dong Kunfeng's expression did not improve at all. He still looked grim and coldly said, You think just one apology is enough? You almost hit my man just now. Director, you said almost. I haven't even made a move, but your man actually hit Erdan. Look, Erdan's leg is still limping. Upon hearing this, Lu Ashui became furious again, pointing at Erdan beside him. When Dong Xuanfeng and his team arrived, they ordered the villagers to stop working. The villagers were unwilling, so they used a hoe to injure Erdan's leg, which was still bleeding. If Wang Tian hadn't stopped them just now, Lu Ashui and the others might have charged in to deal with him. How do you mean you want me to hit back, or to pay you? Dong Xuanfeng said with a cold smile. That's not what I meant. Director Dong, please don't think that way. Also, don't mind Lu Ashui, he's just a blockhead. How about this, Director Dong, let's talk over there. Wang Tian glared at Lu Ashui, meaning for him to keep quiet, then smiled, and tried to lead Dong Xuanfeng aside to discuss the matter. Don't pull me, where do you want me to put my hands? Do you know how expensive my clothes are? Is it something you can touch? Dong Xuanfeng frowned, and pushed Wang Tian away, brushing off the dust from his sleeves, then looked at Wang Tian, and continued. Actually, there's no need to say much. They'll put it here today. If anyone dares to build a road, that means going against our planning bureau. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Wang Tian and the others all looked extremely unhappy, especially Lu Ashui, who clenched his fists, itching to give Dong Xuanfeng a beating. However, remembering Wang Tian's previous words, he held back. Director Dong, what exactly do you want? Wang Tian was almost unable to suppress his anger, let alone the others. Haven't I told you? If you want to build the road, fine, but you need to get my approval first. Dong Xuanfeng continued to speak arrogantly. After finishing, he prepared to leave with his people, but someone called out to him. Oh, Director Dong, what great authority you have. We're building a road in front of our own house. How does that bother you? Do we need your permission? Who do you think you are? Who said that? Step forward. Dong Kunfeng's expression, which had improved somewhat, suddenly darkened again. Everyone turned back and saw Yi Feng carrying Xiao Xiao and leading De Huang over. Hello, Boss-Ye. Boss-Ye has arrived. You need to mediate for us. Yes, Boss-Ye. The villagers looked at Yi Feng as if they had seen their mainstay. They had just been bullied, and now their voices seemed to carry a hint of a sob. Yi Feng, don't listen to their nonsense. They are officials, and we are the common people. What if things go wrong and you get arrested again? Wang Tian pulled Yi Feng, not wanting him to get involved. Last time, because of Li Guangyi's matter, Yi Feng was arrested, which scared him enough. He certainly didn't want such a thing to happen again. Village Chief Wang, I know you mean well, but rest assured it's nothing serious. Yi Feng patted Wang Tian's arm, reassuring him, then walked over to look at Dong Xuanfeng. Instead, I told you I've stepped forward. What do you want to do? Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Seeing Yi Feng's arrogant demeanor, Dong Xuanfeng was instantly infuriated. In reality, Yi Feng was not being arrogant at all, he was merely calm. However, in Dong Kunfeng's eyes, this guy before him clearly looked down on him. Director Dong, I've heard a bit about this person. He is a wealthy man from Qingshan village. A cadre standing beside Dong Xuanfeng whispered something to him. After hearing it, Dong Kunfeng's gaze remained icy. So you just made a bit of money, now I need you to apologize to me, or I'll have someone arrest you. Apologize to you? Director Dong, you truly are unreasonable. Yi Feng couldn't help but laugh in anger. What reason should I discuss with you poor and scrupulous villagers? If you don't apologize today, this matter won't be settled. Dong Xuanfeng said angrily. Director Dong, you are right. This matter indeed won't be settled today. If you don't apologize to Dan now and compensate for his medical and emotional damages, then. Yi Feng pointed at the injured Dan and left the rest unsaid. What will happen then? Do you want to hit me? Go ahead, even if you had the guts of a dog, you wouldn't dare to do it. Dong Xuanfeng spat at Yi Feng's feet, but fortunately Yi Feng pulled his foot back quickly, otherwise the spit would have landed on his shoe. Yi Feng's expression turned cold, and he suddenly smiled, saying, Don't underestimate me, Director Dong. I actually have the guts of a dog. Da Huang, why are you still lying down? They said to let you bite him. Yi Feng kicked Da Huang, who was lying beside him. Da Huang got up, curled his lips, thinking, Master, I'm a wolf, please mind your words, all right. But he still moved, charging towards Dong Xuanfeng. Just a little beast, you dare to bite me. You're asking for death. Dong Xuanfeng completely disregarded Da Huang, but the villagers from Qingshan village all laughed. Da Huang was no ordinary dog. Back then, Zhao Dahe's mastiff couldn't even move when it saw Da Huang. Even 3 or 5 adults couldn't handle Da Huang, let alone Dong Xuanfeng. Without a doubt, when Dong Xuanfeng kicked out, he didn't manage to hit Da Huang. Instead, Da Huang seized the opportunity and bit down hard on Dong Kunfeng's leg. Rip! A piercing scream erupted as Da Huang forcibly tore a chunk of flesh from Dong Kunfeng's leg, causing him immense pain, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Little beast, you dare bite our Director Dong. He'll kill you. The few people standing behind Dong Xuanfeng saw Da Huang bite him. One of them helped support Dong Xuanfeng, while 3 others lunged at Da Huang, seemingly wanting to kill him. However, Da Huang cast them a disdainful glance. Foolish humans, do you think you are just like your master? Oh, whoa! Da Huang let out a childish bark and lunged forward like a cannonball, his 4 limbs landing on a cadre's body, sending the cadre flying several meters away. He rolled down a slope, landing in a miserable state. Soon after, Da Huang dodged the attacks of the other 2 and bit into another person's waist, tearing off a chunk of flesh, just like he did to Dong Xuanfeng. As for the last one, he fared no better. Da Huang kicked him in the face while midair, and this poor guy ended up smashing his forehead into a rock, not knowing if he had a concussion as his head was bleeding. This whole process transpired in the blink of an eye, fast enough to leave everyone present dumbfounded. Initially, the villagers of Qingshan knew Da Huang was formidable, but they never expected him to be this powerful. As for Dong Xuanfeng and the cadres supporting him, they were left completely stunned. The surroundings fell silent with the sound of a needle dropping, clearly audible. Da Huang seemed to notice everyone's shocked gaze upon him, and arrogantly walked back to Yi Feng's side, thinking, a bunch of foolish humans come and worship me. Who told you to come back? There are still 2 left, aren't there? Yi Feng kicked Da Huang and pointed at Dong Xuanfeng and the other cadre. Da Huang let out in a woof, seemingly saying, Master, could you please stop kicking me? I'm not your little brother. If Little Knife knew Da Huang's thoughts, he would definitely jump up and slam dunk Da Huang, saying, When did I be? However, Da Huang still obediently walked towards Dong Xuanfeng and the others. Oh my god! The cadre helping Dong Xuanfeng saw Da Huang approaching them and immediately panicked, hurriedly letting go of Dong Xuanfeng and rolling away. Why are you running? I'm still here. Oh no. Dong Xuanfeng plopped down on the ground, seemingly having hurt his tailbone, his face turning almost green from the pain. But he couldn't care less about the pain and kept retreating while Da Huang relentlessly advanced and after a few steps lunged at Dong Xuanfeng. No, get away from me. Dong Xuanfeng screamed in terror. Da Huang was also not polite with Dong Xuanfeng, as if venting all his anger on him, tearing off several chunks of flesh. Da Huang, well done. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. Lu Ashui and the others, upon witnessing this, felt no sympathy for Dong Xuanfeng. Instead, they felt great satisfaction as Dong Xuanfeng had truly angered them. Yi Feng quickly told Da Huang to stop, don't let it lead to a death. Wang Tian said, All right, Da Huang, come back. Yi Feng called out, and only then did Da Huang jump off Dong Xuanfeng and lazily return to Yi Feng's side, seemingly unwilling to move. As for Dong Xuanfeng, he was in a terrible state, with several bloody scratches on his face. How dare you treat me like this? If you have the guts, don't leave. I'm calling the police right now, Dong Xuanfeng said, seething with rage. Lu Ashui was quick to react, rushing over to snatch Dong Kunfeng's phone away. No, Lu Ge, give him back his phone, let him call the police. Yi Feng took the phone from Lu Ashui and returned it to Dong Xuanfeng, saying, why are you just standing there? Call the police, didn't you say you would? Damn it, you little brat, this is all you're doing. Dong Xuanfeng dared not hesitate and immediately dialed the police to summon them. Brother Feng, you should leave first, or we'll handle this matter. Lu Ashui, fearing trouble, had already decided to take the fall for Yi Feng. It's fine, Lu Ge. Last time girl.Ye had someone take me away, and I was fine. This time will be no different. Just follow my lead. Well, alright then. Although Yi Feng said this, everyone still felt a bit worried. However, even if the police came, they wouldn't let them arrest Yi Feng, as this matter was originally instigated by Dong Xuanfeng. The wailing of police sirens echoed as several police cars raced toward the scene. When the cars halted, a group of uniformed officers swiftly emerged. Director Lu, I am here. The few individuals brought by Dong Xuanfeng had already scrambled to their feet, enduring their pain as they helped Dong Xuanfeng up. The cadre who had fled earlier returned, keeping his head down. He also wanted to assist Dong Xuanfeng, but was shoved away by him, who glared furiously and shouted, who told you to help me? Get lost. The cadre forced a bitter smile, knowing his good days were numbered. However, he had no choice. He had genuinely been frightened. If that big dog had bitten him, the experience would undoubtedly be quite unpleasant. Director Dong, who did this to you? Director Lu approached, and upon seeing Dong Kunfeng's miserable state, his expression changed immediately. Oh my, Director Lu, it hurts so much. It was them. You must arrest these troublemakers, especially that guy with Lu Ashui, and a group of villagers stood in front, seemingly ready to fight anyone who dared to apprehend Yi Feng. Alright, you all step aside. Lu Ashui and a group of villagers stood in front, seemingly ready to fight anyone who dared to apprehend Yi Feng. Alright, you all step aside. What are you doing? The police have arrived, and you still want to fight. Yi Feng pushed everyone aside. Initially standing in front, he found himself blocked by the villagers who feared he would be arrested. Their actions filled him with gratitude, reassuring him that his efforts to help everyone prosper were not in vain. However, if trouble truly arose, he would not be a coward, allowing Lu Ashui and the others to take all the risks. Thus he pushed them aside and stepped forward. However, if trouble truly arose, he would not be a coward, allowing Lu Ashui and the others to take all. Suddenly, Yi Feng spotted a familiar figure and smiled. So it's Captain Lu. This matter was caused by me, so you might as well take me back. Yi Boss-Ye. The figure standing in front was indeed Lu Dajuan, the former captain of the police station, but judging by his uniform, it seemed he had been promoted. Initially, Lu Dajuan was quite angry upon seeing Dong Kunfeng's pitiful state, but upon seeing Yi Feng, his entire demeanor shifted. He hurriedly approached. Yi Feng saluted and shook his hand, saying, Boss, Yi, what brings you here? Wait, did you just say you caused this to Director Dong? Yes, we were repairing the road between Qingshan village and Hatong village, and this guy came looking for trouble, injuring the villagers. I couldn't bear it, so I let my dog bite him a bit. Or should you arrest me instead? Yi Feng said, extending his hands. Yi Boss-Ye, you're quite the joker. Lu Dajuan was taken aback. Arrest Yi Feng? Was he crazy? Last time Li Qingdong had arrested Yi Feng, and what happened? Right in front of County Lord Wei, he was executed. Now if Lu Dajuan tried to arrest Yi Feng, did he want to end up like that? What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear, Boss-Ye? Arrest someone. Lu Dajuan coldly ordered the officers standing behind him. This. Director Lu, are we really arresting someone? Those officers recognized Yi Feng. After all, he had killed Zhao Qingdong at the police station. Although the news had been sealed and everyone had signed a confidentiality agreement, didn't they still know the truth? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and arrest someone. Yes, Director Lu. The officers quickly approached with handcuffs, seemingly ready to put them on Yi Feng. Are you an idiot? Who told you to arrest Boss-Ye? Didn't you hear what Boss-Ye said? It's that troublemaker Dong Xuanfeng who is causing a scene here. Arrest him. The officer holding the handcuffs was about to arrest Yi Feng, which startled Lu Dajuan. He scowled and kicked the officer. Oh, so we're arresting him. Director Lu, next time please clarify. You scared us to death. The officers who came with Lu Dajuan all sighed in relief. What are you doing? This guy beat us up like this. Why are you arresting us? Director Lu, are you crazy? You're the crazy one. You're the one being arrested, daring to disrupt Boss-Ye's affairs. You're courting death. Lu Dajuan kicked Dong Xuanfeng in the stomach, seemingly quite angry, but clearly trying to please Yi Feng. Dong Xuanfeng's veins bulged in fury as he roared, Lu Dajuan, how dare you associate with such troublemakers? I will file a complaint against you. I will definitely file a complaint. You want to complain? Fine, go ahead and complain. Even if you take it to the capital, I won't care. Let's see if you... Lu Dajuan snorted coldly. The Boss-Ye behind him was no simple character, If he could kill Li Qingdong without issue, taking care of you would be a mere flick of the wrist. Lu Dajuan let his subordinates beat Dong Xuanfeng up, who shouted, "I'm going to call County Lord Wei. If you have the guts, let me make the call." "Sure, I'll help you call." Lu Dajuan sneered, and without any further ado, pulled out his phone and called County Lord Wei. After the call connected, he recounted the events happening here, and then hung up. Shortly after, two black sedans resembling off-road vehicles drove up and came to a halt. Several individuals stepped out, their faces pale, and one even leaned against the car door to vomit. "County Lord Wei, help. These troublemakers not only beat me up, but Lu Dajuan is also colluding with them. You must stand up for me," Dong Xuanfeng cried out. However, as Wei Zizhong approached, he didn't even glance at Dong Xuanfeng. Instead, his gaze drifted and finally locked onto Yi Feng. He hurriedly jogged over, grasping Yi Feng's hands anxiously, and asked, "Bossy, are you alright? I heard you got into a fight with Dong Xuanfeng. That scoundrel didn't do anything to you, did he?" Seeing Wei Zizhong's expression, he seemed genuinely frightened. "County Lord Wei, I'm fine. You're too kind," Yi Feng replied with a smile. "As long as you're fine, that's great." Witnessing this scene, Dong Xuanfeng, who was previously crying out, sat dumbfounded on the ground. He never expected that after calling Lu Dajuan, the latter would help Yi Feng arrest him. Now that County Lord Wei had arrived, he didn't even spare him a glance, but instead rushed to check on Yi Feng. Even he, no matter how foolish, could understand what was happening. He was just kicking against the steel plate. "Lu Dajuan, what are you standing there for? Take these troublemakers away and deal with them as you see fit. No leniency." After confirming that Yi Feng was unharmed, Wei Zizhong instructed Lu Dajuan. "Yes, County Magistrate Wei." Lu Dajuan waved his hand, signaling his men to escort Dong Xuanfeng and his group into the vehicles. "No, please. I know I was wrong, boss. You give me a chance." "Wait." Yi Feng suddenly called out to Lu Dajuan's men. "Bossy, what's this about?" Wei Zizhong and Lu Dajuan looked at him in confusion. Yi Feng ignored them, walked over, grabbed Dong Xuanfeng, and dragged him before Danzi. "Apologize to Danzi." Dong Xuanfeng, without hesitation, knelt down and apologized. "Brother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Please forgive me." Danzi was startled again. He had never witnessed such a scene in his life. "Danzi, do you forgive him?" Yi Feng asked. I forgive." "All right, since Danzi has forgiven you, what about compensation?" "I understand he'll pay for medical expenses and mental distress." Dong Xuanfeng nodded like a bobblehead. "Bossy, could you possibly let me off the hook?" "Let you off? That's not up to me." Yi Feng chuckled. "Director Lu, take him away." "All right. Bossy, give me a chance, boo-hoo." Dong Xuanfeng kept begging, even bursting into tears. Yi Feng felt no pity. "If you've done wrong, you deserve punishment." After Dong Xuanfeng and his gang were taken away, Wei Zizhong cautiously said, "Bossy, Director Lu told me that your Qingshan and Hatong villages are building a road. Do you need funds, labor, or equipment? The county can help." It was clearly an attempt to curry favor with Yi Feng. After all, Yi Feng was no ordinary man. "I'm not short on money, but if County Magistrate Wei could arrange some excavators, that would be perfect," Yi Feng said with a smile. "All right, I'll contact someone as soon as I return." Wei Zizhong nodded. "Then I won't keep you for dinner here." Yi Feng's words were somewhat dismissive, but instead of being offended, Wei Zizhong smiled. "No problem, we've already eaten. If there's nothing else, I'll head back and help you arrange the excavators." "Thank you for your trouble, County Magistrate Wei. It's my duty." The villagers, led by Wang Taiyan, watched in stunned silence. They never imagined that County Magistrate Wei, whom they normally only saw on TV, would be so courteous to Yi Feng. No wonder Yi Feng wasn't afraid. If they were in his shoes, they wouldn't be afraid either. "Yi Feng, since you know County Magistrate Wei, why didn't you tell us?" "We were worried for nothing." Wang Taiyan sighed bitterly. He thought Yi Feng was just rich and capable, but he didn't expect him to have connections. "I don't know him. Counting today, I've only met him twice." Yi Feng said. "Twice? And he treats you with such respect. He was almost ready to carry your shoes." Wang Taiyan and the others were astonished, but they believed Yi Feng. Clearly, they had misjudged him. Yi Feng was no ordinary person. On second thought, everything he had done in their village was far beyond what an ordinary person could accomplish. Wang Taiyan and the others were curious about who Yi Feng really was, but they didn't dare ask. They only needed to remember one thing: Yi Feng's presence in Qingshan village was a blessing for the village, and for Hatong village as well. "Director Lu, don't leave yet." "Bossy, what else can I do for you?" Lu Dajuan asked. "Director Lu, I haven't congratulated you on your promotion yet." Yi Feng clasped his fists. "Congratulations. Bossy, you flatter me. My promotion is thanks to your support." Lu Dajuan quickly waved his hand. "If you ever need me, just say the word. They'll go through fire and water for you." Indeed, his promotion was inseparable from Yi Feng. If he hadn't helped Yi Feng back at the police station, he might never have reached this position. He had gambled back then, and he had won. "Director Lu, you're too kind." Your promotion is well-deserved and has nothing to do with me. Yi Feng laughed. Suddenly his eyes fell on Lu Dajun's neck. Director Lu, what's that you're wearing? It's quite beautiful. Lu Dajun indeed had something hanging around his neck. It looked like a jade pendant, but seemed more like a craft piece. Yi Feng recognized it immediately. It was Xuanfu stone, a special material commonly used in the cultivation world for forging weapons. Oh, this. My wife bought it for me. I thought it looked nice, so I wore it. If you like it, bossy, I can give it to you. Lu Dajun quickly removed the Xuanfu stone tied with a red string and offered it to Yi Feng. Yi Feng refused. I'm not one to take what others cherish. I just want to know where I can buy something like this. My wife bought it from a jewelry store, but I heard there's a mine near Qingshui County where this kind of stone comes from. Lu Dajun said. Oh, a mine. Does that mean there's a lot of this stone there? A glint of sharp light flashed in Yi Feng's eye. Yes, I think there's plenty, but I've never been there. I've only heard about it. Lu Dajun nodded. If you really like this piece, boss, you feel free to take it. Don't be polite with me. No, really, I just thought it looked nice. I was just asking. Director Lu, if there's nothing else, you can go now. I have some things to take care of. Alright, I'll treat you to a meal next time. Sure. Yi Feng watched Lu Dajun leave, then turned to Wang Tian and the others. Go about your business. County Magistrate Wei should be arranging for excavators soon, so you won't have to work so hard. And Air Danzi, don't do any more work. Go home and rest. Thank you, bossy. Really, thank you. Air Danzi wiped away his tears, feeling that Yi Feng was incredibly kind to him. He had never imagined that someone powerful and influential could be so approachable to a poor farmer like him. Yi Feng patted Air Danzi on the shoulder, then said a word to Wang Tian before carrying Xiao Xiao home. Our Qingshan village is truly blessed to have Boss Yi. Wang Tian sighed. Yi Feng was 1,000 times 10,000 times better than Zhao Dahe. No, Zhao Dahe was nothing compared to Yi Feng. And our Hutong village too. Niu Zhigua said. Taiwa Zi Yi Feng is from Qingshan village. What does he have to do with your village? What do you mean? Boss Yi has also contracted land in our village, so he's one of us too. Get lost. If it weren't for me brokering the deal, your village wouldn't have anything to do with him. Hey, even without you, Boss Yi would have contracted our land sooner or later. Taiwa Zi, are you getting cocky with me? What's it to you? You got a problem. Seeing the two village chiefs arguing in broad daylight, the villagers of both villages were speechless, but they didn't interfere as long as it didn't come to blows. After Yi Feng returned home, he kept thinking about what Lu Dajun had just told him. If there really is a vein of Xuanfu stone, it must be seized. Without a second thought, Yi Feng called out to Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao, you stay at home and watch over Xiao Xiao and your sister-in-law. I'm going out for a bit. You must stay home. If you dare to follow me, I will send you back to Hong Bang. Yi Feng glared at Xiao Dao. I can't not go. Xiao Dao pouted and obediently sat down. As Yi Feng stepped out of the house, he glanced at the mad old man still sitting outside. The mad old man noticed Yi Feng looking at him and quickly stood up, smiling as he said, Young friend, look, I've been sitting here for several days. You've taken so much treasure liquid that one person can't possibly use it all. Why not give me another 1 or 2 bottles? The mad old man licked his lips, clearly eager. There was no way around it. The spiritual liquid from the ice crystal jade was truly a good thing. He had already used the bottle Yi Feng had given him before and had significantly improved his strength. Having tasted such sweetness, how could he just leave willingly? Old man, don't just sit here. I definitely won't give you any more. Yi Feng said and walked away. Damn it, I've lived this long without not getting what I want. If you don't give it to me, I won't leave this place. The mad old man was furious, standing there shouting, wishing he could teach Yi Feng a lesson, but he no longer had the strength to do so. You little brat, just wait. My strength is about to break through. After I break through, you'll see how I deal with you. The mad old man gritted his teeth and said. Yi Feng certainly didn't know what the mad old man was thinking, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. He called a cab and left Qingshan village directly. Driver, do you know if there's a mining site near Qingshui County? Yi Feng asked the driver. There is one. Why do you ask? The driver replied, puzzled. Oh right, I haven't asked yet. Where are you going? I'm going to that mining site. My family asked me to go find my uncle. Yi Feng said. Oh, so you're going to work at the mining site. But I think you shouldn't go. I've heard that mining site isn't doing well and has been losing money. Oh, is that so? It's fine. Could you please take me there first? Yi Feng was quite pleased to hear the driver say that losing money was great. He liked it when they lost money. All right. The driver didn't say much and took Yi Feng to the mining site near Qingshui County. The mining site was backed by a large mountain with some machines operating inside and several workers coming in and out of the mine, while many others were idly hanging around. After paying and getting out of the car, Yi Feng took a look and then walked forward. Stop. Are you a worker from the mining site? Show me your work badge. The security guard outside blocked Yi Feng's way. Yi Feng replied, am not a worker from your mining site. I'm here to find your boss. Find our boss. The security guard asked, puzzled. What do you need our boss for? I want to buy this mining site. Please help me inform him. Buy the mining site. The security guard looked astonished and glanced at Ye Feng, not saying much more. Then you wait here. I'll make a call. All right. Ye Feng patiently stood outside waiting. Not long after the security guard finished the call, a black Santana drove up and stopped right at the entrance of the mining site. A portly man got out of the car looking around 50 with half-white hair, a rather weathered old man. Boss, you're here. This is the person who wants to buy the mining site. The security guard immediately greeted him, pointing at Ye Feng and saying something to the portly old man. The old man immediately walked over with a broad smile, extending his hands as he said, I am the owner of Tongjun mining site. My name is Zhang Tongjun. May I ask how to address you, sir? My name is Ye Feng from Qingshan village. Ye Feng introduced himself. Oh, so it's Boss Ye. I've heard of your great name. When Zhang Tongjun heard Ye Feng's name, his eyes lit up, and he became even more enthusiastic, while shaking Ye Feng's hand. Boss Zhang knows me? Ye Feng asked in surprise. Of course I know you. Many people in the county city know the great name of Boss Ye. You've made quite a fortune growing melons and raising fish in Qingshan village. I've bought your melons and fish before. They are truly delicious and I still remember them. It's just that they're too expensive. As Zhang Tongjun spoke, his throat moved, as if recalling the deliciousness of the melons and fish. So that's how it is. Ye Feng didn't expect his fame had spread to the county city, but after thinking about it, it made sense. Recently, many people wanted to come and buy his melons, but he had Wang Taiyan turn them down. Boss Ye, I heard from the security guard that you want to buy my mining site. Zhang Tongjun got straight to the point. Boss Zhang, this doesn't seem like the right place to talk, does it? Ye Feng said. You're right. Seeing Boss Ye here has me all excited. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Zhang Tongjun quickly led Ye Feng into an office. A curvaceous woman in a professional outfit and black stockings appeared in front of them. Old Zhang, didn't you say you weren't coming? Why did you come again? Secretary Liu, I'm discussing some matters with Boss Ye. Please bring me 2 cups of tea, Zhang Tongjun signaled with his eyes. Okay, boss. The woman who had just called him Old Zhang now referred to him as boss. It seemed her relationship with Zhang Tongjun was not ordinary. Ye Feng watched Secretary Liu walk out. Zhang Tongjun glanced at Ye Feng and said ambiguously, does Boss Ye like Secretary Liu? No. I am not the kind of person who likes to take away a gentleman's favor. Ye Feng chuckled. If Boss Ye really likes her, I can arrange it for you. Zhang Tongjun said even more ambiguously. Let me make an offer, shall I? I've been running this mine for several decades now, and as you Boss Ye can see, it is quite substantial even by the standards of Shurqing. Besides, all the necessary equipment is in place. If you are sincere about buying, I would require 10 million. Boss Zhang, 10 million is too much. Ye Feng shook his head. I'm not here to be taken advantage of. If this mine were being sold in its early days, 10 million, or even more wouldn't have been an issue, but I can see that Boss Zhang's mine is hardly worth that now as it's on the verge of collapse. Of course I could afford 10 million, but I dislike being at a loss. 10 million is already a fair price. Does Boss Ye not even have this little sincerity? I think it is Boss Zhang who lacks sincerity. If you insist on that 10 million, then I shall take my leave. Boss Ye, please don't be in such a hurry to leave. We can still negotiate further. Since you are genuinely interested in purchasing my mine, I can reduce the price by 500,000. How about 950,000? Boss Zhang said. Ye Feng continued to shake his head, clearly still not accepting the price. Your phone has been ringing constantly, Boss Zhang. You should take the call first. Alright, I'll step out to take the call. Secretary Liu, please entertain Boss Ye for me. Boss Zhang glanced at his phone, his expression darkening. After a quick word with Secretary Liu, he stepped out. Secretary Liu nodded and said, Boss Ye, please have a seat. Our boss will be back shortly. Boss Ye, enjoy your tea. Secretary Liu bent down to serve Ye Feng tea, leaning and closely exuding a strong scent of perfume. While pleasant, it was a bit overwhelming. When Ye Feng looked up, he noticed that Secretary Liu's collar was slightly open with buttons seemingly just undone, revealing a deep cleft that seemed endless like an abyss. Is this woman trying to tempt me? Ye Feng smiled as he accepted the cup and said, thank you. Boss Ye is too polite. I just heard our boss mention that you grow watermelons, so you must have contracted a lot of land, right? Not really, it's just a small operation. Ye Feng replied dismissively. I wonder if I'll have a chance to visit Boss Ye's home in the future. Let's skip that for now as I'm often not home. Ye Feng said calmly, fully aware of Secretary Liu's underlying intentions. Though she was not unattractive, she paled in comparison to Chen Susu, and Ye Feng wasn't interested, especially since she had been with other men. Boss Ye truly lacks romantic sensitivity. Secretary Liu shot Ye Feng a glance hinting at her charm, but Yi Feng didn't even look at her, which frustrated her. Previously, when she flirted with other men, they always fell for her, especially Boss Zhang. However, with Zhang's mind on the brink of collapse and his debts piling up, she saw potential in Yi Feng, who was young and wealthy, but she found his lack of interest disappointing. Undeterred, Secretary Lu continued to inch closer to Yi Feng, attempting to use all her charms to entice him. Just then footsteps echoed outside, signaling Zhang Tongjun's return. She hurried back to her original position, buttoning her clothes while not forgetting to throw Yi Feng a flirtatious glance. Yi Feng took a sip of his tea, his mind calm as still water. At that moment the office door was kicked open and Zhang Tongjun entered looking rather displeased. However, upon seeing Yi Feng, a peculiar light flickered in his eyes, and he quickly composed himself, saying, "Boss Yi, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Where were we?" Boss Zhang mentioned reducing the price by 500,000, intending to sell the mine for 950,000. However, that price is still too high. Therefore, Boss Zhang, let's take the opportunity to collaborate another time. Yi Feng said with a calm expression. No, Boss Yi, the price is negotiable. How about you make an offer, and let's see if I can accept it. You can't just have me keep making offers without knowing, Boss. Yes, ideal price. 3 million. I will buy your mine for that. No, Boss Yi, 3 million is far too low. You must know that I spent far more than that when I purchased this mine. Just 3 million. If that won't work, then forget it. Yi Feng turned to leave. Wait, Boss Yi, could you add a bit more? Boss Zhang seemed a bit anxious. The call he had just taken was a debt collection call, and if he didn't repay soon, he would face serious trouble. He had already determined to sell the mine, but the price Yi Feng offered was far too low. After repaying his debt, he would have very little left for himself. How much more does Boss Zhang want me to add? Yi Feng asked. 200,000. You're joking, right? I'm leaving. Wait, 100,000 more, Boss Yi, can we do that? Boss Zhang's tone had taken on a pleading note. I can only add 30,000 at most. If Boss Zhang still thinks that's not enough, then it's truly over. Wait a moment, Boss Yi, let me think about it. Zhang Tongjun said he needed to think, but in truth he had already accepted Yi Feng's offer. His mine had been on the market for a long time, without a single interested buyer, and now finally a serious one had appeared. How could he let Yi Feng walk away? Ultimately, he put on a pained expression and gritted his teeth, saying, "Fine, 330,000. I will sell the mine to you, Boss Yi. Shall I have Secretary Lu prepare the contract now?" Not so fast, Boss Zhang. Since I intend to buy your mine, shouldn't you first take me to see the cave? Zhang Tongjun seemed a bit hesitant. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Yi Feng asked. Zhang Tongjun went to fetch 2 safety helmets and handed one to Yi Feng. Yi Feng put on the helmet and entered the mine alongside Zhang Tongjun. The scattered workers around, upon seeing Zhang Tongjun, greeted him with little enthusiasm, and then looked at Yi Feng, who stood beside Zhang Tongjun with strange expressions, which Yi Feng naturally noticed. Excuse me, sir, how many years have you worked in the mine? Is the work here very tiring? Yi Feng stopped a passing miner who appeared to be nearly 60. I've been working here for over a decade. The work is manageable, the miner replied, looking somewhat timidly at Yi Feng. Has anything happened in the mine before? Yi Feng asked again. The miner's gaze shifted uneasily, while Zhang Tongjun shot a warning look at him. The miner noticed Zhang Tongjun's expression and quickly shook his head, saying, No, I have work to do, so I won't talk with you anymore. After saying that, he hurriedly walked away. Seeing his demeanor, Yi Feng realized that something was amiss. That Secretary Lu, who left early, must have arranged something to silence these miners. If Yi Feng's guess was correct, this mine must have experienced some significant incident. Boss Zhang, I just want to understand the local situation. You wouldn't mind, would you? Yi Feng glanced at Zhang Tong. Not at all, of course not. It's my duty, Zhang Tongjun replied with a smile. Yi Feng then followed Zhang Tongjun deeper into the mine. Along the way, Zhang Tongjun kept introducing to Yi Feng what resources the mine produced. It was essentially just simple stone mining, but recently they had unearthed some worthless jade. Along the way, Zhang Tongjun kept introducing to Yi Feng what resources the mine produced. It was essentially just simple stone. It's just some worthless stuff, but since Boss Yi wants to see it, then follow me. Zhang Tongjun, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, seemed nervous, unsure if it was from the heat or his guilty conscience. Boss Zhang, why is it so chilly in this mine? And why are you sweating? Is it hot? Yi Feng asked. I'm just naturally hot-tempered, even outside it's the same. However, it's expected to be cold since we've dug this deep into the mine, Zhang Tongjun hurriedly explained. Oh, I see. Yi Feng nodded. Soon they arrived at a passage that had just been excavated. Boss Yi, this is the jade mine from the cave. Quite beautiful, isn't it? Too bad it's not real jade, otherwise I wouldn't dare sell it, Zhang Tongjun said, pointing at the sparkling stones on the walls of the passage. It really is a vein of Xuanfu stone. Yi Feng was ecstatic internally but maintained a calm demeanor, saying, Yes, it does look quite good. I think I've seen enough of the mine. I've decided to buy it. Boss Zhang, let's go outside and sign the contract. Alright, I'll follow Boss Yes lead. Zhang Tongjun seemed eager to leave, and as they exited, he walked rapidly, as if fearing something. Yifeng turned his head and squinted his eyes, seemingly deep in thought, before following Zhang Tongjun out. Upon reaching outside the mine, the workers who had been working were now gathered outside, about 20 to 30 of them seemingly waiting for Zhang Tongjun and Yifeng to emerge. Why aren't you all working? What are you doing here? Zhang Tongjun scolded. Boss Zhang, we can work, but shouldn't you settle everyone's wages first? You've owed us for 3 months. Our families need to eat. If you don't pay us, how can we work? Yeah, Boss Zhang, you need to pay us first. We want our wages. The miners began to shout and clamor. What are you doing? Rebelling? Can't you see him in a meeting? He'll settle the wages tomorrow. Zhang Tongjun said, his expression darkening. No, it must be settled today. I heard Boss Zhang has sold the mine to this gentleman, so you must have the money now. A miner led the charge. What? Boss Zhang sold the mine. Didn't Secretary Liu just say the leaders were inspecting? What inspection? I heard their conversation in the office from outside. Boss Zhang sold the mine for 3,300,000, the leading miner exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the crowd surged forward as if they were ready to take action if Zhang Tongjun refused to. Boss Zhang, you must pay us today, or we will cause trouble. We want our wages. Pay us. What do you think you're doing? Try touching me and see what happens. Is there no law anymore? Zhang Tongjun's face turned ashen, but seeing the miners' fierce expressions as if they were ready to devour him, he was frightened and quickly retreated, fearing they would actually attack him. I don't care about the law. Zhang Tongjun, you must settle everyone's wages today. If it weren't for this money, we would have stopped working long ago. You keep dragging this out, always saying you have no money, but now I want to see how you can delay it further. The leading miner Wang San said angrily, Boss Zhang, I've always treated you well. Is this how you Yes. Wang San continued, Boss Zhang has treated me well, but you can't keep withholding our wages. Before you claimed there was no money and I could explain it to everyone, but now that you have money you should settle our wages. Where would I get the money? Wang San replied. Regardless, we don't care, you must pay us today. Pay us. Pay us. Pay us. Alright, I hear you. He'll pay you. Secretary Liu, go get the money and settle their wages. But boss, we barely have enough money. Stop talking nonsense and hurry. Okay, I'm on it. Alright, I've sent Secretary Zhang to get the money. Can you all stop shouting now? That's more like it. Wang San and the others quieted down, but they had no intention of working now and just stood there waiting for their money. On the other side, Zhang Tongjun, with a forced smile, said to Yifeng, Boss Yi, I'm really sorry for the trouble. It's not that I intended to delay their wages, it's just that they keep causing trouble and refuse to work. I wanted to teach them a lesson. The smile on his face looked more like a grimace. If it weren't for Yifeng being there, one could only imagine whether he would settle the miners' wages. He was just thinking about getting Yifeng's matter sorted out and hoping no more trouble would arise. Mr. Zhang, you don't need to explain anything to me. I can see that your mine is about to go bankrupt. If I take over, will I also end up losing money? With a half smile, Yifeng looked at Zhang Tongjun and said, Mr. Zhang, we had agreed on 3,300,000, not a single penny less. Yifeng smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, don't be nervous. We'll discuss this later. For now, you should settle the workers' wages first. Well, alright. Zhang Tongjun felt a bit anxious. He didn't know what Yifeng meant. If his mine couldn't be sold, he would also be in trouble. Soon Secretary Liu returned carrying a large black bag filled with money. Secretary Liu called the miners over, had them line up properly, and began distributing money. The miners, seeing the money, had their eyes nearly glowing green, but they understood the rules and did not fight over it, knowing that everyone would get their share. After everyone received their money, smiles appeared on their faces. Mr. Yi, let's not just stand here. Let's go to the office and sit for a while before signing the contract. Sure. However, as they walked a few steps, Wang San suddenly ran out and blocked Yifeng, saying, You are Mr. Yi, right? Hello, I just wanted to remind you that this mine is haunted. You must not buy it. Wang San, what do you mean? I've just settled the payments for you all, and now you're trying to cause me trouble. Zhang Tongjun's face darkened. Mr. You don't listen to him. He's just trying to retaliate against me because I owe him wages. Who's trying to retaliate? I'm just stating the facts. Besides, you were unjust. First, you have the money but refuse to pay the workers, so don't blame me for exposing the mine's issues. Mr. Yi, this mine is haunted. Originally, there were hundreds of employees and business was good, but because of this haunting, it has gone bankrupt. Wang San, shut up. Zhang Tongjun was furious and lunged at Wang San like an angry lion. What are you doing? Do you want to fight me? Do you really think I won't fight back? Wang San, having received his wages, was no longer afraid of Zhang Tongjun. He lifted his foot and kicked Zhang Tongjun away. You dare hit me. You're going too far. Zhang Tongjun shouted. I'm hitting you, so what? Anyway, exactly how dare you touch our brother San? The other workers joined in looking intimidating, causing Zhang Tongjun to scramble up from the ground and flee. You guys. You are really something. Zhang Tongjun's face turned pale with anger. Mr. Ye, please don't listen to their nonsense. You must believe me if they are trying to deceive you. Mr. Ye, we are not lying to you. This mine is truly haunted. Yes, Mr. Ye. The miners spoke up for Wang Sin, clearly not wanting to continue working. After all, the mine was on the verge of bankruptcy. What was the point of staying? Yi Feng waved his hand and said, Brother Wang Sin, please be patient. This matter is between me and Mr. Zhang. I will clarify it with him. Alright then, since Mr. Yi has said so, we'll leave for now. Wait a moment, Brother Wang San. Can you all stay here for a bit? I have some questions for you, but it won't take long. Sure. Wang San and the others agreed and waited for Yi Feng for a while. Then Mr. Zhang, let's go to the office to talk. Alright, let's go to the office. Zhang Tongjun took out a handkerchief and kept wiping the cold sweat on it. Once in the office, Zhang Tongjun invited Yi Feng to sit down. Yi Feng, without beating around the bush, said, Mr. Zhang, are you still not ready to tell me the truth? Zhang Tongjun suddenly knelt down before Yi Feng, pleading, Mr. Yi, you must save me. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? Please get up and speak. Zhang Tongjun refused to get up, saying, Mr. Yi, this mine is indeed haunted. I didn't mean to hide it from you, but it's just, I've run out of options. Because of the haunting, the mine's business has been declining day by day. I've borrowed a lot of money outside, and if I don't repay it soon, I'm finished. So, Mr. Yi, you must save me. As he spoke, Zhang Tongjun bowed his head to Yi Feng. Yi Feng tapped his finger on the table, remaining silent. Zhang Tongjun felt uneasy, thinking Yi Feng was still dissatisfied. Mr. Yi, I didn't mean to delay Wang San and the others' wages. I really couldn't come up with that much money. The money Secretary Liu just brought back was from selling my house. And once I sell the mine, I will settle their wages properly. Mr. Zhang, I don't want to hear about those matters. Please tell me about the haunting in the mine. Yi Feng, the haunting in the mine started a year ago. They say it's a female ghost. I haven't seen it, but many miners have. I later hired quite a few masters to perform rituals, but they all ran away in fright. Zhang Tongjun, now, without any intention to hide, recounted everything about the mine's situation. If the mine were not haunted, Zhang Tongjun wouldn't be in such a hurry to sell it at a low price. The haunting had caused him to lose money day after day. After finishing, Zhang Tongjun bowed again to Yi Feng, saying, Mr. Yi, you must save me. Alright, Mr. Zhang, I will buy this mine, and I can give you 4 million, but you must help me with something. What is it? Mr. You just say the word. As long as I can do it, I will go through fire and water. Upon hearing Yi Feng say he would buy the mine, and not only that, but at a higher price, Zhang Tongjun was extremely excited and bowed again to Yi Feng. It's not something troublesome, but Mr. Zhang, the jade stones discovered previously in the mine seem to be outside your mining range. This requires legal mining procedures from the management. Since I'm buying your mine, you should help me resolve this, right? Just for this. I thought it was a big deal. This is no problem. I can find someone to handle it for you right away, Mr. Yi. Zhang Tongjun found it strange why Yi Feng cared so much about those worthless jade stones, but he didn't have time to think about it. He took out his phone and called right in front of Yi Feng, quickly arranging the mining rights. Mr. Yi, the matter is settled, but I will need to pay some fees to the relevant departments. You don't need to worry about that. I will cover this cost. Zhang Tongjun gritted his teeth and said, Well, Mr. Zhang, don't kneel anymore. Let's sign the contract now. Alright, let's sign it now. Zhang Tongjun was extremely excited and quickly prepared the contract, with each person getting a copy. After confirming everything was correct, Yi Feng signed the contract and then transferred the money to Zhang Tongjun. Hearing the sound of money arriving, Zhang Tongjun quickly pulled out his phone to check, stunned. Mr. Yi, why did you transfer me 5 million? As for the mining fees for the jade stones, you don't need to worry, Mr. Zhang. I will cover it myself, Yi Feng said with a smile. Well, Mr. Yi, you are a good person, a really good person. If you ever need me for anything in the future, just let me know. I will go through fire and water for you. Zhang Tongjun broke down in tears. However, Mr. Zhang, I must remind you, this time you encountered me. If someone else knew you deceived them, it might not be so easy to talk to them. Yi Feng looked at Zhang Tongjun and said. In fact, Zhang Tongjun was not a bad person by nature. He just resorted to deceit when pushed to the wall. But for Yi Feng, this was not a big deal, since buying the mine also meant taking advantage of Zhang Tongjun. Firstly, this mine could normally sell for around 10 million. Secondly, the Xuanfu stone was the most important thing. Thus, giving Zhang Tongjun a bit more money was no issue for Yi Feng, especially since Zhang Tongjun had arranged the mining rights for the Xuanfu stone, saving Yi Feng from the trouble himself. Boss, he is right. From now on, I will live an honest life. Zhang Tongjun felt that he was truly lucky to have met Yi Feng, so he was grateful in his heart. Then boss Yi, let me treat you to a meal. Another time. I have things to do. Alright then. Zhang Tongjun said a few more words then stood up to take his leave. Secretary Liu, let's go. As he left, Zhang Tongjun wanted to pull Secretary Liu along. After all, their relationship was not ordinary. You go first if you're leaving. I still have things to do. Secretary Liu said. Lu Mimi, what do you mean by this? Zhang Tongjun frowned. Didn't I tell you? I still have things to do. You go back first. Lu Mimi, somewhat annoyed, shook off Zhang Tongjun's hand. Just now in the office, only Yi Feng and Zhang Tongjun were present, so Lu Mimi didn't know how much Zhang Tongjun had sold the mine for. But it definitely wasn't much given the miners' commotion and the fact that Zhang Tongjun was no longer the mine owner and was deeply in debt. If she continued to stick with Zhang Tongjun, wouldn't she end up with nothing to eat? Zhang Tongjun was a man who had been through storms and waves. How could he not see what Lu Mimi meant? He cursed her in his heart as a slut, but with Yi Feng present, he couldn't be bothered to argue with her. It wasn't worth it with a woman like that. Since you're not leaving, then forget it. But before leaving, Zhang Tongjun ran over to Yi Feng and whispered a suggestive reminder. Boss Yi, this Lu Mimi is good in bed. You can have some fun, but don't take her seriously. Alright, I understand, Boss Zhang. Yi Feng shook his head and watched Zhang Tongjun drive away with it. After Zhang Tongjun left, Lu Mimi walked over to Yi Feng with a smile and said, Boss Yi, now you're the mine owner, so you're also my boss from now on. You can't fire me. As she spoke, she flirtatiously brushed a strand of hair that had fallen over her ear, and even when she got closer to Yi Feng, she subtly rubbed her bosom against his arm, soft and tender, as if she wore nothing underneath. Yi Feng smiled and said, Since Secretary Liu says you're my person now, then please tell me about the ghost in the mine tunnel. He wanted to know more since Zhang Tongjun hadn't told him much. Lu Mimi gave Yi Feng another seductive glance and said, This haunting started only a year ago. I heard it's a female ghost. Many workers saw her and were terrified. Since then, Zhang Tongjun's business has gone from bad to worse, and workers fled one by one. Now it's gone bankrupt. Her story was similar to Zhang Tongjun's. Brother Wang San, then you guys tell me about it too. Yi Feng nodded, and then asked Wang San and the other miners. They should know the most clearly. Wang San and the others didn't hesitate. They recounted the whole story more or less the same as Lu Mimi's. The only difference was that Wang San himself had seen the female ghost, which had scared him half to death. If Zhang Tongjun hadn't owed him wages, he might have run away long ago. Since Brother Wang San has seen the female ghost, may I ask what she looked like? I didn't get a close look. She was beautiful, wearing white clothes. That's all I know. When Wang San recalled that scene, his voice trembled, clearly not lying to Yi Feng. I've learned enough about the situation. Brother Wang San, I have one more question. How much did Zhang Tongjun pay you each month? Wang San looked at Yi Feng with confusion, not understanding why he asked. 3,000 yuan. Then how about this? He'll pay you 6,000 each month. Those who want to stay can stay. If not, I won't force anyone. Yi Feng said. Well, Wang San and the others were tempted. 6,000 yuan. Where else could they uneducated rural folks earn that much? But temptation aside, there was a ghost in the mine, and they were afraid. Are you thinking about the ghost in the mine? Wang San and the others all nodded. If not for the ghost, they would have worked for Yi Feng, even at 3,000. After all, leaving the mine meant unemployment, and finding another job wouldn't be easy, especially since most of them had no skills. You can rest assured about this because I will solve the problem. If you encounter the ghost again while working here, I will give you an additional 3,000 yuan as compensation for mental distress, and you can leave at any time without any penalty. Yi Feng said with a smile. What if you don't keep your word? Someone questioned, and the others nodded in agreement. After all, they had been cheated by Zhang Tongjun once before. You can rest assured. Anyone who works for me will sign a written contract. 1 copy for each person. If I don't pay, you can sue me. Of course, I never intended to cheat you. I've already bought the mine. Oh, I really don't need your few thousand yuan. If you trust me, stay. If not, you can leave now. I won't stop you. Yi Feng said. Well, bossy, could you let us discuss it among ourselves? Wang San said, Of course, but don't keep me waiting too long because I have things to do. All right. Wang San gathered the 20-odd miners together, and they started discussing. In a few minutes, they reached a conclusion. They would continue working for Yi Feng. Because although the mine was haunted, no one had died since the incidents. Just many were scared. So they figured if Yi Feng could really solve the problem, they would get a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan. Plus, even if they encountered the ghost, they could take the 3,000 and run away. Either way, they came out ahead, so no one disagreed. Bossy, we've discussed it, and we're willing to work for you. Good, then I have one more favor to ask. Throw this woman out. Yi Feng pointed at Lu Mimi. What? Throw me out? Bossy, you just said I was your person. Lu Mimi was stunned as if she couldn't believe her ears. That was then, this is now. Yi Feng looked at Wang San. What are you waiting for? Get moving. Yep. Wang San and the others didn't hesitate. They found 2 miners, and together lifted Lu Mimi. Bossy, how can you treat me like this? Boo-hoo. As long as you let me stay, you'll do anything. Even at this point, Lu Mimi was still trying to seduce Yi Feng. But Yi Feng didn't even glance at her. Gold diggers like her were a dime a dozen. If he wanted, he could find someone better than Lu Mimi anytime. But then again, wasn't Sister Chen good enough? After Lu Mimi was thrown out and driven away, Yi Feng didn't let Wang San and the others work. He told them to rest while he himself went back into the mine tunnel. A female ghost. Then I'll have a good encounter with her. Yi Feng made a round in the mine tunnel, but found no trace of the female ghost. It meant she might not be here, or she might be hiding. No matter, he just needed to wait. Yi Feng was not in a hurry. He sat cross-legged on the ground and waited. He waited until nightfall. At night, the temperature in the mine seemed to drop even lower. Suddenly, a chilling gust of cold wind blew over, followed by a sound that seemed like someone moaning softly. Yi Feng abruptly opened his eyes. Suddenly, a white figure appeared before him. If an ordinary person had been there, the timid might have fainted from fright, and even the bold would have had their scalp tingle with terror. Because what appeared before him was a woman in white with disheveled hair completely covering her face, looking extremely terrifying. You are the female ghost in the mine, and I'm quite curious. Where do you hide during the day, eh? Yi Feng patted his backside and stood up to ask, Are you not afraid of me? The female ghost in white exclaimed in surprise, raising her head to look at you. What is there to fear? You've been here for so long without harming anyone, so I think you won't harm me either, Yi Feng replied with a smile. Are you so certain? As the female ghost spoke, her hair spread out, revealing a hideous and terrifying face, and the temperature around them suddenly dropped, making it feel particularly chilling. But Yi Feng remained unfazed as he looked at the ghost, and said, Are you trying to harm me? I advise you not to do that. You provoked me first. The female ghost in white suddenly lunged at Yi Feng. Get lost. Yi Feng gathered his spiritual energy at his fingertips and shot it out. A loud bang echoed. The point of spiritual energy struck the female ghost, and she seemed to suffer a severe blow, being sent flying and letting out a painful scream. At the same time, her terrifying face returned to normal, just as Wang San had said, she was quite beautiful, like a poem or a painting, appearing to be just over 20 years old. You can actually reach me, you are a mage. The female ghost suddenly understood why Yi Feng was so calm upon seeing her. He actually had the ability to remain unfazed. Where do you think you're going? The female ghost in white attempted to flee, but Yi Feng extended his hand, releasing spiritual energy that formed a cage, enveloping the female ghost within it. As soon as she touched the energy, it felt like an electric shock, making her too afraid to touch it again. Mage, spare me. I just wanted to scare you. I never intended to harm you, and I have never harmed anyone. Please. The female ghost knelt down before Yi Feng, pleading without hesitation. You must have killed someone. Oh, I can sense a trace of killing intent from you. Indeed, I have killed, but it was my enemy, and I didn't do much to him. He scared himself to death, the female ghost explained. Then tell me about your identity, your background, and how you died, Yi Feng urged. The female ghost did not dare to hold back and revealed everything. This female ghost, named Meng Yudi, was a rural girl who went to college. While she was working, a wealthy second-generation heir took a liking to her. Despite her repeated rejections, he became furious and drugged her. She found a chance to escape and ran to the river. When she realized she couldn't get away, she jumped in. Although she was skilled in swimming, something held her down, leading to her death. Afterward, she became a ghost seeking revenge on that wealthy heir. The rest is not important, but Yi Feng found the story rather melodramatic. After finishing her story, Meng Yudi continued to knock her head on the ground before Yi Feng, saying, The wealthy heir I mentioned is named Yang Lei from Shicheng in the eastern region. You can investigate as you wish. Every word I said is true, and I have only killed him, causing his death through fright. I hope you believe me, she added, concerned Yi Feng might doubt her words. I do believe you, but I am still a bit puzzled. How did you become a ghost? Generally, ordinary people find it hard to become ghosts after death, unless there is some fate or a cultivator intervenes. Otherwise, when a person dies, everything is gone. Just like the saying goes, dust returns to dust, and earth to earth. A person's life is like a lamp extinguished. After all, they are not cultivators. I don't know how I became a ghost either. I just opened my eyes and found myself like this, Meng Yudi said, equally confused. Yi Feng looked at Meng Yudi, furrowing his brow, as if he suddenly thought of something. Come, give me your hand. Meng Yudi hesitated for a moment, but eventually extended her hand. Yi Feng grasped her hand, and a wave of spiritual energy surged into her body. This energy did not harm her, And after a while, Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes wide, a glint of brilliance flashing within. So that's how it is. What is it, mage? Have you figured out how I became a ghost? Meng Yuti asked curiously. Yes, your physical constitution in life was extraordinary. You possessed the rare Xian Qi body, which is why you became a ghost after death. It's truly a pity that such a remarkable Xian Qi body met such an end. If you were in the world of cultivation, I can't imagine how many sects would grieve for you. Just like Xiao Xiao, you were a genius. But even if you died, it's alright, you can still pursue ghost cultivation. What is the Xian Qi body? Meng Yuti asked, becoming even more confused. You don't need to worry about that. However, since you have become a ghost, it will be difficult for you to survive for long. I want to know how you have managed to stay alive. Yifeng inquired. It has to do with a stone which I discovered by accident, Meng Yuti replied honestly. Oh, where is the stone? I want to see it. Yifeng said, his eyes lighting up. Please follow me, mage, Meng Yuti said. Meng Yuti led Yifeng deep into the mine, pointing to a corner and saying, It's this small stone. I've been staying here feeling like it's my home. The stone Meng Yuti pointed to was quite inconspicuous and was buried under several other stones. If Meng Yuti hadn't pointed it out, Yifeng might not have noticed it. So it's a soul-nourishing stone. You have good fortune. Yifeng immediately recognized the origin of the stone and felt impressed. Without the protection of this stone, Meng Yuti would have likely scattered into nothingness even as a ghost. No wonder she had been hiding in the mine without being discovered by Yifeng. Meng Yuti. Yifeng turned to look at her. Mage, do you have any further commands? Meng Yuti felt nervous, unsure of how Yifeng would deal with her. She did not want to die. Being a ghost felt quite good, carefree, and untroubled by worldly affairs. Meeting me is a stroke of fate for you. I can grant you an opportunity to follow me. Do you agree? Meng Yuti hesitated. There's no rush to answer. You can think it over, and if you decline, I won't force you. You can continue to stay here as a little ghost. Yifeng said. Meng Yuti thought for a moment, then knelt down before Yifeng, saying, If the mage is willing to take me in, then I am naturally willing. Yifeng nodded. What he had just said was actually a trick to Meng Yuti. If she had refused, he definitely wouldn't have kept her, as he needed to take the soul-nourishing stone. Since Meng Yuti agreed, it couldn't be better. Since you are willing, let us establish a master-servant contract. Yifeng bit his finger and drew a blood seal in midair, imprinting it onto Meng Yuti's forehead. Once the blood seal entered Meng Yuti's body, it seemed to seek complete control over her mind. Although Meng Yuti initially resisted, she eventually accepted it after a moment of hesitation. Suddenly Meng Yuti felt a connection with Yifeng. From that day on, Yifeng would be her master, and if she harbored any thoughts of betrayal, her soul would be shattered. Get up. Yifeng urged Meng Yuti to stand, then pointed his index finger at her forehead, saying, I will impart to you a method of ghost cultivation, the Xian Ghost Seal. You must cultivate it diligently. In Meng Yuti's mind, a ghost cultivation technique appeared different from what Yifeng had transmitted to Meng Yuechan and Qin Susu. It was a genuine method of cultivation, albeit one that followed the path of ghost cultivation. Unlike Meng Yuechan and Qin Susu, who were ordinary people without the physique for cultivation and could only approach the Tao through martial arts, Meng Yuti was different. She had the Xian Qi body in her previous life, and now, having turned into a female ghost, she was even more suited for the path of ghost cultivation. This technique can lead to becoming a ghost immortal. Meng Yuti exclaimed in surprise after reading the contents of the technique, looking at Yifeng in disbelief. Yes, as long as you practice diligently, you can even reshape your golden body after reaching a certain level of cultivation, Yifeng replied. This. Meng Yuti gasped in excitement and knelt before Yifeng, saying, Thank you, master, for granting this method. Originally, Yifeng had mentioned granting her an opportunity which she hadn't taken seriously. However, after receiving this ghost cultivation technique, Meng Yuti was truly shocked. Not only could she become a ghost immortal, but she could also reshape her physical body, which was akin to resurrection, or rather becoming an immortal. This was beyond belief. If someone had told her in the past that immortals existed, she would have never believed it. But now she had no choice but to accept it, for the evidence lay before her, and she herself had transformed from a human into a ghost. Her master was no ordinary person. Meng Yuti's respect for Yifeng deepened in her heart. All right, return to the soul-nourishing stone. I will take you out, Yifeng said. Yes, master. Meng Yuti obediently transformed into a wisp of smoke and entered the soul-nourishing stone. Yifeng put away the soul-nourishing stone and left the mine directly. Outside it was still night, but the mining site was brightly lit. Third brother boss, Ye has been in the mine for several hours without coming out. Should we go in and check? A miner voiced his concern. Yeah, third brother. Others echoed. Yifeng had previously told Wang San and the others to go back and rest, but they hadn't left as they saw him enter the mine alone and hadn't seen him come out. Wang San frowned, saying, "Grab your gear, let's go in and take a look." He was anxious about Yifeng's safety. "All right, third brother." Everyone took their lights and weapons, nervously heading into the mine just as Yifeng emerged. "What are you all doing?" Yifeng looked at them in confusion. "Ah." Everyone was startled. After realizing it was Yifeng, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, it's Boss-Ye. You scared us to death. We were just about to go in to find you." Yifeng smiled and said, "It's all right, the ghost issue has been resolved. You can all return to normal work." "Boss-Ye, you really solved the ghost problem." Wang San and the others exchanged glances, unsure if, of course, there was no ghost. It was just that the mine was dug too deep, causing some natural phenomena. "It shouldn't happen again," Yifeng stated. "Since Boss-Ye says so, we will naturally believe it." Everyone was skeptical, but would soon understand. "Wang San, come here for a moment." "Boss-Ye, what do you need?" Yifeng looked at Wang San, saying, "If it weren't for you causing a stir with Zhang Tongjuan, I might still be in the dark. I should thank you for this. Take this money." As he spoke, he pulled out some money from his pocket and handed it to Wang San. Wang San hurriedly refused, saying, "Boss-Ye, I can't take this. Zhang Tongjuan brought this upon himself. If he hadn't delayed our wages, we wouldn't have had to confront him. If we really talk about contributions, it's everyone's effort." Well said. "Take this money as a token of gratitude for helping everyone. I may not come to the mine often, so you can help improve the meals for everyone," Yifeng replied. "Then let me thank Boss-Ye on behalf of everyone." Wang San no longer pushed back, accepted the money, and bowed to express his gratitude. "Also, I need your help with something." "What is it?" "Please speak, Boss-Ye. You see, the mine is left with only a few people now. I need to recruit more workers. I'm leaving this task to you. Of course, if you can bring back the previous miners, that would be best, as they are familiar with the work here. The salary and benefits will be the same as I mentioned before, 6,000 per person each month." "No problem, leave it to me. I will definitely bring them back for you, Boss-Ye," Wang San confidently assured, showing great enthusiasm. "Good. When I'm not around, you are the person in charge of the mine. Don't let me down," Yifeng said, patting Wang San on the shoulder. Wang San, upon hearing this, became excited, saying, "You can trust me, Boss-Ye. I will work hard." "Great." Yifeng smiled. If Wang San had accepted the money immediately, he certainly wouldn't have promoted him. Since he refused, it showed that he was still trustworthy. After all, as he mentioned, he wouldn't be coming to the mine often, so he needed someone reliable to help. He had considered pulling some people from Qingshan village, but upon reflection the villagers were unfamiliar with the work at the mine and the people here. Thus, choosing Wang San was the most suitable option. Of course, if Wang San harbored any ill intentions towards Yifeng had plenty of means. Speaking of which, Yifeng had just bought the mine, which was also needed for road construction, in Qingshan village for sand and stones. He could procure from the mine, and in this back and forth the expenses and earnings were still his own money. Moreover, Yifeng believed that the mine would become increasingly profitable as Qinghe County was always developing. Eventually, it would be hard not to make money. However, Yifeng truly didn't care much about money, as he wasn't lacking in it at the moment. "Boss-Ye, it's so late. Why not stay at the mine for the night?" "No, I need to go back. You all should rest. Let me find someone to take you home." "No need, I can walk by myself." "All right then." Just as Yifeng stepped out of the mine, his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from He. Yifeng couldn't help but frown. He Qilin was usually very reserved and wouldn't call him unless something had happened. "Hello, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Yifeng answered the phone. He Qilin replied, "The Liu family is in trouble." After saying this, he waited for a moment. When he saw Yifeng didn't say anything, he hung up. Yifeng shook his head, his expression suddenly turning cold. Ever since Lu Mengxiang had spoken up for him at the auction, Yifeng had asked He Qilin to keep an eye on the Liu family's movements. He was worried something might happen to them, and now it seemed his fears had come true. The reason he sought He Qilin's assistance instead of Xiao Dao was that Xiao Dao's resources had been cut off by the Hong Gang, but He Qilin was different. He had a decent position in the Hong Gang and commanded an assassination team known as the Black Flag. Of course, all this information came from Xiao Dao. "Since you didn't come looking for me, you went to cause trouble for the Liu family. I don't blame me for being rude." Yifeng sneered and vanished into the vast night. Meanwhile, encircling the Liu family was brightly lit. At this moment, dozens of high-ranking members of the Liu family stood in the courtyard with Liu Ping'an and Liu Zhonghua at the forefront, followed by Liu Mengxiang, Lin Fu, and others. Most of them were in pajamas, clearly just having stepped out of their rooms. They stood there watching the group of people outside with grim expressions. This group had surrounded the entire Liu family and was even confronting the family's bodyguards. Liu Ping'an and the others had been alerted by the sounds from outside and the reports from their servants. "Master Tang Jiu, what brings you and so many people to our Liu family at this late hour?" A black Mercedes drove up and stopped at the entrance of the Liu family. Several people got out of the car, including a man dressed in a black tank suit. He walked with a pronounced limp, leaning on a cane. However, as he hobbled over, those confronting the Liu family's bodyguards all stepped aside and bowed, calling him Master Tang, with expressions of deep reverence. This man was called Tang Jiu, once the right-hand man of Li Tianba. Li Tianba's ability to challenge top-tier powers was closely tied to Tang Jiu. Many in the underworld knew that Tang Jiu's influence under Li Tianba even surpassed that of Li Tianba himself. He was known for being ruthless in his actions, yet he remained fiercely loyal to Li Tianba. It was rumored that his left leg was broken while saving Li Tianba. Upon seeing Tang Jiu, Liu Pinggan felt a weight in his heart. He knew that something significant was about to happen that night. "Old Liu, don't be nervous. I'm just here to visit your Liu family. Since Master Tang Jiu is here as a guest, why bring so many people along?" Liu Pinggan naturally did not believe that Tang Jiu was genuinely here for a visit, especially at such an hour. "You'll understand soon enough, old Liu," Tang Jiu said with a smile, standing at the entrance of the Liu family, without entering, seemingly waiting for someone. After a while, another group arrived. They were from the Guo family, who had recently lost 2 family heads. Currently, the 3rd elder of the Guo family was in charge. If you asked about the 1st and 2nd elders, they had perished together in Qingshan village. "Elder Guo, what brings you here? Surely you aren't here to visit our Liu family as well?" Liu Pinggan and the others' expressions grew even graver, with some of the more timid members trembling in fear. It was clear to anyone that something was amiss given the atmosphere. The 3rd elder of the Guo family cast a cold glance at Liu Pinggan and his group, saying nothing. Instead, he greeted Tang Jiu, who closed his eyes, ignoring him completely. This left the Guo family's elder feeling disgruntled, but he said nothing further. He stood opposite Tang Jiu, both resembling gatekeepers, seemingly waiting for someone. "Zhangguo, something might go wrong. You should have the younger generation leave through the secret passage first, quickly," Liu Pinggan whispered to Liu Zhangguo. "Understood, father," Liu Zhangguo replied, looking serious. "Xiang'er, come with me. Dad, you and Grandpa are here. I can't leave," Lu Mingxiang said. "Be obedient." Liu Zhangguo signaled Lin Fu, who understood his meaning. He reached out and tapped Lu Mingxiang, causing her to faint. A few others quickly came over to carry her away. Given the large number of Liu family members, it was hard to notice if a few younger ones were missing. After a while, someone rushed over and whispered something to Liu Zhangguo, causing his expression to darken. "What's wrong, Zhangguo?" Liu Pinggan asked. "Father, the secret passage has been blocked." Liu Zhangguo's words sent Liu Pinggan's heart plummeting. Liu Pinggan's expression twisted in anger. "The secret passage is known only to us few." As he spoke, his gaze swept over 3 individuals: Liu Tietuan, Liu Jinkui, and Liu Jianhe. Only he, Liu Zhangguo, Lin Fu, and these 3 knew about the secret passage. Liu Pinggan fully trusted Liu Zhangguo and Lin Fu, as one was his son and the other his trusted aide. Thus, the blockage of the secret passage could only be related to these 3. Liu Taiquan was Liu Pinggan's younger brother, the most senior member of the family aside from Liu Pinggan. He had always managed the Liu family's finances, while Liu Jinkui and Liu Jianhe were his sons. Realizing Liu Pinggan's gaze was upon him, Liu Taiquan asked, "Brother, is something wrong?" "Nothing." Liu Pinggan shook his head. "But brother, it seems Master Tang Jiu and the Guo family are here with ill intentions. We should prepare early." Liu Taiquan's expression mirrored the tension of the others, indicating he was not merely pretending to be. Liu Pinggan frowned. If it wasn't Liu Tietuan, then who else could it be? Liu Pinggan glanced at Liu Jinkui and Liu Jianhe standing behind Liu Taiquan and didn't dwell on it any longer. "Let's observe the situation for now. There might be more visitors. Our Liu family has never been this lively before." Zhangguo instructed the kitchen to prepare a feast. "It must be exquisite without any faults." "Yes, father. I will arrange it right away." Liu Zhangguo's mood was extremely heavy. He glanced at the 2 figures standing like gatekeepers outside the door, and a feeling of unease settled in his heart. He couldn't help but sigh. If the Liu family could withstand this night, perhaps they could live peacefully afterward. But if they could not, Liu Zhangguo dared not think further. Time ticked by second by second. Finally, it seemed someone had arrived. Liu Pinggan and the others stepped forward to greet him, and when they saw that the visitor was Yuan Tianci, they were all taken aback. Liu Pinggan had actually anticipated that the visitor would be some prominent figure from the Yuan family, perhaps an elder, but he never expected it to be Yuan Tianci. There was no way around it. The name Yuan Tianci was too resounding throughout the eastern region. Not only was he the future heir of the Yuan family, but he was also a disciple of Tianjin Mountain and held significant power in the eastern military district. Which young successor from any family could possibly compare to him? Even the heads of top-tier families treated Yuan Tianci with utmost respect, let alone the various powers of Shur City. You must be old Lu, right? I hope I'm not disturbing you by coming this late. Yuan Tianci smiled as if he were genuinely visiting as a guest. Not at all, not at all. It is our honor for young Master Yuan to visit our Lu family. I've prepared a banquet, and if young Master Yuan is willing, please sit down and have a few drinks with us. Lu Pingon quickly invited Yuan Tianci into the Lu family home. Old Lu, you are too polite, let's eat something together. Yuan Tianci smiled, and brought Tang Jiao and the third elder of the Guo family inside. The people from Tang Jiao and the Guo family also wanted to enter, but were not permitted by Lu Pingon and the others. The bodyguards of the Lu family naturally would not let them through, leading to some minor friction. What are you doing? I came here as a guest to enjoy a meal. Can you tell your people to behave themselves, eh? Yuan Tianci glanced at Tang Jiao and the others. Tang Jiao and the third elder of the Guo family were alarmed and quickly ordered their subordinates. Didn't you hear what young Master Yuan said? Stay outside and behave yourselves. The people outside finally calmed down. Old Lu, please don't mind. I mentioned I was coming, and they insisted on bringing so many people to greet me. Of course, of course. Lu Pingon dared not say anything further. He personally led Yuan Tianci to the living room where a large dining table was already set with an array of delicacies that looked very appetizing. Young master, please take a seat. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Yuan Tianci confidently walked to the main seat and sat down while everyone else stood around not daring to take a seat, seemingly preparing to watch Yuan Tianci eat. Old Lu, you should sit too. Yuan Tianci patted the seat beside him. I'd rather not. I can stand. If the young master has any instructions, please feel free to give them. I'm telling you to sit. Yuan Tianci repeated his request, but the tone in his voice was firm. If Lu Pingon did not sit, he might get angry, so Lu Pingon hesitated no longer and took a seat. Old Lu, don't stand on ceremony. You were quite a notable figure in the Eastern Military District in your time, Yuan Tianci said. Not at all compared to the young master, I am far behind. Lu Pingon waved his hand. Young master, let me raise a glass to you. Sure, but if you're going to toast me, the cup is too small. You need to drink this entire bottle. Yuan Tianci pointed to the bottle of liquor on the table. This? Lu Pingon felt a surge of panic. Is there something we did that made the young master unhappy? Didn't I say that if you want to toast me, you must drink the entire bottle of liquor? I generally don't like to Yuan Tianci continued. Tang Jiao and the third elder of the Guo family behind him chuckled, looking at Lu Pingon with a hint of mockery, seemingly waiting to see Lu Pingon drink. The Lu family members clenched their fists. They were not fools. They could see that Yuan Tianci was clearly making things difficult for Lu Pingon. The liquor that the Lu family had arranged was a century-old reserve with a high alcohol content. Even a martial artist would get drunk after a few cups, let alone an entire bottle. Young master, my father is getting old. Let me drink this wine instead, Lu Zhongguo said. You have no say here, get lost. In the Lu family, only Yuan Tianci would dare to speak to Lu Zhongguo like this. Lu Zhongguo's face darkened, seemingly wanting to say something, but was grasped by Lu Pingon. Lu Pingon smiled and said, all right then, I'll toast the young master with a bottle. He said this and picked up the bottle to drink. After a few swallows, Lu Pingon felt as if his stomach were on fire. Yuan Tianci watched calmly. Tang Jiao and the third elder of the Guo family were watching the show, while the Lu family members with clenched fists felt as if their teeth would snap. This is society. Everything relies on strength. If you want to avoid being trampled upon, you must climb desperately. But when you reach the pinnacle, you find there is always a higher peak. Cough. Halfway through, Lu Pingon almost vomited. Father, you shouldn't drink anymore, Lu Zhongguo. Lu Pingon shot him a glare, telling him to be quiet. He wanted to rest for a moment. Meanwhile, Yuan Tianci said, Old Lu, considering your age, if you can't drink anymore, just stop. However, his words seemed to pressure Lu Pingon further. It's fine, young master. I can handle it. Lu Pingon truly could not drink anymore, but he had no choice but to drink. This was a matter of life and death for the Lu family. After taking a deep breath, Lu Pingon continued to drink, gulping it down. Before long, the bottle was empty. Young master, this toast is for you. Lu Pingon turned the bottle upside down, leaving not a single drop. However, his body swayed, nearly falling over. Lu Zhongguo wanted to support him, but was stopped by Lu Pingon. He leaned against the table for support, appearing fine for the moment, but it was uncertain how he would be later. Old Lu deserves respect. I admire you greatly. Yuan Tianci said, looking at Lu. Since old Lu is so generous, I won't make things difficult for you. However, I've heard that my useless third brother especially admires your family's young lady. I wonder which one it is. Could you let her come out to meet me? Lu Pingon was already feeling a bit dazed. He suppressed the turmoil in his stomach and the urge to vomit, saying, I'm afraid that will disappoint the young master. My granddaughter Xiang'er has gone to the capital to visit a friend and is not at home right now.